Overnight, everyone was forced to travel to a strange world and start a cruel road survival game. Alone, driving a shabby car on an endless road with no end in sight. In order to survive, everyone must search for resource boxes in a hostile environment and obtain all the supplies needed for survival. The scorching desert, the extremely cold blizzard, the poisonous insects and ferocious beasts in the wilderness, the unknown enemies lurking in the darkness. Every day here is a test of life and death. However, this is just the norm in this world. Just when I was in desperation, I accidentally awakened the unboxing critical hit system. It is possible to trigger a 1 to 10 times critical hit reward as soon as you open the box. From ordinary supplies to top-level equipment, everything can be doubled instantly. What's even more shocking is that the system has its own radar detection, which can not only sense the surrounding materials, but also accurately judge the value of resource boxes by color differences. Before my eyes, a circular area like a holographic projection slowly unfolded. In the center was a flickering light spot with a fuzzy outline, which seemed to be the shape of a car. Looking closely, I could even make out a small figure in the light spot. I immediately realized that it was me. Just within 800 meters around me, a light red treasure chest was flickering, obviously detecting something. Is this the location of the treasure chest? I opened my eyes wide, almost unable to believe it. If it really is a treasure chest, then I'm going to be very successful. With such a system, radar detection can provide me with help. How can I not survive in this highway survival game? I was so excited that I took action immediately. The clutch was pressed, the brake was released, the handbrake was put down, the gear was engaged, the clutch was released, the brake was released, and the accelerator was pressed. The whole process was done in one go. The car started quickly and headed straight for the flashing light, red treasure chest mark. As soon as I stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, I felt a push on my back, and I couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise on my face. I didn't expect that this shabby van could actually provide me with such strong power. After speeding up for a while, I quickly started to slow down. After all, the distance was not far, and this time I was just testing the performance of the vehicle, so there was no need to drive too hard. Soon, I saw the wooden box on the road. It didn't look big, about the size of a 12-inch cake. Sure enough, radar detection can really accurately find treasure chests. With it, wouldn't it be easier to find treasure chests in the future? Next, let's see the effect of opening the box. On this desolate road, although the view is wide, the scorching sun hurts the eyes. It is not easy to find the treasure chest. If you lose focus, you may miss it. Now with the radar, I can save a lot of effort. Thinking back to the transaction in the mall just now, I guess this should be the initial gift package prepared by the system for every novice. I jumped out of the car, sweating. Although I wanted to turn on the air conditioner to cool down a little, I gave up in the end because of the rapid fuel consumption and the fact that the car might not be able to maintain cool air. I'll wait until I have enough fuel. Of course, if there are upgrading materials, I will definitely upgrade this van as soon as possible. Wooden treasure box. The most basic supply box, containing a small amount of resources. I picked up the hammer, walked to the treasure chest, and swung it down without hesitation. At this moment, I silently said in my heart, "Critical hit, come on." When the hammer came down, I didn't look at it immediately, but took a step back quickly. I remembered that the rules said that in addition to the possible resources in the treasure chest, there are also unknown risks. After waiting for a moment and making sure there was no problem around, I approached carefully. Initial resources, a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water and a biscuit. You opened the treasure chest and received 8 points. You performed a crit attack and received a 10-fold crit attack. Congratulations, you received 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 biscuits. I quickly picked up 10 bottles of mineral water and 10 biscuits. There were no labels on the bottles or packaging bags, only the words mineral water and biscuits. No production date, no expiration date. Great. This means they're valid forever. I opened a bottle of mineral water with satisfaction, drank it in big gulps, and felt much refreshed. As for the cookies, I'm not too hungry now, so I'll save them for later. Time is running out, and the free time of the radar detection system has not yet ended, so I have to find some more treasure chests. I started the car again and stepped on the accelerator. The old van sped along the highway, once exceeding 100 miles per hour. The wide open road allowed me to drive without worrying about the road and without even looking at it. I kept my eyes fixed on the radar detector, and soon the light flashed again. This time, it was a black treasure chest light, located in the desert area on the right side of the front, about 900 meters away. I raised my eyebrows slightly, sat up straight, stepped on the accelerator, and drove forward. Just as we were about to reach our destination, the free time for radar detection ended, but it didn't matter because I had already seen the treasure chest. This time, I stopped the car without hesitation and skillfully parked it 10 meters away from the treasure chest. After parking the car, I picked up the hammer and walked to the treasure chest. I didn't dare to take it lightly. After all, this was a black treasure chest, and it was definitely different from the red treasure chest before, so I had to be careful. I raised the hammer and smashed it down, and the treasure chest cracked open. You opened the wooden box and gained 5 points. You performed a critical hit during the opening of the box and gained triple critical hit. Suddenly, 3 sand snakes appeared from the ground and rushed towards me. I was stunned, then quickly stepped back, cleverly avoiding the first wave of attacks. Then, I seized the opportunity and hit one of the sand snakes with my hammer, turning it into a snake cake. Soon, I killed the other 2 sand snakes one by one, and 3 snake biscuits appeared in front of me. I went over to check and found that the snake meat could be extracted. Extraction successful. 3 pieces of snake meat obtained. Holding the 3 shrunken pieces of snake meat in my hands, I was a little disappointed. I risked my life to open the treasure chest, and ended up getting these. Fortunately, I found that the red treasure chests in the radar detection represent resource treasure chests, while the black treasure chests represent dangerous treasure chests. In this way, I can selectively avoid the black treasure chests and reduce the risk of death. Suddenly, an idea struck me. There was no need to give up these dangerous treasure chests. I could just take them to an exchange and let others open blind boxes. As long as I could exchange them for enough valuable resources, that would be fine. As for those who dare to open the blind box, since you have chosen it, you must be prepared to lose everything. This is a survival game after all. I am not a saint. After extracting the snake meat, I immediately returned to the car. The scorching sun and dry heat seemed to be trying to evaporate the land. Every second I stayed outside was simply unbearable. Bang! The moment the car door closed, I felt a slight chill. We finally got water and food, but this is far from enough. We need to collect more resources while there's still time left in the day. Water and food alone won't do. I started the vehicle again and found that the free time for radar detection had run out. I had to maintain speed and carefully observe the treasure chests on the road and in the desert. After driving for about 10 minutes, they still found nothing. Forget it. Let's not bother ourselves with trouble and turn on the radar detection. The remaining 13 unpacking points were enough to support 13 minutes of radar scanning. I stepped on the accelerator and the van sped along the wide road. 5 minutes later, he was refreshed and his eyes lit up. Red treasure chests. There are 2 more. One is darker than the other. Looking at the red treasure box on the detection system, I was very excited. After confirming the location, I decisively turned off the radar. After all, it is better to save as much as possible. Driving over, we soon saw 2 treasure chests that were slightly larger than the previous ones. I stopped the car, opened the door quickly, picked up the hammer, and got out. Based on past experience, these 2 treasure chests should not be dangerous, but I still remained a little vigilant. When I got to the treasure chests, I found one was made of wood and the other was made of bronze. I hammered open the wooden one first. Initial resources: 1 iron block, 2 wood blocks. You opened the treasure chest and received 15 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 5-fold crit. Congratulations, you received 5 iron blocks and 10 wood blocks. Iron blocks and wood blocks? These should be able to be used to upgrade vehicles or make equipment. After packing up these resources, I turned to the bronze treasure chest, my anticipation even stronger. After 3 consecutive hammer strikes, the bronze treasure chest was finally opened. When I saw the items inside, I was stunned. Initial resources: low-level ice machine production blueprint 1 time. You opened the treasure chest and received 500 points. You performed a critical hit when opening the treasure chest and received a 5-fold critical hit. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 low-level ice maker production drawings 1 time. Low-level ice maker production drawings 1 time. Production resource requirements: 2 iron blocks, 2 wood blocks, 2 glass blocks, 1 electronic component. Ice maker: in this hot weather, while others are still worried about water sources, I can already make ice. I was so excited that I immediately took the blueprint back to the car. This kind of high temperature is almost melting, and having a bite of ice cubes is absolutely refreshing. I drank the rest of the mineral water in one gulp. It was cool and sweet. After calming down a little, I looked at the chat channel on the car's electronic screen. Many players are complaining about the lack of supplies in the treasure chests. I drove 50 kilometers to find a treasure chest, and there were 2 pieces of glass inside. I'm speechless. Don't mention it. What I fired was a snake, and I was so scared that I ran away. I wanted water, but what came out was gasoline. I already have a lot of gasoline, but want to change it to water. I looked at the screen for a while, then opened the exchange and placed an order. For sale, 500 milliliters mineral water plus a biscuit. In exchange, 10 pieces of wood, glass, and electronic components. The combination is arbitrary, but must be included. Limited to 5 pieces. Note, if you have other valuable materials, please chat privately. Originally, I was only going to exchange it for a bottle of water, but thinking that I might be getting a bit of an advantage, I added a cookie to make it easier for the hesitant player to make a decision. As soon as the pending transaction was placed, it instantly caused a stir in the regional channel, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. What the hell? We're still worried about a bottle of water, and the boss has already taken out 5 bottles of water to exchange. Exchange supplies? Master, you must have found the blueprints. That's amazing. A bottle of water and a cookie are worth 10 yuan in exchange for materials? I'll give you 2 at most. Don't trade with me. Force him to lower the price. It's totally worth it to exchange water and food for some temporarily useless materials. Unfortunately, I'm still short of 2 parts. I have to open the treasure chest quickly. I just posted the trade and soon received a private message from the player who mentioned in the channel that he had a lot of gas. Hello, master. I don't have any of those things you mentioned, but I have gasoline. Can I exchange it with you? How much gasoline? This is not what I need right now. Besides, I've already traded it twice. I replied briefly and continued looking at the screen, not feeling any pressure. Because I had only used less than 30 units of gasoline, and there were still 170 units left, so there was no rush. The other party quickly replied, how about 200 units of gasoline for a bottle of water and 2 biscuits? I laughed in my heart. He was smart and knew that I would definitely not agree if he added water, so he replaced it with some relatively unimportant food. Deal. As expected, the value of gasoline in the later stage is immeasurable. Although everyone has enough gasoline now, once it runs out, gasoline will become a precious resource that everyone will scramble for. On the other side, Chung Feng finally smiled when he saw the other party's reply of okay. He finally made it through the first day. He quickly seized the opportunity and completed the transaction before others could rush to buy water and food. Holding the bottle of mineral water he had just exchanged for, Chung Feng took a big gulp. The refreshing feeling instantly surged into his heart, and he felt so happy that he couldn't describe in words. I changed 200 units. The remaining 800 units cannot be changed anymore. By tomorrow, when everyone is running out of gas, my gasoline will be a fortune. While it was daylight, he continued to look for treasure chests, complaining that all the treasure chests he opened were gasoline. In the regional channel, the chat atmosphere was completely heated. Fuck, how come you guys are so fast? It only took a minute to change it. Hey, the things I exchanged are all parts and materials that can be used in the later stage. The most important things in the early stage are water and food. I made a lot of money. Indeed, the treasure chests I found were all filled with materials, but there wasn't even any water. Fortunately, Boss Su generously donated money. I can continue to look for materials in the future, but without water and food, I simply can't survive. Everyone was discussing heatedly, and I was admiring the 200 units of gasoline, 18 wooden boards, 15 pieces of glass, and 7 electronic components that I had just exchanged. I walked to the production table behind the driver's seat with the drawings in my hand. After putting the drawing on it, the system quickly displayed the required materials. 2 pieces of iron, 2 pieces of wood, 2 pieces of glass, and an electronic component. All the materials were complete. Start making the ice machine. With a ding sound, the production was successful. Primary ice maker, upgradable. Condenses water vapor from the outside world and converts it into ice cubes. The efficiency is 2 cubic decimeters per day, which fluctuates according to the external environment. Current efficiency, 1 cubic decimeter. Note, you can also pour water in actively, and it will freeze into ice cubes in 5 minutes. I couldn't help but smile when I saw the ice maker in front of me. I didn't expect that the first car furniture I made would be an ice maker. The function is simply perfect. It can not only freeze water, but also absorb water vapor in the air to condense into ice cubes. Then, without hesitation, I made the remaining 4 ice makers, placed them in the back seat, and let them start to freeze naturally. I poured 4.5 bottles of water into the ice maker. 2.5 minutes later, without waiting for the ice to completely freeze, I took out half a bottle of water, tilted my head back, and drank it all in one gulp. The cool feeling went straight to my stomach, making me feel extremely refreshed. Haha, this feels so good. In a good mood, I immediately opened the exchange and ordered ice water. For sale, 500 milliliters mineral water, pure ice. Exchange, 2 bottles of mineral water or 1 bottle of mineral water plus 10 other materials. After placing the order, I continued driving, planning to continue looking for treasure chests. For me, ice water is a business that is sure to make money. After driving for 30 kilometers, I finally came across a wooden treasure chest and opened a pack of instant noodles. With the effect of my critical hit, it turned into 4 packs. At this time, my exchange showed that all 4 bottles of ice water were sold, and I got 6 bottles of mineral water and 20 materials. The private messages were all 99 plus, all from players asking about ice water. The regional channel was also completely ignited. Suchun, how do you sell ice water? Are you really selling ice water? Fuck, boss, you've already had ice water, but I'm still worried about water. I'm crying. Brother Suchun not only drinks ice water himself, but also wants to bring us to drink it together. As soon as the ice water was put on the shelves, the channel exploded instantly, and everyone rushed to buy it. Some players even offer high prices, and some even wanted to exchange photos for ice water. I was already grinning from ear to ear at this point, and all the private messages were basically asking about ice water. I was too lazy to respond to these requests for free stuff. As for those who offered meat in exchange for ice water, I was not interested for the time being. After some careful browsing, though, I found a few good deals. Yifei, brother, how much is your refrigerator for? I have some blueprints. Can we exchange them? Drawings? I looked at the 5 ice machines I had and thought it wouldn't matter if I replaced one, so I quickly replied, "What drawings? If they're useless, forget it." The other party replied immediately. Obviously, he had been hanging in the chat channel. Yifei, my blueprint is for a condenser, which is definitely better than your ice maker. You will definitely not lose out if you change it, but I require the refrigerator to be filled with 5 bottles of water and 500 units of fuel. Condenser blueprint? This cheer me up. Water is a life resource, and I am now earning water by selling ice water. The other party took out this condenser blueprint, and it was obvious that he was in a desperate situation. He only had this blueprint left, and he was short of materials, and his fuel was almost exhausted. He urgently needed something to help him survive. However, he actually dared to make such high demands, wanting to exchange so many things for just a blueprint. Okay, no problem, but I don't have these things yet. Let me collect them first. I don't know how long it will take, but I'm not in a hurry. Okay, I'll wait for you. Yifei took a deep breath. Obviously, his situation was very serious. Since he came to this world, he has never stopped searching for resources. He finally found this blueprint, but he lacked production materials and fuel and urgently needed to exchange for some items needed for survival. So, he took a fancy to my refrigerator. 5 minutes later, I put 6 bottles of ice water on the shelf. They were sold out almost instantly, and it was obvious that everyone couldn't wait any longer. Ice water and materials were constantly put on the shelves, and the sales speed was getting faster and faster. As time went on, my inventory quickly increased from 10 bottles to 30 bottles, 50 bottles. Half an hour later, Yifei finally couldn't help but send a message. Yifei, Master Su, have you saved up enough? Not yet. Wait a minute. I raised the corners of my mouth, hummed softly, and continued to be an ice water merchant. Yifei, Master Su, I don't want anything else. I just want a bottle of water and an ice machine. Is that okay with you? I still don't have what you want. Wait a minute. Another half an hour later, I put another 100 bottles of ice water on the shelves. At this time, he seemed a little anxious. Seeing that the sales of ice water were gradually slowing down, it seemed that the demand in the regional channel was limited. Suddenly, another message popped up, and Yifei seemed to have made up his mind and put out all his chips. Yifei, Master Su, I exchanged the condenser blueprint, dagger, and 10 pieces of iron for a bottle of water and a refrigerator. This is all I have. I looked at all the belongings he threw out, the corners of my mouth slightly raised, and replied, "Okay, trade is fine, but this is not a refrigerator, but an ice maker." Same, let's trade now. Yifei replied impatiently. His fuel had run out, and he was facing a life-or-death crisis. At this moment, he had no other considerations. Ding, you have a designated transaction. Please check it carefully. After the transaction was completed, I had one less ice machine among my 5, but I had one more drawing in my backpack. Primary condenser blueprint, 1 time. Production resource requirements: 5 iron blocks, 5 glass blocks, 5 rubber units. I have iron and glass, but rubber is a new word that I have never seen before. However, it seems that I am the only one who doesn't have it, and everyone else should have mastered it. Su-chun, rubber can be purchased in exchange for mineral water. Soon, there was a response. 8 units of rubber. Can you exchange it for a bottle of water? Yes. The transaction is completed. I exchanged a bottle of water for 8 units of rubber. Then, I exited the chat and trading channel, took the condenser drawings and materials, and headed straight to the manufacturing table. Make a condenser. As the order was given, the manufacturing table quickly absorbed the drawings and materials and quickly responded. Ding, production is complete. You have successfully manufactured a primary condenser. There was a flash of white light, and an object that looked like a water dispenser appeared in front of me. Condenser, upgradable. It can condense water vapor from the outside world and convert it into pure water. The efficiency is 20 to 50 liters per day, depending on the external environment. Current efficiency, 24 liters/day. Upgrade materials: 1 intermediate condenser upgrade blueprint, 50 iron blocks, 50 glass blocks, 50 units of rubber. I was so happy. Now I no longer had to worry about the water supply. More importantly, with the ice machine, I could easily produce and sell my own products and earn more supplies. However, there is a problem with self-production and self-sale. There is no suitable container. The water produced by the condenser can only be stored in the machine. So, I posted a message in the regional channel, Su-chun. If you want to exchange ice water or mineral water for containers or drawings, you can chat with me privately. Next, I placed an order for 16 bottles of ice water and casually put the 16 bottles of mineral water I had traded into the ice machine. I also placed orders for the remaining materials in groups and used them as a warehouse. There's so many resources that I have no place to put them. I don't have any ideas, so I just put it up like this. Soon, a private message popped up. Meili, Handsome Sue, can you exchange an empty bottle for a bottle of ice water? I just drank it. I couldn't help but smile when I saw this message, but I didn't bother to respond. Using a bottle that someone else has drunk from to exchange for ice water? That's asking too much. After browsing some other messages, I was about to exit the chat channel. Just as I was about to close it, another private message suddenly popped up. Yin Shi, hello Su-chun, I have a plastic bottle blueprint here. Can I exchange it for 20 bottles of mineral water? Plastic bottle drawings? It seems that you can meet noble people even when you are sleeping. 10 bottles. It has been a long time since I sent the message, but there has been no response. I am not in a hurry. After all, condenser blueprints are scarce now, while plastic bottle blueprints are in low demand, and water resources are more valuable. Yin Shi, the minimum price is 15 bottles. If it's any lower, I won't sell it. Okay, no problem. Just place the trade with me. After paying 15 bottles of water, I successfully got the drawings of the plastic bottle making machine. Plastic bottle making machine. Production resource requirements: 3 iron blocks, 3 glass blocks, 3 rubber blocks, 1 electronic component. The materials are ready. I hurried to the production table and placed the plastic bottle making machine and the necessary resources one by one. I secretly looked forward to it. Start making the plastic bottle making machine. Ding, production is complete. You successfully made a plastic bottle making machine. As a white light flashed, a brand new plastic bottle making machine appeared in front of me. I glanced at the production requirements on the screen. Plastic bottle making machine. Can make plastic bottles of any volume. Production requirements: 1 rubber is required for every 20 plastic bottles. I was delighted. It turns out that each piece of rubber can make 20 bottles. This is great news. The cost is greatly reduced. I immediately took out a piece of rubber, started the machine, and produced 2,500 milliliters plastic bottles that looked exactly the same as those I had gotten from others. This means that I can get 4 bottles of water for free every hour. At least, I don't have to worry about water sources for now. Next, I opened the trading system. In addition to continuing to exchange ice water for materials, I also added a transaction. 19 rubbers for a bottle of ice water plus a 95% discount. This is a good promotional strategy. After placing the order, I didn't think any more about the players who would complain and just got into the driver's seat, ready to move on. While driving, I passed a bronze treasure chest and continued to keep the detector on for fear of missing anything. After driving for a full 50 kilometers, I finally came across a box with a black logo. I couldn't help but feel nervous, thinking that a box with this logo should not be simple. At this time, I couldn't help but think, it seems that the so-called newbie village treatment before was really too generous, which allowed us to easily open the box to obtain resources. And now, this is the real road survival mode. 50 kilometers, only encountered a treasure chest, and it doesn't look too good. I opened a regional channel and found that many players were also discussing this phenomenon. I've been playing for more than half an hour, but I haven't encountered any treasure chests. Is this a bug? I only encountered a treasure chest after driving for more than 10 kilometers before, but now I have driven for half a day and there is nothing. I am really dying of thirst. It seems that the first few hours are just benefits for novices. Now is the real time to survive. The difficulty has increased. My gas is almost gone. Who has gas to sell to me? If you don't buy it now, I'll have to finish early. Upstairs, the gas is almost gone. How come you've already used it up? I'm in an uninhabited area, speeding and using up fuel too quickly. This scene made me realize that everyone will face the dilemma of resource depletion, especially fuel. It is estimated that many people will be in a dilemma of no fuel and no resources. But I don't intend to sympathize with them. Instead, I start to plan how to monopolize fuel resources. The value of water will inevitably increase as the difficulty of treasure chests increases. In the early newbie benefits period, everyone could easily get water from treasure chests, so the value of water was relatively low. But now, it has become extremely difficult to obtain water, which will make water a precious resource. Fortunately, I already have 200 bottles of mineral water, which will be my great wealth in the future. Since the treasure chest is so hard to find, let's take the opportunity to do something else. I decided to put the black treasure chest I just got on the trading platform as my own warehouse and see if anyone is willing to buy it. I marked 50 pieces of various materials at high prices. Of course, no one could afford such an expensive treasure chest, but this was my strategy to create a blind box treasure chest market. In this way, others would know that the treasure chest could actually be traded. Sure enough, as soon as the treasure chest was hung up, the regional channel exploded. What the hell? Look, Su Shun has hung something again, and this time, it's a treasure chest. The treasure chest can actually be sold? 50 materials. Why don't you just go and grab it? Did your head get caught in the door? The stuff in this wooden box isn't worth even 50 materials. Don't be silly. Su Chun is blocking the warehouse, and he is clearly setting a high price to let everyone know that the treasure chest can be traded. Hey, that's a good idea. The items in treasure chests vary. It's safer to sell the chest directly than to open them yourself. Seeing these reactions, I was inspired, and sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, 4 or 5 people had already put their treasure chests on the shelves, with prices ranging from 2 bottles of water to 5 bottles of water. I bought 2 treasure chests containing 2 bottles of water without hesitation, and as for the ones containing 4 or 5 bottles, I swept them up without mercy. After getting the treasure chest, I immediately checked the detector, and it showed a red mark, proving that there must be good stuff in these 2 boxes. With a slight smile on my face, I parked the car on the side of the road and impatiently smashed open the first box with a hammer. Initial resources: a bucket of braised beef flavored instant noodles, a sausage. You opened the treasure chest and received 7 points. You performed a crit attack and received an 8-fold crit. Congratulations, you received 8 buckets of braised beef flavored instant noodles and 8 sausages. Seeing the instant noodles and sausages, Su Chin's eyes lit up and he thought, if I could have some cold, happy water, that would be perfect. With some anticipation, he continued to swing the hammer to open the second box. Initial resources: 300 units of fuel. You opened the treasure chest and received 30 points. You performed a critical hit during the opening of the treasure chest and received a 10-fold critical hit. Congratulations, you received 3,000 units of fuel. This is awesome. My fuel balance instantly jumped from 300 units to 3,300 units, and I don't have to worry about fuel for a while. Now, whenever I turn on the air conditioner, I don't have to worry about the air leaking out. I can finally let go and drive with peace of mind. This feeling of getting rich overnight made me want to buy all the remaining treasure chests. However, The seller's asking price was completely inconsistent with the normal value of the wooden chests. If there was no system support, I would definitely lose a lot of money. For the sake of long-term planning, I forced myself to suppress the impulse and decided not to rush into the purchase. After driving for another 50 kilometers, I finally encountered a new treasure chest. This time the treasure chest was bright red, much darker than the previous wooden chest. With experience, I immediately determined that it was a bronze treasure chest. I quickly parked the car nearby, as close to the road as possible, and walked towards the bushes. If you didn't look carefully, you would have noticed that the treasure chest was hidden here. It was hidden in a very clever place. Without hesitation, I dragged the treasure chest out of the bushes, picked up the hammer, and started hammering. Clang! Soon, the bronze treasure chest was opened, and the items inside emerged one by one. Initial resources: triangular army dagger. You opened the treasure chest and received 666 points. You performed a critical hit during the opening of the treasure chest and received a 9-fold critical hit. Congratulations, you have received 9 triangular army daggers. In an instant, 9 silver-shining, 3-edged bayonets appeared in front of me. They were about a foot long, with 3 blood grooves, and exuded a bloodthirsty and cold aura. I couldn't wait to collect them. After all, in this world full of unknown dangers, having weapons is better than having none, which can greatly improve the guarantee of survival. Back in the car, I looked at the exchange again and found that the number of wooden boxes had increased to more than a dozen. After all, the number of players in this area has exceeded 10,000. Oh, the latest number is 9,846, and more than 100 people have died. Thinking about this, I understand that most people die because they are not careful when opening treasure chests. Even ordinary wooden chests can hide considerable dangers. As usual, I bought 4 treasure chests. The price of the order was 2 bottles of water in seconds and kept the rest on the exchange. However, the bronze treasure chest still did not appear, which disappointed me. It seems that everyone still thinks the resources in the bronze treasure chest are extremely valuable, so they are reluctant to sell them easily. I put 2 of the treasure chests with danger warnings back on the exchange. The remaining 2 boxes contained 3 bottles of water, 3 pieces of bread, 3 times the drop rate, and 30 pieces of iron, 5 times the drop rate. Overall, I made a small profit this time. At this moment, a prompt sound suddenly came and exploded in the ears of all players. The Brave Challenge begins. The Brave Challenge begins. From 1 p.m. to sunset every day, the wilderness on both sides of the road will refresh rarer treasure chests and reveal more precious resources. Brave people will get resources first, and confident brave people can go to the wilderness to get more resources. Good luck to everyone. Warm reminder: the wilderness is rich in resources, but also full of great dangers. Please consider carefully. This news exploded in the ears of many survivors like thunder. Brave Challenge? There are rarer treasure chests in the wilderness? Opportunities and risks coexist. This is high risk and high reward. The regional channel immediately exploded. Let's go to the wilderness. I haven't found a treasure chest in an hour. I'm going to die anyway, so I'd rather take a chance. The resource boxes in the wilderness are more advanced. Once you find them, you will become rich. I think it's safer to search on the highway. It won't be so tragic to die. It doesn't matter if you don't go to the wilderness. Hundreds of people died on the road. The death rate in the wilderness must be higher. The 2 groups began a heated discussion. One side called for a risky gamble, while the other side chose the safe road route. Although these people are arguing with each other in the channel, I don't quite understand. Everyone decides their own path, so why bother about what others do? However, this debate opened up the market for the triangular bayonet. Suchun, selling triangular military bayonet, exchange with bronze treasure chest or blueprint. Only 1 copy, higher, bidder preferred. The chat interface instantly became more active. Fuck, they even have 3-edged military bayonets. Boss Su, what else do you not have? With this weapon, my chances of survival in the wilderness will be greatly increased. Unfortunately, I don't have a bronze treasure chest and blueprints. I'm so angry. I have the blueprints. I'm willing to trade with Sushan. Self-defense weapons can make us safer in the wilderness. It's definitely worth it. At this time, I received a private message. Li Xiaofei, Sushan, I have a blueprint for a modified car. I want to exchange it for a 3-edged bayonet. Is that okay? I raised my eyebrows. There are car modification drawings? I quickly replied, send it to me. When I opened it, The corners of my mouth twitched. Now I understand. It turns out that the other party wants to use this blueprint to exchange for a three-edged bayonet of practical value. Unfortunately, the practicality of this tire blueprint is not very high at the moment. The production cost is too high, and the effect is not obvious. Your tire drawing is a bit useless for now. It consumes a lot of materials, and the effect is not significant. It is not as attractive as other drawings. After I gave a brief reply, I continued to wait for a better drawing. At this time, I received a new private message. Wang Chong, I have a bronze treasure chest and 2 wooden boxes here. I want to exchange them for a triangular bayonet. I responded without hesitation, sure. The deal with Wang Chong was quickly reached, and I successfully exchanged the triangular military bayonet for a bronze treasure chest. This is what I really want. I didn't expect the other party to resist the temptation and successfully complete the deal. Wang Chong skillfully played with the 3-edged bayonet in his hand with a satisfied smile on his face. He just opened a treasure chest with 3 of them, and on a whim, he decided to exchange them all with me to see if he could get the item he wanted. As a soldier, he had full confidence in the triangular bayonet, believing that it would allow him to easily obtain more resources in the wilderness. Once the transaction was complete, I continued to browse private messages. Among all the messages about trying to get something for free, I suddenly found a message about selling blueprints, which caught my attention. The seller provided blueprints of a water heater that can heat water to boiling using solar energy. It was a hot day, and this kind of blueprint might just be a burden to everyone, so they reluctantly gave it up and prepared to sell it. After all, everyone wanted to get through the current crisis first. I was moved. After all, I had instant noodles. I was just worried about where to boil water. I responded bluntly. This water heater is barely usable, but the value doesn't seem to meet my expectations. I have always adhered to the principle of adding money. How can it be considered a successful transaction if I don't teach others a lesson? Wang Chong is not an easy customer, and it is worth it if I can squeeze something out of him. A few seconds later, Wang Yang sent a message, raised his eyebrows, and proposed new transaction conditions. Water heater blueprint, plus 2 bottles of Coca-Cola and 10 pieces of alloy. This proposal made my eyes light up. Who can refuse Coca-Cola? More importantly, the 10 alloys are also the materials I urgently need. Deal. I agreed without hesitation. The other party quickly sent a transaction request, and I handed over the second triangular military bayonet. At the same time, I found myself suddenly having the authority to make the water heater blueprint. Although I had enough materials on hand, the warehouse behind the car was a bit crowded, so I decided to wait until the evening to make the water heater. Anyway, there was no rush for instant noodles. I took out a few boxes from the car and placed them on the ground, preparing to continue checking the contents of the treasure chest. The 2 wooden boxes were obviously of little value, so I decided to take them to the exchange for some small items. Finally, I used a hammer to knock open the bronze treasure chest, but I was surprised. Successfully opened the box, obtained the bow and crossbow production drawings, 3, and the crossbow arrow production drawings, 3. Fuck a crossbow? I was shocked. This is a long-range weapon. If Wang Chong knew that I actually got the crossbow manufacturing drawings in the bronze box, he would probably regret it. I learned the crossbow production drawings without hesitation, feeling that this would add a lot of advantages to my subsequent adventures. The production method of crossbows is actually not complicated. I have no shortage of iron blocks and wood blocks, and the only thing that gives me a headache is the hemp rope. Just as I was thinking about how to solve the hemp rope problem, I posted a message to buy hemp rope. Buy 3 hemp ropes for a bottle of ice water, limited to 1. Although the market for ice water is not as hot as before, I am not in a hurry. I will always find a suitable buyer if I sell it slowly. Sure enough, someone contacted me not long after. Hemp rope? I don't think I got it. It sounds like it shouldn't be expensive. 3 ropes can be exchanged for a bottle of ice water. It's totally worth it. Some people began to talk about it. However, it seems that the scarcity of hemp rope has left many people helpless, and there is no news. I feel helpless and think that if I really can't find it, I can use a 3-edged military bayonet for the time being. At this time, I suddenly received several new private messages. The first message was from Tanju. Brother, I have hemp rope, but the price you gave is too low. I responded directly. Then give me a price, and I'll see if I can accept it. Tanju quickly gave a price. 5 hemp ropes for 100 bottles of ice water. I was immediately furious. 5 hemp ropes for 100 bottles of ice water? Did your head get caught in the door? I quit the chat box angrily. Then I opened the second private message. This time the seller provided 5 hemp ropes, but with an additional condition. In addition to ice water, 2 bottles of mineral water were required. Considering my needs, this price was reasonable. After all, mineral water was almost a free resource for me. After the transaction was completed, I saw Tanju continue to send a string of cursing messages until she finally humbly suggested that the price could be negotiated. Seeing this, I couldn't help but sneer and replied directly. 2 wooden treasure chests, 5 hemp ropes. Tanju obviously didn't expect me to reply like this, and she quickly agreed to the deal. She thought she could get a bargain in this deal, but in fact, her hemp rope happened to be exchanged for 2 wooden treasure chests, so she didn't lose anything at all. The transaction was completed smoothly, and I thought the deal was over, but Tanju had ulterior motives and secretly changed the number of hemp ropes to 3 during the transaction in an attempt to profit from it. But she didn't expect me to discover this little trick. However, the transaction went smoothly. Tanju happily opened her new treasure chest. Unexpectedly, as soon as she touched the box, a black shadow quickly attacked her. On the other side, I walked directly to the crafting table and placed the 3 crossbow blueprints and the required materials one by one. A few minutes later, 3 exquisite small crossbows appeared in front of me, and the cold metal exuded a sharp aura. Crossbow. 10 arrows can be fired continuously. Range. Maximum 100 meters. Effective range 50 meters. Crossbow arrow remaining. 0. Let's make 100 crossbow arrows first. I said to myself. I took out 10 iron blocks and 10 wood blocks and started making crossbow arrows. With a burst of mechanical sounds, crossbow arrows were completed one by one. Then, I quickly loaded the 3 crossbows with arrows and used a hemp rope to put the spare arrows into a plastic bottle and hung it around my waist. I put the remaining crossbow arrows into a bottle, tied it up, and put on my waist, ready to fight at any time. The 3-edged military dagger was hung firmly behind my waist, so I could use it at any time. Just as I was getting ready to leave, a private message suddenly popped up. At first glance, it was Li Xiaofei, the player who had previously exchanged the tire blueprint for the triangular bayonet. Li Xiaofei. Boss, I'll add 3 more bottles of water. This is all my assets. Can I exchange it? I smiled. I was so excited that I almost forgot about him. It seemed that the other party really couldn't offer anything more. Yes, I promised him. After the deal was done, I got the high-quality tire blueprints and the materials were ready. I immediately put the blueprints and materials on the production table and confirmed the production. A bright light flashed, and the production was successful. Congratulations on getting 4 high-quality tires. 4 freshly made black rubber tires were neatly placed in front of me, filling up a corner of the car. I quickly removed them from the car and compared them with the original wheels. Sure enough, the install option appeared. Install. With a slight sound, for brand new tires instantly replaced the old tires. As for the old tires that were replaced, I saw the option of disassemble appeared next to them. Decompose? Then let's decompose 3 first. You decompose the ordinary tire and obtain 16 rubbers and 4 alloys. I kept the remaining tire as a spare and placed it behind the car, just in case. Looking at the modified van, I nodded with satisfaction. Very good, the car modification is complete. I have to collect more blueprints in the future to turn the van into a comfortable RV. However, the bed is a little soft, like a Simmons mattress. I couldn't help but imagine how nice it would be to have a woman in bed. But then a warning shot through my mind. Pa. What are you thinking? It's time to go to the wilderness. I locked the car door and put the key in my pocket. Although I haven't met anyone else so far, there are dangers lurking in the wilderness at all times. Who knows when an enemy will target my resources? It's better to be careful. After packing my equipment, I took my crossbow, filled up my bag with ice water, and headed towards the desert. Before entering the wilderness area, I could feel the scorching heat coming toward me. The heat from the sun seemed to be able to melt everything, and the sand under my feet was so hot that I dared not stand for long. But none of these could stop me. I held my weapon tightly, turned on the radar detector, and carefully observed the movements around me. The radar quickly scanned and found a white and reddish object 300 meters ahead, which was obviously not a treasure chest. Looking directly ahead 500 meters, there was a black sign marking a dangerous area, not a treasure chest. Go check out the white and reddish dot on the left side in front of you first. Safety first. I took a deep breath and put the ice water on my neck and face, bringing a hint of coolness. Walking in the desert, there was only the sound of footsteps and the friction of clothes against bushes, and there was silence all around. Soon, I came to the white and reddish dot shown on the radar and found that it was actually a berry bush. I didn't expect that berries could grow in the desert. This is really a miracle. I was amazed, thinking that even the road survival game was so real, it seemed that anything could happen. I quickly took out my plastic bottle and started collecting the berries. After a while, I had a large bottle and returned to the car to store it temporarily. Then, I headed straight ahead again, wanting to see what the dangerous black sign was. As I approached, I suddenly noticed that the black symbol moved slightly to the side, revealing a bright red treasure chest, even brighter and crimson than the bronze treasure chest. I was so excited. I didn't expect to encounter a treasure chest more valuable than the bronze treasure chest so soon. It seems that the Brave Challenge really brings rich rewards. However, to get the treasure chest, I first had to deal with the nearby dangers. I quickly approached the black area shown on the radar, climbed a sand dune, and observed the area around the treasure chest from a high vantage point. Sure enough, there was a dark hole underneath the treasure chest that looked like some animal's lair. After thinking for a while, I decided to use the flattened snake biscuits to do a little trick. I took out a small piece, put it on the arrow of the crossbow, aimed at the 3-inch point of the hole, and pulled the trigger. Swoosh! The crossbow arrow flew through the air, breaking the silent desert wind. Poochie! The crossbow arrow penetrated the sand, pierced through the sand layer outside the cave entrance, and nailed the snake cake firmly to the ground. The power of this arrow was unexpectedly strong. Sand is difficult to penetrate, and even bullets can only stay in the sand for a short time and cannot penetrate deeply, but my crossbow arrow can easily penetrate and even nail into the hard sand and stone. After the crossbow arrow was fired, I quickly crouched behind the sandbag and stared at the cave entrance. At the same time, my radar was also scanning to make sure there were no unexpected dangers lurking. Sha sha sha. There was a faint sound coming from the cave entrance. Those things were about to come out. My heart beat faster. My eyes were fixed on the cave entrance, and the crossbow arrow was pointed accurately. As the sand and dust were slightly disturbed, a long and narrow figure gradually appeared in sight, twisting and turning, and quickly approaching the snake cake. Snake! A deadly king cobra. I stared at it. A chill flashed across my eyes. I didn't expect to encounter such a dangerous opponent at the very beginning. If I didn't have the support of the crossbow, I would feel a little weak when fighting against the snake with a 3-edged military bayonet. But now, with the crossbow in my hand, the outcome is already decided. I aimed precisely at the snake's body and estimated the best shooting point. Almost in an instant, the crossbow arrow shot out again. Swoosh! The crossbow arrow whizzed past. The tearing sound in the air was terrifying, and the arrowhead accurately pierced the body of the king cobra. Puff! Blood spurted, instantly dyeing the surrounding sand red, and the desert became a bloody battlefield. The king cobra let out a shrill hiss, struggled violently, and twisted its huge body wildly. Swoosh! Another arrow. This one was merciless and hit the snake's head accurately, ending its life directly. The snake struggled for a few times, then fell motionless and quietly on the sand. The bloody smell filled the air. I held my breath and looked carefully to confirm that the snake was dead. Is it dead? I waited for a minute, making sure the snake had completely stopped any reaction before I approached carefully, ready to extract my trophy. Extraction successful. Obtained 10 pieces of king cobra meat. Extraction successful. Obtained 5 milliliters of venom. Venom. This is a treasure. Just a little bit of venom can kill a cow. If my crossbow arrows are contaminated with venom, the lethality will be multiplied. After carefully putting away the venom, I was excited and my eyes were fixed on the silver treasure chest above the cave entrance. It was more valuable than the bronze treasure chest that could reveal the blueprint. My luck seemed to be particularly good today. I picked up the hammer and smashed it a few times without hesitation. After a few hammers, the treasure chest was finally completely opened. Initial resources: Desert Eagle Production Blueprint, 1 time. Designated Type Bullet Production Blueprint, 1 time. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 6,666 points. You performed a crit and obtained a 10-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 Desert Eagle Production Blueprints, 1 time. 10 designated type bullet production blueprints, 1 time. Desert Eagle. This is actually a Desert Eagle. It is definitely a top-level firearm. A high-destructive pistol, it is simply the best choice in combat. What's even more surprising is that this time I got double the luck and got 10 production drawings. 10 bullet drawings mean that I will be able to make 10 different types of bullets. Desert Eagle production drawings, 1 time. Materials required for production: 5 pieces of steel, 5 pieces of alloy, 5 pieces of plastic, and 1 set of electronic components. Specified type bullet production drawings, 1 time. Able to specify the production of a certain type of bullet. The Desert Eagle must not be traded, and the bullets must not be sold. I thought to myself, these are definitely life-saving magic weapons that can change the situation at any time. I carefully kept these 20 drawings and continued on my way. It was not too late, and the 2 successful experiences made me more confident. The radar scanning effect in the desert was still surprisingly good, which made me feel more fearless. I drank a few sips of ice water and continued walking forward. Soon, I detected a red bronze treasure chest about 800 meters away. I carefully bypassed 2 black spots on the way, and a few minutes later, I finally arrived at the treasure chest. After a few hammer strikes, I opened the bronze treasure chest and got a big surprise. Initial resources: 1 blueprint of a premium automobile steel plate shell, 1-time use. You opened the treasure chest and received 375 points. You performed a critical hit and received a double critical hit. Congratulations, you received 2 blueprints of a premium automobile steel plate shell, 1-time use. It can increase the defense attribute of the car by 30% and increase the durability by 30%. Materials required for manufacturing: 50 pieces of steel, 50 pieces of alloy. Good. This blueprint increases the car's defense and durability, making me more secure when facing certain natural disasters or wild beasts. Although the material requirements are relatively high, the efforts are worth it for safety. I put the blueprint away and continued to move towards the road. Just as I approached the road, I found a reddish wooden treasure chest in the upper left corner. Although it was not big, I couldn't help but run over and gently hammer the box open. As a result, 6 boxes of matches came out, with about 20 matches in each box. Matches. Great. With these, I can make a fire and grill meat. After putting away the matches, I quickly stepped onto the road and walked towards the van with a new tire. After sorting out the supplies, I carefully estimated the materials I was missing: 100 pieces of steel. Is it an upgraded version of iron? I can't make steel from iron, but I have to find a way to get steel. It seems that I have to look at the trades of other survivors. I sat in the passenger seat, lay down, and prepared to rest for a while. I opened the regional chat channel, checked everyone's challenge status, and sent a message about purchasing steel. Suchun. Buying steel, you can exchange it with iron blocks, wood blocks, glass, ice water, and other materials with a price. I just searched the exchange and found no one selling steel. This shows that this thing is definitely not something that can be easily obtained at this stage. After sending the message, I started waiting for news. Chapter 11. Make a pistol. Regional channel. Steel? I don't even have 2 pieces of iron. Has Boss Suchin already started using steel? This can only be forged and purified with iron blocks. This is already considered a scarce material. I've been at the exchange all day and haven't seen this kind of material. It's obviously an advanced version of the iron block. It's a pity that I don't have it. Otherwise, I could drink ice water instead. This is the most refreshing thing in hot weather. After waiting for a while and seeing no one chatting with him privately, Suchun sighed. It seems that it cannot be done in a short period of time. Ding! Just when Suchun was about to give up, a private message came. Suchun took a look and saw that it was Wang Chong, with whom he had done business before. Wang Chong. Brother Su, this requires steel, right? I can make steel. Name your price. After seeing the content of the message, Suchun was immediately surprised. 5 pieces of materials for 1 piece of steel. Wang Chong. Suchun, this is a small business. Since we have done business before, I will quote a price. 9 pieces of materials for 1 piece of steel. Suchun thought for a moment and raised the price to 6 yuan. Wang Chong, deal. Damn, the other party, he made a profit. Wang Chong, I need iron blocks to make steel. Suchun, I will trade you a few pieces of steel. You give me the iron blocks to make steel. Although he had trading experience, Suchun still cautiously traded only 30 of the iron blocks to the other party, about 60 iron blocks. After the next batch of steel is produced, you can exchange it for subsequent iron blocks. After the ice water became a big hit, Su-chan now has materials flying all over the place, and he costs hundreds of each item. Soon, the other party took out another 20 pieces of steel to trade with him. Su-chan nodded slightly. It seemed that the other party should be able to forge a piece of steel with 3 pieces of iron. The other party's loss of forged steel is a bit too great. In this case, selling it to yourself at double the price is the same as selling the item yourself. Soon, the two sides reached an agreement. After several transactions that lasted for an hour, Su-chan finally got 100 pieces of steel. The price was that I consumed 15 more bottles of ice water. But now, even though he's been exchanging water for other things, his mineral water is still increasing, although the growth rate has slowed down a lot because there are fewer treasure chests. But now, suddenly many people became rich by opening boxes in the desert, and many people became wealthy overnight. Among them, there was one who found a bronze treasure chest and immediately opened 10 bottles of water and 10 pieces of bread, making others envious. After getting the steel, Su-chan threw all 10 Desert Eagle drawings onto the production table and chose to produce them. Start making it. Congratulations, the Desert Eagle is complete. A dazzling light flashed, and a number of exquisite silver-white Desert Eagles appeared in front of Su-chan. Desert Eagle. Magazine capacity, 0. Effect, highly lethal. Long-range lethal weapon. Ammunition capacity, 9 rounds. Uses 44 large-caliber bullets. A pistol alone is useless without bullets. Study the bullet drawings. Choose 44 large-caliber bullets. A designated bullet production blueprint was directly used up, which was specifically used to make bullets for the Desert Eagle. 44 large-caliber bullet. Production, 10 pieces/1 piece of alloy. Without hesitation, he put in 20 pieces of alloy and made 200 bullets. After filling up 10 Desert Eagles, I put some of the rest into my own zipper pocket and kept the rest in the car for use. Now I have a pistol and bullets. I'll just have to wait for an opportunity to test its power. He placed 9 guns in the car, stuffed one into his crotch, and fastened it to his waist. Su-chan put the drawings and materials of the car shell on it again, and soon the entire vehicle shell steel plate was made. Su-chan chose to replace it without saying a word. The replaced shell was directly disassembled. You decomposed the car shell and obtained 80 iron blocks. All of a sudden, the originally shabby shell of the van looked brand new, and now even when the air conditioner was turned on, the cold air would not escape. The cars have been strengthened and modified, and the weapons and equipment have been upgraded. Su-chan feels very good now. He turned on the air conditioner directly, feeling the cool breeze and feeling comfortable. Before setting off, Su-chan opened the chat interface again. There were other people who had 1 or 2 pieces of steel, but they all asked for a lot, and one person wanted 10 bottles of water. Su-chan was too lazy to pay attention. In the regional channels, in addition to the cold death information, there are also many photos of pretenders showing off. Sure enough, the desert is a paradise for the brave. Let me show you. One sentence with a picture. The picture shows 10 bottles of water, 10 pieces of bread, and a watermelon. Enough to sustain a person for a week. Hi, right. Let me show you my new treasure chest. There's a great blueprint inside. Su-chan took a short rest while watching and chatting. When he felt that he had rested enough, he sat in the driving seat again and drove the car forward about 2 kilometers. We stopped by the roadside, took our equipment, and continued walking towards the desert. Less than 500 meters into the depth, the detection radar quickly found 2 red treasure chests together, one of which was deep red, but near the treasure chests, there were many black movable objects. Obviously, the danger is much greater than before. Touching the gun in his belt, Su-chan gritted his teeth and did it. If you have weapons and guns, but are still afraid of danger, you might as well just shoot yourself. After walking about 600 meters along the desert in front of him, Su-chan saw a huge area surrounded by gravel and soil forming a circle. In the central open space, surrounded by the circle, there is a silver treasure chest and a bronze treasure chest. If we can get this, we will definitely make a fortune. However, the danger is also very great. Su-chan half-crouched behind a bush more than 30 meters away, ready to repeat the same trick. He took out the crossbow in his right hand, put a piece of snake meat on it, and aimed at the treasure chest. Whoosh! The crossbow arrow carrying the piece of meat shot at the silver treasure chest at an extremely fast speed, making a crisp clang sound. With a plop, and the snake meat fell to the ground, giving off the bloody aroma of meat. Not long after, Su Chun heard a rustling sound, which then became louder and louder, turning into a tapping sound, which was extremely creepy. What the hell? Chapter 12. Sniper kills scorpions, explosion-proof glass. 20 or 30 scorpions, each several centimeters long, crawled out densely from the rocks and sand, shaking their tails as thick as arms, which was extremely creepy. What the hell is this? Where did such a big scorpion come from? Su Chun couldn't help but curse inwardly, and subconsciously wanted to draw his gun to test the power. But he immediately dismissed the idea. After all, although the gun was powerful, it also made a lot of noise. If he attracted dozens of scorpions to crawl towards him at the same time, he might not be able to withstand it. He raised his crossbow, aimed it at the tail of one of the scorpions, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! An arrow was shot and hit the scorpion's tail accurately. Squeak! The crossbow arrow pierced directly through the scorpion's tail and nailed it to the sand. The blood splattered everywhere, and it was shocking. The scorpion struggled in pain, and the entire scorpion group fell into a brief panic, crawling around everywhere. Whoosh! Another arrow. The crossbow arrow pierced the back of a scorpion, but the scorpion did not fall down. Instead, its temperament changed drastically, and it stood there in a frenzy. It seems that even if they are shot in the back, it will not be fatal. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, one of the scorpions let out a low hissing sound and waved its two large pincers restlessly, which made people feel a little nervous. At its roar, the scorpions immediately scattered and began to search everywhere. Su Chun aimed at the scorpion and shot another arrow, but the arrow missed the target and hit the scorpion's tail and landed on the sand. However, he had plenty of crossbow arrows for the time being, so it didn't matter even if he shot off target. Continuing to aim and shoot, Su Chun suddenly discovered that the shell of this scorpion was much stronger than the others. Let's deal with the others first, and then I'll use it to test the power of the Desert Eagle. In order to kill the scorpions with one blow, Su Chun took out a crossbow arrow dipped in cobra venom, aimed at the scorpions coming towards him, and took them away one by one. The scorpions that were hit by arrows struggled and twisted wildly on the ground for about 20 seconds, and then became completely motionless. Then Su Chun came out from behind the bushes and chased the scorpion that was searching in another direction. If the distance is too far, his hit rate will be reduced. He didn't want to waste the crossbow arrows that were stained with snake venom. After a period of sneak attacks and hunting, he defeated the 20 or 30 scorpions one by one. Looking at the Scorpion King, who seemed to be the leader of this group of scorpions and was crawling towards him with his pincers waving, Su Chun pulled out a gun from his crotch. Aim at the Scorpion King, and when the distance between them is less than 5 meters, pull the trigger without mercy. Bang! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A tongue of fire spurted out of the muzzle, and a metallic luster shot out from the muzzle and shot towards the Scorpion King. A hole was punched directly into the Scorpion King's body. He was blown away and fell to the ground, rolling violently. It was obvious that he did not die immediately. Su Chun did not hesitate and quickly fired another shot. When the opponent's struggle weakened a lot, he didn't hesitate and went forward to finish him off. Puff! Sharp three-edged bayonet slashed across the Scorpion King's abdomen, blowing its head off. The Scorpion King fell to the ground with a loud bang and was completely motionless. Su Chun breathed a sigh of relief. Without a gun or a crossbow, it would be very difficult to kill this group of scorpions. He also had no chance of getting the treasure chest. Su Chun squatted in front of the Scorpion King's body and found that it could be extracted. Extraction successful. 10 milliliters of scorpion venom obtained. Extraction successful. Obtained the scorpion's corpse. There is scorpion venom to extract. Su Chun quickly extracted from all the scorpions. Each one could provide 3 to 8 milliliters of scorpion venom. And finally, he obtained 168 milliliters of scorpion venom. There were still about 30 scorpion corpses. Although they didn't look like they had much meat on them, Su Chun still tied them together with ropes and prepared to drag them back. After resolving the danger, Su Chun checked the detection radar and confirmed that there was no black. Then he walked to the treasure chest with confidence and swung the hammer directly to smash the silver treasure chest. After more than a dozen hits, the silver treasure chest was smashed open, and Su Chun put down the hammer and gasped. Initial resources: car window explosion-proof glass production drawings, 1 time. You opened the treasure chest and received 24 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received 8 times the crit. You have obtained 8 car window explosion-proof glass production drawings one time. Very good. Now, Suchin's car became more sturdy and the glass would not be broken so easily. Originally, Su-chan was worried that if he went out and other people found his car, they would damage his car windows and steal his supplies. Now, as long as you can replace the bulletproof glass, you don't have to worry about the car windows being damaged. Hammer opened the remaining bronze treasure chest again. Unboxing critical hit. Initial resources: a porcelain bowl, a bag of salt, a bag of sugar, a bag of MSG. You opened the treasure chest and received 168 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 10-fold crit. Congratulations, you have 10 porcelain bowls, 10 bags of salt, 10 bags of sugar, 10 bags of MSG. Looking at the large bag of various condiments that appeared in front of him, Su-chin's eyes lit up. With these, the food he made could be considered delicious. So here comes a question. We have the seasonings, but where are the ingredients and pot? There are too many things to take at once. Su-chan tied the rope around his waist, tied up only a dozen scorpions, held the seasonings in bowls, dragged his tired body, and walked towards the road. I returned to the car and put all my things in the storage room in the trunk, but there was already some space left. Scorpion first directly puts it on the exchange and uses it as a warehouse. Then he brushed the sand off his body, took a few gulps of ice water, and returned to the desert again. He brought the other scorpion corpses with him and opened a wooden treasure chest. Got 9 bottles of mineral water. Looking at his already filled-up warehouse in the rear compartment, Su-chan sighed deeply. Too many resources is also a problem. If other survivors knew what Su-chan was thinking, they would definitely come up and complain. Bah, Versailles. Su-chan looked at the drawings of bulletproof glass, which required glass and special plastic to make. Special plastic? Plastic that is bulletproof? That's really special. After confirming that there was no such thing in his car, Su-chan went to the exchange. This time he searched, he actually found it, a set of 10 special plastics, and he only needed 8. Price requirement: 30 bottles of water are needed. The lion opened his mouth wide. No wonder it can't be sold. Although after the brave challenge, the number of people who got more water increased. Of course, the mortality rate has also increased. The vast majority of people are still without water. I can only say that the other party is very smart. Those who can buy this kind of special material now must be leaders with certain strength. But Su-chan will not be the scapegoat. Thinking about the bargaining secret his mother told him, cut the price in half. If the bargaining skills are not good enough, just round it down to 0, and the other party will usually agree. Su-chan is not very good at bargaining, so he usually just rounds off the price. Private chat: Su-chan, 10 special plastics and 3 bottles of mineral water for sale. The other party replied almost instantly. Dong Long, Su-chan, your repayment is too harsh and too little. 5 bottles iced. We'll freeze 5 more bottles of water for free. Dong Long, deal. 5 bottles of ice water plus 5 bottles of frozen water is equivalent to the price of 15 bottles of mineral water. Su-chan scratched his head and received a special plastic as part of the transaction. It seems that he taught me wrong. It's obvious that others are not happy with the price being reduced to 0, but are very happy with the price being half price. Chapter 13: Su-chan enjoying himself. After receiving the special plastic, Su-chan immediately took the drawings and materials and placed them on the production table. Start making it. Ding. Production is complete. Keep making it. Ding. Production is complete. Soon, 8 bulletproof windows made according to the size of his car windows were completed. Su-chan took the glass, came to the car window, and chose to replace it. After replacing 8 pieces, he breathed a sigh of relief with joy. Now, the chance of encountering danger could be reduced a lot. As for the replaced car window glass, he directly broke it down into ordinary plastic and glass. After finishing all this, Su-chan sat in the car exhausted, drinking ice water and watching other people chatting on the screen. Now most of the time for the brave challenge has passed. The number of people chatting in the area has dropped to 9,129, which is much less than before, but the speed is obviously much slower. It seems that everyone understands that being alive is the most important thing. Unless they are out of ammunition and food, many people will not easily choose to enter the dangerous desert. However, Su-chan understood that today was the best time for them to enter the wilderness, because their current condition is still pretty good. If they really run out of ammunition and food, their energy and strength will be greatly reduced, and they will be in danger. Of course, there are also some people who are prepared to develop well and then enter the desert safely. After entering the desert several times in succession, Su Chun did not plan to continue going in. Firstly, it was getting dark, and secondly, my energy was limited. So after a good rest, Su Chun drove along the road, turned on the radar detection, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Enjoying the cool air from the air conditioner and feeling the speed of the car, it would be even better if there was some in-car music at this time. Must be arranged. Su Chun directly sent a message in the regional channel. Su Chun, I am buying car music blueprints at high price. They can be exchanged for various resources, water, food, and weapons. If you're interested, please chat privately. No one sent a private message, but Su Chun was not in a hurry. It will come sooner or later. Now that it exists, everyone will basically keep it for their own use, unless they really can't survive without food or water. After advancing for about 20 minutes, we detected a treasure chest, a black bronze treasure chest. Su Chun raised his eyebrows and decided to keep this bronze treasure chest for the time being. So I put a price of 9 drawings on the exchange. The danger of a wooden treasure chest can be dealt with by normal people if they are a little careful, but if it is a bronze treasure chest, it would be difficult for ordinary people to deal with it without weapons. Next time, just sell it to someone you dislike at high price. Keep going. If you find a treasure chest, there should be no other treasure chests on the nearby roads. Su Chun got into the car and continued driving forward. I found another wooden box with a triple critical hit and opened 3 packs of 200-piece napkins. Seeing that it was already past 5 o'clock, Su Chun thought of the initial reminder that it would be more dangerous outside at night. So if you want to do something, start preparing now. He ran to the side of the road, collected some dry firewood, and brought 2 stones. Placed the deadwood between 2 stones and placed 2 iron sheets on top. Then, light a fire, add wood blocks, and place the snake meat on the iron sheet to cook it. Then sprinkle some seasonings, such as salt, on it. When it's done, pack it up and put it in the car. It was 6 o'clock, and the first day of the Brave Challenge was over. The Brave Challenge time ends. Friendly reminder, survivors who are still staying in the wilderness, please return to the car as soon as possible. The night gradually darkened, and after only about 10 minutes, it was completely dark. The surrounding roads were pitch black, and nothing could be seen clearly. It's getting dark so quickly? The number of people is decreasing sharply again. Su Chun looked at the number of people in the chat channel and saw that the number had suddenly dropped sharply. He guessed that they must have failed to return in time from the desert. Su Chun was too lazy to worry about their life or death. He was already a little hungry at this time. He went to the preparation station in the back and placed the bowls on the table, poured 10 berries into one of the bowls, and cut 2 slices of watermelon. I boiled some hot water, made a bowl of instant noodles, added a sausage, put the meat on the table, and put a piece of soft bread in a bowl. Put a bottle of ice water on the left, and the most important thing on the right, a glass of iced cola. I took a selfie using the display screen and sent it directly to the area chat. This made the chat interface, which had been quiet due to darkness, instantly lively. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? This is instant noodles, sausages, and roasted snake meat sprinkled with spices. That's his Bing Quol. God, Su, please hug me. I don't ask for anything else. Can you give me some soup after you finish eating the instant noodles? Woo-woo, brother Su. Do you want to see some cool photos I just took? I'll send them to you privately as long as you give me a bucket of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Ahem, sister. Su Chun is too busy to reply you. I have extra juice. How about we video chat? Why do I feel like we are trying to survive, but Su Chun is traveling by car? Everyone in the channel was expressing their feelings, and some were secretly cursing Su Chun for being a pretentious guy, saying that he posted it just to attract attention and gain their attention. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting quite lively, Su Chun smiled and sent out the message he had edited long ago. Su Chun, hello everyone. We are now offering a grand dinner set, a piece of roasted snake meat, about 100g, a bucket of instant noodles, a sausage, 2 pieces of watermelon, 10 berries, 5 napkins, plus a bottle of mineral water, ice, in exchange for a drawing. Limited to 2. First come, first served. Instantly, the chat area exploded. Su Chun, look at me. I've already made a deal with you. I have a set of quilt blueprints here that can be used to make any type of blueprints. Come trade with me, big guy. Su Chun, I have a blueprint for a fever-reducing drug. Boss, please exchange it with me. Su Chun, I have a blueprint for making a wok. I'm sure you can use it. Let's trade. Suchin's private message immediately exploded. Suchun quickly browsed through it, ignoring all the freeloaders, and soon saw the drawings that interested him. The blueprint for the quilt, the blueprint for the antipyretic drug, the blueprint for the frying pan. It can be used, but it seems that it cannot be used for the time being. Suchin replied directly, "Your blueprint is not very useful at the moment. You can only change half of it. If you can change it, change it. If you can't, forget it." He knew that most people would not be stupid enough to exchange valuable drawings. But he was just betting on every big boss, confident that he could get more drawings, but now he lacked food. Or you can bet on a lucky survivor who obtains the blueprint. But it is a matter of life and death soon, and you must exchange the blueprint for resources. Forget it. Good. I'll change. Soon, the antipyretic medicine and the frying pan drawings were traded with Suchun, but the quilt seller rejected Suchin's proposal and refused to give in. Suchin was not in a hurry either. For the time being, there was enough fuel and the temperature in the car was very suitable, so he was not in a hurry to get a quilt. Bye. Soon, someone really took out a drawing that he thought was pretty good. Chapter 14. Late Night Wolves. Automobile chassis drawing one time. Materials required for production: 50 steel, 100 iron blocks, 50 rubber, 20 units of electronic components. His tilde. Suchin couldn't help but take a breath. This car chassis requires too much material. According to a rough estimate, to gather so many resource materials, at least 40 or 50 wooden boxes would be needed, which is simply not possible to produce at present. But Suchun is different. He has ice water. Although his sales have dropped sharply now, he has already obtained a large amount of initial resources by relying on ice water. He now has more than 200 pieces of iron, about 100 pieces of rubber, and 27 electronic components. The only thing he is short of is steel. He directly chose to trade with the other party and send him a set of dinner. On this basis, Suchin also gave him 2 more bottles of water. After exchanging the blueprint, Suchun immediately found Wang Chang again and exchanged iron blocks plus mineral water for 50 pieces of steel. After the replacement, Suchun immediately produced the high-quality car chassis. Then the chassis was replaced to make the van's chassis newer, with stronger defense and durability. The replaced chassis was naturally disassembled directly, and there was no place to put it. After finishing the chassis, Suchun continued to eat and cleared away everything on the table. Drinking happy water, eating snake meat, and slurping instant noodles, it's so refreshing. After eating and drinking, Suchun pulled the co-pilot's seat down and lay down, ready to have a good rest. He did not forget that there were many dangers on the road at night, so he decided not to take any action for the time being. Moreover, today's high-intensity fighting, hunting, and transportation were all carried out under high temperatures and scorching sun. He is really tired now. I took another look at the chat interface before going to bed. As night fell, more and more people became free and joined the chat channel. Exchange supplies for supplies. Suchun felt that surviving on the road this time was definitely not that easy. He could feel that the resources that the highway could collect were becoming less and less. On the contrary, increasing the materials in the wilderness is simply forcing them to enter the wilderness and encounter various crises. Thanks to the newbie benefits in the first few hours, almost everyone got some resources, so it was basically no problem to get through the first day. But starting from tomorrow, with the decrease in the number of treasure chests and the shortage of fuel, I am afraid there will be a major famine crisis. Forget it, don't think too much, just take care of yourself. Today is a very good start, and we will continue to work hard tomorrow. Have a good sleep. Ding! Just when Suchun was getting ready to go to bed, he received a private message. Li Shanshan, Brother Suchun, I feel so lonely and empty. Let me show you the photos I just took. Do you want to have a video chat? Picture. Suchun raised his eyebrows and clicked on the photos sent by the other party. Fuck, these legs can last me at least half a year. Looking at the photo of the round and straight long legs and black stockings, Suchun couldn't help but sigh. Late in the night, the other party sent this kind of picture in text. The meaning is self-evident. Suchun never thought that this woman was such a talent. In a place where one's life is at risk, is there anyone who would sacrifice survival resources to satisfy his brain? He definitely wouldn't do that, so he saved the photo and then accidentally clicked on it to enlarge it. After observing it for a moment, Suchun exited the chat box. Close your eyes and lie down to sleep. Li Shanshan on the other side didn't expect that Suchun didn't reply for a long time. After seeing my beautiful black stockings and legs, He had no reaction at all. Humph. He must be a repressed man, a nerd with the desire to steal but not the courage to do so. He must have kept it secretly, preparing to secretly admire it from time to time. Li Shanshan has seen countless men and knows how lethal her pair of beautiful legs and black stockings is to men. Suchin did not respond. Perhaps he was still a novice and lacked courage. After all, she had already sent messages to all 30 boys who had the most transactions with the exchange today, and the others had basically responded, and some had even had video calls with them. She also obtained a lot of survival supplies from them. She wants to raise fish and turn all these capable boys into her own delivery machines. To deal with someone like Suchan, you have to keep pursuing him relentlessly. After a long time, the other party will believe in her sincerity. I'll send you one every day from now on. Let's see how long you can hold on. Tired Suchan slept soundly and deeply, and he had a beautiful dream. In his dream, he upgraded his van into a huge mobile castle. He was kind-hearted and took in 3 beauties who were almost perfect. Just as he was performing the scene of 3 heroes fighting Lu Bu, putting the slender feet wrapped in stockings on his neck, charging with gun raised, ready to kill the enemy, suddenly a sound of collision was heard. Bang, bang, bang. At the same time, there was the sharp sound of claws scratching on glass. Fuck, are you serious? Suchan sat up, tightly gripping the pistol at his side, and stared out the car window. He discovered that it was a group of wild wolves that came out to hunt for food at night and surrounded his vehicle. There were more than a dozen of them, and their sharp teeth emitted a cold light in the moonlight. Seeing that they hit the windows and the car body without causing too much damage, Suchan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he upgraded the windows, otherwise he would have faced a big crisis. Tonight, the wolves would not be able to penetrate the defenses of his van. However, Suchan is not the type of person who would not fight back if beaten. Since you are here, don't even think about leaving. Suchan thought for a moment, took out the scorpion corpse that had been kept in the exchange, took out a small portion of scorpion venom, and poured it evenly on the scorpion corpse. Open the skylight and throw it out. Then he immediately moved close to the window and began to observe their reactions to the scorpion's corpse. Soon, several wild wolves surrounded it. After sniffing for a while, one of them rushed out to eat, while the other 2 stood by with their claws biting on the food. It seems that the number is not enough. All the wild wolves must be fed. Suchan immediately took the corpses of other scorpions, smeared them with scorpion poison, and threw them out. He threw more than a dozen of them before each of the wild wolves got a scorpion. Awoo! While eating, the wolf did not forget to raise its head and howl. Gradually, the howling sound became weaker and weaker. Suchan waited for about an incense stick of time, and then he saw all the wild wolves outside fell to the ground. Chapter 15, The Heart of the Car. Suchan did not get out of the car to check the situation immediately. He looked at the time and saw that it was only 2 o'clock in the morning, and there might still be unknown risks outside. It is safest to stay in the car. He turned on the radar and found that there were several black areas near him, which were dangerous places. Sure enough, the highway at night is full of dangers. Even if it was him, if the glass wasn't reinforced, he might be in danger. Wouldn't others be in even greater danger? Sure enough, when he looked at the chat channel, he saw a lot more frightened voices in the regional channel. What the hell? There are wolves here, and there are several of them. They just bumped into us. I'm so scared. I have a lion here. The windows have been broken, and I am blocking them with iron and wood. Wow, I'm so scared. I feel so dangerous. Ha ha. I'm not in danger yet. Some are happy, and some are sad. It seems that this also involves a certain amount of luck. Suchan looked for a while, and then fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already dawn. After searching for a while, and making sure there was no danger outside, Suchan got out of the car and went to the corpses of the wild wolves last night to collect some. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 pieces of wild wolf meat, 20 pieces of poisonous wild wolf meat, and a wolf skin. Toxic or non-toxic data can be automatically collected and separated. Suchan didn't expect that this collection would be more powerful than he imagined. He thought he could only directly collect the wild wolf meat he wanted, but now there was a lot of poisonous wolf meat, which he could continue to use as bait, but he couldn't eat it anyway. As for wolf skin, it feels extremely soft and has good warmth retention capabilities. I opened the regional channel out of habit. Because it was early in the morning, the chat interface was very quiet and most people were still asleep. However, the number of people in the channel has dropped to 8,663. Hundreds more people were missing from last night's crisis. It's only the first day, and the loss has reached 13%. If these were 4 billion survivors, the total number of deaths would probably be more than 500 million. Putting away his emotions, Su-chun collected meat from the other dozen or so wild wolves, and the wolf meat he harvested was basically the same. Altogether, there are about 150 pieces of good meat, and this piece weighs 1 kilogram. There were as many as 300 pieces of poisonous rotten meat. It's good to use it as bait for hunting. The poisonous bad meat was stored in the exchange at a sky-high price. Su-chun simply washed his face and mouth with some water. It is indeed uncomfortable without a toothbrush and toothpaste, but what else can we do given the current conditions? Then Su-chun came to the condenser and filled 500 milliliters plastic bottles with the water that had condensed for nearly 20 hours. Suddenly, there were 80 more bottles of mineral water. Great, great, great! While others are still worrying about finding mineral water, I have already achieved short-term mineral water freedom. Su-chun smiled with relief. Open the exchange. Last night, I hardly sold a single bottle of my ice water. Su-chun could also understand. After all, there is no scorching sun at night, it is very cool, and there is no need for ice water at all. But during the day, I think we can sell a lot. However, he did sell a lot of his ordinary mineral water, and there were a lot more materials waiting for him to receive in the exchange's account. Hang up 50 bottles of ordinary mineral water again. Including the 100 bottles on sale, a total of 150 bottles are on sale. Su-chun now has about 50 bottles of mineral water left in his hands, which he keeps as a reserve for drinking himself. At the same time, fresh wolf meat was also hung up. If there was space, it would be a fool not to put it there. However, the price of Su-chun's card this time is high, but it is at a price that everyone can afford. For sale, 1 pound of wolf meat. Requirements: 30 materials / 3 bottles of water / other private materials such as drawings. Posting the transaction, Su-chun knew that not many people would see it, so he simply ate some bread, drank half a bottle of water, and prepared to leave. Turn on radar detection. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Su-chun stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed to over 100 yards. The new tires have much better grip than before, so the car can be driven faster. A car that looked like a van was forcibly lifted up by Su-chun. I am the driving god of Akina Mountain. Woohoo! Su-chun called out softly and sped past at lightning speed on the early morning road. Soon, he saw the first treasure chest of the day. A cool and elegant one stopped next to the treasure chest. Wooden treasure chest. Although the wooden treasure chest is of little use to Su-chun now. At least it is open today. Su-chun came to the treasure chest with a hammer and smashed it open. Initial resource: 1 L milk. You opened the treasure chest and received 20 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 7-fold crit. Congratulations, you got 7 L of milk. Great, I have one more drink to choose from. After taking the milk into the car, Su-chun continued to move forward. After driving for another 2 hours, Su-chun opened a bronze box and 2 wooden boxes one after another. The bronze box is a fuel tank expander, which has been expanded to 6. Each box can increase the capacity by 200 units and can be stacked for use. Su-chun used it immediately without saying a word, and increased the original 1,000 unit capacity of the fuel tank to 2,200 units. He poured a lot of oil into it and filled it up. Keep the extra ones. The wooden box was opened and contained 6 bags of potato chips and 8 bananas. At 10 o'clock in the morning, when almost everyone woke up and prepared for today's treasure chest search plan, the system's upgrade sound sounded again, and something was said that made everyone nervous instantly. The first day of the highway survival game has passed, and the independent space for novices has been lifted. All vehicles unlock the unique car heart, devour other car hearts, and can strengthen the car heart of their own vehicles. Please check for details. I wish you a happy game. Goodbye. Independent space has been lifted? What does this mean? Could it be that they were all in their own road spaces before and wouldn't meet each other, but now they meet? That should be it. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been specifically mentioned to devour other car hearts. This is obviously to encourage the players to harm each other and devour each other to grow stronger, just like raising a goo. It seems that what I thought was right. This road is not just a single-player survival game for one person. There is also Heart of the Car. Su-chun could see that below the display screen for chatting and trading, there was a round glass cover with an irregular crystal placed inside. Car Heart. Level: 1 star. Intactness: 100%. Upgrade requirements: Absorb the energy of 3 one-star car hearts. Chapter 16. Fork in the Road. Absorb 3 one-star core upgrades? Doesn't this mean that if he wants to devour 3 other people's cars, others can also devour the core of his car? It seems that in the future, if I meet other people, I have to be on my guard and try not to trust anyone. This is a survival game, a game without laws. Death and killing happen every day, but Su-chun has always been a law-abiding and civilized person. But he knew that coming here was only a matter of time. After 2.5 seconds of psychological preparation, Su-chun felt that he should be able to kill without blinking an eye. After all, readers who have killed people know that without legal constraints, psychological development can actually happen very quickly. At the same time, because of the appearance of the core, Su-chun can see more clearly the durability and performance of every part of the car. After spending some time and thoroughly understanding the core of the car, Su-chun continued to drive forward. Half an hour later, he suddenly found that the road ahead had suddenly become much wider. 2 roads appeared in front of him. The one on the left was wider, about 80 meters wide, and the one on the right was 20 meters wide. Ding! System prompt. Please check it carefully. Ahead is a challenging option before merging into the main road, which is 100 kilometers long and needs to be passed within 3 hours. The left side is the normal road mode, which remains the same and can eventually merge into the main road number 798. The right side is the Wilderness Challenge mode. More resources will be refreshed along the way, but there will also be more dangers, and it will eventually merge into the main road. Special reminder, in the Wilderness Challenge mode, the top 10 players in the resource value ranking list will receive a special reward randomly drawn. Hearing this, Su-chun was slightly stunned and briefly thought about the pros and cons. Obviously, the left path will be a little safer, but there should be basically not much to gain. There will be many more resources on the right, and you'll have more advantages on the main road. Who knows what main road 798 will look like in the future? After that, I'll inevitably run into other survivors when I get on a main road. My current car is not enough to completely protect me. I need more blueprints to strengthen myself. I now have weapons and equipment, and the performance of my car is more powerful than before. If I still don't dare to choose the right side, I might as well commit suicide right here. More importantly, I wonder if I can get that special reward. In the end, Su-chun decided to enter the Wilderness Trail on the right. After making the decision, Su-chun no longer hesitated. He stepped on the accelerator and sped away. After entering the Wilderness Trail on the right, a black cursor appeared on the radar detection within a few minutes. Well, as expected, there are many treasure chests and more dangers on the Wilderness Trail. However, now that the style of opening blind boxes has been brought up by him, there is basically no need to worry about sales of this thing. Su-chun drove over and directly put the treasure box on the exchange. After another 6 minutes of full-speed driving, we encountered another treasure chest. A 1L bottle of iced black tea was opened, and after a 9-fold critical hit, it became 9 bottles. Yo, isn't this a jousty drink? My favorite before. At room temperature, it tastes like horse urine, and when chilled, it tastes like gujiao. Su-chun didn't think twice and threw it directly into the ice maker at the back to freeze. Ice water hasn't been a hot seller for a while now, so Su-chun used this thing as a refrigerator. Then they continued driving, and almost every few minutes, or about 5 kilometers, they would be able to detect a treasure chest. Naturally, Su-chun was very excited. Of course, the prerequisite for obtaining the treasure chest is to eliminate the dangers near the treasure chest. During this period, Su-chun encountered wild beasts such as wolves, snakes, and wild boars, all of which he shot and killed from a long distance with a bow and crossbow. Of course, when there's really no other way or the other party wants to escape, Su-chun will take out the Desert Eagle for target practice. After using it several times, Su-chun gradually mastered some shooting techniques and got a feel for it. This gun is very powerful. Even a strong wild boar cannot withstand a few hits. After just practicing for a while, Su-chun felt that he could hit whatever he pointed at within 100 meters. Chun was already halfway through the 100-kilometer journey. I opened 7 or 8 boxes and gained a lot. However, except for one of the treasure chests, which gave Su-chun 6 temporarily in used washing machine blueprints, the other treasure chests were ordinary wooden boxes containing supplies. No, even though I have obtained several times more supplies than others, this is a challenge for all people. Someone else's gold level or even silver level top quality resources may be more valuable than mine. We must find a way to get a high-level treasure chest. It would be best if we could take first place. Su-chun continued to move forward. After 10 minutes of fruitless progress, Su-chun decided to enter the wilderness to search. Based on one day's understanding of road survival, the probability of treasure chests refreshing in the wilderness is basically much better than on the road. This decision is risky, but now that it has been made, there is nothing to be afraid of. Taking weapons, equipment, and water, and locking the car, Su-chun stepped directly into the wilderness. He had surveyed the area within a kilometer around him and found no danger. He only planned to double the search range to see if there was anything farther away, so that even if he encountered danger, he could retreat to the car in time. After going 1 kilometer deep into the wilderness, Su-chun did not detect anything unusual. So he continued to walk forward for another kilometer to explore, and then walk to the other side of the road without finding anything. Finally, get back in the car, drive another 3 kilometers, and continue to repeat this process. After half an hour of searching, Su-chun's eyes lit up. This red turns purple, a golden treasure chest. Su-chun couldn't believe it. He actually saw a golden treasure chest. He hadn't seen it all day, and he had never seen anyone else talk about it on the regional channel. Now it's stable. However, there were dozens of dark voices moving around the golden treasure chest. Su-chun moved slowly forward, trying to occupy the commanding heights and gain a wider view. Soon, Su-chun saw the treasure chest emitting golden light from afar. Around the treasure chest, there are dozens of spotted cheetahs. Suddenly, Su-chun discovered that 2 cheetahs were looking at him, and it was very likely that he had been discovered. Su-chun's eyes immediately became serious. A quick glance revealed 11 cheetahs in all. They're all very strong and appear to be in the prime of adulthood. One of them, which was stronger than the others, raised its head and growled, and the other cheetahs sprang into action instantly. Heading towards Su-chun, he got ready to sprint at any time. Seeing this, Su-chun's heart was shocked. The distance between the 2 sides was very close, and he didn't think he could run back to the car before the cheetah. I still miscalculated. Chapter 17, 4-cylinder engine blueprint. Knockout drug? He immediately took out the bag he had prepared in advance and threw the poisoned meat out with force, trying to get as far away from his current position as possible. At the moment he threw the meat, the cheetah dozens of meters away suddenly started and rushed towards him rapidly. Su-chun immediately raised the crossbow with his left hand and fired continuously without aiming. During this gap, he pulled out the pistol from his waist with his right hand. Fire rapidly without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. With just 1 gunshot, a cheetah fell. After firing several shots from the crossbow, an arrow finally hit the target, taking away the one closest to it. Ouch! The cheetah in the front, which was shot, opened its mouth and bit the piece of meat on the ground. Even if I die, I will die with a full stomach. Bang! Bang! With the last 2 bullets fired, everything was settled. All the cheetahs were killed by Su-chun. No matter how fast a cheetah is, it can never be faster than a bullet. Su-chun quickly stepped forward and collected all the cheetahs, obtaining nearly 1,000 kilograms of leopard meat, enough to eat for a year. After collecting, Su-chun went straight to the golden treasure chest. I came to the treasure chest and opened it after spending some effort. Initial resources: a powerful 4-cylinder engine production blueprint, a car music audio system. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 3,485 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 10-fold crit. Congratulations, you have won 10 powerful 4-cylinder engine blueprints and 10 car music audio systems. Engine blueprints? Su-chun's van is equipped with an initial 3-cylinder engine, which is considered an improvement. In comparison, Su-chun cares more about the music in the car. Now, I can finally drive leisurely while listening to music. Su-chun hurriedly returned to the car as quickly as possible, and only after ensuring safety did he check the drawings in his hand. Powerful 4-cylinder engine blueprint 1 time. Materials required for manufacturing: 10 pieces of alloy, 10 pieces of steel, 10 pieces of rubber, 10 pieces of electronic components. These are all materials that Su-chun owns. As for the other car music system, they can be installed directly. Su-chun installed the car music as soon as possible, then turned on the music and found that all the music songs have been downloaded. Comes with all the music library. It feels so good. Just play Jay Chou songs on loop, then take the engine drawings to the production table. Put up drawings and materials. Start making it. Soon, A brand new engine appeared in front of Su Chun, emitting a dazzling metallic light. Replace. Decompose. Simply replace the old 3-cylinder engine with one click, then disassemble it and turn it into its original materials. You disassembled the 3-cylinder engine and obtained 5 pieces of alloy, 5 pieces of steel, 5 pieces of rubber, and 5 pieces of electronic components. At this point, his old van had been basically replaced from the inside out, turning into a brand new van. I just don't know when the entire van can be expanded and modified. After opening this golden treasure chest, Su Chun no longer planned to go deep into the wilderness. Firstly, there was not enough time, and secondly, what he had gained now was enough. Then he continued driving forward, collecting all the treasure chests along the way. Before reaching Main Road 798, he again obtained a bronze treasure chest and 3 wooden treasure chests. The bronze treasure chest and the other wooden treasure chest were both black and were thrown into the exchange by him. There were 2 wooden treasure chests left, from which he opened 7 bottles of water and 9 packs of sanitary napkins. Sanitary pads? What use do I have for them? Su Chun was speechless for a while, but then he thought the price of an item does not depend on whether he needs it or not, but on the market. Afterwards, Su Chun directly opened the long-lost regional channel and sent a message. Su Chun, sanitary napkins can be exchanged for various rare materials and resources. Blueprints are preferred, limited to 9 copies. First come, first served. Afterwards, Su Chun looked at the 100 or so bottles of ice water he had hung up. Almost half of them were sold in half a day. The number of mineral water did not decrease, but the number of materials increased by about 500. It's all in the system email, and once it's received, it will fill up his car. Oh, having too many things is a problem. I have so many resources, but they're all seen by others. Su Chun will not collect his materials for the time being. The current shopping mall is more valuable if it is used for sales, as there are fewer freebies due to bugs. While thinking, Su Chun Zero put up another 50 bottles. At the same time, they sell mineral water at ordinary market prices, focusing on diversified sales. Soon, someone started chatting with him privately. Xiaomei, handsome Su, can you give me 2 packs of sanitary napkins? Today is my 2nd day of menstruation, and the ones I brought yesterday are a bit too heavy to hold. When we meet on the road, I will definitely repay you. Su Chun sneered. Repay? From what I see, you want to eat and drink for free, right? You have no idea about the ways of the world. Someone tried to seduce me last night, but he just sent me pictures of his long legs and black stockings. But you just asked for things without sending me any private pictures. Are you treating me like a fool? Su Chun was too lazy to pay attention and just looked at other people's private chats. Jinglan, hello, Su Chun, I have a blueprint here, and I want to exchange it for 2 packs of sanitary napkins. Is that okay with you? Change for 2 packs. A price that Su Chun could completely accept, and he wouldn't ask too many questions. I guess it's not something particularly important, so he doesn't mind having too few blueprints. Trade, just place an exclusive transaction with me. Su Chun quickly got the drawings, and after seeing the contents clearly, he was slightly stunned. Manhwa drug production drawings. After learning, you can make knockout drugs using special materials. Sweating drug, colorless and tasteless, can make people fall asleep within 1 minute after taking it. Why do I need this? I'm not that kind of person. Su Chun complained a lot, but he was very honest and learned directly through the production table. Learning success. Sweat-killing drug. Materials needed for production. 1 portion of dachira flower, 1 portion of black grass, 8 portions of juice light-colored fruit. The more colorless, the better. Dachira? Almost pumila? Can these things appear here? Su Chun opened the exchange directly, and who would have thought that he actually found someone selling black grass? 2 orders in total. Each order contains 5 portions of wutsao and 1 bottle of mineral water. It seems that this person didn't know what the black grass was for, so he directly exchanged it for the most important water resource. The price was reasonable, and Su Chun was too lazy to bargain with the other party, so he directly exchanged 2 bottles of mineral water for the black grass. After taking one of them, Su Chun continued to buy a lot of fruits with light color and juice. Apples, pears, lychees. Generally speaking, a bottle of mineral water can be exchanged for half a pound to a pound of money. Only the last dachira flower is left. Su Chun had never seen this thing before. He had only seen it in TV dramas. After failing to find it in the exchange, Su Chun directly sent a trading expression again. Su Chun, hello everyone, I am buying mandragora flowers. You can exchange them with various materials, mineral water, and animal meat. If you're interested, please bring your price. Chapter 18, rank number 1 in the world. After the message was sent, the entire regional chat channel fell into a brief silence. Then, there's an explosion. Datura flower? What is that material? Why does Suchin always need some weird things? I feel like we are far behind Sushan. I've heard of this plant. It's a rare flower from the western regions. It's very rare. So if we get this, won't we be able to take off? The chat channel was bustling with activity, but Suchun's private chat was silent. Oh, Suchun shook his head helplessly. He was mentally prepared that this thing would definitely not be so easy to obtain, but he still felt a little disappointed. But it's not a big problem. We'll talk about it later. Continuing to drive forward for about a few kilometers, Suchun saw a particularly wide road running horizontally in front of him. Compared to it, the road he was driving on was like a country road merging into a national highway. If the road he was on was originally a 100-meter wide highway, now it was so wide that he could not see the end at a glance. Suchun drove sideways onto a wider road. Through radar detection, Suchun quickly confirmed that this wide road was 1 kilometer wide. It is a full 10 times wider than the original. At the same time, when he merged into the main road 798, a prompt sound rang in his ears. Congratulations! You have successfully passed the Wilderness Trail Challenge and obtained resources worth 38,480 points. Current ranking: number 1 in the region, number 1 in the world. Perfect. Looking at his current ranking, temporarily ranked first in the world, Suchun immediately relaxed. Although he knew that it was impossible for anyone to surpass his achievements, even if someone else opened a platinum treasure chest, it might not be able to surpass his total value. But who knows? Maybe you'll meet a lucky guy. The result is obvious. There is no European emperor. There were still 20 minutes left before the 3-hour settlement time. Suchun did not waste time, but continued to move forward on this road. Suchun drove at the fastest speed and turned on the radar detection. Soon, he encountered the first treasure chest on this road 20 kilometers away. A bronze treasure chest. I opened the box with a 6-fold critical hit and obtained 6 down jacket production drawings. It was such a hot day, so it couldn't be used for the time being, and there would be no demand in the market. So, Suchun put away. Just as Suchun was about to continue, the sound of the end of the challenge rang in the ears of all the survivors. End of Wilderness Road Challenge. The information of the top 10 and the rewards they received will be announced below. First place, Suchun, China. Search value 38480. Rewards: 1 king level lottery, 1 diamond level lottery, 2 car hearts, lucky points plus 5. Second place, Adam, Ugly Country. Search value 10390. Rewards: 2 diamond level draws, a car heart, lucky points plus 3. Third place, Li Qingfeng, China. Search value 9820. Rewards: 1 diamond level lottery, 1 car heart, lucky point plus 1. Fourth place, Charlie, Sunset Country. Search value 7290. Reward: 3 platinum level draws. Fifth place, Daniel, Ugly Country. Search value 7089. Reward: 2 platinum level draws. Sixth place, Mia Fujino, Sakura Country. Search value 5940. Reward: 1 platinum level lottery draw. Seventh place, Don, Flying Cake Country. Search value 5605. Reward: 3 gold level draws. Eighth place, John, Sunset Country. Search value 5409. Reward: 2 gold level draws. Ninth place, Fu Ling, China. Search value 5200. Reward: 1 gold level lottery. 10th place, Zhuge Xiaoyang, China. Search value 4690. Received reward: 3 silver level draws. Suchun took the top spot on the list with absolute advantage and without any hesitation. After a quick look at the list, China occupies 4 positions and even tops the list. In comparison, the Ugly Country and the Sunset Country are both doing well. His gaze lingered on the names of Li Qingfeng, Fu Ling, and Zhuge Xiaoyang for a moment. After remembering them, Suchun began to check his rewards. The 2 car hearts are very useful. Giving him only 2 of them clearly meant that he had to obtain the 3rd car heart by himself, which was to encourage them to take the initiative. Suchun took out the reward and directly placed the car heart he had obtained close to the car heart in his car. Suddenly, a powerful suction force came from the car heart on his car, absorbing the original energy of the new car heart. As the original power of these two car hearts was absorbed, the original heart on Su-chin's car began to emit a faint golden light. The improvement progress has become 2-3, only one pill left. When there was only one pill left, Su-chan had to admit that he was excited and had an urge to take one more and see what the effect would be. After absorbing the heart of the car, Su-chan turned his attention to the remaining two draws. One diamond-level lottery and one king-level lottery. The lottery was held on a huge roulette wheel with only serial numbers on it and no description of the prizes. Su-chan, who was used to saving surprises for last, directly started the diamond-level lottery. As his lottery started, a white light flashed in front of him. Congratulations, you have obtained the Samsung car upgrade and transformation drawings. Effect. With a 3-star car heart, it can be upgraded to a 4-level car heart and the car can be modified to a certain extent. Cooperate with 3 stars to upgrade to 4 stars? No. Brother, do you think this is something you can use temporarily? Helplessly putting the drawings away for the time being, Su-chan looked at the king-level lottery. Diamond level is just a bonus. King level is the most important. Start the king-level lottery. Stop. Swish. A bright white light shone instantly, making Su-chan unable to open his eyes at all. After a long time, the light gradually dimmed. An exquisite silver ring appeared in front of him. He reached out and held the ring directly in his palm. Epic storage ring space. Effect. There is 500 cubic meters of storage space inside. No living things can be stored in the space, and time in the space remains unchanged forever. You can increase the storage space of a storage ring by fusing the nanostone. It can be bound by dripping blood. Others cannot open it before death. Storage ring? It's actually a storage ring. Su-chan was extremely excited. Along the way, he was worried that he had no place to store his supplies. With only the number of cars he had limited and the bug in the exchange, he could not store all the supplies. This storage ring really arrived just in time. Without saying a word, he took out the 3-edged bayonet and lightly touched his finger. The next moment, blood flowed out and dripped onto the storage ring. Chapter 19. Collect the storage ring. Ding! Binding successful. Soon, Su-chan could feel that there was a special connection between him and the storage ring. He can turn it on when he wants, and turn it off when he wants. Collect, collect, collect. After collecting all the remaining meat and other materials in the car into the space, Su-chan began to receive emails from the exchange and collected all the materials except water into the space. All the bows, crossbows, and guns were also taken away. With the space ring, he could take out his weapons at any time, so he doesn't need to hide them in the car. Soon, there was only water in the entire carriage. Then cancel all the orders for storage and store the resources into the space system. Su-chan looked at his storage ring, which was only less than a quarter full, and he was extremely satisfied. Set a small goal first and fill up the storage ring. With this storage ring, he can sell his meat slowly without having to lower the price in a hurry. Su-chan was excited about the storage ring he had obtained. His name had already become famous all over the world, and almost everyone knew the name Su-chan. Regional channels. The moment the results were seen, the entire channel fell into silence. But this calm, apparently the calm before the storm, soon swept across the entire channel like a violent storm. What the hell? What the hell? Is this Su-chan, the Su-chan from our channel? I think it's very likely. He's too strong. I originally thought Su-chan was just a great player, but now I find out he's a giant. There are at least 4 billion players in the world. A probability of 1 in 4 billion is too high. From today on, I am Su-chan's little fangirl. Brother Su-chan, do you need someone to warm your bed? I'm very skilled at this. The entire chat channel completely exploded. If they had been jealous of Su-chan before, now all they had left was admiration and respect. This is the world's #1 giant. What's wrong with getting more resources? At this moment, Li Shanshan, who was sitting in her seat, became excited when she saw the information that Su-chan was ranked first on the list. He quickly came behind the driver's seat and started tinkering with the car, taking various photos. Then click on Su-chan's private chat and send it directly. Li Shanshan, Brother Su-chan, I really like you. I'll show you my latest photos, but they're only for you. I can take photos of anything you want to see. Picture, picture, picture. After receiving the message, Su-chan subconsciously clicked on the photo sent by the other party. Black stockings. Fuck, city people really know how to have fun. I didn't expect they looked so young. Unable to help but exclaim in admiration, Su-chan saved the message, admired it for a moment, and then closed the private chat interface. If it is free, then he has eyes that appreciate beauty. But he knew without thinking that the other party would definitely charge a certain price, which he would not be able to accept. Ding! Another message. Su-chan suddenly found that it was a photo sent by another girl. No sister. We square warriors should not be so confident. Su-chan directly deleted, blocked, and closed the chat interface, then admired the beautiful legs in black stockings, and only then did he recover from the shock. Chin received more than a lot of congratulations messages. Qinglan, congratulations to Su-chan for taking first place in the world. Ahem, keep a low profile, just good luck. Wang Chong, Su-chan is awesome. I got 2 mandragora flowers. Does Su-chan need them? Dachira, it appeared so soon? Su-chin's eyes lit up slightly, and he immediately replied, yes. Brother, please quote a price. Wang Chong, haha, then I won't be polite. Does Su-chan have other weapons to exchange? If not, then I'll exchange it for a 3-edged military bayonet. Considering that he only had 3 bows and crossbows, which are not a lot, it would be inconvenient if one broke. A 3-edged military bayonet and 2 bottles of ice water. Wang Chan deal. The 2 sides reached a deal. Looking at the 2 Dachira flowers that were traded and were now in full bloom, Su-chan showed no mercy and threw them mercilessly onto the production table. Then put the drawings and other materials on. Soon, 2 packets of knockout drugs appeared in Su-chin's hands. Sweat-killing drug. Effect. Only 1/10 of the dose is needed to make an adult fall asleep within 1 minute. 1/10 of it is effective, which means that I have 20 portions in my hand. In this case, it is acceptable. Put it in the storage ring. You never know when you might need it. After putting away the knockout drug, Su-chan continued driving on the road and embarked on a journey to collect treasure chests. The supplies he has now are enough to allow him to survive for a month or 2, but in this dangerous situation where he has to be on guard against outsiders, is far from enough. The pace of progress can never stop. The road is long and wide, and you can't see the end of it. Listening to the dynamic music, Su-chan stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, feeling the sensation of speeding at lightning speed. Suddenly, at this moment, he looked at the radar detection instrument and saw a yellow car-shaped symbol appear. This is meeting someone? Su-chin's expression suddenly became serious. This was the first time he met someone while surviving on the road. He saw a car parked in the middle of the road in the distance, and next to the car was a middle-aged man who looked ragged and was waving his arms at him. Next to him, there was a car parked, a shabby old bread that had not been modified at all. Su-chan stopped when he saw this. He did not get out of the car, but rolled down the window a little bit to reveal a small gap and covered a desert eagle with his right hand. In this world, there is no law or order to maintain it, and the other party may do anything. The radar detection no longer shows red and black. Seeing Su-chan park the car, the voice came over with his things. Stop! Don't come near, just say what you want to say. When the other party was about 10 meters away, Su-chan directly warned the other party with words. Hey, don't be nervous, little brother. We are all Chinese. We should help each other and pass this game together. The middle-aged man said as he slowly walked towards Su-chan's car. The hammer was tied around the middle-aged man's waist. Su-chan almost instantly guessed that the other party must want to get closer and forcibly seize the car. Hey, you talk nicely, but your mind is so greedy. Why bother? Chapter 20. A vicious passerby? Who is more fierce? Su-chan had a sneer on his face, and his right hand was already holding a desert eagle. Hey, little brother, my name is Wang Yong. I'm from Shanghai. My car is out of fuel. Can you give me some more? As the other person approached, he was still talking. Seeing that Su-chan was not on guard, Wang Yong was overjoyed and continued to approach. 5 meters, 3 meters, 1 meter. It's time. Wang Yong pulled out the hammer from his waist, raised it high, swung it with force, and smashed it towards Yi Hui's glass window with terrifying power. He couldn't help but smile, as if he saw the glass being smashed by him, and then Su-chan showing a horrified face, begging for mercy from him. But the next moment, a muffled bang sound was heard. Wang Yong's hammer hit Su-chin's upgraded explosion-proof glass with a bang, but the imagined break did not occur. The glass just vibrated slightly and was intact. How is this possible? Wang Yong stared in disbelief at the glass that remained intact under the hammer and stood there in a daze. Soon, the car window slowly lowered halfway, and a black gun muzzle was pointed at him. You want to rob me? Seeing this, Wang Yong was immediately frightened. The hammer in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. He raised his hands high above his head and knelt down to beg for mercy. "Brother, spare me. I won't dare to do it again. This is my first time." Dian. Suchin couldn't help but give him a thumbs up and then pulled the trigger. Thumping. A shot in the head, blood splattered everywhere. The body fell heavily to the ground. After Suchun made sure that there was no problem around him, he opened the car door and got out to search the body. Unexpectedly, this guy has quite a lot of resources. At the same time, Suchun checked and found that the car heart of the other van had absorbed another car heart, and its strength was higher than the original one. It seems that not long after arriving at Highway 798, the other party had already cheated others in the same way as before. It seems that there are still many people who have not yet adapted to their identity as survivors and have not developed compassion. They're not far from death. They took out the heart of the other party's car and looted all the resources in the car, including 5 or 6 bottles of mineral water and a dozen packets of instant noodles. Apart from this, Suchun would not waste resources. After losing the heart of the car, the other party's vehicle becomes ownerless and he can dismantle it directly. The entire car was disassembled into materials, and a lot of electronic components and alloys were obtained. Suchun, who obtained the heart of the car again, immediately followed the same method and absorbed it with the heart of the car of his own car. After absorbing the car's heart, a prompt sound rang out. Absorbing the heart of the car progress for thirds. You can upgrade the car to 2 stars by integrating the 1-star car upgrade and transformation drawings. 1-star car upgrade blueprint? I only have a Samsung one. It seems I am still too advanced. Basically, no one who gets this thing will sell it easily unless they are completely penniless. Unless you have extra ones, the price will definitely be high. Suchin doesn't expect to be able to buy it through the exchange for the time being. Let's see if there's a chance to come across it later. Keep driving and see if you can come across any good treasure chests. Suchun stepped on the accelerator. The car roared out and sped along the road. Although, on the roads today, you may encounter other people and vehicles. But he was confident in the sturdiness of his car, and even if there was a collision, the other party would definitely be knocked over. Another purple-red treasure chest. After driving for half an hour, Suchun encountered a golden treasure chest again. It seems that the level of the treasure chests encountered on this main road will be higher than those on the original road, but he is not sure how much higher. Suchun parked the car near the treasure chest gracefully. He didn't go directly closer because he saw that other people had also found the treasure chest. Both parties stopped the car almost at the same time, 20 meters away from the treasure chest, and no one got out of the car. "Brother, let's split the contents of this treasure chest in half." After a short standoff, a man's voice with a somewhat rough voice came from the other side. Suchin was silent for a moment and responded, "King, then let's get off the car together. Let's go take a look together." Good. The two men reached a simple agreement and got out of the car with hammers in their hands. Suchin also saw at this time that the owner of the rough voice was a muscular man who often ate protein powder and went to the gym. When the sturdy man saw Suchun, his eyes lit up and the smile on his lips couldn't be stopped. Suchun was and said, "Brother, let's go open the treasure chest." "You really want to open the treasure chest, not the brain?" Suchin sneered. When Suchun said this, but soon he started to grin. "Now that you've discovered me, I won't hide it anymore. Go to hell." As he said that, the burly man swung up the sledgehammer and smashed it hard at Suchun. If the hammer fell on Suchun with such power, it would definitely paralyze him. "Hey, what's the point of this?" A desert eagle appeared on Suchin's right hand at some point. He raised his hand, pointed the gun at the sturdy man's head, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Thumping. Another headshot. Suchun was too lazy to say anything more to the other party. He also didn't think that he was too cruel to kill others just for a gold-level treasure chest. This is road survival, and survival is the most important thing. If he doesn't kill the other party will kill him. After killing the opponent, Suchun immediately began to search and disassemble the dragon. This one is much fatter than the previous one. There was plenty of water and fruit, and the car had modified tires. After absorbing another car heart, Suchun came to the last gold-level treasure chest. Initial resources, a high-quality peach with sword. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 2,333 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 7-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 7 high-quality peach with swords. What the hell? No way. Looking at the items that were opened, although they were very good, Su Chen's face still became solemn. It would be fine if it was just a normal sword, but this is a peachwood sword. What does that mean? While surviving on the road, you may encounter supernatural creatures, such as rice dumplings or ghosts. But now is not the time to think so much, so he put all 7 top-grade peachwood swords into the storage ring. After refilling the magazine that had just fired 2 bullets, Su Chen continued to move forward. Soon, Su Chen's detection system lit up again. It's another golden treasure chest? Su Chen was a little skeptical. Could it be the benefit of the lucky points as a reward? Just adding 5 points, the effect is so good. This made him a little overjoyed, but unexpectedly, he became even more excited after opening the treasure chest. Chapter 21. Lucky Blessing Lucky Cat. Initial resources. 1 drawing of the making of the Maneki cat, in-car ornament. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 14 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 10-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 drawings for making the Maneki Nico car ornament. Effect. Placing a treasure cat can increase your luck. Luck can increase the chance of encountering high-quality treasure chests and also increase the chance of opening better items. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Su Chen was shocked and stood there in a daze. I didn't expect that such magical things could be found in a gold-level treasure chest, which could actually increase my luck points. As expected of myself, I already have 5 points of luck bonus. 5 points of luck is as lucky as it gets. We must become luckier sooner rather than later. However, I don't know if the effects of this treasure cat can be stacked, but it's not impossible. Build it quickly. This way you'll have a greater chance of getting a better treasure chest. Su Chen hurriedly checked the materials needed for production. Making treasure cat drawing. Materials required for production. 100 wood blocks, 1 unit of agarwood, 1 unit of clover. The wood blocks were not a problem at all. He still had a lot of them. Although they were less than 1,000, they would be there quickly if he replaced them. As for agarwood and clover, it is a bit difficult. He had never seen it in the exchange or in a treasure chest, so it must be a very rare item. If there is none, open the regional chat, as usual. Post a transaction request. You never know when it will be available. Su Chen, looking to buy 10 pieces of agarwood and 10 pieces of clover. Exchange price. Total 1 bottle of water or food for 1 piece, or 10 pieces of materials for 1 piece, or 1 blueprint for 10 pieces. As soon as the message was sent, Su Chen received a private message from an old customer. Qinglan, God Su, I have 10 pieces of agarwood here. Can I exchange them for a blueprint that can strengthen the car, plus a pack of sanitary napkins? Su Chen was stunned when he heard this, and looking at the sanitary napkins that had not been sold out, he immediately agreed. I found quite a few extra drawings when I unpacked the box myself. Gave away the remaining 2 packs of sanitary napkins to the other party. The transaction was completed quickly, and Su Chen received 10 pieces of agarwood. Qinglan, thank you, Su Chen. I remember someone sold the clover before, but it was bought by someone else. I think it was someone called Fansixian. You can check the chat channel, and you should be able to find his name. Seeing the message from the other party, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. It was also an opportunity to buy the clover. He opened the regional channel and scrolled up for a while. Sure enough, he saw Fansixian, whom Qinglan mentioned, shouting something on the public screen. He immediately opened the other party's chat interface, considered his words for a moment, and then sent a detailed message. Su Chen, hello, are you there? Do you still have the clover that I sold before? As soon as the message was sent, Su Chen received a reply every 3 seconds. Fansixian, Su Chen. It's Su Chen. I sold the clover. When I got it, I thought it must be very useful, so I only sold 2 copies before. How many copies does Su Chen want? Great. Do you have 10 copies? Please quote your price. Fansixian, 1 bottle of ice water, and I also want Su Chen to tell me what this thing is used for, okay? King, there is no loss for Su Chen by telling the other party the use of this thing. I don't know when I'll need this thing next time. Soon, Su Chen put 10 bottles of ice water on the trading interface and obtained 10 clovers. At the same time, a message was sent to the other party. Clover is one of the materials used to make a blueprint for a certain item that increases luck. This is all I know. When Fansixian received the news, he was stunned for a moment, and then he was ecstatic. If this is the case, the future value of this thing will definitely be very high. He didn't know what happened, but he disturbed the nest of 4-leaf clovers. In a row, all the silver treasure chests that he opened were filled with 4-leaf clovers. As a result, he had 34 leaf clovers. Even if he sold 12, he would still have 18 left. He planned to store all these 4-leaf clovers, as well as any 4-leaf clovers he might obtain in the future, and make a fortune when the market demand increased and the price went up. On the other side, Suchin didn't care what he thought. After getting the clover, he had gathered all the materials to make the treasure cat ornament. I felt a little sad. If there were fewer resources, there would be no way to make the lucky cat ornament so quickly. With a sigh of relief, Suchun placed the materials and drawings on the workbench. Start making it. Bye. Production completed. Along with a somewhat mechanical sound rising in Suchin's mind, he woke up, and a golden shell and a blue belly band of a lucky cat figurine appeared on the production table. The size is not big, about the size of tennis ball. The chassis is a black round wooden block with many lines on the bottom and triangular leaf-shaped grooves, which is filled with green liquid with extremely strong viscosity. One of the arms of the Maneki Nico kept shaking, just like the fortune cat you've seen, but more vivid. According to the instructions, it will be effective as long as it is stuck on the car. Suchun directly placed it in the center of the main and co-pilot seats and stuck it in place. 10 of them were placed side by side at a time, looking neat and uniform, with a touch of different meaning. After placing the lucky cat, Suchun drove the modified van forward. It took about half an hour to drive. The radar detected the treasure chest target immediately. Another gold-level treasure chest. It feels good to have increased luck. I really hope I can keep getting high-level treasure chests. Drive to the treasure chest. After confirming that there was no danger around, he took his hammer, got out of the car, and came to the treasure chest. As usual, the box was opened. Soon, when Suchun saw clearly what was inside the treasure chest, his eyes widened. I am simply possessed by the Emperor of Europe. What is really missing? What is coming? There were 9 more drawings in Suchin's hands, which looked very precious. Initial resources, 1-star car upgrade and modification drawings. You opened the treasure chest and received 1748 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 9-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 9 1-star car upgrade and modification drawings. 1-star car upgrade and modification drawings. Effect. With the car heart, you can upgrade the car to 2 stars and modify the current condition of the vehicle to a certain extent and improve the strength of the car's internal structure to a certain extent. You can also choose to expand to a larger space room to enhance a more comfortable driving experience. Looking at the introduction of the 1-star car upgrade blueprint, Suchun suddenly became excited and hurriedly took the blueprint to his car heart and integrated it into it. The next moment, a dazzling light enveloped Suchun. Chapter 22 Upgrade to a 2-star car. The car is being upgraded. Please wait. Upgrade completed. Successfully upgraded to a 2-star car. Materials can be consumed to modify the car. Consumable materials required. Maximum 100 iron, 100 alloy, 100 rubber, 50 steel, 50 electronic components. Renovation time, limit 50 minutes. Modifying a car is just a waste of money. But the star rating has been upgraded, so if I don't spend the modification fee, it would be a waste. Moreover, before the upgrade, he didn't know that there was a time limit for the upgrade. If you use up all the materials in exchange for upgrading the blueprint, and there is nothing left when the time comes to upgrade, you will be in tears. He immediately opened the chat history, found Wang Chong, exchanged 300 pieces of iron for 50 pieces of steel, and then supplied all the materials. All of a sudden, Suchin's resources were cut by almost 90% and were almost at the bottom. He felt like he had gone back to the time before liberation overnight and felt extremely poor. Soon, the entire car was covered by a bright light and began to change rapidly. The modification lasted for 3 minutes, and the entire van was transformed into a 6-meter-long commercial bus. Upgrade successful. The old van has been upgraded to a commercial minibus. Next star car, comfortable RV. The driver's seat and the co-pilot seat are at the front of the entire minibus, and there is a cabinet in the middle for storing items, which is much larger than before. Behind the driver's seat, as before, is a crafting table. However, there is an additional distance of more than 2 meters between the production table and the warehouse at the rear of the car. It is a large and very regular open space with a slightly raised iron plate, which is just enough to lay out a Simmons mattress and a quilt, and it becomes a comfortable bed for sleeping. Under the iron plate is an area where clothes can be stored. Opposite the iron plate, there's an area similar to a wash basin. Above it is a reservoir where water can be stored and used as a faucet. This reservoir can absorb rainwater, which is then purified and disinfected. By the time it reaches the bottom, it is basically the same as tap water. Of course, you can also store it directly with mineral water. On the iron side of the bed, there is a table that can be extended and propped up, which can be used as a dining table. The backup warehouse at the rear is also twice as large as before, with about 4 cubic meters of storage space. Put the ice maker in the back, and it won't take up much space at all. I wonder if my device can fill up the space at the back before Samsung does. After upgrading to 2 stars, Soo-chan could clearly feel that a 2-star car looked like a small and simple RV. Wouldn't it be great to upgrade to 3 stars and become a truly comfortable RV? Isn't that a lot better than starting out with a beat-up old van? Soo-chan excitedly admired the changes in the entire car, then immediately took out the Simmons mattress that he had replaced earlier from the space and laid a blanket on it. Now, I finally don't have to lean on the passenger seat back to sleep. Although after this upgrade, he had very few materials left. Apart from some blueprints, weapons, animal meat, and water, there are basically no other resources. But looking at the upgraded car, it's like a completely new level. We have submachine guns, so how far can cannons be? Car heart. Level, 2-star. Car integrity, 100%. Increased demand. Absorb 5 2-star car hearts or absorb 15 1-star car hearts. Progress, 2/15. Car durability, 99%. At this moment, Wang Chong, with whom he had been doing business, suddenly sent him a private message. Wang Chong, Soo-chan, do you have any stronger weapons? I have something good to exchange with you. Nice one. Soo-chan's curiosity was immediately aroused. What is it? Immediately afterwards, a production drawing was sent over. Multifunctional protective clothing. Effect, protective clothing below the neck, capable of resisting common metal punctures. Wang Chong, a defensive item that can protect against sneak attacks, but cannot stop bullets. Thinking about it now, the chance of encountering other survivors is quite high, and almost all of them have plans to cause some trouble. Soo-chan also made a decision. Change. Must change. Who knows if there will be some attack behind him that he hasn't noticed, waiting in the dark to give him a surprise at any time. Safety comes first. Only when he can protect himself can he have the confidence to continue exploring more resources. Sure, I have a crossbow here. I can trade it with you. As he said that, Soo-chan sent the photo of the crossbow to the other party. It is impossible for him to take out the Desert Eagle. This kind of weapon is invincible nowadays. Wang Chong deal. He didn't expect that Soo-chan actually had a weapon, and it was a long-range weapon. If he had such a powerful weapon, he would not be afraid, even if he encountered a pack of wolves. Wang Chong, who was in charge, agreed immediately. The transaction was completed, and Wang Chong, who got the crossbow, excitedly tested it with a cactus in the distance. The crossbow penetrated through, leaving a small hole. It's quite powerful. This deal is worth it. After all, I got 2 protective suit blueprints. Just as Wang Chong was immersed in the joy of making a good deal, he suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, there are only 5 arrows in the bow. Wang Chong, Soo-chan, are there only 5 bows and arrows? That's not enough. Oh, I forgot to mention that I can sell bows and arrows here. 10 for 1 piece of steel. Pretty good deal, right? Soo-chan only needs a piece of iron and a piece of wood to make 10 bows and arrows. If he exchanges them for steel, it will be a sure profit, and he will save much more than he does now. Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the news about Soo-chan. Fortunately, Soo-chan still has extra bows and arrows available for purchase. And the price, in his opinion, was really cheap. It is equivalent to exchanging 3 pieces of iron for 10 arrows. I actually thought that the master had tricked me, but it turned out that I was too narrow-minded. Soo-chan, who obtained the protective suit drawings, made it directly and put it on. The amazing thing is that this protective suit will change according to each person's body shape, fitting perfectly, neither tight nor loose. After putting it on, Soo-chan felt a lot more at ease. Sitting in the driver's seat, fastening his seatbelt, Soo-chan stepped on the accelerator and drove all the way to the bottom. The upgraded minibus turned into an afterimage and flew out with a whoosh. Soo-chan was driving happily. He was bored and started to look at the chat channel. After getting on a main road, everyone found that the frequency of treasure chests did not seem to increase, but the rate of death seemed to be increasing rapidly. After just one morning, there were only about 8,000 people left in the entire regional channel. Regional Channel, 8018, Chapter 23, Pulling Hatred and Starting Fishing. The main road is obviously much wider. Why haven't I seen any treasure chests even after driving for more than 30 kilometers? Stop talking about it. I saw a silver treasure chest, but it only gave me a bottle of water, just a bottle of water. Even a wooden treasure chest is not that bad. Wow, I'm so hot and thirsty. My black stockings are sweating. Sister upstairs, I'll give you 3 wooden blocks. Take off your black stockings and sell them to me. Don't listen to him, girl. I'll give you 5 pieces of wood. Why is it still being auctioned? I'll offer $6. Brothers, do you have any water to exchange? I don't want the wood. Change the water? Sister, you keep it first. When I have enough water and I can guarantee my survival, I will consider exchanging water with you. Although the original flavor is great, forget about changing the water. I don't have much water left. Who has fuel? I'm out of fuel. Can anyone exchange iron for fuel? However, below the base number, there are always some survivors who are luckier and like to show off. Haha, I just came across a silver treasure chest and opened it to reveal a blueprint. Haha. It's almost the same for me. I opened a silver treasure chest and got a box of Coke and a box of instant noodles. So cool. At least I don't have to worry about anything for a week. Damn, I just opened a bronze treasure chest and found 3 mandragora flowers. Does anyone know what this thing is used for? Huh? Any unexpected gains? Su-chun immediately had a private chat with the person who could bloom the dachira flower and exchange the dachira flower in the other person's hand for 3 bottles of ice water. 3 more packets of knockout drugs were made. Suddenly, Su-chun saw 2 car symbols moving side by side on the radar detection map. I guess this is a chase. In the spirit of having to eat the melons, Su-chun stepped on the accelerator and went straight to 200 miles per hour. In less than a minute, he saw 2 wrecked vans chasing each other. After seeing that the 2 cars were just moving forward, Su-chun suddenly felt bored. The principle is to open it in front and take the resources first. Su-chun continued to pedal hard, pushing the car speed up to 220 miles per hour, with no sign of slowing down. There were 2 cars driving side by side, with a girl driving each car. A little clumsy, but not slow. Suddenly, they heard the roar of an engine behind them, and then it whizzed past them on the road next to them. Their speed of 50 or 60 yards per hour could almost be considered as walking by passersby compared to Su-chun's 220 yards per hour. By the time they reacted, they could only see the rear end of the car, which was twice as big as theirs. Just now, what was that? A bus. Almost. It should be a bus. It's very fast. It must have been upgraded. They're upgrading so fast. We have to work hard too. Let's do our best. The 2 girls encouraged each other, and then continued driving at the original speed to search for the treasure chest. Soon, several more hours passed. It's almost time to continue the afternoon's brave challenge. Su-chun stopped the car on the side of the road and prepared to have a good meal. Through the previous exchange, he now has his own pot, but so far, there's no stove heater or anything like that. But it doesn't matter. It's quick to build a stove by finding stones on the roadside. Take out a few pieces of wolf chops, leopard chops, and wolf pork belly and start frying them directly. After they are cooked, sprinkle them with seasonings, and the aroma immediately fills the air. Su-chun took out a can of iced cola from the ice machine and immediately took out a fruit plate filled with frozen watermelon, bayberry, and grapes. After arranging the dishes, Su-chun chose a perfect angle and took a picture of the steaming steak, iced cola, iced fruit, and his soft and comfortable bed. Then I edited a message and clicked send. Su-chun, the weather is really hot. I have no appetite. I'll just eat some pork ribs, drink some happy water, and have some fruit picture. By the way, I'm at number 798 Main Road. Everyone is welcome to visit me. The reason why he is so high profile is that Su-chun is too kind. He was giving those players who were struggling to survive in desperate situations a glimmer of hope to survive and to rekindle their fighting spirit. Of course, more importantly, although he doesn't mind killing people, he has not yet reached the point of killing innocent people indiscriminately. Because of the situation of upgrading the car heart, he realized that he must constantly seize other people's car hearts in order to upgrade. Therefore, if more people target him, he can obtain more car hearts faster. He is more willing to plunder those who prey than those who are weak. The Desert Eagle, coupled with the protective suit, now gives him enough confidence to break other people's attacks. After all, it is just a regional channel with a few thousand people. and he just won the first place in the world. If he is scared, then what's the point of playing? In today's road survival, most people are struggling to survive. Many people lack food and water and were tortured terribly. Therefore, after seeing Su-chan enjoying himself, even though they had gotten used to it last night, they couldn't help but explode today. Fuck, is this the life of a big boss? We are surviving, and you are on a fucking vacation. Ice cola, ice fruit. Just looking at them makes me have a brain orgasm. Brother Su-chan, I'm a little lowly with black stockings and white hair. Can I come over to visit? His little sister upstairs, come visit me. I can't guarantee anything, but I'll give you enough sausages. While chatting, the eyes of many players on Main Road 798 brightened. If we can capture Su-chan, we will become rich overnight. This is the world's #1 existence, and it also has king-level rewards. Su-chan didn't expect was that he didn't need to attract hatred on purpose, because with his previous ranking as the world's #1, many people had already been targeting him. I just don't know where he is. Now, they know the information about Main Road number 798. Many people have given up searching for treasure chests and instead prioritized finding people. Su-chan casually clicked on the private chat interface. Just as he imagined, many girls sent him private photos, most of which were revealing. Su-chan was also very straightforward and downloaded and saved all the nice pictures. As for the reply, forget it. Through the private chat with 99+, he knew that the picture that was specifically designed to attract hatred brought more attention than he expected. Then we must seize the opportunity to make some money. Su-chan, buying a large number of household goods drawings and car modification drawings, as well as other high-quality drawings, in exchange for today's 3-piece lunch set. The quantity is limited, first come, first served. What the hell? This time, the regional channel exploded again. Su-chan, I have a Durex 001 production blueprint and would like to exchange it for a lunch set. Is that okay? Chapter 24. Anyone want to build a team? Damn, the production drawings of Durex 001 are out. Am I someone who needs that thing? Su-chan was speechless, then changed it with his 3-piece lunch set. He is not using it for himself, but plans to mass-produce it and then sell it to others when they need it. Now everyone is trying to survive, and staying alive is the first priority. But if in the future, more and more people can ensure their own survival, they will consider other things. After all, we are all trying to survive on the road. If we don't have Durex and get pregnant with a baby, wouldn't that be an extra burden on our road survival? After getting the blueprint, Su-chan started studying without saying a word. Durex 001. Requirements for production. 1 piece of rubber can make 10 pieces. Su-chan, I have a permanent shoemaking blueprint. Can I exchange it? Another blueprint came, and Su-chan changed it directly. After learning, Su-chan knew that this deal would definitely not be a loss. Shoe production drawings, permanent. Materials required. 1 piece of rubber, 1 piece of cloth. Effect. You can make shoes of any size and style. You can choose the size and style, as long as it is made of rubber or cloth. It's definitely worth it if you exchange it for a meal. Su-chan immediately made himself a pair of whole shoes, which was very convenient in such hot weather. Seeing that he could make more and more things, Su-chan was considering whether he could open an exchange store. He had seen before that it was possible to open a personal store in the exchange and have the store displayed on the homepage, allowing more people to see his store at first glance. That's right, the rental fee is very expensive, as much as 10 bottles of water a day. However, at present, these people are only in the regional channels and the demand is not large. If they open a store, it will be time-consuming and laborious, and may not necessarily sell as well as normal now. The demand cannot support his sales volume, so there is no need to open it. What he has to do now is to collect as many blueprints of items as possible that everyone needs. Then, he changed several drawings, but none of them were very useful. For example, mousetrap drawings, mosquito coil drawings. Come to think of it, if it was a particularly good blueprint, everyone would probably study it first, then make something with it and sell it. How could it have been preserved until now? However, Su-chan now has a lot of meat, over 1,000 pounds. In exchange for a blueprint, he only needs to take out 2 tails of meat plus a bottle of water. It is acceptable to exchange for such a blueprint. As for wanting to exchange this kind of drawing for ice cola and fruit, that is absolutely impossible. Just as Su-chan was immersed in the joy of receiving the drawings, a piece of information attracted the attention of others. Everyone, it seems that once you enter the main road, the chances of encountering other vehicles are high, so please be careful. As Su-chan had encountered these vehicles several times, he naturally knew what danger he was talking about. Danger? What kind of danger is that? Unity is strength. Isn't that a good thing? Yes, this way we can help each other and go further together. Many people said this with hope, but their hopes were quickly shattered. Everyone, it's not a good thing to meet other vehicles. Don't forget the heart of the car. There are many people who kill and rob cars. That's right. Haven't you noticed that since we got on the main road, the number of deaths has increased compared to before? Regional Channel 7920. As soon as these messages were sent out, the entire regional channel exploded. Murder? How dare they kill people? We are a society ruled by law. Don't be ridiculous. We are now trying to survive the apocalypse. We have been hungry for 2 days, and we still haven't figured it out. Just when the entire live broadcast room fell into silence, a message was sent out. Everyone, I am the chief of the Shanghai Public Security Police Department. If you trust me and have a bottom line in your heart, please follow me. If you meet me on Main Road 798, please follow me. Picture. A message was sent to the regional channel along with a selfie. He was an uncle wearing a police uniform and a hat, and he really looked like the police chief. He has a square face, a tall and upright figure, and his name is Zhang Weian. Then came another message. Please believe me, because I'm also the deputy mayor of Shanghai and a member of the Communist Party. I will definitely lead you all to overcome the difficulties together. As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately attracted a lot of responses. Fuck, finally someone big is willing to stand up and help us, Director Zhang. I'm willing to follow you and face the road survival together. Chief, I'm a police officer from the Jinxiao branch. If I meet you, I will definitely join you. And me, I'm joining in too. Me too. In an instant, nearly dozens of people responded. Su-chan watched the whole show and had no intention of joining in. When surviving on the road, forming a team will certainly be safer, but it will also cause many more problems. Aspects like resource allocation, strong and weak positions, etc. are not so easy to control. However, since the other party has 2 major identities, his management ability should be strong, so there's no need for me to worry about this. He would never consider helping the weak. Even if he were to form a team in the future, he would only become teammates with the strong. Looking at the team plan that was becoming more and more heated in the channel, Su-chan shook his head. Keep driving forward. Not long after, Su-chan met a car here. Why do other people encounter cars less frequently, while I do so frequently? Could it be that this is also a lucky bonus? But how can it be considered lucky to encounter a car, just because I'm strong? Su-chan was too lazy to pay attention and was ready to pass directly. His current speed is as high as 200 yards, so it is very easy for him to overtake the past. Wait, please wait. Just as Su-chan's car passed by that car, a pleasant cheer rang in Su-chan's ears, which made Su-chan's heart move slightly. Yo, a female? This seemed to be the first woman he had seen since entering the survival game. Su-chan began to slow down, stopped the car on the side of the road, then rolled down the window slightly and held the gun in his right hand. If the other party wants to trick him into doing something, his gun is not to be trifled with. Seeing Su-chan stop the car, the woman ran over in surprise. Su-chan turned his head to take a look. She had long white legs and a very good figure, at least a D cup, and was wearing very cool clothes. There is no place to hide weapons under the few pieces of cloth on his body, so he should be safe. The woman ran to Su-chan and was overjoyed when she saw his young and tender face. It was easy to control this kind of young man who is full of vigor and vitality. Although she doesn't wear any makeup now, she has a great figure and is confident in herself. Looking at the other person's car that had obviously been upgraded and modified, a hint of envy appeared on the woman's face. Handsome guy, your car is so cool. Won't you invite me to sit in it? If you have water and food, you can do whatever you want. The delicate voice reached Su-chan's ears, making him feel tingling and numb. Chapter 25. Use this to test the cadres? Push them down directly? While speaking, the arm that was hugging Su-chan was rubbing between her soft breasts. Keep rubbing, as if inviting the other party to taste one's sweet fruit. At the same time, she leaned sideways, flaunting her body in a seductive manner, showing off her explosive body curves. The long and straight legs, which could be played with for at least half a year, and the black stockings with torn marks were fully displayed in front of Su-chan. The light blink of her beautiful eyes exudes a charming power that captivates the heart, making people unable to help but indulge in it. Huh? Are you using this to test the cadres? Su-chan frowned slightly, looked at the other person sweating profusely, and shook his head. Sorry, I'm a germaphobe. If you want supplies, just give me something in exchange. After being sweaty for several days, Su-chan could smell the stinky odor on the other person even from a meter away. There was no way he could get in the car. At this moment, the woman suddenly recognized Su-chan. Isn't this the big boss Su-chan who was showing off on the regional channel? Are you Su-chan? I'm Li Shan-shan. I've privately chatted with you several times before. I sent you photos of my beautiful legs in black stockings. I hope you haven't forgotten. When the other party mentioned this, Su-chan suddenly remembered that he seemed to have saved a photo of the other party's beautiful legs in black stockings. The other party was not wearing stockings, and he did not recognize her at all. After all, who cares about looks? Su-chan, look at how many photos I've sent you. Just let me get in the car. You can do whatever you want. As she spoke, as if the weather was too hot, Li Shan-shan pulled her bra down a little, revealing more white skin, which was a bit dazzling. She originally saw the other person's car of higher quality and thought he was an expert, so she called out to him, wanting to attract him with her charm. Now we find that he is not just an expert, but a big shot. After the other person has enjoyed my body, will he take me with him? At that time, you just need to lie in the car and spread your legs to get everything. Anyway, I won't suffer any loss, and I can even enjoy it. I just don't know how long his young and strong body can last. If he was the kind of man who slept for only 3 seconds, it would be boring. What's the matter? If nothing else, I'll leave. Also, don't get so close to my car, or don't blame me for being rude. I can accept it while it's hot. Su-chan's low voice sounded. Considering that the other party had left him a lot of tempting photos of her legs in black stockings, Su-chan did not kill her directly, but instead gave her a warning. I will step back immediately. Li Shan-shan didn't expect that Su-chan, this young man, would be so stubborn. Is it because she is not charming enough? Could it be that the other party is still a rookie? Haven't you ever experienced that divine feeling? Brother Su-chan, if you let me get in the car, I promise to make you feel like you are in heaven. Although I smell a little bit now, if you give me some water to wash, it won't stink anymore. Give you water to wash? That's a good idea. Su-chan was too lazy to pay attention to it anymore. He started the engine with a boom and prepared to move on. Don't go, Su-chan. I have the blueprints, and I can trade them with you. Hearing the sound, Su-chan was about to step on the accelerator, but suddenly it slowed down. Soon, he saw Li Shan-shan twisting her buttocks and returning to her car. Then she took out a blueprint and sent an introduction to the blueprint to Su-chan through the air. It was all in vain. I got sunburned to death. This wave of losses is huge. The temptation failed, and Li Shan-shan couldn't get in the car to get any benefits, so she looked very unhappy. She did have the blueprints, which a pervert had given her in exchange for her stockings. White wine brewing machine production drawings, 1 time. Resources required for production: 100 pieces of steel, 100 pieces of alloy, 10 pieces of electronic components, 1 one-star engine. Learning requirements: the heart of a 2-star car. When Li Shan-shan first got the blueprint, she was very happy. If she learned how to make wine, wouldn't she be able to make a lot of money? Even if you sell wine as water, you won't lose money. But after exchanging the worn black silk stockings for the drawing, she suddenly realized that the exchange was useless. She used to sell pictures of black stockings and was able to exchange them for a lot of food and some water from the LSP. Now, she has no resources to make a liquor brewing machine, not to mention the 2-star car heart. It's not that she doesn't want to save resources, but there are some resources that her dogs don't have at all. What the hell, a liquor brewing machine? Can it brew matai? Su-chan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the other party could come up with such a good thing. He guessed that the other party probably didn't have the materials to make it. After all, it looked like the other party was just a person who survived by selling photos. Although the long legs and figure are eye-catching, after all, without makeup, the face is not good-looking and the quality of the dog licking will not be good enough. But those have nothing to do with Su-chan. He must take down this drawing. Name your price. Su-chan wanted to see the other party's quotation to guess the other party's psychological bottom price and try to get it at the lowest cost. I want to use this to exchange with Su-chan for a refrigerator that can freeze mineral water, plus 100 bottles of water. Li Shan-shan wanted to use the blueprints to make finished products directly, and she also needed sufficient capital so that she could obtain endless wealth through ice water in the future, instead of just doing something that you can't do. Hearing the other party's big mouth, Su-chun had to admit that the other party was very smart. She must have been keenly aware of her own needs. Directly reveal the range that you can afford and withstand. As for the ice maker, the ice water has been selling slower and slower recently. Only a few wealthy people who can afford it will come to exchange ice water with him. But if liquor can be mass-produced, he believes that many liquor lovers will like it. The most important thing is that it is scorching hot now, but after a while, it may not be like this weather, it may be a cold, snowy day. At that time, you can definitely make a fortune by selling boiled liquor yourself. An ice machine in exchange for your blueprint and 100 bottles of water. Your thing is just a blueprint, and mine is a finished product. I don't need to tell you which one is more valuable. Li Shanshan was stunned. She thought Su-chun would cut the amount of water as little as possible, but she didn't expect that the other party would directly ask her to discharge water in the opposite direction. She originally wanted to continue to fight with the other party for water. But suddenly I thought about who the other person was. Su-shin was not moved by beauty. In this remote place, if the other party really did as he said just now and killed her directly to take away the resources and then took advantage of the situation, she would be a little scared. After taking a deep breath, she gave up asking for more water and said, Su-shun, let's both take a step back and don't bring water. How about exchanging the blueprint for a refrigerator? King. Su-chun nodded. He already had several ice machines anyway, so there was no point in keeping the extra ones. The two parties then completed the transaction. Su-chun didn't care about Li Shanshan, who was walking away quickly with the ice maker. He got the drawings and stepped on the accelerator and left. He was also unable to study this blueprint for the time being, because he had just experienced a car upgrade and had very limited resources. While driving, he opened the exchange and started exchanging meat for iron blocks and alloys. These were basic materials that could be found in treasure chests, so Su-chun soon exchanged enough. Then he used the iron block to exchange for steel with Wang Chong. Now Su-chun only needs a 1-star engine. Chapter 26 Coke Maker. Wild Wolf Pack. The exchange doesn't have this thing, so we can only take it one step at a time. Recently, in the blind box market, because everyone is short of supplies, basically few people will exchange extra supplies for treasure chests, and very few people take treasure chests out to exchange for resources. As a result, for a while, Su-chun had no chance to get more treasure chests. But generally, when Su-chun saw a treasure chest for sale, he would buy it immediately as long as the price was right. Why not do this kind of business that is sure to make money? By opening the boxes, he got a lot of snacks, staple foods, and vegetables. However, there is no 1-star engine. It seems that my liquor plan will have to be put on hold for the time being, because the system prompt sounded again. Brave challenge time is up. Entering the wilderness, you can obtain more precious treasure chests and open more precious resources. This is a game for the brave. Living in disgrace is not the way to go. I wish you all good luck. When the players heard the system prompt sound, they were shocked. Compared to yesterday, they have a completely different mentality today. Yesterday, they were still able to hold on, but after a day's events, those who were short of water and food felt that if they didn't take risks, they would have no chance. For a time, many survivors chose to join the wilderness challenge. However, compared to yesterday, there's an additional danger in the wilderness challenge. That is people. Before, you could say that it's okay if your vehicle is parked on the side of the road and you get out. But now, if your vehicle is parked on the side of the road and you encounter other people, they will smash your car windows and steal all your resources. Some ruthless people will just wait in ambush on the spot, kill the car owner directly, and directly seize the heart of the car without wasting anything. Even Su-chun checked carefully before stepping into the wilderness, then took all his weapons and left. With the space ring, Su-chun can stay in the wilderness longer without having to replenish water and store resources all the time. This time, Su-chun decided to go deeper. Wearing a sun hat and glare-proof glasses, as well as a full set of stab-proof gear, normal metal punctures posed an adverse threat to him. The kind that holds a crossbow in one hand, ready to fire at any time. As for guns and ammunition, they were all stored in the storage ring worn on the finger of his right hand. As long as he thought about it, the gun would appear in his hand, and he would then quickly fire. Stepping into the wilderness and advancing 200 meters, I detected a silver treasure chest with a crimson mark 1,000 meters away. The first one is so good? Su-chun hurried over, and according to radar detection, there was no danger around. Is this the effect of luck bonus? Su-chun came to the treasure chest and opened it directly. Initial resources, a blueprint for making a strong flashlight. You opened the treasure chest and received 888 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received 8 times the crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 8 drawings for making a strong flashlight. Lighting device? It can be used at night. You can't see what is farther away just by the light of the car. After putting away the drawings, Su-chun continued to move forward. After a while, he saw another silver treasure chest with a black shadow around it. When I got closer, I saw it was a wild wolf. Just shoot it with 1 arrow, collect the wolf meat, and then open the box. Initial resource: a blueprint of a cola making machine. You opened the treasure chest and received 688 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a triple crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 drawings of the Coke making machine. Coke maker, liquor making machine drawings, ice making machine. Is this the beginning of opening your own beverage store? Su-chun wore sunglasses and continued moving forward. In the desert, wearing a hat and sunglasses is really kind to the eyes. Unlike yesterday, Su-chun didn't dare to look towards the sun. Su-chun continued to go deeper, and at this moment he had already gone 3 kilometers into the wilderness. Just when he was planning to return the same way, suddenly 2 purple-red treasure chests appeared on the treasure chest detection radar. 2 golden treasure chests. We got together, but we still had to go 1 kilometer deeper into the wilderness. Of course, Su-chun's luck this time was not as good as before. There is a dense black mass around the treasure chest, which represents danger. However, now that we are here and have detected the area, how can we just go back? Su-chun made up his mind that at worst he would have to fight the wild wolf again. It's just a golden treasure chest, and Su-chun thinks it should be a danger that can be solved by the Desert Eagle. After making up his mind, Su-chun walked straight towards the location of the 2 golden treasure chests. He couldn't do that. Even with his 10 Desert Eagles, crossbows, and triangular bayonets, he couldn't defeat the crisis near the 2 golden treasure chests. Rustle. About 10 minutes later, Su-chun saw the location of the 2 treasure chests 100 meters away. Surrounding, it was a group of brown and black creatures. When we got closer, we found that they were a group of wild dogs. His tilde. It turned out to be a group of wild dogs. Su-chun's expression suddenly became serious. Scorpions and cheetahs before, and he knew very well what it felt like to be targeted by wild dogs in such an open desert. However, he is wearing a stab-proof suit now, so these wild dogs should not be able to bite him. He immediately half-crouched down and began to aim his crossbow in his right hand at the position of the wild dogs. Before they noticed, what the hell? Damn it. He suddenly realized that the pack of wild dogs had set their sights on him and were even preparing to charge. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Su-chun fired 5 sharp arrows in succession and rushed straight towards the pack of dogs, while taking out 2 guns from his pocket. For these wild dogs, 100 meters is just a dozen seconds. Since he has been exposed, there is naturally no need for Su-chun to cover up himself. Holding 2 guns, Su-chun concentrated his attention and fired at the figures coming towards him. Ouch! Woof! 1 wild dog after another was sent flying by the gunfire and fell into a pool of blood. Suddenly, the 2 wild dogs were less than 10 meters away from him, and they jumped towards Su-chun. These wild wolves did not realize that when they jumped in the air, their exposed area was the largest and they were the easiest to target. Su-chun was overjoyed in his heart, but his face was calm. He didn't even dare to breathe. He raised his pistol and controlled his position. Then, with 2 bangs, he directly killed the 2 wild dogs. Then he adjusted his breathing and pointed the gun at the remaining wild dogs. Keep shooting. When the bullets were used up, he immediately replaced them with 2 full magazines from the ring. In the end, they managed to kill all the wild dogs without any danger. Only 2 of them bit him. He could feel some pain through the protective suit, but it was still within Su-chun's tolerance. Chapter 27. Car ambush. Finally killed them. These wild dogs are really hard to deal with. Su-chun sat down on the ground, breathing deeply. Fighting with so many wild dogs was really a bit exciting. However, in this life-and-death situation, he realized the shortcomings of his marksmanship and wasted a lot of bullets. Otherwise, with just these 20 or so wild wolves, he was confident that he could kill them all before they got close to him. After taking a breath, Su-chun took out a piece of ice, tilted his head back and started to drink it, and ate a chocolate bar to replenish his strength. Then he walked up to the wild dog's body and began to touch it. Obtained 20 kilograms of wild dog meat and 10 sharp dog teeth. Dog meat. I heard that it is very good to cook it with chili peppers. 20 or so wild dogs provided Su-chan with 400 kilograms of dog meat at once. By then, paired with white wine, this dog meat will definitely sell well. After completing all this, Su-chan came to 2 golden treasure chests and began to open them. Initial resources: 1-star engine production drawings. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 1666 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 5-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 5 1-star engine production drawings. Initial resources: 1 piece of soil that increases plant growth rate. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 2,333 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 10-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 portions of soil that accelerates plant growth. Shit, did they really come up with a 1-star engine blueprint? Although Su-chan had always been hoping in his heart, he knew how small the chance of getting the supplies he needed was. Is this the benefit of having high luck points? As for the soil that increases plant growth, Su-chan took a look and was very satisfied. Plant growth speed up soil. Effect: it can cover 1 square meter of soil environment, allowing the plants planted therein, only ordinary plants, to mature within 1 day and last for 10 days. What a great thing. It's almost as good as the little green bottle. In the future, if you want to eat something, just throw its seeds in there, and it will grow and mature in 1 day. It matures in 1 day and can last for 10 days, so there are 10 portions in total. With it, you can harvest the plants you planted 100 times. It's really wonderful. If 1 cubic meter were filled with good things and harvested 100 times, its value would be very high. The only drawback is that his car is too small now. If it were bigger, it would be able to directly fill up the 10 cubic meters of space. However, at this time, Su-chan's gaze stayed on only ordinary plants. The meaning of this annotation was quite profound. Combined with the peachwood sword he had obtained before, Su-chan felt that this road survival might not be that simple. Now, it's just the beginning. After collecting all the drawings and soil, Su-chan prepared to return temporarily. Compared to being careful and cautious when he came, Su-chan felt much more relaxed when he left. Soon, his own vehicle was within his detection range. The originally joyful mood suddenly turned into tension. His brows were furrowed because there were 2 other people's cars next to his car. At the same time, 2 human silhouette symbols were rotating beside his car. It was obvious that the other party had set his eyes on his car and was trying to find a way to get into it. I didn't expect it to come so soon. It seems that upgrading Samsung's automotive heart is not far away. Su-chan sighed helplessly, quickened his pace, and headed towards the location of his car. He hid his right hand in his sleeve and the crossbow in his left hand as well, and his body was slightly bent, as if he had searched the wilderness but found nothing. Next to the car. I'm afraid this car has been upgraded to level 2. It's a tough guy. Do we really have to wait here? One of the men with a crew cut was lying in front of the bulletproof glass, trying to see what was inside through the window. However, most of the windows were blocked by curtains, so he could only vaguely see part of them. You don't understand this. There are many dangers in this wilderness. If the owner of this car dies, the car will be automatically unlocked. Even if they can come back, they will definitely be out of ammunition and food and look very tired. This way, there won't be much combat effectiveness. Besides, anyone who can upgrade to a 2-star car so quickly must have a lot of resources. It is very likely that it is that Su-chan. If we can get his resources, we will be rich. Another middle-aged man with a full beard and sunglasses said with a fierce smile. If he comes back later, we'll do the same as usual. You attract his attention from the front, and I'll rush out from the side and chop him in half with my machete. They had already cooperated to do one job, and when they were about to do the next one, the middle-aged man was ready to kill the man with a crew cut who was temporarily pulled over to cooperate. This way he could upgrade directly to a 2-star car heart and gain the upper hand. Wait, someone is coming, he's back. At this moment, the sharp-eyed man with a crew cut pointed at a small figure that appeared in the desert and exclaimed, "He looks a little weak, his body is bent, and there is a lot of blood on his body. He is injured. Great. God help us. Let's get ready and ambush him successfully. Then we can enjoy ourselves." Hearing this, the man in sunglasses also became excited. Holding the machete found in the treasure chest, he hid on the side of the car, facing the desert. The man with a crew cut stood in front of him and waved in the direction of Su-chan. When Su-chan got closer, he shouted, "Brother, do you have any water? I only have 9 pieces of iron. Can I exchange them for a bottle of water?" This was something they had thought of in advance. They pretended to exchange water with the other party on the pretext of being short of one water to lower his guard. Then he went around from the other side of the car to get behind him and killed him with one knife. They had no idea that Su-chun had already detected the location of the other person through the detection system. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, but it was fleeting. He straightened up, pretended to be calm, and quickened his pace as he walked over. Sure enough, seeing Su-chun's appearance, the man with a crew cut became more certain that Su-chun must have been injured and was pretending to be calm. Now their chances of capturing Su-chun are even greater. You want to exchange water? 9 iron blocks? Fine. It seems like we are destined to meet. I will exchange with you. But please go back to your car first. I am not used to exchanging things with others in person. Su-chun said in a somewhat weak tone, agreed to the other party's request to exchange resources with one less resource. But to the other party, this sounds like a sign of guilt. The other party is very afraid of them. Then this is a great opportunity. Chapter 28. Easy Counterattack. Ice Cream Blueprint. Okay, no problem. I'll go get it right away. In order to dispel Su-chun's vigilance, the man with a crew cut turned sideways and stepped back with a smile. When he asked Su-chun to relax his guard, he did not relax his guard. Instead, he was always on guard against Su-chun to prevent him from being unethical. Su-chun smiled and slowly moved to the position in front of the right light of the car, leaving the other party a chance to go around and behind him. Sure enough, the man with glasses who was lying on the rear tire of the car saw the opportunity and immediately squatted down excitedly and touched it. He took every step extremely carefully, for fear that Su-chun would notice something unusual. Away from Su-chun, the corners of the man with glasses' mouth could no longer stop rising. This distance was more than enough for him to launch a sudden attack. No matter how fast the other party reacts, he will not have time to dodge. On the other side, the man with a crew cut who was walking towards the car opened his eyes slightly, as if he had seen Su-chun's head being cut off by a knife. However, the next second, the scene before him shocked him so much that his legs and feet couldn't help but become weak. Su-chun raised his hand, which had been hidden in his right sleeve, and found that he was holding a pistol. That's a pistol. After they had been searching for 2 days and only found a knife, the other party actually used a gun? Do you have to be so perverted? Su-chun raised his gun, turned sideways, and fired a shot at the man in sunglasses who suddenly jumped up. Bang! A bullet shot to the head, and a bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead. He never imagined until his death that Su-chun actually had a gun in his hand. He was shot, and a lot of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He fell to the ground uncontrollably and gradually lost his voice. Brother, spare my life. I will give you all my resources. The man with the crew cut was almost frightened to death when he saw this. He fell to his knees on the ground and pleaded in his voice. Forgive you? That's impossible. Bang! Su-chun fired again, shooting the man with a crew cut in the head. He will not leave any hidden dangers for himself. If the other party wants to attack him, he will not be kind enough to let the other party go. After killing the other party, Su-chun immediately searched their bodies. You get a machete. With nothing on him, Su-chun went to the car next to them. The host died, and the car became ownerless. Someone got into the car and looted all of its heart and resources. You get 1 car heart, 3 bottles of mineral water, 5 packs of biscuits, some wood and iron blocks. You disassembled the car and obtained iron blocks, alloys, rubber, etc. There was another car on the other side of the road. They deliberately drove farther away in order to make Su-chun relax his vigilance. Su-chun got in the car and drove to another car. Compared to the previous one, this car has obviously undergone some modifications, and the energy of the car's heart is also the amount of 2. It seems that the cooperation between these 2 people may be unequal. Of course, this has nothing to do with him. Just like before, Su-chun got into the car, searched around, and then dismantled the car and everything in it. After this wave, Su-chun's initial resources, which were originally not abundant, became abundant again after dismantling the vehicles. Su-chun returned to the car and turned on the regional channel after a long time. He suddenly found that the number of people had dropped sharply in just over 2 hours. Regional channel, 6730. There are more than 1,000 fewer people than before. Su-chun knew that this was related to the reason why most people did not enter the wilderness yesterday, but entered the wilderness today. Another reason is the friction and fighting between survivors. After all, compared to the horrific wilderness, Seizing other people's supplies and dismantling their cars obviously comes with resources faster. Because of this reason, the value of resources such as wood and iron blocks continued to decline for a while, from 1 bottle of water in exchange for 10 resources to 1 bottle of water in exchange for 30 resources. What the hell? There are so many treasure chests in the wilderness. I've even found 2. Now I don't have to starve or die of thirst. But it's also dangerous. I just saw a yellow snake next to the treasure chest. I was so scared that I ran away immediately. I didn't get anything. Now I'm thirsty and tired. I feel like I'm going to die. Brother, didn't you realize that as long as you pick up the heart of the car, you can disassemble the car? Then you can exchange it for water to drink. The guy above took out the heart of the car, and the chat channel is no longer available. Damn, you didn't disassemble someone else's car, did you? Now that you've discovered me, I won't pretend anymore. I've already killed 2 survivors. Who will be the next one? Is this still possible? Damn, you all seem so scary all of a sudden. Discussions in the area chat room were heated, and basically everyone knew that they could disassemble other people's cars in exchange for resources. This, to a certain extent, exacerbated the distrust between survivors. After exiting the chat channel, Suchin noticed that when he was away, Qinglan, the girl he had traded with before, sent him a message. Qinglan, Godsu, I just got a very good blueprint, and it is very suitable for you to use. You will definitely make a lot of money. Send it and have a look. Qinglan. Picture. Ice cream machine production drawings. Production requirements. 20 iron blocks, 20 alloy blocks, 20 rubbers, 2 electronic components. Note. Ice cream making materials. 200g ice cubes, essential. 100g milk powder, 10g sugar. Other flavors can be added to freely match the flavor. When he saw this drawing, Suchin admitted that he was very excited. Although we don't know what the weather will be like after the extremely hot weather, it is obvious now that this thing will definitely be a bestseller. Combined with his iced drinks, he can definitely make a lot of money. What do you want to change? Suchin responded immediately. He had exchanged a lot of useful drawings from this girl, so naturally he would not deliberately lower the other party's price. Qinglan, I want to exchange for 10 bottles of water and 10 bottles of other drinks. Also, does Sushan have any extra blueprints that he doesn't need? Can you give them to me? Want water and drinks? Plus a drawing that is not used. Suchan thought for a moment, thinking that the ice cream machine would definitely earn him a lot of profit in the next few days. He immediately agreed. After selecting from dozens of drawings, Suchan planned to give the other party a drawing of car music. This thing can soothe the mood, allowing the other person to maintain a good mood, and then give you a better drawing in exchange. Then, Suchan put up an order for the car music drawings, 10 bottles of mineral water, and 5 liters of milk. It is said that what you drink is what you replenish. Suchan specially took out the milk he got last time and gave it to the other party for replenishment. Maybe cough, cough, cough. Qinglan was overjoyed when she saw the things Suchin exchanged, car music and milk, which were all what she needed. When she got the ice cream blueprint, she was short of ice cubes and couldn't use it herself. It is naturally good to be able to exchange for what you want. After the transaction was completed, she continued to send a message to Suchin. Qinglan, hey, does Sushin need any milk powder? I have plenty here. Chapter 29. Preparing a shop and making a fortune. Suchin couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw this. The one you love is waiting for you here. Sell yourself the blueprints, and then sell yourself the raw materials. Make an offer. Qinglan, I have 3 10 kilograms bags, enough for you to make 300 ice creams. Can I sell you 30 bottles of water or drinks? Suchin thought about it for a moment and agreed. Ice cubes and sugar were all he had. Next, all he had to do was sell it. The issue of pricing needs to be considered. Cost: 0.4 bottles of water for ice cubes, 0.1 bottles of water for milk powder, and almost 0 cost for white sugar. In this case, the cost of 1 ice cream is 0.5 bottles of water. Not to mention that in order to increase sales, he has to add some fruit juice to enhance the taste. In that case, let's price 1 bottle of water as 2 bottles of water or 50 portions of materials. In this way, a large amount of material can be collected in a short period of time. Suchan immediately took a few drawings and came to the production table. Put all the drawings and materials on it. Production completed. Production completed. Production completed. Ice cream machine. Materials required for making pieces: 200g ice cubes, essential. 100g milk powder. 10g sugar. Other flavors can be added to freely match the flavors. Speed: 1 piece/minute. Coke making machine. Materials required for production 500/bottle, 500 milliliters of water, carbon dioxide, no preparation required, 20 g of caramel, 0.1 cola nut. Speed, 1 bottle/minute. Liquor making machine. Materials required for production 330 milliliters per bottle, 200 g of water, 250 g of any grains. Speed, 1 bottle/10 minutes. With the addition of 3 production machines to Su Chen's warehouse, he now has plans to open a shop. The main thing is that this time's Wild Warrior Challenge allowed a lot of people to obtain resources. After the Wilderness Challenge is over, there will definitely be a large outbreak. Su Chen planned to open an exchange shop when the Wilderness Challenge was over. Although the commission for 10 bottles of water is required every day, but the benefits are also obvious. As long as he opens a store, he will be the boss, and it will definitely be displayed on the homepage store. Everyone will see his store at first glance. Secondly, even the lowest one-star store has the opportunity to place 2,000 orders, which is much more than the 200 orders available to ordinary individuals. This way he can place orders to sell more things. Su Chen, buying a large amount of milk powder, caramel, cola nuts, and any grains. You can exchange them with water, food, and various initial substances. Just share the exclusive order in private chat. Soon, Su Chen exchanged for a lot of milk powder, caramel, and grains, but the only thing missing was cola nuts. It seems that this thing is not so easy to make. Su Chen first added 40 bottles of water and 50 kilograms of grains into the liquor machine. A maximum of 100 bottles can be put in at a time, but it takes 1,000 minutes, or nearly 17 hours, to complete production. Then add milk powder, ice cubes, and sugar into the ice cream. The same amount of ice cream can be added at a time, and the production can be completed in more than an hour. 3 minutes later, Su Chen took an ice cream cone in each hand and started licking them. After thinking about it, he opened a private chat and traded an ice cream to Qinglan. On the other side, Qinglan, who was enjoying his favorite music, was slightly stunned when he saw the transaction information and the ice cream that Su Chen gave him. Then she smiled, took out the ice cream, and started licking it with her pink, tender tongue. She got the white cream on her tongue. Cool, sweet, and very comfortable. Qinglan expressed her gratitude immediately. Su Chen also said that he could sell it to her at cost price and not make any profit from her. After eating 2 ice cream cones, Su Chen's private message rang again. She was a strange girl, but she brought what Su Chen wanted. Lu Shi, Su Chen, I have 10 cola nuts here. Do you want to exchange them? I want to exchange them for 10 bottles of ice water. Cola nut. The name sounds like it is an essential ingredient for making Coke. Lu Shi felt that Su Chen must want to make Coke. Since both were water, the other party must prefer Coke. So, if she asks for something as high as she can, the other party might actually agree. Seeing the other party's offer, Su Chen frowned. Although he could accept the price, he always felt that the other party was taking advantage of the situation. 3 bottles. Lu Shi, Brother Su Chen, I really want to drink more water. How about 8 bottles of water? 3 bottles. Lu Shi, 7 bottles. Just 3 bottles, forget it if you don't change. Lu Shi, okay, 3 bottles is 3 bottles. Lu Shi agreed immediately. In fact, her ideal price was 3 bottles, but she just wanted a bargain for more. After exchanging 3 bottles of ice water for 10 cola nuts, Su Chen immediately took out the white seeds from the cola nut petals. These could be considered seeds and could be used for planting. Seeds could be picked out from each cola nut. Removing the seeds, Su Chen added the 10 cola nuts into the cola making machine. The production of Coke began, and it also took more than an hour to complete. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen marked out an area of 1 square meter in the warehouse behind the car, and then took out a portion of soil that could accelerate plant growth and used it. Sprinkled all 600 cola nut seeds on it. However, I soon received a reminder that I could only plant a maximum of 10 trees based on the energy required by the number of cola nuts. The excess was directly returned. This made Su Chen feel helpless, but as long as he could grow it, it would be fine. At least he could produce cola nuts for cola, so he wouldn't have to worry about it anymore. Then, Su Chen began to stockpile goods, storing all the cola, ice water, white wine, and ice cream he produced in the ring, preparing to give them a big wave when the brave challenge was about to end. After lying comfortably in the car for a while, I realized it was almost time. Su Chen opened the exchange. You are applying for a shop. The commission is 10 bottles of mineral water per day. Please confirm. Confirm. Congratulations, your application is successful. You have obtained a 1-star store and unlocked 2,000 listing permissions. Please give it a name. Name? Su-chan was suddenly stunned. He was so bad at naming that he didn't know how to name something. After a brief thought, he made a decision. Let's call it Chincy's shop. Not only is it a homonym of his name, but Chincy can also represent the rising sun and give people hope. Chapter 30, Shop Opening. Anti-inflammatory drug blueprint. Successfully named Chincy Shop. Morning Sun Shop, 1 star. Items added, 0/2000. Su-chan immediately started putting the goods on the shelves. Product, 1 serving of iced cola. Price, 50 materials/drawings private chat. Quantity, 100 copies. Product, 5 bottles of iced cola. Price, 250 materials/1 drawing. Quantity, 20 copies. Product, 1 ice cream. Price, 50 materials/drawings private chat. Quantity, 150 copies. Product, 5 servings of ice cream. Price, 240 materials/1 drawing. Quantity, 6 servings. Product, a bottle of 330 milliliters liquor. Price, 300 basic materials/1 rare blueprint, private chat. Quantity, 18 servings. Product, ice water. Price, 60 basic materials. Quantity, 150. 200 bottles of Coke, 180 ice creams, 150 bottles of ice water, and 18 bottles of white wine were all put on the order by Su-chan at one time. Even in this case, Su-chan only occupied less than 450 grids. After thinking for a moment, Su-chan prepared to sell another blueprint, which would definitely be snatched up by others. Product, 1 car music drawing, permanent. Price, a rare blueprint. Quantity 1. Chin still understood the principle that scarcity makes things valuable. Su-chan placed the order. The time for today's Brave Challenge had already passed. The Brave Challenge is over. See you tomorrow. Regional Channel 5930. At the same time, Su-chan dropped a depth charge in a heavy area channel. Su-chan, I open a shop and sell water, ice cream, cola, and liquor at affordable prices. All survivors are welcome to visit. As soon as these words were spoken, the regional chat channel, which was already in panic due to the greatly increased death toll, suddenly exploded. What the hell? Boss Su-chan has started opening a store. Am I dazzled? Ice cream? What the hell? Wouldn't it be great to have ice cream on such a hot day? You are not seeing things. Not only is there ice cream, but there's also a lot of iced cola. I guess that's why Su-chan wanted to buy cola nuts before. What's more important? Didn't you see it? That's liquor. I love drinking the most. I feel uncomfortable if I don't drink half a pound every day. I want to change the liquor. I will sell my car and iron to get a bottle to try. Woo-woo, brother Su-chan. Can you let me lick a bite of the ice cream? If possible, I can help you lick the white ice cream next time we meet. Today's Wilderness Warrior Challenge was a good harvest, so I'll reward myself with an ice cream. Thank you, Su-chan. That's right. Today I opened 2 silver treasure chests and got 2 blueprints. 1 for myself and 1 for enjoyment. How come you all made money, but I'm the only one who got nothing by entering the wilderness? Oh, so many people died in just a few hours. It's really terrible. We're decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. He was definitely making a huge profit this time. In just 1 hour, half of them were sold out. Su-chan harvested a lot of resources and many blueprints. Of course, most of them were ordinary items, but Su-chan did exchange them for some props for daily necessities. But after that, sales in Su-chan's shop became particularly slow, and it was obvious that the demand was somewhat saturated. Alas, there's still too few people. Only a few people can survive and start to enjoy life. Su-chan couldn't help but sigh. There were originally 10,000 people, but now there are less than 6,000 left. A small number of people before the exam have already escaped the survival crisis, and the rest are still in need of survival resources. Among them, except for some who wanted to enjoy first, the others were still rational and knew that now was not the time to exchange these things and to focus on enjoyment. In addition, Su-chan also replaced the heating electromagnetic plate, which can directly heat the pot. Now, there's no need to go out to light a fire and barbecue. The safety factor is maximized. Just as Su-chan was listening to a tune and cooking dog meat, a private message rang. Wang Chong, brother, I have drawn up a great blueprint that is absolutely suitable for your shop, with pictures. Su-chan clicked it curiously, and his pupils suddenly dilated. It turned out to be a medicine that had never been seen in the stock exchange before, a blueprint for an anti-inflammatory drug. Anti-inflammatory drug production drawings, permanent. Production requirements: 1 herb, 1 fungus. In the past 2 days, all the survivors have experienced some battles while searching for treasure chests, and many people have been injured. However, there were no anti-inflammatory drugs or other medicines, so he could only watch his wounds become infected and even die from it. If his store put anti-inflammatory drugs on the shelves at this time, they would definitely sell like hotcakes. And in the future, sooner or later, they will all have to merge into one zone. This is something that will inevitably happen when the population of a zone decreases. Su-chun didn't believe that the people in such an area would continue like this. You name your price. Wang Chong, I'll give you the blueprint, but I want 30% of the proceeds from the sale of anti-inflammatory drugs and a bottle of liquor every day. If that doesn't work, I'll sell the drugs myself. Wang Chong has a hobby, which is drinking. Drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Enjoy life while you can. When he saw Su-chun put liquor on the shelves, he started thinking about drinking it every day. Therefore, he wanted to use this drawing to exchange for the right to drink. In addition, he was also unwilling to give up the profits from the anti-inflammatory drugs. So he directly gave up 70% of the profits and handed over all the sales and trading work to Su-chun, and he could just sit back and reap the benefits. Seeing Wang Chong's request, Su-chun frowned. It was too unrealistic for the other party to pay a blueprint and want to get 30% of his permanent anti-inflammatory drug. With his luck, he was confident that he would be able to get it out later, and then he wouldn't have to share the profits with anyone else. After thinking it over, Su-chun gave a reply. 1 bottle of wine a day is fine, but 30% of permanent anti-inflammatory drugs is impossible, 10% at most. I'm not in a hurry. I can prescribe it myself later. Wang Chong, do you have a 1-star car upgrade blueprint? Use this to offset the 20% loss in revenue. King. Su-chun agreed immediately. He still had 8 of these things, and there was no use leaving them alone. He could only make the best use of them if he used them to exchange for resources. Then, Su-chun put down a 1-star car upgrade blueprint and a bottle of white wine in exchange for the anti-inflammatory drug production blueprint. Without further ado, start learning. However, he had no herbs or fungi, nor had he seen any at the exchange. Just when he was about to ask on the public screen, Wang Chong sent another message. Chapter 31 Hunger Marketing. Wang Chong, by the way, Su-chun, these are the herbs and fungi I got from squatting all day today. Consider this as the first injection of capital for our business. Then, Wang Chong traded for 11 herbs and 2 fungi, which were only enough to produce 2 anti-inflammatory drugs. Then Su-chun thought for a moment and cleared out another cubic meter of space in the warehouse behind the car. Now, there was no space left in the entire rear warehouse. I laid down the soil for rapid plant growth again, took out some of the soil from the herbs and fungi, and planted them in a 50-50 ratio. Next, the remaining fungi were used together with herbs to make an anti-inflammatory medicine. Use 1 herb and 1 fungus to successfully produce 1 anti-inflammatory drug. Then 10 anti-inflammatory pills appeared in Su-chun's hand. There are 10 in 1 serving. In that case, I can sell the 10 separately. Su-chun opened his own shop, put all the cola, ice water, and liquor produced by the manufacturer machines on the shelves, and then put anti-inflammatory drugs on the shelves again. Product: anti-inflammatory drug. Price: 3 herbs/3 fungi/1 blueprint. Quantity: 10 pieces, only 10 pieces. It's 15 times higher than the cost. Pretty reasonable, right? Then Su-chun synchronized the information of the anti-inflammatory drugs he had put on the shelves to the regional channel. As soon as Su-chun's transaction information was sent out, the entire regional channel exploded instantly. What the hell? Su-chun has put some good stuff on the shelf again. Anti-inflammatory medicine? I just need it. Herbs, fungi, what are these materials? I don't seem to have any of them. Please, sir, give me an anti-inflammatory pill. I'm injured, and I'll die without the medicine. What are you kidding upstairs? You want to get something for free? Shit, I don't think I've ever seen herbs and fungi. I can only exchange them for blueprints. If I don't let me, I'm afraid my wounds will get infected, and then I won't be able to hold out for long. Haha, while you were sighing, I have already exchanged 3 anti-inflammatory pills. I happen to have 8 herbs, and Su-chun agreed to exchange 3 with me. Now I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Fuck you, brother. I'll change it while everyone is hesitating. With the first person trying it, Everyone no longer thought it was expensive and rushed to buy it. Only 7 portions were left, and they were gone in a matter of seconds. Fuck, you guys are too fast. This is totally unethical. Su-chun, hurry up and produce another batch to sell. Countless people who were injured or wanted to stock up on some for prevention hoped that Su-chun could put more anti-inflammatory drugs on the shelves. Su-chun also saw these needs. Made some response. Su-chun, after all, the raw materials for anti-inflammatory drugs are rare and difficult to obtain. I will put them on the shelves when they are available. Please pay more attention to my store, and you will always be able to grab them. In fact, in the transaction just now, he had obtained 8 portions of herbs and 3 portions of fungi, and made another 30 portions. But he knew very well that he should not let others think that this thing was easy to make. Unlike water and drinks, medicines are life-saving things in Doomsday. So he planned to put 10 pills on the shelf every hour to maximize efficiency. At the same time, he also obtained 5 new drawings, 4 of which were relatively ordinary and disposable drawings, including down jacket making drawings, pillow making drawings, chair making drawings, and table making drawings. Only one can be produced, so it has no commercial value. In contrast, there's a drawing that can be made permanently. Underwear production drawings, permanent. Production requirements. 1 piece of fabric. Introduction. You can make any style of underwear, regardless of style or gender. Seeing this, Su-chun was overjoyed. In the past 2 days, he had not changed his underwear at all, and he often went out to look for treasure chests and fight, which caused him to sweat a lot. Now his underwear is a bit sticky and very uncomfortable. Now I can finally change my underwear. Cloth is a basic material that can be obtained from a bronze treasure chest. It is rarer than wood and iron blocks, but not in large quantities. Su-chun happened to have a few pieces of cloth here, which he had exchanged from others before. It was produced immediately, consumed 6 pieces of fabric, and made 6 pairs of men's ice silk underwear. Su-chun quickly changed into it, and a cool and comfortable feeling came over him, which was extremely comfortable. It feels good, much more comfortable than before. It is smooth, fits well, and does not get stuck in the crotch. You no longer need to pay attention to your little brother getting stuck. There were still 3 pieces of cloth left, and Su-chun continued to work. Consumed 3 pieces of fabric and made 3 pairs of women's lace panties. Touching the lace panties that had just been made, the touch was even smoother than his ice silk panties. After completing the production, Su-chun opened the chat interface with Qinglan, with whom he had traded before, and traded 3 pairs of women's lace panties to her. Then he opened Wang Chang's private chat, made the transaction, and left a note. Su-chun, 10% of today's profit, 3 pairs of ice silk underwear. You're welcome. It is impossible to ask him to take out the blueprints and give them to the other party, but he can give a few of these permanent items as a gift. On the other side, Qinglan received Su-chun's direct transaction and clicked on the transaction interface in a daze. When Qinglan saw clearly what the other party sent over, her face turned red. She didn't expect that the other party would actually give her a few pairs of underwear. These days, she hasn't changed her underwear for several days, even though she usually changes it every day. In addition, she had her period these 2 days, which made her feel a little dirty, which made her feel very uncomfortable. These pairs of underwear from Su-chun were like a blessing in disguise for her. She quickly took out the underwear, but when Qinglan saw that the style was still lace, her face turned even redder. Fortunately, there is no one else here now. She put the panties to her nose and smelled them, and there was no strange smell. Thinking that Su-chun had done business with her several times and that he shouldn't be that kind of person, she took off her panties in the car. After the change, it was so comfortable. She felt warm and caring down there, which made her feel extremely satisfied. Now, both mentally and physically, I feel extremely satisfied and happy. Su-chun, you are such a good person. Qinglan has secretly made up her mind that when she gets another drawing that she doesn't need, she will directly give it to Su-chun. After receiving the thanks from Qinglan and Wang Chang, Su-chun continued to barbecue happily. The sky gradually darkened. It's night again, the most terrifying night of this road survival. In the chat channel, many people are seeking comfort from each other. Will we encounter wild beasts again tonight? I encountered a wolf last night. I was scared to death. I hope I can get through it safely tonight. Yes, the durability of my car is only 80% left. The glass is almost broken. I don't know how many days the car can last. Don't bother me. My glass was broken a long time ago. The durability is only 40% left. 80% is already very good. It must have been reassembled and upgraded. It seems that I should stay in my brother's car. That's the safest place. My current car is almost at the end of its life. Basically, everyone is afraid of dangers, such as being attacked by wild beasts at night. This can be said to be a very deadly threat to them. Zhang Weihong. If conditions permit, you can light a few bonfires around your car at night to prevent wild animals from approaching. In addition, our team already has 7 or 8 people. We welcome everyone to join us and play this survival game together. Many people agreed and said they could sell fire and wood. If Brother Zhang hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten about it. What Brother Zhang? This is our Mayor Zhang. Doesn't everything he says make sense? I'm already burning up. I hope I can have a peaceful night tonight. In the car, Zhang Weihong, who was eating instant noodles, looked at many people praising him and expressing their desire to join them, with a smile on his face. Chapter 32. You guys are short of water. What does that have to do with me taking a bath? In this highway survival game, the strength of one person may kill you one day. If you want to survive to the end more safely, you must use the strength of the team. Zhang Weihong smiled and already had a plan in mind. Today, with the help of his team, he has gained a lot of resources and blueprints. Through exchange, he is able to provide water and food for those members who join him. Especially through the team, at the cost of 2 deaths they gained, a pistol and 8 bullets. This will be an important driving force for their team to grow and develop and protect themselves. It would be great if we could get Su Chen's production machines. It's both a drink and a medicine. If he gets these, he can use them to become the richest man in the entire regional channel. But the richest man now is Su Chen. Mayor Zhang, can I sit in your car for a while? Just as he was slurping instant noodles, a delicate voice came from his ears. It was so pleasant to hear, and she could definitely be a voice actor in some field. Hearing the noise, Zhang Weihong's eyes lit up slightly, and then immediately returned to normal. There was only one young woman in black stockings in their motorcade, and she seemed to be his secretary. He opened the car door and saw a woman in a black silk shirt looking at Zhang Weihong with a beautiful smile. Okay, come on up. The woman got into the car sideways, looked at the instant noodles and sausages left over by Zhang Weihong, and swallowed. Pointing at the sausage in the instant noodle box, he said, Brother Zhang, can I have your instant noodle sausage? Sure. Zhang Weihong handed over the box of instant noodles and closed the car door. Soon after, the lights in the car went out, the vehicle was on the road, and everything became quiet. After an hour, Zhang Weihong got out of the car with weak legs. There was no way out. In this environment, the pressure was too great. In just 1 hour, she exploded 3 times. After asking everyone to form a circle around the cars and start a fire on the outside, Zhang Weihong started a meeting discussion with everyone. A team cannot be without a leader and cannot be without job allocation. Otherwise, there will be chaos. Since they are small in number now, they can serve as the management of the team in the future. Naturally, everyone is very happy to listen to Zhang Weihong's arrangements. As for me, I should have the best management experience among everyone present, so I will temporarily take on the leadership position. If there is someone more suitable later, you can switch positions with me. Lu Qian, the secretary of a large group, will be in charge of financial management. The material statistics and management of our entire team will be handed over to her. Zhang San, you are brave and careful and have strong combat power. You will be the captain of our expedition team. You will be mainly responsible for fighting and searching for treasure chests. Everyone, do you have any opinions? After finishing speaking, Chen Weihong looked at everyone, seemingly asking for their opinions. They originally came to join Chen Weihong with the intention of currying favor with him, and now they can become leaders, so they are naturally very happy and immediately agreed to his proposal. Okay, in the future, we will unite more people, continue to expand our team, and survive together on this highway survival. Everyone agreed with his distribution, which made Chen Weihong very satisfied. Very good, at least there are no thorns, otherwise it would take a lot of effort to deal with them. After listening to Chen Weihong's words, everyone looked at each other, then nodded vigorously to show their agreement. They have begun to look forward to it. As their team continues to expand, they will have more power. Maybe one day, they will be able to live with food and water without doing anything. Standing in the center and watching everyone's performance, Chen Weihong felt particularly happy. These people have now been fooled by him, and the next step is to continue expanding the team. At that time, You will be able to use the power of the team to make himself stronger. That night, Su-chun did not continue to post meal packages on the public screen to attract hatred. Eating the dog meat hot pot and drinking the white wine he brewed himself, Su-chun was so refreshed by the spicy taste. While enjoying himself, Su-chun sold the remaining dog meat in single-person portions with water and opened his own shop. He then kept 10 kilograms of dog meat for himself, which would be enough for him to taste occasionally. After finishing his meal, Su-chun came to the bed, moved all the mattresses away, and began to exercise according to the postures he had learned to practice explosive power. Although he didn't want to admit it, his body was really a little weak. It's time to start training. At least, you need to have the strength to fight a wild wolf in hand-to-hand combat. Practice arm explosions first, then leg explosions. Finally, practice the all-important waist explosion. In less than half an hour, Su-chun was so tired that he lay down and didn't want to move. But he knew that he had reached his limit, and only by continuing to practice would he have a chance to surpass it. After persisting for another 15 minutes, Su-chun was really out of strength. He took out a wooden barrel from the ring that was large enough to accommodate a person and took up a considerable amount of space. He turned on a faucet nearby and poured some of the condensed purified water into the bucket. Not much, about 15 centimeters deep. Su-chun picked out his favorite soft music, then took off all his clothes and sat directly in the wooden barrel. Then he took out a new towel and a bar of soap and started washing his body. After a simple cleansing, Su-chun leaned on the edge of the wooden barrel, lying comfortably, looking extremely leisurely. However, his current wooden barrel bath is still a bit awkward. He must have a special shower room and a bathtub in the future so that bathing will be more comfortable. He should be able to do it when his car is upgraded to a comfortable RV. Ding! Another private message. Su-chun was too lazy to move, so he just waved his hand and the big screen moved in front of him. After upgrading to a 2-star car, the large screen used for communication and transactions can be moved to any place in the car. Su-chun took a look and saw that it was a message from Qinglan. What does she want to do with herself? No, maybe some rare blueprint has been revealed again. Su-chun's eyes lit up, and he couldn't wait to click on the private chat. Qinglan, are you there? Yes, what's wrong? Qinglan, Su-chun, do you think we still have a chance to return to our original world? Su-chun's face was full of confusion. No, sister, you've been here for 2 days. Haven't you faced the reality yet? Just as he was about to reply, the other party sent another message, blocking his mouth. Chapter 33, Late Night Attack. Qinglan, what do you think? If we die in this survival game, will we return to our original world? The other party's words left Su-chun stunned. At this moment, he had to admit that this was an idea he had never considered. Since this survival game only involves young and middle-aged people and excludes the elderly and children, does it mean that there is a conscience behind the game? Perhaps those who have died and been eliminated will really return to the world of the past. However, all this is just speculation. Moreover, even in the world of road survival games, Su-chun wants to live comfortably and enjoyably. Su-chun, I don't want to think too much. I just want to be here and be myself comfortably. After sending the message, the other party replied quickly. Qinglan, you look so relaxed. What are you doing? Seeing Su-chun's answer, Qinglan smiled. She just said it casually, but she didn't expect that the other party was so open-minded. Thinking of Su-chun, Qinglan suddenly felt that perhaps coming to this road survival game might not be all bad. Su-chun took a comfortable photo. Of course, you could only see him lying comfortably in the bucket, with some skin slightly exposed, and nothing else could be seen. Su-chun, listening to music comfortably while taking a bath. He didn't mean to be pretentious. He just wanted to share it with the other party. Siren, Qinglan, you actually took a bath. You actually had so much water to bathe. Yeah? Qinglan couldn't help but exclaim in shock. In this situation where there was no water or food and many people were about to die of hunger and thirst, Su-chun actually had the conditions to take a shower. She didn't take a shower for several days during her period. Although she really wanted to tell him that she also wanted to take a shower, she thought that Su-chun was not related to her, and there was no need for him to help her. It would be unreasonable to force him. I can only envy silently. Su-chun is so lucky. After letting go of her obsession with taking a shower, she suddenly discovered that Su-chun looked even more handsome from this angle. Qinglan's face turned slightly red because of his looks that could easily beat any male lead in an idol drama. Poo, Qinglan. Ah, Qinglan, what are you thinking about? Shaking her head to get rid of all the distracting thoughts in her mind, Qinglan immediately covered her face with a quilt and began to mutter to herself in a low voice. Suchin didn't know that his handsome looks had already begun to attract the attention of girls. Taking a shower, Suchin also felt a hint of tiredness in his body. It's been a busy day today, searching for treasure chests, killing wild beasts, killing robbers, frequent trading, and the final exercise. It's a miracle that I can hold on until taking a shower. It's time to go to bed. Suchun made the bed again, covered it with the quilt, rested his head on the pillow, and fell into a deep sleep. He was really sleepy. Even though it was only a little after 8, he fell asleep immediately. In his sleep, Suchan was dreaming of himself in his own castle, playing and frolicking with his black silk maids. Suddenly, I felt the whole castle begin to shake. Is this an earthquake? After being shaken, Suchan suddenly opened his eyes. Feeling the shaking car body, he immediately understood what was happening. He shuddered and woke up instantly. At this time, the beast at night came to the door again. Suchun hurriedly looked outside, but it was already the late night, and it was pitch black outside, and he could not see anything at all. All I could see was a black shadow, banging on the vehicle outside. Vehicle durability has dropped by 5%. Suchin did not turn on the light directly, but took out the Desert Eagle first, then took out a high-intensity flashlight, aimed it outside, and turned it on directly. Under the light of the flashlight, a gray-black shadow flashed by somewhere outside. Suchin adjusted the direction without hesitation and aimed at the location where the black shadow flashed. Swish! The strong light of the flashlight in the dark night shone on the dark shadow. After seeing it clearly, Suchin's pupils suddenly shrank, but he also breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be an adult black bear. It looked very big. It was a bit scary at this time of night. If the bulletproof glass and car body were not reinforced, the loss would not be as serious as it is now, and his entire car might be scrapped. Looking at the black bear that could not cause any substantial damage to the vehicle, Suchan calmed down and began to observe it, trying to find the black bear's weakness. However, before he found the weakness, he noticed something unusual. The black bear's eyes were bloodthirsty red, making it even more violent. Could it be that the night will strengthen the wild beasts in the wilderness to some extent? It also makes it easier for them to target humans? Suchun guessed in his heart. Then he shook his head and said that the most urgent task now was to kill the black bear. Otherwise, by the daytime, the durability would probably drop another 15%, which is not what Suchin wants to see. He came to a car window, lowered it a little, leaving a gap for shooting, and stuck the muzzle of the gun out. "Hey, loud dang, this way." Suchan called out softly to attract the black bear's attention. Feeling the human breath more obviously, the black bear also became excited. It raised its head and roared, then came to the window where Suchan made the sound and started banging on the window, dong, dong, dong. "Hey, go on your way with peace of mind." Suchun raised the corner of his mouth slightly, pointed the gun at the black bear, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, he emptied all the magazines in his hands. The bullets shot into the black bear's body, leaving many bloody holes. Blood splattered everywhere, and the black bear fell to the ground with a scream, as if it had been killed directly by Suchin's burst of bullets. Seeing the black bear lying on the ground and struggling slightly, Suchun did not get out of the car to check. Instead, he changed his gun and opened the car window a little wider. Then he took aim and emptied the magazine again with bang, bang, bang. After emptying the magazine, immediately closed the car windows completely to give the opponent no chance to launch a sneak attack. From the very beginning, he had no intention of getting out of the car to check. Need to rush for the opportunity to reap the spoils. He just didn't expect that even after his car had undergone a wave of upgrades, it was still threatened by wild beasts to a certain extent, and he had to upgrade it again as soon as possible to get a safer and more comfortable sleeping environment. After completing all this, Suchan went back to the bed without looking back, fell asleep, and didn't bother to do anything else. 6:30 in the morning. Suchan woke up full of energy. After a full night of more than 10 hours of sleep, the weakness he felt yesterday has now completely disappeared, transformed into abundant energy. Have a nice day. Let's start with selling goods. Put all the things produced by the machine on the shelves. Chapter 34. Honey Trap? What I hate most is honey trap. After putting the goods on the shelves, Suchin ate some bread and water to fill his stomach, and then chose to continue on his journey. In less than 10 minutes, I came across a bronze treasure chest. Initial resources: 1 serving of Haidaleo hot pot base, 1 serving of Jagong hot pot base. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 233 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 5x crit. Congratulations! You have won 5 portions of Haidaleo hot pot base and 5 portions of Jagong hot pot base. They actually launched hot pot base? It's not bad. After all, he hasn't eaten hot pot for several days. If you haven't eaten this for a while, you'll miss it a lot. Decided, let's have hot pot tonight. Just step on the accelerator and keep moving forward. After driving about 30 kilometers, Su-chan suddenly discovered that there was a car parked on the side of the road on the distant horizon. There was a figure waving at him. Someone? And you got off the car on your own initiative? Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Su-chan drove closer and raised his eyebrows at the survivor who was waving his arms in disbelief. In this road survival game, openly get out of the car to ask for help. When he got closer, he saw a car lying across the road. The rear door opens directly. Next to the car door, a charming young woman in an OL uniform and black stockings was leaning against the car. She had long wavy hair, a tech-famous face, and slender long legs, which perfectly showed off the temptation of the black stockings. At this moment, the woman was posing in a seductive manner, waving her arms towards Su-chan, beckoning him over. When he drove in, she lay back on the back seat, took off her shoes, folded her slender legs together, and hooked a finger at Su-chan. This. Can you encounter street vendors doing business, even when you're trying to survive on the highway? Su-chan swallowed his dry throat and took a deep breath to keep his sanity. Through the radar detection system, he didn't know how many people were in the other vehicle, only a vehicle marking symbol. But he was able to detect that there was a survivor player about 20 meters away from the side of the road. It is obvious that the other party is trying to set up a honey trap. Fuck, this is the kind of person he hates the most in his life. You can't exchange sincerity for sincerity at all. You have to play this kind of trick. He couldn't find these people to take revenge before, but now, in this doomsday survival game, he has to give them some trouble. Since he has a pistol and a crossbow, he naturally doesn't need to be afraid of the opponent. As long as he doesn't get off the car easily, the other party will have no way to deal with him. Su-chan moved gracefully and stopped diagonally opposite the side of the other car, then slowly lowered the window a little. Swoosh! The next moment, a sharp arrow shot out from the bushes in the distance and shot toward the window of the car where Su-chan was. Dang! However, the sharp arrow hit the car window that was not fully opened and bounced out. Su-chan's mouth curled up slightly. Did you really think he would do something stupid, like opening the carriage? He took out his pistol and pointed the muzzle at the bushes not far away through the gap at the top of the car window. Based on the attack just now, I roughly determined the approximate location of the enemy's ambush in the bushes. Pull the trigger without hesitation. Thumping. A gunshot rang out, and a scream was heard from the bushes not far away. Then, a survivor covered in blood was seen raising his hands from the bushes, ready to surrender. But, thumping. Another shot, taking him away directly. There was no mercy at all. Such a scene scared the OL lady in black stockings sitting at the back door of the car so much that she closed the door directly. But soon, the car door was open again. The little feet in black stockings stretched out directly, and a woman's delicate voice came over. You handsome guy are awesome. That man kept forcing me to do it with weapons. I didn't want to do it. Now he's dead, and I'm yours. Zhao Shuang rubbed his calves against each other and blew a kiss to Su-chan. At the same time, he couldn't help but pull the collar down a little. Oh, this headlight is really big and round. I have to say, if this happened in the original world, where there were no surveillance cameras on the road, if he met a girl like this, he would go straight over to talk to her. But now, this is a survival game for them. Don't trust anyone except yourself, especially a woman who wants to climb into your bed. No matter how beautiful your black stockings are, if you want to kill me, you're just a pretty skeleton after all. Su-chan didn't have the slightest bit of good feelings towards this kind of honey trap, so he just took out his gun and fired 2 shots. Then Su-chan still didn't get off the car, because he detected a total of 3 cars within a 1-kilometer radius, which means that at least 3 people will appear here. He has killed a man and a woman now, and there should be another one. Judging from the woman's seductive actions just now, she is most likely in the car. However, it seems that the other party wants to wait until I get on the car to explore for resources before launching a sneak attack on me. Su-chan's face darkened, and he took out a black wooden treasure chest from his space ring, which contained some slightly dangerous creatures. Su-chun directly threw the wooden treasure box into the other party's carriage. After several collisions, the wooden treasure chest was smashed, and a sand-yellow figure emerged from it. Grass! There was a sound of angry curse, and suddenly a figure appeared, so scared that he was about to escape from the door on the other side. He didn't want to be bitten by a snake in the car, and he wasn't sure whether it was poisonous or not. However, just as he got out of the car, he found that a car made a 180-degree turn and appeared in front of him, with a black gun muzzle pointed at him. Thumping. The brain was splattered and blood was gushing out. Su-chun finally breathed a sigh of relief when the last survivor fell to the ground. He came to the parked car and chopped the sand snake in half with the three-edged military bayonet in his hand. After a quick search of the car, I found that there wasn't much in it, just a bottle of water and some bread, and a pair of lace panties with a strange smell. Su-chun came to the front of the car, took out the heart of the car, and chose to disassemble the car directly. Before leaving, Su-chun took a look at the woman's body and gave up the idea of taking advantage of the situation. He was just talking nonsense. Then, he drove up to two other cars. There are quite a lot of resources in their car. In total, there were 11 bottles of water and a lot of food, such as bread and steam buns. The rest are dozens of basic supplies. In addition, he also found a blueprint. When I opened it, my eyes widened. Cigarette production drawings, permanent. Production conditions, 100 pieces, 1 portion of tobacco leaves. Learning conditions, 2-star car. What the hell? Guarding a mountain of gold. Yet going out to rob? When he saw that it was a tobacco blueprint, Su-chun clenched his fists excitedly. Fortunately, these people don't have the blueprints for upgrading and modifying the 1-star car. Otherwise, they would probably use this blueprint and become the richest people in the region. Although he has already gained the title of the richest man in the region by selling water, if these people were to master the production of cigarettes, it would probably not take long for him to soar to fame. Chapter 35 Tobacco Blueprints. This is about to take off. Of these 2 car hearts, one has reached the 2-star level, while the other has only absorbed 1, plus that woman's. In other words, in this wave, Su-chun obtained a total of 7 car hearts. Adding the 4 he had absorbed before, he now had 11 car hearts. He only needed 4 more to upgrade his car again. Now it is a simple RV and small bus. Will it become a large RV directly after upgrading? After putting away the drawings, Su-chun disassembled both cars. After returning to the car, Su-chun immediately chose to study. You must learn such good drawings by yourself. As for the materials, we will talk about them later. Congratulations, you learned how to make cigarettes. Cigarette. Production requirements. 1 tobacco leaf. Effect. Can make any brand and type of cigarettes. Now, the gold mountain is already in front of him, and all that's left is to light the first fire of the gold mountain. If you don't have it, just look around to see if the general public has it. Su-chun, looking to buy tobacco leaves. You can exchange them with any store supplies. Bring your price. The originally boring regional channel suddenly became a hot topic. Wait, tobacco leaves? Is Su-chun going to make cigarettes? What the hell? Cigarettes. I haven't smoked for 3 days. My whole body is itching. If I had a cigarette, it would be so good. Damn it, why don't I have tobacco leaves? Then I can ask Su-chun to exchange them for cigarettes directly. Who has tobacco leaves? Don't wait, sell them to Su-chun. The chat channel was bustling with activity, but unfortunately Su-chun's private chat was deserted. No one had tobacco leaves to look for me. There were only endless girls' private photos who wanted to exchange for water and food. Su-chun was speechless. I don't really like looking at this kind of photos. Could you please stop sending them to me? Too many of them take up too much memory. What's even more outrageous is that he saw several people sending him the same photo of Li Shan, and one of them was obviously a boy's name. Guys, you guys developed the photos yourself. Do you want to make the most of them? After waiting for 10 minutes, there was no news about the tobacco leaves. Su-chun continued to drive forward, and after receiving another wooden treasure chest, Su-chun finally received a private message. Qinglan, God Su, I just gave you something you might want, but it's not tobacco leaves, it's tobacco seeds. Do you want them? Seeds are basically useless in doomsday survival because there is simply no time to plant them. However, Qinglan felt that since seeds could be produced, it meant that they could be planted. Maybe if they were planted here, they would mature much faster than normal. Yes, I can use this thing too. Just name a price, my little lucky star. Su-chun regretted sending this message. He felt like he was a little too sloppy. On the other side, Qinglan blushed when she saw what Suchin replied. Qinglan, then just give me 2 bottles of water. This seed was a byproduct she got from the silver treasure chest. There was no use in keeping it, so she might as well do Suchin a favor. No problem. Suchin readily agreed and exchanged 2 bottles of water for a packet of seeds. Looking at the trunk of the car, which had no room for anything anymore, Suchin let out a long sigh and decided to wait until the crops he grew matured tomorrow before considering planting some tobacco. Alternatively, upgrade your car again as soon as possible so that your car will have more space. Just when Suchin was about to withdraw from the private chat, the other party sent another message. Qinglan, have you noticed that a group of people have started looking for you? Really? How many people? Suchin knew that someone would definitely target him, and this was what he wanted in order to quickly collect the heart of the car in the early stages. Qinglan, there seem to be about 7 or 8 people now. They block the road and rob and kill other survivors crazily. They ask everyone they meet if they have met Suchin. Qinglan, originally, no one knew of their existence. It was a player who pretended to join them, then drove away at night and luckily escaped from their hands, who revealed this matter. Qinglan, according to what they said, each of them has a powerful weapon, including bows, arrows, and machetes. Even their leader has a gun in his hand. Earlier, when Suchin heard someone searching him on the road, he didn't feel anything, but when he heard that the other party had a gun, his face became solemn. It's not easy to deal with players carrying guns. The protective clothing he was wearing could only protect against stabs, not bullets. It seems that I have overestimated my own advantages. Compared to those cruel and ruthless people, I am still too kind. After much thought, Suchin finally decided to confront those people as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he gave them the opportunity to win over more people, the situation might be beyond his control. The current number of people on the other side has almost met his expectations. After making the decision, Suchin stepped on the accelerator. Straight up to 200 yards, full speed ahead. He is not worried about the durability of the car, tires reaching 0. At worst, he can just replace them when the time comes. He is not someone who needs that little money. After walking for 2.5 hours, Suchin had also advanced a full 300 kilometers. During this period, I encountered 5 or 6 treasure chests and opened 10 bottles of water, 40 pieces of milk bread, 10 kilograms of A9 Wagyu beef, 6 candles, 7 bottles of red wine, 2 dining table drawings, and 5 mountaineering bag drawings. In addition, he met 2 survivors who wanted to rob along the way. Without exception, he killed them and turned them into supplements for his car's heart. 2-star car heart, 14/15. Only 1 more car heart is needed to upgrade the car to a 2-star car. Then all we need is another 2-star car upgrade production blueprint. This kind of thing is hard to come by on the road, so you probably have to wait until the wilderness challenge begins. Keep going. Brother Fei, we've robbed another person, but we still haven't seen Suchin. Will he be ahead of us? A man bit a piece of bread hard and drank a bottle of water. Haha, so what if we can catch him or not? Aren't we living a carefree life now? As long as everyone keeps following me and robbing together, we can have water to drink and food to eat every day. A bald man with half a green dragon carved on his back said domineeringly. Brother Chong is awesome. If you follow Brother Chong, you'll have to eat 9 meals in 3 days. Chapter 36, Highway Robbery Gang. Brother Chong is right. Brother Chong has a pistol, and we all have weapons. If we encounter other survivors, we just have to fight them. Although we can't meet Suchin, we can put the blame on him. We can say that we were targeting him and had no choice but to face those survivors. Brother Chong smiled, enjoying the flattery from everyone, and said with a smile, they have encountered such a powerful us. They will definitely think that all this is because of Suchin. Without Suchin, no one would target individual survivors like them. Let's be the one who develops quietly behind scenes. What Brother Chong said makes sense. Long live Brother Chong. But having said that, we haven't met a woman so far today. If we meet a woman, we can intercept her and Fuck, hearing you say that, I feel a little swelled up. We are all here, there are no laws. Can't we relax a little? However, if we really meet a girl, it will definitely be Brother Chong who comes first, and we just need to line up behind him. Amid the flattery of the crowd, Brother Chong gradually lost himself. Wait, look, is there someone coming over there? Hurry, it's time to work, brothers, get ready. Not long after moving forward, Su Chin's detection system suddenly showed that there were more than a dozen dilapidated vans parked across the road ahead. They're trying to rob me. I wonder if they are from the same group and have ideas about me. Su Chan took out 3 Desert Eagles, stuffed 2 into his belt, held one in his hand, and used the other hand to control the steering wheel. When he drove closer, a group of men suddenly got out of the car. Parking. Su Chan raised his eyebrows and saw dozens of people holding different weapons, including daggers, machetes, bows and arrows, and a gun, all pointing at him. Parking? Does the other party think I am a fool? He stepped on the accelerator, and the speed that had just slowed down continued to rise rapidly. He rushed directly towards the group of robbers blocking the road at a speed of 100 miles per hour. Seeing this, those people were frightened and fled in all directions. At the same time, one of them raised the gun in his hand and pulled the trigger. Bang! A bullet hit the other party's car window, and a loud gunshot rang out. He thought that if he could break the opponent's glass with one shot, even if he didn't hit the opponent, it would have a certain deterrent effect on the opponent and force the opponent to stop the car. As a result, he suddenly discovered that the bullets from the pistol could not pose a threat to the other party's car windows. Bulletproof glass? Damn, only wealthy families can afford such conditions. Even though they all tried their best to dodge, 2 of them were still hit by the other side and were knocked away. At the same time, the car swept sideways and hit the 3 boys who had no time to adjust and dodge again, and they were thrown out. Blow up his tires. He's a fat sheep. Weapons won't work. Get in the car and ram him. Brother Chong raised his head and roared, then raised the bullet in his hand and fired directly. However, it was his first time touching a gun, and usually it served more of a deterrent purpose. Faced with a high-speed moving car among them, he dodged and fired several shots in succession, but none of them hit the tires. This made him curse inwardly, and he turned around and ran as fast as he could. Unexpectedly, the car rushed straight towards him. Hurry up! Brother Chong, who was about to be caught up, leaped sideways to avoid being knocked down and immediately pulled the trigger while lying on the ground. Bang! 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 Several gunshots were heard in succession, and finally a bullet hit the car, blowing out one of the tires. Su Chen's minibus was also forced to tilt in one direction and gradually stopped. Just when Brother Chong was extremely surprised and was about to continue shooting at other tires, he suddenly discovered that he had no bullets left. Just now, in a hurry, he used up all his bullets. At this moment, he was a little panicked. But as long as I pretend that I still have bullets, they won't dare to gamble. Thinking of this, the strong man calmed down temporarily, put away the gun, and took out a dagger from behind. I punctured his tires. Let's go together and finish him off. At his call, the remaining few people who had not been hit also began to think about it. After all, the other party's car was as big as a small bus. If they can get this, won't they be able to take off immediately? Although many of their brothers were injured, these brothers were only temporary. The more people die, the more they get. They can also share the cars and resources of these dead brothers, which is a lot of resources. Kill them together. Brother Chong's eyes widened, and he raised a dagger with one hand, ready to stab towards the door of Su Chen's car. Seeing this, Su Chen in the car smiled. He already knew that the opponent had run out of bullets. In this case, there will be no threat at all. He opened the car window, took out his Desert Eagle, and waved his hand in the other party's horrified eyes. Bye-bye. Bang! A flower of blood bloomed. Brother Chong, who had run out of bullets, was hit directly in the thigh and fell to the ground with a thud. On my leg. It hurts. The dagger in Brother Chong's hand fell to the ground, and he lay on the ground, hugging his thighs and screaming miserably, pressing the bullet-ridden part with both hands desperately, as if trying to stop the bleeding. But the effect is not great. The other little brothers who were about to rush over waving machetes were immediately frightened. The other party also has a gun. Moreover, this power seems to be even stronger than Xiao Chang's pistol. He has a gun. Should we still charge? Charge. That's a gun. You're courting death if you charge. Then what should we do? Brother Chong is still lying in a pool of blood. What else can we do? Just run. As for Xiao Chang, he asked for it. He had to lead us to rob people on the road, but he was useless when he met a tough guy. What a loser. Li Qiqiang, who was lying on the ground, had no idea that the moment he was shot, he had already completed the transformation for Brother Chong to Xiao Chang. That makes sense. Let's run. After saying that, a muscular man took the lead and ran away. With someone taking the lead, The rest naturally would not stay and would run away together. Li Qiqiang saw this scene and saw the little brothers running away amidst the wailing and immediately couldn't help but roared. "You are just a bunch of fucking..." Bang! A bullet hit his forehead, blowing his head off and blood spurting out. It's finally quiet. If you want to run, you have to ask the gun in my hand if it agrees. Chapter 37. Su Shun's Fame. Su Chun aimed at the survivors who were escaping and shot each one dead. 4 survivors were killed again, leaving only one who was lucky enough to dodge Su Chen's bullet, climbed into his car, and fled for his life. Su Chen's car tires was punctured, so he no longer had the desire to catch up. After putting away the gun, Su Chun took out a crossbow and finished off the 10 people lying in a pool of blood to prevent them from faking their death and trying to launch a sneak attack. After making sure that everyone was dead, Su Chun performed a round of corpse searching as usual. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. Su Chun completed the collection at an extremely fast speed and found a common pistol, 3 daggers, 5 machetes, and a crossbow. Next came the car hearts from 10 vehicles, which added up to a total of 21 one-star car hearts. It seemed that they had robbed a lot in this day. This time, Su Chun could be said to have won the hearts of many car owners. The little seduction above finally reaped a considerable reward. Car heart, 3215, exactly double the demand. Then they looted all the resources in their cars and dismantled them completely. This wave is simply about getting rich overnight. There are more than 1,200 wooden blocks alone, and there are many other basic materials, totaling more than 3,000 blocks. Adding the results from decomposition, this wave of basic substances alone amounts to more than 5,000 pieces. It is equivalent to the value of 200 or 300 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. In addition, there is a nice blueprint that they are not yet in a position to manufacture. Outer shell drawing for excellent body steel plate production, one time, can increase the car's defense attribute by 50% and durability by 50%. Production requirements: 200 parts of steel, 200 parts of alloy, 100 parts of rubber. Production and assembly requirements: 2-star car. Very good. The defense is much improved compared to his current high-quality shell, especially since his exquisite shell had been attacked several times in the past 2 days. Its durability was only 70%. With this superior shell, he can make his car more robust. After collecting all resources and making sure nothing was missed, Yi Hui returned to his car. Go to the crafting table and pile all the materials and drawings on it. Start making it. A flash of white light passed by. Production success. The shell has been customized according to the car body and can be replaced at any time. Simply replace the original shell with a more sturdy, premium shell. As for the previous fine shell, Su Chun did not consider disassembling it directly, but put it on the exchange. He made it with 50 pieces of steel and 50 pieces of alloy, so he'll just give it a cheap price. Product: high-quality steel car body. Effect: increased defense by 30% and increased durability by 30%. Current remaining durability: 70%. Price: 100 steel plus 100 alloy. Quantity 1. Just double the price, no cheating. What surprised Su Chun was that within 2 minutes of him putting it up, someone bought it. He made a huge profit. Then Su Chun used another tire blueprint and replaced the tires with high-quality ones. So he continued to drive ahead. He planned to see if he could receive a treasure chest before having lunch. Just as Su Chun continued to search for the treasure chest, he didn't know that the player who escaped had already spread Su Chen's news to the entire regional channel. Gao Fei shit. I survived from the clutches of Su Shun. The team I was with just now was going to intercept Su Shun on the road. There were 11 of us in total with 1 gun, and we were all armed. But now, I am the only one who managed to escape, and they are all dead. Gao Fei. Su Shun has guns, at least 2 now. Those who want to mess with Su Shun should just give up. He is too strong. The cars seem to have been upgraded, and they look much more impressive than ours. With our resources, Su Shun will definitely become even stronger, so don't mess with him. Gao Fei reported all the information he knew to others. Su Chen's lead had far exceeded his imagination. His words were like a depth charge, sinking into the deep sea. Huge wave was set off in the entire regional channel. What? You 11 people are planning to mess with our great Su God. Are you kidding me? You have guns and the advantage in numbers, but you can't defeat Su Shun. It's ridiculous. So, Su Shun has 2 guns now. Can you sell me one? I really want to play with guns. Su-chun has upgraded the car to 2 stars. This is too fast. He has also collected supplies from more than a dozen people. Isn't Su-chun about to take off? Isn't Su-chun always flying? By the way, when will Su-chun put the anti-inflammatory drugs on the shelves? Waiting online, it's urgent. When someone is a little richer than you may envy and hate him, her. But if the other person is the richest man, then it has nothing to do with you. You just want to get on his good side. Bye. A private message was sent to Su-chun. It was from Qinglan. Qinglan, Su-chun, do you have a pistol that was just seized? Can you give it to me? I promise I will never deal with you in the future. Su-chun was racing when he saw this message. After thinking for a moment, he realized that this ordinary pistol was actually of little use to him. He has 10 Desert Eagles. What do you want in exchange? Su-chun responded, if you want to exchange it, you can just take out the things. He won't accept exchanges on credit. After all, the other party was just a person he had traded with several times, and the level of trust was relatively low. The transaction between the two parties was more about interests. Qinglan, I have a gauze production blueprint here, which should be quite suitable for your chintzy shop photo. Gauze production drawings, permanent. Materials required for production, 5 pieces, 1 piece of fabric. Learning requirements, 2-star car. Gauze is an indispensable necessity in this doomsday environment. It is basically used whenever you are injured, especially when you need to stop bleeding or prevent infection. Yes, but it only comes with 8 bullets in a magazine. If you want more, you also need to exchange them with resources, which are worth 2 per bottle of water. Qinglan agreed immediately. She just planned to use it to defend against other survivors, more as a deterrent. 8 bullets would be enough for her to use for a while. After completing the transaction, Su-chun directly studied the gauze production drawings. He took out 20 pieces of cloth and directly produced 100 pieces of gauze, which he hung in his own shop. Product, 1 piece of gauze. Price, 1 bottle of water or 25 basic materials. Quantity, 100 copies. Chapter 38 Battle Royale Challenge Mode. After the posting, Su-chun did not forget to place an advertisement in the regional chat channel. Su-chun, I have a new product on sale in my shop. Gauze, which can be used for hemostasis, infection prevention, and other purposes. The quantity is limited, so if you're interested, please buy it quickly. In addition, the anti-inflammatory drug is currently out of stock. Once the raw materials are sufficient, it will be put on the shelves for everyone as soon as possible. Regardless of whether the product is in stock or not, Su-chun will not be in a hurry to put it on the shelves. Doing so will only make others think that this thing is actually very easy to make. If you want to monopolize, don't be afraid of low sales in the beginning. As soon as these words were spoken, many people rushed into Su-chun's shop frantically, and 100 pieces of gauze were sold out within 3 minutes. Among them, nearly 70% are survivors who have been injured, and the remaining 30% are there to prevent accidents. Su-chun didn't expect that the market demand for this gauze was even greater than he imagined. Anyone who has the chance to make money is a fool. He immediately put another 200 pieces of gauze on the shelves and then closed the exchange directly. Just when Su-chun, who had gained a lot, decided to relax and reward himself. Suddenly, a system notification sound rang in my ears. Ding! The current number of people in the area is as low as 5,000. The area merger will start at 12 o'clock tonight. The 10 initial areas will be merged into a large area. Continue along the road for 500 kilometers and you will enter the main road of the region. At the same time, the game progress will be updated and the Battle Royale Challenge mode will be open soon. At 12 noon today, members of the current region will be able to choose to enter an exclusive map where opportunities and challenges coexist. In the regional map, the base level of all treasure chests is +1. The chance of encountering a treasure chest is +10%, and the chance of rare items in a treasure chest is +10%. In this mode, a circle will appear on the map at regular intervals. There is poisonous fog outside the circle. If you stay outside the circle, you will be poisoned to death. All players can enter the circle and move freely. The poison fog shrinks at a speed of 44 yards. All players who enter the final safe zone will receive generous rewards. This exclusive map contains 1 diamond-level treasure chest and 2 platinum-level treasure chests. The location of the diamond-level treasure chest is unknown, while the locations of the other 2 platinum-level treasure chests are public. In this map, there will be many beasts. Those with weak strength should participate with caution. At the same time, every time the circle is refreshed, a random airdrop will be released, and the lowest level of the airdrop is gold level. Note, the competition time is from 12 noon to 3 p.m., a total of 3 hours, and the circle is refreshed every half an hour. Finally, I wish you all good luck. Diamond level treasure chest. Platinum level treasure chest. Seeing the generous rewards for this challenge, Su-chun couldn't help himself. Who had participated in a king level lottery, knew very well that the higher the level of the lottery, the more good things he could draw. He must participate in this challenge. Moreover, the expected merger is coming. This time, a total of 10 regional channels were merged at the same time. As long as they continue forward for another 500 kilometers, they will merge into the main road of the new district. This made Su-chun feel a little surprised. He did not expect the merger to come so quickly. At the same time, I couldn't help but sigh that this road survival game is really too difficult. In just 3 days, half of the people have died. If 4 billion people worldwide participated, I'm afraid only about 2 billion would remain. What the hell? Diamond level treasure chests, platinum level treasure chests. I've never seen anything like that before. I'm going to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. I must participate. The basic supplies will be doubled, which means at the very least, they will be bronze treasure chests. Wouldn't that mean we will get rich overnight? I must participate. I have nothing left. If I don't participate, I won't live long. I'm going to give it my all this time. Of course, compared to gamblers, there are still many survivors who are very famous. No, this is the real-life version of Battle Royale, the Chicoin game. There's a poisonous creature chasing you at a speed of 44 miles per hour, and you have to collect supplies and avoid attacks from wild beasts. It's too difficult. That's right. Besides, we will definitely encounter other survivors as we go further. Then, a fight might break out. You're talking as if you wouldn't run into these things while driving on a highway. But after the 10 districts are merged, if you don't have enough supplies and weapons, you'll just become targets of robbery. High risk brings high rewards. Anyway, I have to participate. If I win, I can eat delicious food. If I lose, I will die. I don't need to suffer so much. As the conversations in the regional channel spread, more and more people felt that there seemed to be some truth to it. If you keep being timid, you will die sooner or later unless you're lucky. You might as well give it a try and get a chance to enjoy a good life. Looking at what everyone was saying on the chat interface, Su-chun suddenly felt that if he sold weapons at this time, wouldn't he be able to make a lot of money again? Moreover, he had several blueprints of 4-cylinder car engines that would make their cars go even faster. Anyway, as long as I don't get off the car easily, no one can threaten me. Before getting off the car, just eliminate the ambush detected by the radar. After thinking about it, Su-chun put the machete he had seized earlier on the market in his shop. Then, he sent a message that made the entire regional channel boil. Su-chun, I'll give you a blueprint of a 4-cylinder engine that can drive a vehicle with a maximum speed of 200 miles per hour, short term, giving you a better chance of survival. Those who are interested can exchange it with blueprints, rare materials, weapons, and armor. What the hell? You can go 200 miles per hour? I tried this crappy van of mine, and it was a bit too fast at 100 miles per hour. If you can go 200 miles per hour, doesn't that mean no car can catch up with you? Shit, I really want to change it, so I can feel more confident when entering the Battle Royale challenge, but I don't have anything good. Who says it's not true? If I had good things, I wouldn't necessarily choose to enter this mode. Those who choose to enter the Battle Royale mode are either gamblers or people who have enough confidence in themselves. They want to use this challenge to be more capable of surviving and living a better life. Shinsu, can I buy on credit? Give me this blueprint. When I get the blueprint in the Battle Royale, I promise to return you too. What are you thinking upstairs? You've cheated Su-chun with all the free stuff. That's right, Master Su-chun, I have a great blueprint. I want to exchange it with you. Su-chun's private message soon received a lot of information. Wang Chong, boss, why don't you bring out this good stuff earlier? I have a blueprint that is similar to yours. Let's exchange it at an equal value. Then Wang Chong sent out a picture. When Su-chun clicked on it, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. A spring night is worth 1,000 gold production drawing, permanent. Effect successfully allows you to fight all night and become an absolute fighter. Materials required for production: 1 portion of snake blood, 1 portion of medicinal herbs. This, you want to exchange the blueprint of a 4-cylinder engine with yourself? Chapter 39, Fully Armed. Start the challenge. Are you kidding me again? This thing is worth at most a bottle of water in my hands. It is impossible to exchange it for a 4-cylinder engine blueprint. Su Chun sent the message. The other party replied immediately. Wang Chong. Ahem. I was just joking with you guys. This time it's for real photo. Bulletproof helmet production drawing, one time. Effect. Can effectively resist firearms shooting. Sniper rifles can only resist once. Production requirements. 3 pieces of steel, 3 pieces of alloy, 3 pieces of rubber, 3 pieces of glass. Bulletproof helmet. Su Chen's eyes lit up. This thing was indeed a good thing for him. After all, he is only wearing a stab-proof vest, and his head is not protected, which still makes him feel a little uneasy. But if he has this thing, his safety factor will be increased again. Yes, just initiate a dedicated transaction. Then the two sides conducted a transaction. Su Chun got the blueprint of the bulletproof helmet and went to the production table to make it immediately. Soon, a brand new black helmet appeared in Su Chen's hand. Domineering and solid were Su Chun's first reaction to it. Although he hasn't put it on his head yet, Su Chun already feels a strong sense of security. Then, Su Chun continued to check the private chat and saw a survivor who was bidding for a pair of special combat boots and a pair of special combat gloves. After thinking for a moment, Su Chun decided to exchange the drawings with the other party. Although it seems that he is at a loss, he has the blueprint and the other party has the finished product, so they can still make up the difference and it can be considered an equal exchange. Su Chun was also in the private chat. When he saw the private message from the person who wanted to buy on credit first, he simply blocked the person and ignored him. He really wanted to change to another bulletproof vest, but unfortunately the conditions did not allow it, and he did not find any conditions regarding bulletproof vests. Come to think of it, under normal circumstances, who would choose to trade this kind of life-saving equipment? Qinglan, Su Chun, I want to buy some bullets, but I only have 11 bottles of water, and my resources have just been upgraded and are almost used up. Can I buy some bullets on credit first? Look, this kind of credit is what he can accept. The two parties have a stable transaction, and the other party is still a strong survivor. Okay, I'll give you 100 bullets first. If you come up with good blueprints later, you can use them to pay off your debts, or if you want to exchange them, please consider me first. The other party has provided a lot of good drawings. Su Chun is looking forward to the other party providing better drawings, and it would be best if they could exchange them with him first. More importantly, bullets are worthless. Qinglan, sure, thank you. Then, Su Chun consumed 5 pieces of alloy, made 50 bullets, and traded them to the other party. 5 pieces of alloy can be exchanged for 50 bottles of water, and 50 bottles of water can be exchanged for 1,250 pieces of alloy, which is a profit of 250 times. This wave of huge profit. But this is a bullet, a powerful weapon that can kill someone with one shot. It cannot be sold at the same price as an ordinary necessity. Qinglan, who received the bullet, also breathed a sigh of relief. She was also ready to enter the Battle Royale challenge. After all, this game had very generous rewards, even platinum and diamond treasure chests. She also understood the principle that wealth and honor must be sought through risk. Su Chun made another small transaction and saw that 12 o'clock was almost approaching. He immediately gave up the idea of continuing trading and began to arm himself. He wore stab-proof clothing, special combat boots, special combat gloves, and a bulletproof helmet, placed 2 pistols in the car, and took out a crossbow, ready for battle. Looking at himself, armed to the teeth, Su Chun began to get ready, waiting for the Battle Royale mode to begin. Of course, he did not wait in boredom. Instead, he sat in the driver's seat, took out a piece of beef, paired it with a bottle of iced Coke, and began to simply enjoy himself. This food should be enough for him to consume for the next 3 hours of high-intensity action. Time passed by minute until 12 noon arrived. A prompt sound rang in the ears of all players. Ding! Battle Royale Challenge mode opened. You can freely choose whether to join this Battle Royale Challenge. Please make your choice, yes or no. Battle Royale, remaining time, 2 hours, 59 minutes, 59 seconds. As the prompt sounded, Su Chun immediately chose yes. You must participate. Only high-quality treasure chests can get more good things. The moment he made his choice, a vortex gate appeared in front of him. He could see that as long as he drove into the vortex gate, he would enter the map of this challenge. Without saying anything, he stepped on the accelerator. A bright white light flashed before his eyes, and Su Chun subconsciously closed his eyes. When he came to his senses and opened his eyes, he found that everyone outside had changed. Behind him was a black mist-like wall that stretched as far as the eye could see. At this moment, is stagnant in place, waiting for the circle to shrink. The car screen also shows their current distribution across the entire map and where the next circle will be refreshed. He was located right at the bottom of the map. He was lucky enough that the next circle was not far from him, just to the left of the center. There are 2 dark blue marks on the entire map. These are the marks of platinum treasure chests, which are quite far apart, but all within the next circle, but not very close to his position. The estimated distance is about 200 kilometers. According to the refresh rules, most people should have refreshed from the edge areas. There is still a chance to fight for the platinum treasure chest. I have twice the speed of others, so there is nothing to worry about. As for Wang Chang's speed, is it about the same as mine? Su Chun never cared about this, because compared to the platinum-level treasure chest, he cared more about the only diamond-level treasure chest. But I can't refuse this treasure chest that was delivered to my door for free. Su Chun stepped on the accelerator, and the car drove out directly. Drive along the flat bottom of the hill, and speed on the winding road. After being the driving king of Akina Mountain for a few minutes, Su Chun directly chose the shortest way between 2 points, ignoring the winding road and directly crossing the grassland and hillside. Not long after we drove out, we saw a small room on the side of the road in the distance. It looked like a telephone booth, and my eyes immediately lit up. According to his experience, there must be something in here. Sure enough, the radar detector showed that there was a crimson treasure chest there. Silver-level treasure chest. Anyone you come across is at silver level. It turns out that the resources in challenge mode are much richer. Su Chun drove directly to the phone booth, blocked the door with the car body, then got out of the car and entered the small room, where he saw the treasure chest. When I opened it, I found a grenade inside. Grenade, only available in this mode. Effect, explodes 5 seconds after pulling the ring, causing massive damage to the surrounding 5-meter radius. This is already considered a lethal weapon. However, Su Chun, who got this weapon in the first treasure chest, did not look excited or thrilled. Instead, his brows were frowned. Chapter 40, Picking Up Airdrops. If there were a lot of weapons and equipment in the Battle Royale mode, then his pistol advantage might not be so obvious. Su Chun let out a long sigh. Now that he was here, he might as well enjoy the excitement of the challenge. He continued driving forward, and soon he spotted an area that looked like a small town in the distance. There are rows of white walls and red tiles, and a road runs through them, dividing the entire town into 2. From a distance, there is no trace of any person. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just as Su Chun was hesitating, a large transport plane flew over the sky, dropped a treasure chest with a small parachute, and slowly descended. There was a shining golden light emanating from the treasure chest. What the hell? I wonder if that transport plane can be shot down. There must be a lot of airdrop treasure chests in it. Su Chun couldn't help but complain. The airdrop treasure chest landed on the 2nd floor of a house on the left in the small town, not far ahead. After landing, it still emitted conspicuous red smoke, as if it was attracting customers. Good luck. Su Chun raised his eyebrows, a hint of joy on his face. I was lucky. Not long after I moved forward, I saw an airdrop treasure chest and went to see what good stuff it contained. Su Chun drove into the town, and immediately his detection radar showed that there were nearly 5 or 6 treasure chests in the entire town. This is going to be rich, but in comparison, the airdropped gold treasure chest is the most valuable. Su Chun drove to the house where the airdrop was placed and parked the car in a relatively hidden location behind the house where it was not easily attacked. Grab the gun and get out of the car. According to his detection, there is no one in the entire town now, but there are several black areas, which should have some kind of aggressive beasts. Su Chun pushed open the door on the 1st floor and saw a bottle of water placed directly on the ground not far away. I don't dare to drink this water that is not in the treasure chest. However, Su Chun still went over and clicked the pickup button and then sold it to the right person. He found the stairs to the room, climbed up quickly, opened the door to the open-air balcony on the 2nd floor, and came to the treasure chest emitting red smoke. Initial supplies. Level 1 bulletproof vest, 1 quadruple scope. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 1666 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 10-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 first-level bulletproof vests and 10 quadruple scopes. The bulletproof vest and the quadruple scope now make up for Su Chen's defensive shortcomings. As for the quadruple scope, Su Chun discovered that his Desert Eagle could actually be equipped with it, which was simply perfect. The most important thing is the bulletproof vest and quadruple scope don't have the words "only for challenge use" on them, which means that he can take them out. Excited, Su Chun immediately put on a bulletproof vest. Then he began to search for those silver-level treasure chests. But he soon discovered that half of these silver-level treasure chests contained items that could only be used in a battle royale. Medicine, only for battle royale. Effect, after use, all injuries can be restored immediately. Flash bomb, only for battle royale. Effect, after use, it can cause other creatures around to temporarily become blind. Beast trap, only for battle royale. Effect, after use, you can lure wild animals into the trap, causing certain control and damage to them. Of course, Su Chun also drew a pretty good blueprint. Mirror production drawings, permanent. Materials required for production: 3 pieces of glass, 3 pieces of rubber. The mirror is a bit useless to Su Chun, but if it is made and sold, Su Chun believes that there will be many female survivors who will buy it. At that time, just tell them that the mirror is a limited item in the highway survival game. Buy first, get first. If you don't buy, it will be gone. Just as Su Chun put away the drawings and prepared to leave, he suddenly discovered that several cars had entered the town without his attention. It stopped directly in front of the airdrop house without any hesitation. Soon, a sturdy man wearing a leather jacket, a big gold chain around his neck, bare-chested, and holding a mountain axe jumped out of the car. At the same time, 3 energetic young men with dyed yellow hair, red hair, and green hair got out from several other cars. He is thin, with dark circles under his eyes, and looks like a little brother. The 3 of them followed the axe-wielding burly man, and the red-haired boy among them immediately took credit for it, saying, "Boss, you're right. I saw this airdrop treasure chest from a long distance away, and it's gold grade, so there must be something good in it. You have sharp eyes. If there are good things in there, I will treat you to water tonight." The burly man with the axe acted like a big brother, patted the red-haired man's keyboard, smiled, and said, revealing a gold tooth inlaid with gold, "Let's go up and take a look." "Wait, brother, you see many doors of the houses around here are open. Could it be that someone has been here? Is that possible?" The yellow-haired boy said with a worried look on his face. He originally didn't want to come along to pick up the airdrops. This challenge mode was inherently dangerous. If he competed with other survivors for the airdrops, he might get killed. That makes sense. Go and see if there are any cars in the city. Steal all his cars, and he will come out. The eldest brother thought for a moment and gave orders to his younger brothers with a very wise look. "Boss, look, is that a human?" At this time, the green-haired little brother spotted Su Chun, who was standing behind the window of a room. "Yes, that's right, it should be people. Go and see if there are any resources in the airdrop box." The eldest brother immediately gave the order. At the same time, a bad premonition emerged in his heart. Soon, a cry of surprise came from the younger brother, who ran up. "Boss, the airdrop box is empty." "Shit, someone must have taken it. Come with me to catch that guy and make him hand over all the supplies. Then we'll get his car, weapons, and car, and let him know what happens if he tries to steal the airdrop from us." Seeing that Su Chun was still timidly wearing a helmet, the eldest brother immediately showed a look of contempt on his face. "Turns out you were just a coward. It's much simpler this way." After saying that, he impatiently called his younger brothers and headed towards where Su Chun was. In less than 2 minutes, the house where Su Chun was located was surrounded, cutting off the opponent's retreat route. "Boy, your equipment is pretty good. Now take off all your equipment and hand them over to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." The red-haired little brother stood up and said. As he got closer, the eldest brother saw that Su Chun was wearing a bulletproof vest and an explosion-proof helmet on his head, and bulletproof gloves on his hands. Why did he know so much? Because he used to be a drug dealer and had fought with special forces many times. "That's right. Every time I get beaten, I run away in fear with my head in my hands." Later, he was arrested because he believed the undercover agent. He had been in prison until he came here. Coming into this world was like a new life for him. This is a world without order and law. People can do whatever they want. It is simply a paradise for criminals. Chapter 41, Are You the Traffic Light Boys Group? He once believed that he was a child of destiny and that God had given him a special opportunity to travel through time. However, if you want to survive in such a place, it is not enough to be ruthless alone. You also need to be strong enough. Only with weapons and materials can we recruit enough subordinates. These three younger brothers with traffic light hairstyles were recruited by him using force on the road. However, when seeing Su Chan fully armed, the axe-wielding burly man did not feel any danger. On the contrary, his eyes were full of greed and desire. If he were to strip off his opponent's equipment and arm himself with it, wouldn't he become even stronger? You want my equipment? Then come and get it yourself. Su Chan spoke in a cold tone, as if he was talking to a dead person. You kid, it's fine if you don't bow your head and say hello to us, but you dare to be so arrogant when you see our big brother? Our big brother is a well-known drug lord on the street. If you dare to disrespect him, believe it or not, I will chop you with a knife. After the little yellow-haired boy finished speaking, he waved the machete in his hand to give himself courage and was ready to rush over. The red-haired and green-haired guys next to them also approached with machetes. The sturdy man behind him carried the axe in his hand on his shoulder, looking like he was watching a show. There are 4 people on their side and only 1 person on the other side. It seems that they have no weapons in their hands, so they will win no matter how they fight. Drug lord, do you know that this is a capital crime? Su Chan said with a smile, then suddenly raised his hand. A desert eagle also appeared in his palm at the same time. The black muzzle of the gun was pointed at the yellow-haired man closest to the house. Gun. When he saw the gun pointed at him, the yellow-haired young man was suddenly shocked and felt like cold sweat was about to break out all over his body. The other side actually has a gun, which is a lethal weapon that can kill them with 1 shot. If you get shot here, you'll be dead. But no one came back to save him. At this moment, the courage he had just mustered up following the strong man suddenly disappeared. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees. If he hadn't drunk too little water in the past few days, he would have peed himself out of fear. Seeing this, the 2 energetic young men nearby were also terrified. They knelt on the ground and begged the other party not to shoot. The sturdy man with an axe who had been watching the show from the back also became a little frightened. As a drug lord, it was natural that he had never touched a gun. He could tell at a glance that the gun in Su Chin's hand was real, and it was a Desert Eagle. But soon he kept calm. Brother, we are all survivors. We should live in peace. Why bother with fighting? You have guns and we have men. We can do something great only if we unite. Besides, even if you have a gun, you must have used it a lot, and there must be few bullets left. You may even have no more. Otherwise, why don't you just shoot? Would you like to consider joining us? Hearing the sturdy man's words of enticement, Su Chan sneered. Then you can try. I have a few bullets left. Anyway, they are more than enough to deal with you. Stop pretending. I bet there's no bullet in your gun. To scare me, that's... Bang! A gunshot rang out. A scream was heard, and the strong man looked at his lower body in disbelief. His second brother was actually shot to death. You... Bang, bang, bang. 4 more shots broke the strong man's limbs. He fell to the ground and wailed. Su Chan shrugged his shoulders. He didn't know who he learned this from. He had a bet that there were no bullets in my gun. Then he looked at the other 3, the traffic light boys group. You just heard it. He thought there were no bullets in my gun, so I had to show him. Do you think there are still bullets in my gun? Yes, sir. There must be bullets in your gun. The eldest brother had been taught a lesson by the other side's 5 shots, so how could they dare to doubt anything anymore? The 5 shots just now were enough to kill them all. Congratulations, you got the answer right. I'll give you a few bullets as a reward. Su Chan gave a kind smile, raised his hand, and fired 3 shots. 2 of the shots hit the red-haired and yellow-haired boys, and 1 shot hit the green-haired boy's inner thigh. Hey, it seems that my shooting skills are still a bit problematic. I need to practice more later. Su Chan sighed. He couldn't even kill the chicken with 1 shot at a distance of 2 or 3 meters. His shooting skills were simply terrible. Screams rang out one after another, and then a look of cruelty flashed across the face of the green-haired man who was in pain. A gun's magazine can hold 9 bullets at most. He has already fired 8 rounds, so he must be out of bullets. Let's kill him together. I want to fuck you. Fuck. Are you guys considered men? Don't you have any guts at all? It was there before, but it's gone now. Green hair. Su Chan shook his head. He had already finished watching the entertainment program. There was no need to continue watching it. He took out another pistol and smiled. When did I say that I only have a pistol? Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots in the head, taking 3 people away. After looting 2 weapons from the 3 people, Su Chan came to their car and began to search. None of the 3 crappy cars had been modified and looked shabby. There was basically nothing in the cars, and they were extremely poor. Directly take the heart of the car, and then directly disassemble it into a one-stop service. On the contrary, The strongman's car had its tires replaced, and the body of the car was also salvaged. In the trunk of the car, one could see a dozen bottles of water, a few loaves of bread, and some miscellaneous materials. Apart from that, there is nothing. Fuck. So poor. Su-chan felt helpless and cursed inwardly. He also knew that this was the current situation of many survivors. I just didn't expect that a criminal drug lord would only have this little bit after 3 days of development. Forget it. No matter how small the ant is, it still has meat. Su-chan collected all the items in the car and then disassembled the car. Another 6 one-star car hearts were obtained. It seems that they have only done 2 jobs in the past 2 days. No wonder they're so poor. During these times, searching for treasure chests in the wilderness can help you obtain more resources than doing this. After harvesting a small amount of resources, Su-chan returned to the car and continued driving towards the location of one of the treasure chests according to the original plan. Soon, his map detection showed the symbol of a bridge ahead. Bridge? Doesn't that mean there's water here? Of half joy and half worry appeared on his face. Chapter 42. Blocking the bridge? Then keep blocking it. If there was water here, it would be a good thing, but it would also not be a good thing. With water, perhaps many survivors will be able to get water. If they survive, Su-chan will also be able to get more water. But at the same time, if water became more abundant, it would not be so scarce. As a major water user, his advantages are not that strong. However, soon, as he approached the bridge sign, he discovered that what was under the so-called bridge was not a river, but an invisible canyon. A somewhat rusty iron bridge spans across it, about 10 meters wide, without even guardrails on either side. If you turn the steering wheel accidentally, you will fall into the abyss and be smashed to pieces. Su-chan didn't hesitate and drove directly onto the iron bridge. Boom, boom, boom. Su-chan's minibus RV was driving on the iron bridge, making a rumbling sound. Knowing that there would be great danger on such an iron bridge, Su-chan slightly increased the horsepower, preparing to rush over at a relatively fast speed while maintaining stability. However, just as he was about to cross the iron bridge and reach the other end, he saw several cars blocking the other end of the iron bridge in a triangle shape, and there were several people standing at the other end. Su-chan slowed down a little. The triangle is one of the most solid formations. If he installed it directly, if there was any mistake, he might fall into the abyss. Seeing him stop the car, 2 figures approached. Boy, we have occupied this bridge. If you want to cross, just pay the toll. It's not much, just 12 bottles of water. One of the figures was holding a mace in his hand and waving it in a threatening manner, knocking on Su-chan's window, causing it to bang. Yo, cars are different after they've been upgraded. The windows are a little stronger. What did you say? Toll? 12 bottles of water. Su-chan lowered the car window a little and appeared in the sight of others wearing a helmet. That's right, but there were 12 bottles just now, and now there are 15 bottles. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid 15 bottles won't be enough, the man holding the mace threatened. The other person looked at Su-chan's car greedily. Fuck you. You're pretending to be a racing driver. Why waste your time talking to him? Just grab the car and be done with it. Apart from racing drivers wearing helmets while driving, they have never seen a normal person wearing a helmet while driving since they were young. The other man raised the machete and chopped directly at Su-chan's neck. Su-chan lowered his head and blocked slightly, causing the opponent's machete to hit the wrong place. Then he simply raised his hand and pressed the gun against the man's chest. Rob my car? Then you have to ask my bullets if they agree. Seeing this, the man who was tempted by the sudden wealth was dumbfounded. He originally thought that he had encountered a big fish and must kill the whole fish, but he did not expect to encounter a man-eating shark, and now the shark wants to eat him. Boss, this is all a joke, just a misunderstanding. Can you please put the gun away first? What if it goes off accidentally? As he spoke, the man stepped back cautiously. When the other people saw Su-chan's weapon, they were immediately frightened and tried to run away as fast as they could. They don't have a problem with guns. Bang! If anyone runs away again, don't blame me for being rude. Su-chan fired into the sky, immediately shocking those people. You guys drive the car out. Su-chan gave the order directly. After they opened the car blockade on the iron bridge, Su-chan drove smoothly across the iron bridge and came to another cliff. However, at this moment, one of them took the opportunity to drive his own car, turned around, increased the speed, and started to leave. If I stay here, my life and death will be controlled by Su-chan, and the only chance is to escape. Bang! Su-chan fired a shot directly, blowing up his tire. With a tire missing, the car suddenly lost control and fell to one side. The man who drove away felt dizzy. Su-chun drove closer and shot the driver, who was lying on the ground, dead with one shot, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, telling others that he is not a soft-hearted person. Boss, whatever you want, as long as we have it, we will give it to you. We can also obey your orders in the future. Please don't kill us and give us a way out. Among them, the leading man immediately stepped forward and spoke. Use all your resources. Then, continue to block the bridge here. Su-chun gestured with his gun and gave them a loud order. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, looked at each other, and then showed excited smiles. No problem, boss. We are already proficient at this. Yes, boss, just wait and see. They directly changed the way they addressed Su-chun, and their intention to surrender was very obvious. At the very least, now that the other party is pointing guns at them, it is impossible for them to refuse. Quick, give all the resources to the boss. Don't hide anything, understand? The leading man greeted him, and the others paused for a moment, understanding his hint. Then they turned around and returned to their cars. Bang! Another shot directly blew the leading man's head off. Don't do anything tricky, or you'll end up like him. The temporary leader was killed, causing those who were blocking the bridge to lose their backbone and not know what to do, so they had to follow Su-chun's instructions. Very good. This place is right at the edge of the next poison circle. This bridge should be the only way to the southern part of the entire map. You guys are good at choosing positions. Now you can continue to stay here and intercept the survivors. You can ask for a lower price. Small profits, but quick turnover. 10 bottles of water will be enough. When we get back, I'll take 90% of all the resources we snatched, and 10% will be your reward. You can also choose to run away. Just pray that you won't meet me again. After saying that, Su-chun drove away without paying attention to what they wanted to say. Too much time has been wasted, and now he is less than 30 kilometers away from the location of the platinum treasure chest. He must get a platinum treasure chest as soon as possible. With a single step on the accelerator, the vehicle reached a speed of 120 miles per hour. It's not that he doesn't want to keep trying, but the roads here are full of curves, and he really can't rush forward. After a few spiral drifts, Su-chun sped along the winding road. Su-chun came across several deserted towns on the way, but he just left without even looking at them. In a small town without airdrops, the treasure chests inside are far from attractive enough for him now. Soon, the location of the platinum treasure chest was only 1 kilometer away. An enchanting purple color appeared on the map. Suddenly, Su-chun's pupils shook violently. Chapter 43. Team up to grab the platinum treasure chest. Next to the purple treasure chest, there is dense black. What the hell? Did this disturb some kind of beast den? Su-chun was quite surprised, and then moved closer. Currently, there was only a small amount of black in the periphery where he was. It was a bit dangerous, but not much. He chose to drive closer, and as the car got closer, he stopped under a few trees. He found that there was a towering mountain ahead, with a relatively flat area above and below it, which was his destination this time. But, looking from afar, it seems empty and there doesn't seem to be any danger. But the map shows that this entire area has a lot of black shadows. If there's nothing on the surface, could it be underground? Or hovering in the sky? Su-chun couldn't help but look up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and there was no sign of any danger. That should be underground, so we must be careful. Fortunately, he is now fully equipped and armed to the teeth, so he doesn't need to worry about too many problems. Just as he checked his clothes and was about to go over to search, a vehicle logo appeared on the radar detection map. They also came to the location of the platinum treasure chest, obviously wanting to grab it. If he hadn't been delayed at the beginning, Su-chun estimated that he would be searching for the treasure chest now. But now, we can let them clear the way. Su-chun quickly came up with an idea and chose to stay in the car, waiting for the players to go in and take a look first. It's not easy to deal with so many black shadows. Moreover, if the other party can get the platinum treasure chest, he can take advantage of it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of car engines rang into my ears, and several dilapidated vans came into view. 2 of them looked like they had been modified and were relatively sturdy. They drove to the foot of the mountain, then circled the open space at the foot of the mountain. They seemed to have discovered something, so they stopped at a place at the foot of the mountain and formed a semicircle with their vehicles. In one of the vehicles, a man in a security uniform jumped out of the van, holding an electric baton. Then several thin men got off the car one after another. Wei Gu, There's an entrance to a cave here. I guess the platinum treasure chest is inside. Should we go in and take a look? A man who was also holding an electric baton said excitedly. There are no cars around. We may be the fastest here. It turns out that luck is also part of strength. You are such a talker. Leave a brother to guard outside, and make sure the girls in the car don't let them run away. If anyone comes, come in and inform us immediately. The man called Viagra looked at the cave in front of him with greed, enjoying the flattery from the people around him. In the past, he was just a security guard protecting the peace in the area. But now it's different. Since I came here, I can intimidate others with my fists, and I can make girls willingly do it with supplies. This kind of gaming world is exactly what he has always dreamed of. Yes, Viagra. It was another respectful title, which made Zhang Wei very happy. He waved his hand and looked at everyone proudly as they went deep into the cave entrance. This is a mine. The cave winds downwards, and it is pitch black inside, so you can't see anything. Damn, who has a light? Shine it in front. Brother torch. At this time, a little brother lit a piece of wood with a lighter, held it up as a torch for lighting, and handed it to Zhang Wei. Good job. Let's go. Several people entered the cave, each holding a torch. The man who stayed outside sat in the co-pilot seat near the cave, picked up the bottle with little left in it, and drank the last sip. Fuck. You just rely on your weapons, otherwise such a delicate woman would never be the one for an old man like you, ugh. The man thought of Zhang Wei, a security guard holding an electric baton, who relied on his weapon to act like a boss, and felt a little aggrieved. You make me drink soup all day and work like a slave? Don't let me get my weapons. I'm the one who doesn't care about who is better than me. I will be the boss. Sinister idea suddenly came to his mind. I don't know how long they will be in there. They will definitely not be able to come out in a few minutes. Give me 3 minutes. He immediately got out of the car, dragged the most beautiful woman among them, pulled her from their Viagra's car and into his own car, and then emptied all the resources in the cars of the other brothers. 8 bottles of water, 6 loaves of bread, and a few oranges. This was all because of the security guard's unbridled eating and drinking, which made it impossible for so many people to eat or drink, and they had 3 meals a day, but no food for the next one. After collecting everything into his car, the man drove away. Okay, brothers, this is enough for me to give you of the platinum treasure chest this time. You can divide the rest among yourselves. The man chuckled, and the depression that had been lingering in his heart for a long time seemed to be released at this moment. He couldn't help humming a little tune, and suddenly he saw a small bus that looked much more upscale parked under a tree on the side of the road. It was much better than his shabby van. Through the windshield, you can see a humanoid creature wearing a helmet inside. Is it an NPC in the dungeon, or an alien waiting for me to rescue it? A hint of curiosity arose in the man's heart, but he quickly suppressed it. With my current strength, I won't run into too many dangers. I better leave first and try to survive. I could just get the final survival reward. Then I can live a carefree life for a few days. Looking at the beautiful woman in the car behind him, the man felt a surge of anger in his heart. Swoosh. It is easy to block an open attack, but difficult to guard against an arrow from the dark. An arrow shot from a crossbow directly punctured the tire of the man's old van, forcing him to stop. Then the man saw that the driver's window of the bus-like vehicle was rolled down and a black gun was pointed at him. Get out of the car, or I'll shoot. Words like the god of death rang in his ears. The man looked in the direction of the voice. Just one glance made the man feel his legs go weak. I swallowed subconsciously. Gun? You actually have a gun? Big brother, let's talk nicely and don't shoot. I'll listen to you. Big brother, do you need a younger brother? The man opened the door and got out of the car without any hesitation. He knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. There must be someone else in the car. Ask him to come out, or I will shoot. Boss, there is no one in the car? I will call him out right away. Please wait. The man suddenly saw a car in front of him. From a voice of the person on the other end, it should be a man. He could offer the woman to the man in front of him. There is no man who doesn't like beautiful women. If there is one, it must be a curved one. Chapter 44, A Small Investment. Then, the man opened the rear door very neatly and brought the woman down from the car. Boss, this girl is for you. I will pay you for your life. Can you please let me go? With her hands tied, had her hair loose, her mouth blocked by cloth, and her eyes filled with hatred. At the same time, it can also be seen that the other person's appearance is not low, at least 85 points. If I put on some makeup, it might be higher. Untie her. Yes, yes, yes. Threatened with a pistol, The man naturally did everything he was told. The woman who was untied collapsed on the ground, glaring at the two men present with hatred in her eyes. Su Chun threw a dagger at the woman, causing a small splash of sand and gravel. I'll leave him to you to deal with. It's up to you to decide whether to let him go or kill him, Su Chun said directly. He saw the murderous intent in the woman's eyes and wanted to see if the other party was the kind of person he wanted. The woman was stunned when she heard this and looked at Su Chun with strange eyes, then looked at the man again, supported herself on the ground with one hand, and picked up the dagger with the other hand. He held the dagger in both hands, roared softly, and rushed towards the man. The man dodged quickly. Of course, he couldn't just let himself be a sitting duck. But at this moment, a crossbow shot at his thigh. The man fell to the ground in pain, hugging his thigh and wailing loudly. Seeing this, the woman immediately seized the opportunity, rushed forward, and stabbed the dagger directly into the man's chest. As if that was not enough to vent her anger, the woman pulled out the dagger and inserted it again. She kept stabbing the man back and forth until his chest was soaked in blood and his body had stopped struggling. Only then did the woman let go of the dagger. Her hands were also covered in blood. She slumped to the ground, grinning foolishly. When Su Chun saw this scene, a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. He felt that just now, the woman had completed a transformation. Well done. This car and the supplies on it are now yours. These simple words really stunned the woman completely. She could not understand what Su Chun meant at all and just stared at him blankly. What you don't understand is I'm lending you this car and the supplies on it. It's an investment. Next time we meet, you have to pay me back double. Any problem? Su Chun smiled and admitted that after seeing what happened to the other person, he subconsciously felt a little sympathy for him, but he would not keep the other person by his side. As an investment, sending the other party out will double the profit in the near future. Su Chun feels that this is a worthwhile deal. Thank you. Are you going to go get them? I want to join you. I want revenge myself. The woman forced a smile and nodded. She understood Su Chun's good intentions, and she also felt a touch of kindness that she had not felt for a long time. But in comparison, hatred still occupied the majority in her heart at this moment. I'm afraid you can't. They're already dead. Su Chun, who had a gun, was not worried that the woman in front of him would cheat, but his detection radar showed that those who seemed to have entered the cave or the base were all dead. In just a few minutes, they were all wiped out. What? The woman was stunned. The team led by the security guard has been completely wiped out now? What? Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, just stay here for a while. In half a minute, other people will arrive there. Su Chun had a half smile on his face and continued. This is where the platinum treasure chest is located. How can ordinary people get involved? After he finished speaking, the woman fell silent, obviously not believing what Su Chun said. Half a minute is a short time, but it feels very long to the woman. 10 seconds later, when several cars appeared in her field of vision, the woman's pupils shrank hundreds of times in an instant, and a chill rose from her spine and went straight to the back of her head. How did you know? This game is not as simple as you think. Do you think it is just an ordinary survival game? Don't be so naive. After Su Chun finished speaking, he said no more and continued to watch. Ever since he knew that there were countless black shadows here, Su Chun came up with the idea that he wanted to go fishing. Use the platinum treasure chest as bait to lure those survivors who want to try their luck. You didn't go there because it's too dangerous? So you've already arrived there? The woman was obviously a smart person and quickly understood Su Chun's thoughts. He wants to be the yellow bird. Su Chun responded casually, then raised the window and had no intention of saying anything more to the other party. The woman looked at Su Chun's window that was gradually closing, then glanced at the car approaching in the distance. After a moment of silence, she said, "Thank you for saving me today. When I get out, I will definitely pay you back double. Let's add each other as friends." King. Soon, both parties added each other as friends, and each other's names came into view. Wang Qian. Su Chun? Are you Su Chun? After seeing Su Chun's name, Wang Qian said she had no idea what to say. I didn't expect that the man in the helmet in front of me was the famous Su Chun. It's just an empty name. Su Chun shook his head and did not react much to Wang Qian's address. Thank you, Master Su. I'll be leaving now. After confirming that it was really Su Chun, Wang Qian became even more determined to repay Su Chun. The other party had helped her, so she must repay him. Wang Qian left, and Su Chun continued to stay there waiting. Because he entered the challenge mode, he was temporarily unable to check the situation in the regional chat and exchange. After discovering the cars, the new team approached them very carefully. After discovering that all the car owners had entered the cave, they lay in ambush at the entrance of the cave, ready to attack as soon as they came out. However, they did not wait for the people inside to come out, but waited for others to come over. A cold weapon battle soon broke out between the two sides. The newcomer was no match for these people and was defeated and killed. Considering that the longer the time drags on, more and more people will feel that these people are also planning to enter the cave and get the treasure chest by themselves. Before entering, the leading man specially left a younger brother with good skills to guard outside. Report to us at any time if there is any situation. These people are just a bunch of idiots. They didn't even know to leave someone to watch the wind. Now the door is gone. What if they took the things? Then several people also entered the cave. Soon, Su-chin discovered that the number of those densely packed dark creatures began to decrease. Although there are not many of them, this new group of people is much stronger than the first wave. In that case, there's no point in continuing to fish. Pick up the pistol and aim directly through the 4x scope. Bang! With one shot, the man who was left behind 100 meters away was killed directly. Su-chan immediately drove over and parked the car not far from the entrance of the mine to prevent himself from being exposed for too long after coming out. Then, he stepped into the abyss-like cave fully armed. Chapter 45 Goblin Mine, Platinum Treasure Chest. It was very dark in the cave, so Su-chan turned on a high-intensity flashlight. I didn't expect it to be used so soon. The cave was very deep and the road went downwards, which made Su-chan feel a little strange. But soon he no longer felt it was strange because he saw something that looked like a miner's hat. Is this a mine? The passage ahead is very narrow, only about 1 meter wide, less than 2 meters. Su-chan walked forward with light steps, shining the flashlight on the walls on both sides to make sure there was nothing unusual. Soon, he found several bodies lying on the ground not far away. Looking carefully, Su-chan discovered that their bodies were all covered with wounds similar to those caused by mining picks. Can those black monsters use weapons? When he thought of this, Su-chin's face was filled with worry, and his expression became more solemn. Forget it. Now that we're here, we can't just play it safe just because of an unknown enemy. Su-chan slowed down his pace and moved forward more cautiously, while keeping the radar detection on. Soon, he detected 2 black marks coming towards him 5 meters ahead. The beam of the flashlight shone over him, and suddenly his whole body felt cold. Ugly goblin miners with sharp teeth and green bodies, wearing miners' hats and holding miners' iron picks. What the hell? Goblin? Su-chan recognized the monster as a goblin at a glance. The opponent was very fast and rushed towards him with an iron spike in his hand. Su-chan held a crossbow and shot out 2 shots with a swish, very clean and neat. Puff! 2 arrows shot into the hearts of the 2 goblins, killing them easily. That's it. Su-chan was stunned. He didn't expect that the goblin was weaker than he thought. He immediately went forward to check and touch the corpse. Get a piece of rare ore and a mining shovel. Obtain 3 rare ores and a mining shovel. The rare ore seemed to be no ordinary material. After collecting it, Su-chan prepared to continue on his journey. Looking at the dead bodies here, Su-chan guessed that they were not at a sufficient attack distance and were approached by these goblins. Then they were frightened for a moment and were too flustered to fight back, which led to this situation. After changing the bow and arrow, Su-chan continued to move forward. With the detection system, he can know where all the dark shadows approaching him are and take precautions in advance. It will be strange if he gets hurt. Roar! Goblins appeared one after another, but under Su-chin's guard, they were all shot to death with 1 arrow. It was not until he discovered that the second wave of people who entered the underground mine space were also dead that he took out his pistol. With a gun, Su-chin's speed became much faster than before. Following the passage, we soon arrived at a huge underground space. The entire space was very wide, with several fresh corpses lying on the ground. Not far ahead, in the very center of the entire space, on a high platform, there was a platinum-level treasure chest. However, Su-chin was not in a hurry to go over because he knew there was danger here. Radar detection showed that the area was still densely covered in black, especially one place where a large area was completely black. Who is trespassing on my territory? A heavy and majestic voice sounded, causing Su-chan to narrow his eyes slightly. As the sound rang out, Rustling sounds came into Su Chen's ears. A goblin leader, who looked about the size of 3 goblin miners, slipped out from all directions with a group of miners. It wears a green crown, has a big nose, pointed ears, limbs that are 10 times thicker than the goblin miner. Its scarlet eyes make people feel a little uneasy. What the hell? So fierce. Su Chen was stunned and almost jumped up in fright. Although he had prepared himself mentally, he did not expect that the final boss would be so big. Looking at the ferocious goblin leader and the goblin army behind him, he raised his hand and held up the desert eagle in his hand. Bang! He pulled the trigger directly, and a bullet shot out at an extremely fast speed, hitting the goblin leader, splashing sparks. The goblin leader screamed and looked at his injured part with horror. He obviously couldn't believe that Su Chen could actually shoot him with one shot. A magazine first. Su Chen fired all his bullets at once, hitting the goblin leader with 9 consecutive hits. Boom! The goblin leader covered his injured part in disbelief and fell straight down. Roar! The remaining goblins, when they saw their goblin leader fall, their first reaction was not to run away in fear, but instead to be angry and roar at Su Chen. They waved the shovels in their hands and rushed towards Su Chen under his slightly dazed gaze. Shit, isn't it useful to catch the leader first? Su Chen was shocked by the swarm of goblins, and roughly estimated that there were at least 40 or 50 of them. He immediately took out 2 desert eagles with plenty of bullets from his storage ring. He fired with both hands at the same time, bearing the recoil from both hands, and took down one enemy with 1 bullet. At the same time, he began to retreat to the passage, which was relatively narrow, so the enemy would not be able to rush forward at once, and the numerical advantage would be greatly weakened. Su Chen was facing the goblin army in front of him with his 2 guns. He did not notice a crawling goblin that had already groped to his side. He suddenly jumped up, raised the shovel in his hand, and before Su Chen could react, he hit him on the head where he was wearing a bulletproof helmet. Su Chen was directly knocked away by this huge force, and his whole body hit the wall of the cave and fell to the ground, feeling pain all over his body. Su Chen touched his bulletproof helmet, which had a faint mark on it, but it was not a big deal. Fortunately, nothing serious happened. He didn't expect that although this goblin was a little fragile, it was also very strong and stronger than he imagined. In the short time he was thinking, the goblin army had already approached. Fuck, you guys forced me to do this. Su Chen fired 2 shots and killed the goblin that had just attacked him. Then he got up, took out fuel from his storage ring, and threw it directly at the other party. When the fuel was about to fall into the goblins, Su Chen raised his hand and fired 2 shots. The bullets penetrated the fuel tank, and the friction with the fuel generated instantaneous high temperature, which directly caused the fuel tank to explode. Fire flew everywhere. Under the impact of the explosion, the entire goblin army was scattered in an instant, and many goblins at the center of the explosion were directly killed. Su Chen also took this opportunity to rush directly into the passage next to him. After entering the passage, used 2 guns to block the entrance. The sound of gunfire continued. Come one, kill one. Chapter 46. All beings are equal under AK. After a hard fight, he successfully killed all the goblin miners. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that 2 more figures appeared in the mine passage. Someone else is coming, but Su Chen is not afraid. He walked straight to the platform in the center of the underground palace, came to the platinum treasure chest, and chose to open it directly. Initial resources: an AK rifle, a bulletproof shield, and a map of the distribution of Battle Royale resources. You opened the treasure chest and received 16,666 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received 8 times the crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 8 AK rifles, 8 bulletproof shields, and 8 Battle Royale resource distribution maps. Current unpacking point: 64,839. Nice! The AK rifle has great firepower, and the bulletproof shield is also good stuff. Put everything into the storage ring. In addition, there's also a resource distribution map, which is a good thing. You can see all the resources of the entire Battle Royale map. Su Chen also saw the most crucial part at first glance: the location of the diamond-level treasure chest. I didn't expect it to be here. This should be the place where the final poison circle appears. Just after Su Chen had packed up everything, he heard conversations and footsteps in the corridor. Look, the battle just now was so intense, maybe they're all dead. We can definitely take advantage of them this time. Even if they are still alive, they must be injured. Let's just kill them and be done with it. As they were talking, two young men appeared in the underground palace of the mine. Apart from the monster corpses all over the ground, they saw the treasure chest at a glance. Look, it's a platinum-level treasure chest, but it looks like someone is still alive. Ha ha! It's true that after searching for a lot of old shoes, I finally found it without any effort. A platinum-level treasure chest. The treasure inside is probably enough for us to eat for a month. The two young men, one holding an axe and the other holding a machete, were both at full strength and were naturally not afraid of people who might have been injured. When I saw the platinum treasure chest, my eyes almost popped out. The highest level treasure chest they had seen in the past few days was a silver level treasure chest, and the rest were all wooden treasure chests and bronze level treasure chests. As a result, there was a wild wolf next to the silver level treasure chest, so they didn't dare to go up. The best treasure chest they have ever opened was of bronze level, and now a platinum level treasure chest is right in front of them. How can they not be excited? Damn, there are two of us, and it seems like there's only one person. If we rob him, we'll be rich. The long-haired young man on the left waved the machete in his hand, made up his mind, and prepared to walk toward Su-chun. The young man with a crew cut on the right followed with an axe in hand. He was equally excited about the platinum treasure chest. After they got the platinum treasure chest, he returned to the car and killed his good brother whom he had known for a day, and the treasure chest was his alone. Why, what do you two want to do? Looking at the two people approaching, Su-chun raised his hand, took out the Desert Eagle in his hand, and aimed it at them. Seeing the black muzzle of the gun, the long-haired young man walking in front suddenly stiffened and stopped in place. The machete in his hand fell to the ground with a clang, and he raised his hands directly. Ahem, I was just passing by, and came in to take a look out of curiosity. We'll leave first, boss. After the crew-haired young man finished speaking, he turned around and left without giving the other party any chance to reply. Looking at the two of them, Su-chun grinned and shook his head slightly. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for knowing too much and seeing my face. After saying that, he fired 2 shots, killing the 2 men instantly, leaving no one alive. Su-chun knew what their intention was when they came in without having to think about it. He would show no mercy to those who wanted to take advantage of the situation. After killing the 2, he simply searched the bodies, collected the goblin's rare minerals, and then returned directly the same way. After arriving at the door, he took out all the car hearts of other cars, and after looting them all, he directly chose to disassemble them. Su-chun, who had made another huge sum of money, left slowly. The moment he opened the treasure chest, the icon of this platinum treasure chest disappeared from everyone's initial minimap. They knew that once the treasure chest here was taken away, it would naturally not come back again. After driving for a distance, Su-chun took out the map. On the map, there is a diamond treasure chest logo and 3 platinum treasure chest logos. Wait, 3? In other words, in addition to the remaining platinum treasure chest that is publicly displayed, there is also a hidden platinum treasure chest. Looking at the location of the treasure chest, Su-chun began to feel troubled. One is to his west, which is due left on the map, and the other is to his east, which is due right. The map's circle has been refreshed once. If you refresh it again, the platinum treasure chest on the right will disappear from the map. So if you want it, you have to go now. If you go to the diamond treasure chest on the left first, it means you give up this platinum treasure chest. Why Su-chun was so conflicted was that he felt that the same map must be contained in another publicly displayed platinum-level treasure chest. In other words, once the ownership of another treasure chest is determined, someone will know the location of the diamond-level treasure chest. Then they will definitely go to the location of the diamond-level treasure chest. If they act faster than Su-chun, it would be a waste of time. If you hesitate, you will fail. Only children answer multiple-choice questions. I want them all. Su-chun put the map away and drove directly towards the east. Increase the speed to maximum. You must rely on speed to make up for the half-minute wasted thinking. Another platinum chest in the second largest urban area in the entire Battle Royale map. Su-chun was certain that there would definitely be a lot of survivors here, panning for gold in the city. This means that the risk will be very high. However, Su-chun doesn't care about all this. He has a Desert Eagle, an AK-47, and a bulletproof shield. He also wears a bulletproof vest and a bulletproof helmet on his upper body. He is absolutely armed to the teeth and defended to the asshole. Under the AK, all beings are equal. Even if the enemy has a division, as long as he has enough bullets, he can kill them all. Oh, right, bullets. Su Chun forgot that he did not have enough bullets in his AK. Immediately consume a bullet blueprint and learn how to make 7.62mm caliber bullets. Then use the alloy to make 1,000 bullets, which I guess should be enough. Su Chun was driving, and in less than 10 minutes, he saw the ruins of the city appear in front of him. There are broken walls and ruins everywhere, and most of the buildings are 3, 4, or 5 stories high. Only in the most central location is there an 18-story building. According to the map, the Platinum Treasure Chest is located in the high-rise building. Shit, this map is like nothing. Anyone would wonder if there are good things in that tall building. The radar detection system has shown dense vehicle signs and human figures, as well as a number of relatively scattered black creatures. Chapter 47. Encountering the Sakura team? When Su Chun drove closer, he saw figures leaning out of many buildings, staring at his car. When he saw the minibus that was twice as big as theirs, a hint of greed flashed in his eyes. If they could snatch Su Chen's car, it would definitely be a huge boost for them. They were observing Su Chen's vehicle. Su Chun was also observing them. Su Chun has a storage ring, but they don't, so they can only hold things in their hands or carry them on their backs. So Su Chun can see everything. After looking around, Su Chun was very disappointed. These people had relatively few supplies. Maybe there were more in the car, but it was not worth it for Su Chun to provoke public anger now. His target was that tall building. When Su Chun arrived at the bottom of the tall building, several figures appeared in front of him, intercepted him directly, and knocked on his car with long knives. We have reserved this place for ourselves. Get the hell out of here, you Chinese. Hearing the other party say this, Su Chun raised his eyebrows. Sakura man? He is a very contradictory person. He wanted to kill all the men around Sakura. But if it is the women of Sakura, such as those familiar female teachers, Mikami-sensei, Fukada-sensei, Hashimoto-sensei, etc., they're all very respected and recognized. In that case, what else is there to think about? Su Chun slowly lowered the car window, revealing his helmeted face, then took out his pistol and pointed it at the Sakura man who was closest to his driver's seat. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. Sir, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I'm sorry. The man holding a long knife and arrogantly asking Su Chun to leave immediately took a step back and bowed 90 degrees to Su Chun to apologize. Yoshi, it seems I didn't recognize the wrong person. Did you find anything in this tall building? Looking at the other party's standard luggage, Su Chun clicked his tongue and asked, Sir, we have just arrived not long ago and are searching every floor. We haven't found anything major yet. The Sakura man said cautiously. Really? Then there's no point in keeping you around. Bang, bang. One shot killed the opponent's second brother, and another shot directly shot the opponent in the head. You give it to me, run. The remaining few people didn't dare to stay here any longer and fled in all directions. They just happened to meet their fellow Sakura people and got together. After all, this is the territory of China. If they don't unite, they will definitely be skinned alive by the Chinese. Want to run? Su Chun opened the door and got out of the car, aiming at the direction where the people were fleeing and continuing to shoot. The sound of gunfire echoed in the vicinity, attracting a lot of people's attention. Look, someone is here to deal with those bastards. Haha, it's really a relief to shoot a drowning dog. He just arrogantly chased us away, and now he has run into a big boss. You dare to be so arrogant in our Chinese territory. You simply don't want to live. Many survivors who had just been expelled because of the other side's large numbers and strong forces expressed their feelings at this moment. With that boss here, the dogs in there are probably having a hard time. Let's give the building to him. Don't talk so nicely. Do you dare to snatch things from the big guy? Fuck, you want to have a fight? I'm afraid of you. Firing several bullets and taking away all the bastards guarding the door, Su Chun locked the car door and headed straight for the high-rise building. Go to the stairs first and climb up. Without stairs, you can only reach the top floor one floor at a time to find the Platinum Treasure Chest. After climbing a few floors, I saw the figures of other bastards. When they saw Su Chun, their faces suddenly changed and they waved their long swords to kill this outsider. Until Su Chun took out the Desert Eagle. He only has a pistol, so he won't have many bullets. Let's attack together. At this time, the man who became the temporary leader among these people immediately called on everyone to attack together. Anyway, he won't go up, so he can just stay at the back and let other compatriots take the bullets. It would be safest for him to wait until Su-chan runs out of bullets before taking action. Really? A lot of people? Then let's see whether you have more people or I have more bullets. If the other party rushed forward, it was possible that they would rush in front of him and cause some interference to him in the gap between his shooting. So Su-chan changed to AK-47 without thinking and pointed the gun directly at the opponent. Well now, seeing that the pistol was directly replaced by a rifle, the group of people on the opposite side were stunned. They originally still had the courage to rush forward. After all, there were not many pistol bullets to begin with, and they had heard several shots just now. But now, the other party has directly taken out an AK-47. So what's the point of playing? Run. Run. Baga, can you please stop squeezing me? Da-da. A raging flame spurted out from the muzzle of the gun, bringing the group of people gathered at the stairs into the attack range. Bullets flew, taking countless lives, and blood stained the floor red. They wanted to resist, but without weapons, they simply couldn't do it. Even if they were dying, they couldn't understand why the man in front of them could actually take out an AK. After firing a round of bullets, Su-chan shook his sore arms and was impressed by the power of AK. Its power was huge, but the recoil was a bit strong. After killing all the little ghosts in the corridor, Su-chan did not waste any time and went straight up to the top floor. There's a long corridor with various room-like things on both sides. Every room was empty, with nothing in it. Su-chan did not waste time searching and went straight to the last room, which looked like an office. His radar detection showed that the platinum treasure chest was in the last room. The last room looked like it had not been occupied for a long time. It was dirty and dusty. At the back of the room, on a somewhat old and heavy mahogany desk, there was a gleaming platinum-level treasure chest. I found you. Su-chan did not enter the room directly, because according to his detection, there was a black shadow right where the treasure chest was. Su-chan took out a piece of wood and threw it directly at the treasure chest. Bang! The wooden board hit the treasure chest, bounced under the wall, and fell to the ground. Suddenly, as if being woken up, a rustling sound came from under the desk. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying giant spider with 8 legs more than 1 meter long crawled out, staring straight at Su-chan, who had woken it up. Chapter 48, 2-star, Car Upgrade Blueprint. My goodness, how can you bear it when it's so big? With 8 legs that are more than 1 meter long and a body, the entire spider is very large. The alien-like mouth and nose were as big as a basketball, and its 8 eyes were staring at Su-chan, which was extremely creepy. Before Su-chan could sigh, the spider finally made a strange cry, and then its 8 legs suddenly moved back and forth towards Su-chan's direction. Su-chan did not hesitate. He took out his AK-47 and fired at the big spider. The bullet hit the spider's body, causing dark green blood to flow out and causing it to let out a sharp cry. There was no room for resistance at all, and he was directly attacked by Su-chan and shot to death. Under AK, all beings are equal. You are still a little naive. Seeing that the big spider couldn't bear it under his gun, Su-chan breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the dying beast with 8 long legs still moving unconsciously, Su-chan approached and fired a few more bullets to whip the corpse to prevent it from resurrecting. Then the extraction was performed. 100 milliliters of spider venom extraction, 10 spider webs. Venom and spider webs are both pretty good things. Su-chan nodded with satisfaction, came to the platinum treasure chest, and opened it. Initial materials: 1 blueprint for upgrading a 2-star car, 1 TNT time bomb. You opened the treasure chest and received 16,868 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 9-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 9 2-star upgrade blueprints and 9 TNT time bombs. Marvelous! Su-chan was so excited that he couldn't help but clench his fists and wave them a few times. Finally, he got the 2-star upgrade and modification blueprint, so he can successfully upgrade the car again. After the first upgrade and modification, he is now very interested in the second upgrade and modification. At the same time, the TNT time bomb is also a very good thing. If it can be used, it can definitely play a significant role. It is worth spending my energy here and making a special trip here. However, Su-chan suddenly discovered that another platinum-level treasure chest had also found its home while he was going upstairs just now. In other words, the owner of another platinum treasure chest will also discover the treasure trove of the diamond treasure chest. Without having time to think, He immediately took the things, then rushed downstairs, took out the car hearts of those people, emptied the resources in the car, and left directly. He did not choose to break down the vehicles into basic materials, as that would have exposed his possession of a storage ring and might have made him an enemy. Besides, he was in a hurry and didn't have time to care about so many things. Let them fight for those things themselves. Suchin's current distance to the diamond-level treasure chest is about 90 kilometers. If he reaches it at full speed without any interference, it will take about half an hour. Another platinum treasure chest is approaching. If the engine has not been modified, it should be about the same time and should be in time. Next, let's take down the last diamond-level treasure chest. Suchin returned to the car, fastened his seatbelt, started the car, and stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The car and minibus immediately took off, as if by a catapult, and reached 180 miles per hour. It's not that Suchin doesn't want to drive faster, but this is a city and there are many bends. If there were no traffic rules and Suchin could drift around corners at will, he would probably be extremely slow. It was boring to travel, so Suchin originally wanted to upgrade his car directly. But thinking about this Battle Royale mode, his 2-star car is already very ostentatious. If it is upgraded to 3 stars, it will probably be targeted by a lot of players, which would be a loss. After all, in this Battle Royale mode, you can get some weapons for temporary use. He opened up grenades, bulletproof helmets, and bulletproof vests, so there must be other things. Just 10 minutes after driving away, Suchin saw that the ruins of the city where he had just stayed were covered with poison, and the second circle had been refreshed. The third circle will be refreshed every 10 minutes. At this time, Qinglan sent a message. Qinglan, Suchin, thank you for your gun and bullets, which helped me to resist the danger. I have opened a very good blueprint, which is extra. Do you want it? Photo. Click to take a look. It is a blueprint of excellent grade bulletproof glass. Excellent bulletproof glass drawing 1 time. Materials required for production: 100 parts of glass, 100 parts of rubber, 10 parts of special plastic. It turned out to be the blueprint for superior grade bulletproof glass, which was much stronger than his current high-quality bulletproof glass. If his glass originally only had bulletproof function, a bomb explosion could still shatter his glass. Then the excellent bulletproof glass can withstand ordinary bomb explosions. Suchin, this thing is good, but are you sure it's yours? Suchin has always considered himself one of the fastest-growing survivors. A previous small global ranking also gave him an idea of the extent to which he could lead. I wouldn't dare to say he's number 1 now, but he definitely has a place in the top 5. In this situation, he didn't even have superior-grade bulletproof glass, so how could the other party have more? Just as Suchin thought, Qinglan did not have any extra. What she used herself was also high-quality bulletproof glass. This excellent bulletproof glass was her only valuable gain in this Battle Royale mode. Giving it to Suchin was on the one hand to repay Suchin's kindness of selling her the gun, and on the other hand to repay the bullet debt signed before. Qinglan, of course, we can use this to settle the debt and settle the business. How do you think? Okay, Qin would definitely make a profit by exchanging bullets for excellent level blueprints. I agreed to the deal directly and received the drawings sent by the other party. Unlike car upgrades, replacing bulletproof glass will not affect the appearance of Suchin's car, so Suchin directly found a relatively hidden place on the side of the road to park. He just happened to have all the materials needed for the production. This is the advantage of being wealthy. Start making it. Ding, production is complete and can be installed. Suchin immediately took out the prepared excellent-grade bulletproof glass and replaced it. When upgrading the car, he only needed to consume the corresponding materials to modify the bulletproof glass again to make it suitable for the car model. After the change, Suchin did not waste any more time and went straight to the diamond-level treasure chest. Soon, Suchin arrived at the location of the diamond-level treasure chest, which was also the largest city ruins on the entire Battle Royale map. The final round will also be played here. Getting the map only gives us a head start. If we continue to move forward normally, even if no one gets the 2 platinum treasure chests, there's a high chance that the diamond treasure chest will be discovered. The extremely purple treasure chest icon had already lit up on his detection map. Diamond level treasure chest. Finally found you. Chapter 49, Encounter. Treatment medicine. However, there seem to be quite a few people near the treasure chest. Among them, a group of people are chasing another person. Suchin's eyes lit up. If the brother could be hunted by so many people, then the brother who is hunted must have some extraordinary qualities. Either you have provoked the other party verbally, or you have something good in your hand that the other party has taken a fancy to. Immediately, Su-chan decided to move closer and take a look. The place where they were chasing the fleeing creature was where Su-chen's target was. Su-chan guessed that one of them was the recipient of another platinum treasure chest. When Su-chen's minibus approached, the two teams stopped tacitly and turned their eyes to where Su-chan was. What surprised Su-chan was that the lone wolf was wearing the same bulletproof helmet as him. "Boss, that minibus is the same size as the car we're chasing. I guess it's been upgraded too, so should we grab both sides at the same time?" How did these lone wolves develop so quickly? Even though we have more than a dozen people in our team, we can't grow as fast as them. Don't worry about it. Just grab it together. Soon all of this will belong to us. The bearded man in the lead waved the pistol in his hand and pointed it at Su-chen's car. Suddenly, at least half of the men rushed towards Su-chan with weapons in hand. Seeing this, Su-chan was slightly stunned. The other party also had a lethal weapon, such as a gun. It seems that in this battle royale mode, we still cannot act rashly. But it doesn't seem to be of any use to him. Su-chan lowered the car window, revealing his upper body with a helmet on. He then raised his arm, which was also holding a pistol, and started shooting. The first 3 survivors were killed immediately. The remaining ones were so frightened that they immediately crawled back. The bearded man behind him also frowned, and quickly raised his head and shot directly at the center of Su-chen's helmet. This kind of racing driver's helmet can protect against knives and guns, but it can't protect against bullets. The bearded man had a grim smile on his face. He believed that with this bullet, the opponent would be shot in the head, and he would be able to get the upgraded car. If he couldn't hit a fleeing mouse, how could he not hit a living target that was sitting still? However, when he pulled the trigger, he found that the other party was looking at the muzzle of his gun and seemed to have no reaction at all. There was no trace of panic on the face behind the helmet glass. "Boy, you are dumbfounded." The next second, the hideous smile on the bearded man's face suddenly stopped and turned into shock. The bullet hit the opponent's helmet and bounced back? How is this possible? The other person is wearing a bulletproof helmet? Are you kidding me? However, there was no time to think more, because the bullet was already aiming at him. He immediately moved back and forth to dodge, no longer intending to continue shooting, and shouted, "Brother, let's talk it over. There's no need to waste bullets." Su-chan completely ignored him and started practicing his shooting skills. After one shot missed, he fired another one without feeling sorry for the bullets at all. After 2 consecutive misses, the third shot finally hit the bearded man's thigh. The bearded man who was shot screamed and fell to the ground. He looked at Su-chan in the car with hatred, raised his pistol, and pulled the trigger to fight back. However, the pain in his body caused his arms to tremble slightly, making it difficult for him to aim at the target. He simply changed the muzzle of the gun and shot at the opponent's glass. Unable to hit anyone, he broke the glass to vent his anger, but soon discovered that glass was also bulletproof. At this moment, the bearded man wanted to curse. His arms fell limply to the ground. The only thing he could hit with the gun was the tire. Yes, tires. If you knock out the opponent's tires, the opponent's car will not be able to move. Bang! The bullets were fired, and it took several shots to hit Su-chen's car tire, resulting in him cursing completely. "Fuck! Our tire's bulletproof." Bang! A bullet shot and hit him in the head. May there be no bulletproof in heaven. Su-chan blew at the muzzle of the gun with a trace of hot smoke, looked at the vehicle body condition, which still had 99% durability, and nodded with satisfaction. After being hit by several bullets, its durability only dropped by 1%, which is much stronger than before. With Su-chan sharing the pressure, the lone wolf was obviously able to handle the situation with ease after killing the boss with a pistol. He used the long-reach advantage of his crossbow to kite and kill all the remaining people. After killing everyone, he came to Su-chen's car with a sigh of relief. "Brother, you're not Su-chan, right?" The 2 men were wearing exactly the same bulletproof helmets, and Wang Chong only sold this thing to Su-chan. So, as long as Su-chan was not killed, the man in front of him was most likely Su-chan. Wang Chong, "It's really Boss Su. Thank you so much for your help just now." Clasped his fists towards Su-chan in a very generous manner to express his gratitude. "You guys are." The fact that the other party was able to linger around here means that he must have discovered something. It is very likely that the platinum treasure chest is in the hands of the other party or another group of people. I think I'm the same as Su-chan. Wang Chong did not answer directly, but instead said something tentatively. So what are you going to do? Su Chen also did not expose the truth, but instead asked a direct question in return. After hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Chong knew that Su Chen would definitely not retreat. The other party had a gun and a bulletproof helmet. He only had a crossbow that he had exchanged from the other party, so he would definitely not be able to defeat him. After a long silence, Wang Chong gritted his teeth and said, "In that case, I won't fight with you for that thing, but I hope you can give me these people's supplies." Su Chen immediately understood that the other party was interested in the pistol in the bearded man's hand. "But you want everything just by not fighting? It doesn't matter if you don't quit. Whoever kills, it will own it. Master Su, you already have a gun, so just give it to me. I will never point the gun at you, I can promise." Wang Chong was a little anxious. "Then let's see how sincere you are." Wang Chong gritted his teeth and nodded immediately, saying, "There is a healing medicine in my treasure chest. I can give you a dose." After saying that, Wang Chong took out a medicine bag with a red cross on it, which contained a dose of medicine, and handed it to Su Chen. Therapeutic drugs. Effect: can instantly restore physical injuries to full health. Can be used when dying. Losing limbs cannot be restored. A pack of healing medicine that can restore one's condition is definitely a good thing in this Doomsday Road game. It's a sure win. Make a deal. Su Chen took the treatment medicine and drove directly to the location of the diamond-level treasure chest. When he left, he suddenly thought of something and left a message to Wang Chong. "By the way, if you need bullets, come to me and buy them. I will definitely give you enough." Chapter 50 Barrett Heavy Sniper Blueprint. Su Chen arrived at the location of the diamond treasure chest. He found that the treasure chest was in a forest. However, there were dense black marks all around and inside the woods, indicating danger. However, when he looked at the place marked as dangerous, there seemed to be no danger. The woods were surrounded by patches of grass, and there were no dangerous creatures lurking in the grass. Could it be down there? Su Chen got out of the car and stopped 20 meters away from the danger zone, giving himself some time to react. He took out a small piece of iron, waited, and then threw it hard towards the black marked area in the distance. It fell right into the gap in the black area and then bounced onto the black area farther away. Bang! The next moment, a deafening explosion sounded and broken soil splashed everywhere. Although Su Chen was far away, he still squatted down under the impact of the explosion. It turned out to be a minefield. No wonder the locations marked by these black areas look very regular, and there is no transfer throughout the process. Su Chen's frown relaxed a little, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Compared with other dangers, the impact of the minefield on him is almost negligible, because he knew clearly the location of every mine. In the face of radar detection, all the mines used by the ambushers became useless. Su Chen stepped into the minefield, turned left and right, and finally passed through layers of mines, entered the woods, and saw the diamond-level treasure chest. Radiating brilliant white light, the entire diamond-grade treasure chest looked like a crystal diamond. Could this be a treasure chest made of real diamonds? How much is this diamond that can hold a basketball worth? Although this thing does not retain its value, and its value cannot be assessed, girls still like it. After rubbing his hands and bowing, Su Chen opened the diamond-level treasure chest. Initial resources: 1 Barrett Sniper Rifle Blueprint, 1 Autonomous Driving System Blueprint, 10 Nashi. You opened the treasure chest and received 28,888 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 10-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 Barrett Sniper Rifle Blueprints, 10 Autopilot System Blueprints, and 100 Nashi. Barrett Sniper Rifle Blueprint, 1 time. Materials required for production: 10 pieces of aluminum alloy, 10 pieces of steel, 10 pieces of glass, 10 pieces of special plastic, 10 pieces of rubber, 10 electronic components. Autopilot system drawings. Requirements for installation: Samsung car. Barrett Sniper Rifle. It turned out to be a Barrett Sniper Rifle, which is a heavy sniper rifle and a must-have for men. With 10 swords in his hands, if he is not invincible, who will be invincible? And the autopilot system. As the name suggests, it is able to automatically drive the car, avoid obstacles, and automatically accelerate, decelerate, and stop. If this happened outside, he would not try it easily, but in the world of highway survival, how could something go wrong with the road so wide? What's more, even if you hit someone, it doesn't matter. It's a very good blueprint. In this way, Su-chan can also upgrade the blueprint and put products on the shelves while the car is moving. He could even rest in bed. This will save him a lot of energy. The only thing he needs to pay attention to is to observe the radar detection system himself and not miss the treasure chests on the road. Su-chan began to fantasize. The system prompt sound rang in his ears again. Unboxing point 110595. When the unboxing points reach 100,000 points, the unboxing critical hit system can be upgraded. Can 100,000 unboxing points upgrade the unboxing critical hit system? So this is the function of the unpacking point. Su-chan had always felt that if this unpacking point was simply used for radar detection, it would never be fully utilized. Now it finally came in handy. Upgrade. Consume 100,000 unboxing points to upgrade the unboxing critical hit system. The system is being upgraded. Please wait. Upgrade progress. 1%, 5%, 10%, 30%, 50%, 100%. Upgrade completed. The unboxing critical hit system has been successfully upgraded to 2.0. Unboxing critical hit system 2.0. Effect. When opening a box, you can choose to use the crit effect to randomly obtain 10 to 15 times the resources in the box. Unboxing point 10595. Each time you open a box, you will get corresponding opening points based on the initial resource value in the box. The opening points can be used to upgrade the system. Equipped with radar detection, it can scan all objects within a 3-kilometer radius. Cost 2 unpacking points/minute. Up to 15 times. Seeing that after the upgrade, the critical hit effect of opening the box has increased a lot compared to before, and the minimum guarantee is 10 times, Su-chan is very excited. This means that he will be completely ahead of other survivors. Now, he really wanted to find a treasure chest and open it to have fun. Thinking of this, Su-chan immediately put away all the drawings and returned directly to his car. Take out the Barrett sniper rifle blueprint and the necessary materials and go to the crafting table. Make it! With a wave of his hand, in a few breaths, a spear more than 1 meter long appeared. The entire spear body looked like a golden war dragon, extremely powerful. Sniper rifle, as if he was caressing the most beautiful woman in the world and couldn't let it go. After playing with it for a while, Su-chan suppressed his excitement, took out another bullet-making blueprint, and chose to learn how to make 12.7mm caliber bullets. This time, the production is more expensive than before. One piece of alloy can only make 1 bullet. Who owns a Barrett heavy sniper rifle is now very confident. He used another blueprint to make a heavy sniper rifle as a backup. Then he began to prepare to complete the 3rd upgrade of the car. Now his car heart has reached more than 61 star numbers, far exceeding the requirement. Take out a 2-star car upgrade and modification blueprint. He went straight to his car heart and merged it into it. Then, there was a familiar bright light, much brighter than before. The car is being upgraded. Please wait. Upgrade completed. Successfully upgraded to a 2-star car. Materials can be consumed to modify the car. Consumable materials required. Maximum limit 500 iron blocks, 500 alloy blocks, 500 rubber blocks, 250 steel blocks, 250 electronic components. Renovation time limit 100 minutes. It's another wave of burning money. Chapter 51 Upgrade to Samsung Car. Live in a luxury RV. Su-chan checked his basic materials. The iron blocks, alloys, and rubber are all sufficient, but there is still a long way to go for steel and electronic components. However, after entering the Battle Royale mode, you will temporarily be unable to redeem items and trade on the exchange. You can only chat privately and conduct offline transactions. Su-chan immediately thought of Wang Chong. He could produce steel, so that would definitely be no problem. The only thing he didn't know was whether he had enough electronic components. Chat with Wang Chong directly. Su-chan, Wang Chong, where are you now? Do you have any extra electronic components? I'm short of some now, and I need to exchange some steel with you. 3 seconds later, I received a reply from the other party. Wang Chong, yes, I still have 97 of them. I am stockpiling them specifically, waiting for a wave of big profits. The other party's implication is very clear. If you want to get what I have, you have to exchange it for good things. 300 bullets. Wang Chong, give me more, big brother. I will buy more from you when I run out of them. 1 for 10 rounds, 970 rounds, and then round it up to 1,000 rounds. How about that? Su-chan was silent for a moment, pretending to be hesitant, but in fact he was laughing wildly in his heart. 1,000 bullets only make 100 alloys, and their value is definitely not as high as the other party's electronic components. Su Chun, sure, then you can trade the steel with me directly at the cost price. Wang Chong, no problem. The two sides reached an agreement after simple bargaining. Thousands of more bullets at once. Wang Chong doesn't need to worry about dangers like wild beasts, at least in the short term, so this is a very good choice for him. Electronic components, he can continue to exchange them for steel later. Soon, Su Chun returned to the battlefield and met Wang Chong, and the two sides quickly conducted a transaction. After Su Chun exchanged bullets for electronic components, he did not hide the fact that he suddenly needed so many electronic components. The other party knew what he was going to do without even thinking about it. Consumable materials, perform vehicle upgrade and modification. Then, Su Chun's entire car was completely surrounded by light and began to change rapidly. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. Su Chun sat in the car with a calm expression, eating melon seeds and watermelon, waiting for the upgrade to be completed. However, when Wang Chong saw the white light covering Su Chun's car, a look of envy appeared in his eyes. Having upgraded his car once, he naturally understood the effect of Su Chun's car star upgrade. While sighing, he was also very much looking forward to what Samsung Motors would be like. He believed that if others could do it, he would be able to do it sooner or later. After exactly 10 minutes, Su Chun's car modification was successfully completed. The entire 6-meter-long business minibus is transformed into a comfortable RV that is 10 meters long, 4 meters wide, and 3 meters high. Upgrade successful. Business minibus upgraded to comfortable RV. The RV can be further upgraded to a luxury RV with a larger luxurious space. With further upgrades, there are more possibilities. It can continue to become bigger and more comfortable. After the upgrade, what excited Su Chun the most was that not only did the whole car look more sturdy, but most importantly, the space in the car was also divided by alloy steel plates. In the center of the car is a bedroom that is 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. The Simmons mattress, blanket, and quilt are all on one side, close to the car window. More importantly, there is a bathroom with a space of 1 meter by 2 meters in the bedroom for washing. Su Chun immediately made the blueprint of the toilet that had never been used before and installed in the bathroom. Now, I can solve physiological problems in the car without worrying about not being able to hold it in. Behind the driver's seat is a production table that is more than 1 meter wide. Behind it is Su Chun's bedroom and the space on the corridor on the other side, where other objects can be placed later. The space in the warehouse behind the car is even bigger, more than 2 meters wide and 4 meters long, nearly 10 cubic meters of space. There was no time to waste now. Without saying a word, Su Chun took out 3 pieces of fast-growing soil again and spread them on the ground, then sprinkled tobacco seeds on them. He originally wanted more seeds. After all, if cigarettes were produced, they would definitely be in short supply. In this doomsday situation, cigarettes are definitely hard currency. But considering that cigarettes cannot be priced too low, too high sales at the beginning will tend to drive down the price. The few remaining fast-growing patches of soil are left for now. Looking at the only 2 square meters of space left at the back where nothing had been placed, Su Chun shook his head. He thought he was too inexperienced and couldn't even fill such a small car. If the other survivors knew what Su Chun was thinking, they would definitely jump up and severely condemn Su Chun. For Sayu, after completing the upgrade, Su Chun's car was officially promoted to a motorhome. However, looking at the somewhat crowded space in the room, Su Chun shook his head. It's not very good. I can barely make do with it if I live alone. What if 10 beautiful women can live in my car in the future? We still need to keep working hard. Then Su Chun came to the driver's seat of the car and integrated the blueprint of the car's assisted driving system into the car. Soon, a ray of light emanated from the heart of the car. Next to the heart of the car, a display screen appeared out of thin air. On the screen was a cartoon image of a little girl with a face and some wavy curves like radio waves. Hello, Master. The car's assisted driving system is at your service. For ease of use, I would rather name it. You only need to call it verbally to give your instructions. A mechanical and childish voice sounded, and for a moment Su Chun felt that it was as easy as using his own mobile phone. Oh, I wonder if there are any mobile phones in this road survival game. If there are, I can endure any length of time. Su Chun said secretly. After thinking for a moment, he raised his head and nodded. I'll call you Xiaoling, classmate. Yes, Master. Xiaoling will serve you wholeheartedly. Okay, You take a rest first. Su-chan waved his hand, then took out the stone from the treasure chest. He used it directly on the storage ring in his hand and added another 100 cubic meters of space to it, turning it into 600 square meters. After completing all this, Su-chan found that it was getting late and it would soon be the last lap, and his position was at the very center of the last circle. Therefore, within his 3-kilometer detection range, he has discovered quite a few vehicle identification symbols. Outside the car at this moment, Wang Chong looked at Su-chin's comfortable RV, which was 10 meters long compared to theirs, and his face was drooling. He also wants to change it. His current car heart is up to standard, so he can upgrade it as long as he has the blueprint. But the problem is that he doesn't have the blueprints for upgrading a 2-star car right now. At the same time, he did not have enough basic materials. Even if he got the 2-star car upgrade drawings, now is not the time to upgrade. I could only stand by Su-chin's car and envy him. Seeing that the movement of Su-chin's RV had stopped, Wang Chong couldn't help but ask, "Boss Su-chin, I would like to ask how much materials are needed for the second upgrade." As soon as he finished speaking, one of the car windows slowly dropped down, revealing Su-chin's face wearing a helmet. 500 pieces of iron. 500 pieces. He told him the truth directly. Wang Chong would be one of his stable clients in the future, so he naturally had to keep this kind of leaks. Chapter 52, Autonomous Driving with Navigation. Upon hearing the price, Wang Chong couldn't help but take a breath. He didn't expect that upgrading to a Samsung car would require so many resources. He considered himself to be the best among the survivors. In just 3 days, he had accumulated nearly 100 electronic components, which were more precious than ordinary raw materials. I had been counting on Monopoly to get rich quickly. As a result, the materials he had were only about 1/10 of what was needed to upgrade Samsung cars. Oh, by the way, I have an extra 2-star car upgrade blueprint here. If you need it, bring a good blueprint to exchange. Su-chin's voice. He knew that what the other party obtained from the platinum treasure chest was definitely not just 10 healing pills. As expected, Wang Chong showed hesitation on his face, and he obviously began to think about whether to change. But soon, he gritted his teeth and shook his head. "I don't need it for now. I still lack a lot of materials for upgrading. When I have enough, I will exchange with you. It's no use changing it now. Maybe he will be able to get it himself later." "Okay, but I can't promise to trade the 2-star car upgrade blueprint in my hand to others." Seeing that the other party refused, Su-chan did not force him. He replied and closed the car window. Looking at the last poison circle that had begun to refresh, Su-chan began to think that as long as he stayed where he was, he would be able to safely survive this battle royale. No one could do anything to him in the RV. He gained a lot from this trip, including a diamond-level treasure chest, 2 platinum-level treasure chests, and several other treasure chests. But there is still more than 20 minutes before the battle royale. It would be a pity if he wastes it. Don't forget that he can now reach a maximum of 15 times the critical strike. Battle Royale mode, where the initial refresh chance is +1. How can you waste the opportunity? Mark the locations of 2 gold-level treasure chests within a 3-kilometer radius. Xiaoling, go to this place first, then go to that place. Su-chan gave the order. "Got it, master. Please sit tight and hold on. We are about to set off." The total distance is 4.1 kilometers. The first target is 1.7 kilometers away. We expect to arrive in 3 minutes. The RV started steadily, making Su-chan couldn't help but let out a click of his tongue. Wow, this autonomous driving also comes with navigation reminders. The speed of automatic driving is not fast, but it drives very steadily and turns cleanly without slowing down at all. Great! This saves me some energy. 3 minutes later, Su-chan arrived at the first place, which was an abandoned shopping mall. There were many vehicles parked outside the mall at this moment, which were basically the survivors who had escaped by shrinking the circle. Su-chin's huge RV approached. It immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. "What the hell? What is this? An RV? Are you kidding me?" "No, I was driving a beat-up old van. I just changed a tire, and someone drove up to an RV. Could this be the system god's biological son who came out to experience life? We are here to survive on the highway. Why do you feel like he is here for tourism?" Before Su-chan got out of the car, he saw many people looking at his car with eager eyes. But he didn't care about it. If they dared to come, Su-chan would let them know how much they would pay for it. "Xiaoling, wait for me here and don't open the car door for anyone except me." After giving instructions, Su-chan got out of the car directly, holding a desert eagle in his hand and carrying a crossbow on his back. He looked fully armed and immediately attracted the attention of many women. If you can follow such a big guy, you will definitely be able to live safely in this highway apocalypse. Handsome guy, I wonder if you need any women in your RV. I want to go up and take a look. I can stay there forever. A girl with a nice figure and a pretty face walked towards Soo-chan with a coquettish voice. Fuck, I can't compete with those who have houses and cars outside, and now I can't compete with those who have houses and cars inside. I'm afraid all girls can't refuse such a big RV. It's much more comfortable than a van. Damn it, why am I not a girl? Otherwise I would. Hey, who says men can't do it? What if the boss has a special fetish? Go up and give it a try first. Roll. Soo-chan took a look and ignored it. He had no interest in this kind of person who barely passed with 60 points. Handsome guy, what do you think of me? Let me get in the car. Sister will let you feel what it means to be in ecstasy. A woman with big wavy hair, who looked like a queen, also approached. Among the women present, she was without exception the best overall. As soon as she came out, the girl at the beginning left silently feeling ashamed. Hey, don't disbelieve me. This sister's skills are amazing. It usually takes me half an hour to do it, but she did it for me 3 times in a row. It took less than 5 minutes in total. So amazing. Soo-chan looked at the big wavy lady who had just approached. Her figure was between C and D, and she was a little plump, but also very sexy. Thick thighs and thin calves. As we all know, slightly fat YYDS. What's more, she is a royal sister. The new girl in front of me deserves at least 80 points. If this were normal times, Soo-chan wouldn't mind having a beautiful encounter with the other party. But this is a doomsday survival game, and the woman will only slow down his speed in drawing his gun. Not even bothering to pay attention to the other party, Soo-chan walked straight into the mall. Can women have fun opening treasure chests? Seeing that Soo-chan ignored her, the woman with a domineering look suddenly froze. She didn't expect that she would be rejected. As long as she throws herself into his arms, no man will ever refuse her. But today I was rejected. Damn, the other party wouldn't dislike women, right? It must be like this. Otherwise, how could he reject her? Do you think this boss doesn't like women and prefers men? Then doesn't that mean we have a chance? Anyway, I'm gone. So come on, you could try asking the boss. What's wrong with you? I have cold poisoning, and besides, I have hemorrhoids on my butt. Fuck, get away from me. The corner of Soo-chan's mouth twitched. He heard what the survivors who stopped to rest nearby said. If the treasure chest was not more important than them, he would have let them know what it meant to speak ill of others. After entering the mall, Soo-chan went straight to the location of the golden treasure chest. Seeing Soo-chan's unhesitating steps, everyone suddenly reacted. Hey no, did anyone tell the boss that this place has been occupied by a group of people? You are stupid. If this man is killed by that group of people, then his car will be ownerless. Yes, it's you, kid. Chapter 53, 15x crit, becoming a blueprint tycoon. Soo-chan didn't know that when he entered the shopping mall, his car was directly targeted by passers-by, and they all hoped that something would happen to him. Being able to own such a nice RV, they naturally would not take the initiative to cause trouble, but if the boss was killed by others, they would still be very happy to see it. After all, not only can they obtain the resources of the big guys, but they can also witness the death of the strong, which is a great psychological comfort for them. Soo-chan entered the mall and went straight to the stairs. He quickly reached the 2nd floor. Just when he was about to go to the 3rd floor, he was stopped by several strong men. Where are you from? Don't you know that this place is occupied by us? Leave quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. One of the sturdy men stepped forward and threatened viciously. That's right, get out of here right now. This is our Yikatang's territory now. When the strong men saw that Soo-chan was alone, they didn't take it seriously. Only one of the slightly thin men noticed the weapon in Soo-chan's hand on his waist. He was so scared that he couldn't speak. He pointed at Soo-chan's waist with a terrified expression on his face. Xiaolu, what's wrong? He's alone, and there are so many of us. Why are you afraid of him? At this time, a sturdy man next to him also noticed Xiaoyou's abnormality and couldn't help but look in the direction of the other person's gaze out of curiosity. When I saw this, I was immediately shocked. What the hell? A gun. With a click, the sturdy man fell to his knees. Master, I was wrong. Just treat us like shit and let us go. Although a man of insight is a wise man, Soo-chan is not someone who would cause trouble for himself. He was too lazy to waste words with them and raised the desert eagle in his hand. A few bullets directly took out the people in front of him. The bang-bang sounds of gunfire instantly attracted the attention of several men who were searching on the third floor. "Boss, are there gunshots? Someone is coming up with a gun." Upon hearing the gunshot, an ugly man with a pointed chin and monkey cheeks was immediately frightened and subconsciously wanted to run away. "Why are you panicking? Don't forget, I have 2 guns that I'm not using. The gunshot just now was only 1 gunshot at most. Can he beat me?" The man called the boss was a bald man with a fierce look on his face and an arrogant tone. He did not take his enemies seriously at all. It just so happened that the Battle Royale mode was about to end. Once he got out, his gun, which was only applicable to the Battle Royale mode, would be useless. Naturally, he wanted to have some fun at this time. Here comes this blind guy, and that's exactly what he wants. Let's go and take a look. After saying that, the bald boss took out his 2 guns, shouted at the people around him, and then led the way out. The survivors around looked at each other. "Damn it, you have a gun, but we don't. So weren't we used to be sitting ducks?" But they're all brothers now. If they don't go, they might be shot by their boss in advance. So, I had no choice but to follow. After killing several people at the stairs, Su-chan went straight to the 3rd floor. Naturally, he quickly noticed the presence of these people. After all, he had the 3rd eye. They dared to come after hearing the gunshots, which means they must have the same weapon or even stronger ones. "Well, since it's a waste if we don't use it, I'll just give you a big gift," and took out the grenade he had obtained earlier, which was only used in the Battle Royale mode, from the storage ring. After estimating the time and distance, Su-chan pulled out the pull ring and started counting seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 now. Su-chan leaned sideways with half of his body emerging from the stairs and threw the grenade in his hand directly in the direction of the group of people running towards them. Bang, bang. Seeing Su-chan show his head, the bald boss raised his pistol and started shooting, but he reacted too slowly and all the bullets hit the wall. "What is that? Oh no, it's a grenade. Get out of the way." The sharp-eyed younger brother reacted immediately, but it was too late. Bang! The grenade fell in the middle of their team and exploded before it even hit the ground. The loud explosion, accompanied by flames, blew several people away and killed them instantly. Seeing that all the human-shaped marks disappeared in the radar detection, Su-chan walked out with confidence, walked around the bodies of these people, and came to the second-to-last room in the innermost room. The golden treasure chest was found in the changing room of one of the lingerie shops. Without hesitation, open it directly. Initial resources: 1 blueprint for upgrading a 1-star car, 1 bottle of energy drink. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 3,689 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 15x crit. Congratulations! You have obtained 15 1-star car upgrade and transformation blueprints and 15 bottles of energy drinks. Energy drink. After taking it, you can double your attributes, speed, endurance, durability, burst, etc. in the next hour. Wow, this is so cool. A direct 15 times critical hit is equivalent to opening 15 gold-level treasure chests. Others opened boxes to survive, but I opened boxes to purchase goods. He happily accepted all the drawings and energy drinks and went back to his shop to put a batch of particularly popular drawings on the shelves. It seems that I need to help them speed up their development. As for leeks, they have to be grown to maturity before they can be harvested. After collecting them, Su-chan came to another room where there was an unopened silver treasure chest. Initial resources: 3 tomahawk steaks, 3 bottles of 1982 red wine. You opened the treasure chest and received 998 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 12x crit. Congratulations, you won 36 tomahawk steaks and 36 bottles of 1982 red wine. That's right, we have enough supplies. Let's have some delicious food so that we can enjoy life better. I'm so tired today. We must add more dishes to the menu tonight. Let's have an extra tomahawk steak and red wine. After collecting all the resources in the treasure chest, Su-chan took out a package, filled the package with 2 pieces of meat, and left a small part exposed. So he walked outside. No, there were gunshots and explosions inside. Was it that intense? Go and see if we can get on that big guy's RV. Has it become ownerless? No. Damn. How can he be so strong and hold on for so long? Will he come out safe and sound later? Just as everyone was wondering and guessing, Su-chan came out with a full package on his back. I was completely dumbfounded. Could it be that the other party killed all of them? Otherwise, with the ferocious nature of those men, how could Su-chan get the things safely? as expected of a big boss with a motorhome. His strength is too strong. Look at him, there's no injury at all. Could it be that the two sides didn't fight, and the boss subdued the other party with his pistol? No, no, no. There were multiple gunshots just now. They must have had a gunfight, and then the boss used a grenade to end the battle. A middle-aged man who was a military fan immediately analyzed. I really want to discuss life with you guys. I want to get on the RV and give you some warmth. I can beg you as long as I want. Damn, I have such a bad temper. I asked you to do that just now, so why didn't you? I also provided supplies. A young man next to him suddenly widened his eyes. Don't be ridiculous. Can you compare with the big guy? Look how dirty you are. Fuck, aren't you dirtier than me? Chapter 54 Battle Royale Challenge is over. Ranked first again. Scorching came out. He got into the car without even looking at these people. Xiaoling, next stop. Okay, master. The mechanical female voice came again, and the car started slowly and continued to move towards the next gold-level treasure chest. Soon he arrived near another gold-level treasure chest, opened it, and with a 13-fold critical hit, he obtained 13 explosion-proof tire blueprints. He suddenly became a big buyer of drawings. Gold-level treasure chests within 3 kilometers. Su Chan stopped searching for gold-level treasure chests and found a silver-level treasure chest nearby, for which he opened 10 special alloys. The critical hit was 11 times the original, turning into 110 portions of special alloy. Although I don't know what it does, I think it will come in handy sooner or later. 3, 2, 1. 3 hours later, the Battle Royale Mode challenge ended. Battle Royale Mode has ended. All survivors will be teleported back to where they entered in 3 minutes. The following is a Battle Royale Mode challenge survival reward for all players. The Battle Royale Mode challenge is over. At this moment, in the final circle, all the surviving players cheered. Most of them, after entering this mode, can only go to some remote places to hunt and search for relatively poor treasure chests. Now that they have finally survived, they will also receive a survival treasure chest. Great! I finally made it. Give me the rewards soon. I can't bear it any longer. Yeah. Hooray! Just as all the players were waiting for their rewards and were teleported back to rest, the reminder sounded again. Congratulations to the top 3 players in this mode. They will receive special rewards. As the prompt sounded, many people immediately began to discuss what the special reward was. Who do you think will get the top 3 in this Battle Royale mode? Needless to say, Su Shan will definitely occupy one. I don't know about the others. I don't know how this score is calculated. In a Battle Royale, will it take into account the distance traveled? If so, then I will definitely be in the top 3. I didn't stop the whole time and was running the whole time. Maybe it's a number of kills. Who can say for sure? For a moment, everyone was talking about it. Soon, the familiar sound of lifting sound rang out. The third-place winner of this Battle Royale challenge is Qinglan, with pictures. Qinglan obtained points 6,489. Battle record. During the Battle Royale period, a total of 5 airdrops were obtained, plus 2 gold-level treasure chests. As soon as this news came out, the whole audience was shocked. Fuck, it's actually a girl, and she's so beautiful. 5 airdrops? This pretty girl wouldn't be here just to grab airdrops. It's very likely. She's so beautiful and capable. I declare that I'm now a die-hard fan of Qinglan. The guy above, are you a die-hard fan? I think you just want to be a bootlicker. When Su Chan saw Qinglan's true face, he was stunned and stood there in a daze. It was far more beautiful than he had imagined. Even without makeup, the score is at least above 95 points. If you put on some light makeup to add the icing on the cake, it would at least get full marks, and you could even get extra points. Soon after, the second-place system announcement sounded. The second-place winner of this Battle Royale challenge is Wang Chong Photo. Wang Chong obtained 13689 points. Record. During the Battle Royale, obtained 1 platinum treasure chest and 3 gold treasure chests. Is this the boss who got one of the 2 platinum treasure chests? I'm so envious. I've also seen that platinum treasure chest, but I don't dare to go there at all. Yeah, no one who doesn't have some strength dares to go. Looking at it this way, it goes without saying who the first place is. Now announce the first place of this Battle Royale challenge. He is the undisputed champion of this game, Su Chun, with photos. Su Chun obtained 212,830 points. Battle record. During the Battle Royale, I got diamond treasure chests, platinum treasure chests, airdrops, gold treasure chests. As soon as Su Chen's points and record came out, the whole audience fell silent. No one expected that Su Shun actually obtained so many treasure chests, including diamond-level treasure chests and quite a few platinum-level ones. Are you still a human being? Can you give me a chance to live? More importantly, the second-place winner only got a platinum-level treasure chest for more than 10,000 points. It is outrageous that Su Shun directly got more than 200,000 points. At this moment, Qinglan, who was somewhere in the Battle Royale mode, couldn't help but open her mouth, her eyes full of disbelief when she saw Su Chen's magnificent record. He sent a congratulatory message to Su Chan with full of surprise. Fuck, is this Su Shun's ability? He actually got a diamond-level treasure chest. This is too outrageous. This score crushes the whole field. We are all here to challenge. Only Su Shun is here to pick up resources. I want to ask, did Su Shun spend money to win? How come he is so strong? I'm afraid that all of us combined cannot get as many points as Su Shun alone. The whole audience was shocked and in an uproar. They couldn't believe it at all. This score and strength far exceeds that of ordinary players like them. At this moment, Su Chan was looking at his special reward. He was stunned for a moment and then fell into ecstasy because he saw all of his attribute values. Su Chan, congratulations. You're the first in this battle royale with a score of 212,830. Congratulations, you have received a special reward. 10 points of free attribute value. 1 random draw. Su Chan. Health 100. Strength 5. The average starting strength for adults is 6. Spirit 7. Speed 8. Durability 5. Burst 7. Skills none. From this point of view, his physical fitness is pretty good. As for where to add free attribute points, first of all, of course, we need to take advantage of each other's strengths and make up for each other's weaknesses. After all, how much water a bucket can hold is determined by the shortest wire. He immediately consumed 8 points of free attribute value and raised all 5 items to 8 points. After some thought, he added the remaining 2 points to speed. The only way to defeat martial arts in the world is to be faster. Speed is still very important, especially in the final sprint. Chapter 55, Sniper Mastery. Start crazy unboxing. After clicking on the attributes, Su Chun looked at his chance to win a lottery and was extremely excited. He got his storage ring from a lottery. However, the reward this time is not as powerful as the last time. After all, the rankings in this battle royale are not unified, but separate. You have one chance to draw a lottery. Do you want to participate in the lottery? Yes. As Su Chun confirmed, a golden light flashed in front of him. Congratulations, you have obtained the Sniper Mastery skill. Su Chun acquired skill. Sniper Mastery. Able to effectively judge various factors such as wind speed and gravity and conduct long-range sniping with a range of 2.5 kilometers. Fuck, isn't this a skill tailor-made for me? Is this the benefit of having a lucky point? Su Chun couldn't help but laugh out loud. He originally wanted to practice more with the sniper rifle to improve his accuracy, but he didn't expect to win the relevant reward directly. God help me. Now, his attribute panel has also undergone some changes. Su Chun. Health 160. Strength 8. Spirit 8. Speed 10. Durability 8. Burst 8. Skill, Sniper Mastery. Very comfortable. Su Chun smiled, and then a white light flashed before his eyes, sending him back to the original road. All the survivors of the Battle Royale also returned to the position where they entered at the same time. Su Chun also directly opened the area chat, wanting to see how many people were left after all this trouble. Regional channel, 3,293 people. In a battle royale, nearly 1,800 people died. It was so cruel. As for the rest, some did not choose to enter at all. They used these 3 hours to seize the opportunity and enter the main road that connects to District 10 in advance. Among them is the team centered around Zhonghongwei. They did not enter the Battle Royale mode, but instead bought enough gasoline before the Battle Royale, wanting to take advantage of these 3 hours to enter the main road in advance. At present, they are basically only 200 kilometers away from the main road. If we spend another 2 hours, we will have a chance to reach the main road before dark. Looking at the chat channel, which suddenly became active from being dead, Su Chin also breathed a sigh of relief. It is estimated that those who participated in the challenge will not choose to continue to challenge in the wilderness. At this time, Su Chin also saw the congratulations from Qinglan. Thinking of the other person's beautiful face, Su-chun immediately responded with thanks, and at the same time congratulated her, and also praised her for being very beautiful. Qinglan, you are handsome too. Su-chun, you are still beautiful. Of business exchanging, Su-chun exited the private chat and started buying up a large number of treasure chests in the trading area, even basic wooden treasure chests. Because the price was 50% higher than the market price, Su-chun quickly bought several treasure chests. 3 wooden treasure chests and 1 bronze treasure chest. The first wooden treasure chest contained a bottle of water and a bag of bread, which was a 10-fold critical hit, giving me 10 bottles of water and 10 bags of bread, making a huge profit. This feeling of having a minimum crit of 10 times is so fucking awesome. The other 2 loaves of bread directly required Su-chun to add 120 blocks of wood and 150 blocks of iron. The bronze treasure chest directly gave Su-chun 12 more dozen bottles of coke, a total of 72 bottles. Xiaoling, go full speed ahead and locate the main road 500 kilometers away. Yes, master. Let the automatic navigation driving system move forward on its own, and then Su-chun came to the bathroom. He was going to take a shower directly, but suddenly he felt how tiring it was to stand. He directly posted on the public screen that he could exchange resources or car modification drawings for a bathtub. For most survivors in highway survival, a bathtub is an optional item. It is rarely used in normal times, let alone here. Why not use the water to take a bath instead of drinking it? That's too luxurious. Soon, someone drew a bathtub and exchanged it with Su-chun for 2 anti-inflammatory pills, 10 pounds of lean meat, and a bottle of top water. After changing to the bathtub, Su-chun went directly to the bathroom in his room and placed the bathtub in the innermost position, placing it horizontally. Then take out the mineral water bottle and pour water into the bathtub. After filling the bath halfway, Su-chun took off all his clothes and lay down in it, taking a comfortable bath. If other people knew that the source of life they depended on was used by Su-chun to take a bath, they would have cursed him, saying that Su-chun was a terrible person and wasted water resources. Su-chun doesn't care about all that. Just enjoy himself. While taking a bath, drink iced drinks and a grapefruit plate that has been washed in advance. Tease Qinglan from time to time. It would be boring if you don't tease such a beautiful girl. After lying comfortably for an hour, Su-chun came out of the swimming pool refreshed. Seeing that the time was almost up, he went to the back of the car and began to harvest plants such as cola nuts, herbs, and fungi, and then planted new seeds. There are 10 cola nut trees in total, all of which are covered with crystal clear little fruits, which are particularly eye-catching. You picked 320 cola nuts. There are also herbs and fungi. You picked 42 herbs and 43 fungi. You picked 100 kilograms of grains. Very good. Now we can make cola nuts for 3,200 bottles of cola, 200 bottles of white wine, and 420 servings of herbs. Su-chun immediately mixed these raw materials with water and added them into various production machines. At this moment, he was running short of water. More water must be obtained. In addition to selling resources, the fastest way is to open treasure chests. Mineral water is basically found in wooden treasure chests and bronze treasure chests. Su-chun began to buy up primary treasure chests on a large scale and said that he would not make any more purchases after entering the main area. It went very smoothly at first, and Su-chun easily purchased more than 20 wooden treasure chests at twice the market price. Now, with a 10-fold guarantee, he no longer has to worry about the risk of losing money, and the price is rising all the way. But soon, other people thought that Su-chun was trying to monopolize the market. Perhaps there was a chance that the best things would appear in the wooden treasure chest, so they also began to stockpile goods. The price of wooden treasure chests was driven up sharply, directly reaching 3 to 5 times the market price. Among them, some middlemen wanted to sell the wooden treasure chest to Su-chun at a high price and make a profit from the difference. If this happened under normal circumstances and did not affect him, Su-chun would not mind if the price was sold to him at a high price. Anyway, he would definitely make a profit if the price was within 10 times the original price. But if someone maliciously raises the price and makes money from him, treating him as a sucker, he won't be able to accept it. After purchasing nearly 50 wooden treasure chests, Su-chun directly stated that he didn't want them anymore. At the same time, he quietly put 16 of the dangerous treasure chests back on the shelves and let others buy them at twice the market price. As a result of this operation, the price of wooden treasure chests plummeted. Those who bought wooden treasure chests at 3 or 5 times the price now had to bear the losses. I started to unpack the remaining supplies. You got 18 bottles of water. You obtained 80 iron blocks. You got 30 buckets of instant noodles. Su-chan had no intention of buying. He even deliberately sold at a low price. Many people thought that Su-chan was being priced too high, so he deliberately lowered the price in order to lower the price before selling. When the price goes down, the other party will buy it again. As a result, many self-righteous secondhand dealers began to stockpile goods silently, waiting for Su-chan's next purchase and making a fortune from it. Chapter 56 Car Repair Kit. Entering the new main road. Little did they know that many of the wooden treasure chests they had in their hands were actually black treasure chests, the kind that contained nothing. Su-chan now just wants to enter the new area as soon as possible, and then promote the trend of selling treasure chests and opening blind boxes, so that he can make the most profit from it. However, he knew that only the treasure chests with basic supplies were easy to buy. Once they reached the high-level treasure chests, few people were willing to sell them. Even if Su-chan took out 2 good drawings, he might not be able to buy them. Everyone believes in their own luck, and only a very small number of players who seek safety will choose to sell. This resulted in Su-chan having difficulty purchasing high-level treasure chests. But if I can't buy ordinary blueprints, can't I buy a high-level treasure chest with a 1-star car upgrade blueprint? This was opened from a gold-level treasure chest. After the servers are merged, it will be sold for a gold-level treasure chest. That's reasonable, right? He believed that after those people opened the 2 gold treasure chests, they would know that his exchange method was definitely not a loss for them. Then, Su-chan also found a piece of land specifically. It was originally used to grow cola nuts. Now, there was a surplus and no need for new ones for the time being, so it was just right for growing tobacco seeds. By this time tomorrow, he will be able to produce and sell cigarettes and make a fortune. After completing all this, Su-chan observed that his current position was infinitely close to the merged main road. Once entering, his regional channels and exchanges will be open to more people. Even if only 10 districts were merged into one large district, there would be at least more than 30,000 people. It was enough for him to make a fortune in a short period of time. Bye. At this moment, Su-chan received a private message. Wang Chong, Boss Su, do you still have the 2-star car upgrade blueprint? I want to exchange it with you. Su-chan, please give me a quote. Wang Chong, I have something here, Mr. Su. You will definitely like it. Photo. Auto repair kit. After use, the durability of the car can be instantly restored to 100% according to the car star rating. For every level increase in the car star rating, the overall effect is reduced by 20%. In other words, Su-chan's 3-star car can recover up to 60% of its durability at a time. After upgrading to 4 stars, only 40% of the durability can be restored. But it is obvious that this is also a good thing for Su-chan. If you're under siege, just recover when the car breaks down and let others know that all the fighting is in vain. Just think about it. They fought desperately to destroy his RV and were about to succeed, but his car was revived directly in full condition. How desperate they would be. Su-chan, 20 for 1. I know you can mass produce. Wang Chong. Wang Chong. Boss, making a repair kit consumes a lot of basic materials. One repair kit requires 400 pieces of materials. Exchanging 20 pieces is too much. I am planning to exchange 5 of you for 1 blueprint. Su-chan, I will provide you with 10 sets of materials, or 20 sets for 1 drawing. Seeing Su-chan's conditions, Wang Chong fell into deep thought. This was equivalent to exchanging 10 materials for 1 drawing, which was still a bit of a loss for him. But he had no choice. Su-chan's 3-star RV made him very jealous. And it was just some basic materials. He would be able to earn it back quickly. In just a short while, he has already made a lot of money. Wang Chong, okay, big boss deal. Then Su-chan traded the materials to the other party first, and then exchanged them for 10 car repair kits. He also took out the blueprints for upgrading and remodeling the 2-star car and conducted a wave of transactions. In the end, I got 20 car repair kits. Now, as long as the damage is not enough to kill the car instantly, he will not panic at all even if thousands of people attack his car at the same time. After the transaction was completed, Su-chan remembered that he already had the blueprints for upgrading Samsung cars. However, compared to before, a little more car hearts are required this time. Car heart, 3 stars 27/300, 1 star, 0 to 1, 3 stars. It actually requires the energy of 300 initial car hearts, and also a 3-star car heart. In other words, he still needs 303 one-star car hearts, because an ownerless car heart cannot absorb the energy of other car hearts. Therefore, he must find a way to cultivate a Samsung automotive heart. This is easy to do. If you encounter a larger robbery group later, just leave one person alive. Looking at the night that was already falling, Su-chan chose to make concerted effort and prepare to drive into the new main road before it was completely dark. Moving at full speed for a while, the road ahead suddenly widened. Arrive. Su-chan entered this road with excitement. You have entered the main road number 369 of the third-level highway. The system prompt sounded, and Su-chan immediately began to calculate how wide the road was. After measuring by moving forward in left and right curves, he soon discovered that the third-level main road number 369 was 10 kilometers wide, and the view was very wide. Even if he turned on the detection, there was no guarantee that he would be able to monitor all the treasure chests on the road. After entering the new road, Su-chan stopped 3 kilometers away from the wilderness on the right and prepared to start his rest tonight. On the night of a road survival game, it is better not to move forward. Clicking on the chat and transaction screen, Su-chan discovered that the regional channel had undergone significant changes. He has entered a brand new regional channel. There are already a lot fewer people in the original area. 369 regional channel, main 2,839 people. Currently, more than 2,000 people have come to this new district from 10 districts. Su-chan noticed that the regional channel was already filled with crazy chatter. Which district are you from? Where were you from before? I'm from Route 858 and used to live in the Magic City. What a coincidence. I'm also from Shanghai, and my highway number is 856. Let me tell you, in the last challenge, the world's top player was on our road. What the hell? Zoom to fake do. Su-chan watched these people chatting and smiled slightly. It's time to cut these new leaks. Consume 42 herbs, 42 fungi, and make 42 anti-inflammatory drugs. Consumption. Then he took out the drinks made by the production machine and started putting them on the shelves like crazy, including 500 bottles of water, 500 bottles of cola, 500 ice creams, 100 bottles of liquor, 300 anti-inflammatory drugs, and 100 various drawings for upgrading tires, upgrading car bodies, etc. All 2,000 shelf positions of the one-star store were directly filled. Su-chan also wants to unlock more locations to put products on the shelves, but he needs to upgrade the store. To upgrade a store, resources alone are not enough. A fixed transaction volume and transaction amount must be completed. After putting the goods on the shelves, Su-chan opened the new main area channel. Su-chan, hello everyone. If you need any supplies, you can come to my shop to buy them. The world's #1 shop, high quality and low price. This sentence completely exploded the entire new regional channel. Chapter 57. A bug was discovered and the store was upgraded to level 2. Has anyone opened a shop? Wait, this name looks familiar. Holy shit, is this Su-chan? Is it really the Su-chan who was ranked #1 in the world last time? Aren't they the same name? The guy upstairs, if you go and see his shop, you won't say that. Damn it, we are here to survive. He is here to open a supermarket. Oh my god, I'm dizzy. All the store locations are full. I seriously suspect that this is not all Su-chan has. What limits him is the level of the store. I can only fill up 20 slots at most. Is this the supplies for the boss? Damn it, the idiot is still chatting. I've already bought all the medicine like crazy. What the hell? There's anti-inflammatory medicine. I just happen to have some herbs here, but I don't know what they are for. Let's change the medicine quickly. Not only medicine, but also head water, damn, and happy water. I've been craving for this for a long time. All of a sudden, the players from the other 9 districts began to frantically buy up the goods in the shops. Su-chan took a look and found that anti-inflammatory drugs and liquor were selling the fastest, followed by cola, and mineral water was the least. Come to think of it, those who were able to arrive here early all have water in hand, and basically all have 1 or 2 bottles in stock. They're not in a hurry until the water is completely consumed. As long as there are resources, water can be changed at any time. Seeing the trading volume rising sharply, Su-chan was not idle either. He kept putting Coke on the shelves. As for the best-selling liquor and anti-inflammatory drugs, he did not continue to put them on the shelves. After all, the amount of this thing he can produce himself is limited. It is simply impossible to meet the needs of everyone. Moreover, things are valuable because they are scarce, and only by selling less can you make stable profits. As long as we can sell it for a huge profit before the next anti-inflammatory drug blueprint comes out, that's fine. At the same time, there's no need to worry about his sales volume, but the unit price is not high enough. Su-chan began to consider that he needs to take advantage of the system bug. Immediately opened Qinglan's private chat. Su-chan, do me a favor. The other party replied immediately. Qinglan, what can I do for you? Help me increase my store sales. I want to unlock more shelf positions from the 2-star store. I have already put up 2 more expensive blueprints. I will trade you a few blueprints. You can use these blueprints to keep buying. Qinglan, no problem. Immediately, Qinglan, who received several drawings from Su-chan, immediately began to purchase the 2-star car upgrade and modification drawings that Su-chan had put on the shelf. After you buy it, just return it to Su-chan, and Su-chan will continue to put it on the shelves. This goes back and forth. Finally, 3 hours later, Su-chan finally received the system prompt. Congratulations, your store sales have reached the target, and you can unlock the second-level store. Note, for a second-level store, the daily fee is 100 bottles of water, and 10,000 shelf positions are unlocked. Great! Now there will be plenty of room for the shelves. We don't have to stock them in batches. Su-chan started putting the products on the shelves directly, and stopped putting water on the shelves, as it would be better to save it for the production of other things. Instant noodles, bread, fruits, etc., which were all open from a large number of treasure chests before, are all put on the shelves. Put 2,000 bottles of Coke directly on the shelves, keep the prices of liquor and anti-inflammatory drugs unchanged, and also put a few bottles of 1982 red wine on the shelves. Set a high price to whet people's appetite, and someone will come to buy it. In just one go, more than 4,000 positions were used up. After finishing all this, Su-chan quickly expressed his gratitude to Qinglan and sent her a tomahawk steak and a bottle of 1982 red wine as a thank you. Qinglan, who received the tomahawk steak and red wine, wanted to refuse such a precious thank you, but she couldn't resist Su-chan's enthusiasm and had to accept it. She knew that such good stuff could only be found in a gold-level treasure chest. I'll wait until she gets something delicious and invite her back. That night, Qinglan grilled the tomahawk steak until cooked through and sprinkled it with the seasoning that Su-chan had traded with her. Then he sat on his bed covered with a quilt and began to taste the delicious food. Compared to the daytime, the night when they can only stay in the car is the time when they can truly relax. It's good enough to be able to eat something delicious, let alone the best tomahawk steak. Holding the knife and fork, he cut a small piece of the tomahawk steak from the plate, then poked it with the fork and put it to his mouth. Qinglan took a light bite of the meat, feeling the tenderness and excellent taste in her mouth, and she felt like her tongue was about to go to heaven. That's absolutely delicious. This was the most delicious meal she had had in days. Sure enough, the highest-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. Then he picked up a small glass of red wine poured beside him, put it to his lips, and took a sip. The aroma of grapes and the sweetness of alcohol finally burst out, instantly transforming into a mellow and rich taste that is refreshing and has a long aftertaste. Delicious! Qinglan murmured softly with an intoxicated look on her face, then took another sip and felt a strong sense of happiness again. At this moment, she really wanted to get drunk. After getting drunk, you don't need to think about anything anymore. Just enjoy the beauty of the moment. But Reason told her no. I just don't know what Su-chan is doing on the other side. This tomahawk steak is so damn delicious. Su-chan grabbed the tomahawk steak with one hand and put it directly to his mouth and started eating. He also picked up the white wine and brought it directly to his mouth, feeling the spicy feeling rushing into his nasal cavity. Cool. It's so fucking cool. Eating meat and drinking wine with big mouthfuls, it turns out is so enjoyable. Ick. After finishing a whole tomahawk steak, Su-chan lay down on the bed leisurely. This is the correct way to play the highway survival game. Have a good sleep tonight, and wait until tomorrow when there are more people in the region, and then make a good profit. Just when Su-chan was about to go to bed, he received a message that surprised him. Zhuge Xiaoliang. Su-chan, you are awesome. Let me be your friend. If you have any good stuff you don't need, we can trade with each other. If you need to sell or buy something, I can do it for you. Su-chan, sure. You're not bad, but I have my own shop, so I don't need your help with selling things. Zhuge Xiaoliang. I think you need it. I got a good thing. I can specify a fixed player to trade with. I am not in the same zone as you now. Although they did not talk face to face, Su-chan seemed to see the smirk on the other person's face. Su-chan, oh? What good stuff can I see? Zhuge Xiaoliang. As long as you need something, I can help you exchange it. For example, this thing, picture. Su-chan clicked it and immediately laughed his ass off. A 2-star car upgrade blueprint. Su-chan took out his 3-star upgrade blueprint, 7 2-star upgrade blueprints, and more than 21-star upgrade blueprints. After thinking about it, he placed them under the corner of the table as a cushion. I took a photo and sent it. Su-chan, look what this is. Picture. Chapter 58. Zhuge Xiaoliang is shocked. Zhuge Xiaoliang clicked it out of curiosity. Then I saw dozens of upgrade drawings under Su-chan's dining table. From 1 star to 3 stars. What the hell? Why does he have so many blueprints? And there's even a 3-star blueprint? Could it be the reward for the previous challenge to draw a diamond-level treasure chest? Zhuge Xiaoliang's face was full of question marks. He simply couldn't believe it. But how come he has so many 2-star car upgrade blueprints? How many platinum-level treasure chests has he opened? You know, he opened 4 or 5 platinum-level treasure chests to get such a blueprint, but the other party actually had 7? And more importantly, the other party actually had dozens of the currently best-selling 1-star car upgrade and modification blueprints, which completely refreshed his cognition. Zhuge Xiaoliang, brother, are you selling these car modification blueprints? I want them all. Su-chan thought about it and felt that it would be okay to sell it to the other party. And the most important thing was that the other party was from another district and it would not affect the demand in his district. In other words, he can sell if he needs to. Su-chan, sure. A 1-star car upgrade blueprint costs 1 gold-level treasure chest. A 2-star car upgrade blueprint costs 1 platinum-level treasure chest. When Zhuge Xiaoliang saw Su-chan's offer, he was stunned. It's not that Su-chan's quotation was so expensive. On the contrary, he felt that Su-chan's quotation was too cheap, which was completely beyond his expectations. Zhuge Xiaoliang, okay, boss, please wait for me for a moment. Then the other party was silent for a long time. Su-chan was not in a hurry and started to hang around in the exchange to see if there was anything he could find a bargain. Soon he saw a nice drawing. Clothing manufacturing machine drawing, permanent. Materials required for manufacturing. 50 iron blocks, 50 wood blocks, 10 alloy blocks, 1 electronic component. I exchanged the blueprints with the other party by offering 10 anti-inflammatory pills and 10 bottles of water, as well as custom making 10 pieces of clothing for them. After getting the drawings, Su-chan immediately went to the production table and used the materials to make a clothing-making machine. Clothing-making machine. Materials required for production. 1 piece of fabric. Randomly increase or decrease according to customized styles. Production time. 3 minutes/piece. Now he owned clothing manufacturing, underwear manufacturing, and shoe manufacturing. You can open a clothing store directly. In this case, we will set aside 300 shelving spaces specifically for opening a clothing store. Su-chan did what he said and made 10 sets of formal clothes and returned them. Then, Su-chan made 100 pairs of shoes, 50 pairs of ice silk panties, 50 pairs of lace panties, and 50 short-sleeve summer clothes for men and women according to the more fashionable summer styles in his memory. After everything was put on the shelves, a message from Zhuge Xiaoliang also came over. Zhuge Xiaoliang, boss, time is tight, and it's nighttime, so most people open the treasure chests they encounter. So I only have 3 gold-level treasure chests now. I'll exchange them with you for 3 1-star car upgrade blueprints. There may be more later. I'll exchange them with you tomorrow. Su-chan, yes. Suppressing his inner restlessness, Su-chan took 3 1-star car upgrade and modification drawings and exchanged them for 3 gold-level treasure chests. Su-chan felt very excited about the joy of finding a treasure chest without having to search for it. After rubbing his hands, he started to open the first gold-level treasure chest. Initial resources. 1 blueprint for upgrading a 1-star car. You opened the treasure chest and received 666 points. You perform a crit when opening a box and gain 13 times the crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 13 1-star car upgrade and transformation drawings. Unboxing point 19458/200000. Great, I made a lot of money in one go. Su-chan never expected that the first treasure chest he opened would contain the blueprints he had traded, making him a direct profit of 12 of them. Without hesitation, proceed to open the other 2. Initial resource, 1 bulletproof tire blueprint. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 676 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 10x crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 bulletproof tire drawings. Initial resources, 3 Boston lobsters, a bottle of high-quality white wine. You opened the treasure chest and received 988 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 15x crit. Congratulations, you have won 45 Boston lobsters and 15 bottles of high-quality white wine. Yes, they're all good things. If they're sold, they can be sold at a good price. If Su-chan wasn't already very full, he would have tried it anyway. Forget it. Let's eat it at lunch tomorrow. Then Su-chan returned to the room, lay on his big bed with a Simmons mattress, and continued to browse to see if there was anything good. In this world of road survival, it is really boring without the entertainment of mobile phones. How can I enjoy myself without even a PS5 or a Switch? Su-chan secretly encouraged himself. The road ahead is still long, and there is still a lot of work to do. Soon, Su-chan found some good things. Toothbrush. Price, 1 piece of plastic. Toothpaste. Price, 1 bottle of water. Shampoo. Price, 1 bottle of water. It seems that many people have started to do business using blueprints. Su-chan exchanged all of them, then went into the bathroom again, washed up, came out refreshed, and lay back in the comfortable bed. Xiaoling, play some soothing music. Soon, soothing and gentle singing was heard from inside the car. With the air conditioner on and a quilt covering him, Su-chan fell into a sweet dream. The next day, early morning, Su-chan woke up from his sleep. It was already 8 o'clock in the morning. After a quick wash, Su-chan discovered that the number of people in the main area channel had exceeded 10,000. It seems that quite a few people are on their way early in the morning. Don't be in a hurry. Wait until there are more people, and then it will be time for him to take off. Ask Xiaoling to start the automatic driving function. Because the car has become much larger overall and its weight has increased, the maximum speed has also dropped. 120 miles per hour is now the limit. After greeting Xiaoling, Su-chan went into the bathroom, washed up, and then began to think about what to eat for breakfast in the morning. There were so many good things that he fell into deep thought for a moment. After thinking it over again and again, Su-chan started eating fruit for breakfast, plus a glass of fresh milk. After a full meal, Su-chan sat in the driver's seat, ready to take over and become the driving god of Akina Mountain. But when he walked for a long time and didn't find any treasure chest, he was stunned. Is there no treasure chest on Highway 369? In this case, isn't it just a pure war of attrition? Su-chan frowned and opened the regional channel, wanted to see if everyone was in the same situation or if he was the only one like this. Once we entered the main regional channel, the number of people was approaching 25,000, and soon everyone would be here. No, what's going on? I've been driving since 6 in the morning for more than 3 hours, and I haven't seen a treasure chest. I wasted a lot of gas. Is this reasonable? Who said it wasn't? I wanted to seize the opportunity and get the treasure chest first, but I found out that it wasn't there. Could it be that all the treasure chests were taken by one person? That's impossible. Who has such a great ability? My fuel is almost used up. It's urgent. Is there anyone who can change the oil for me? Seeing everyone like this, Su-chan frowned even deeper. It would be fine if it was just him, but if everyone did this, there would definitely be trouble again. Could it be that all the treasure chests are in the wilderness? Su-chan drove to the edge of the road and used the 3-kilometer detection range to begin searching for treasure chests in the wilderness. Soon, he really detected the treasure chest, but it was black. Next one, still black. There are black treasure chests all along the way. What's going on? This road survival game doesn't intend to let players survive. At this moment, the time had come to 10 o'clock in the morning. The game prompt sounded again, making everyone stunned. Chapter 59, Highway Race. Cutting leaks before the race. Limited time highway racing event officially begins. Competition time, 10:00 a.m. to 6:00 p.m. Participants, all survivors. Rules. Everyone does not start from the same starting line, but they start from the same track. A special racing track is opened, and everyone moves forward on the racing track. There are no treasure chests on the racing track of this challenge. Players will encounter supply stations every time they advance a certain distance. Players can get rich rewards through supply stations. The rewards are not fixed. There are pros and cons to temporary speed. Leading at the beginning does not mean you will always be leading. Only by persisting from the beginning to the end can you win the final prize. There is no finish line for this competition. The farther you drive within a specified time, the better. Players will be ranked based on their distance. The top 3 in the region will receive generous rewards. The remaining players will receive certain rewards based on their rankings. The higher the ranking, the richer the rewards. If you advance less than 400 kilometers within the specified time, you will stay here forever. Note, in the racing track, all actions are allowed without any interference. Game countdown, 9 minutes and 57 seconds. Good luck to you. Seeing the system's broadcast and announcement, Su-chan raised his eyebrows. They just held a battle royale event, and after a night's rest, another speed race came up. There was absolutely no intention to give them any rest time. Su-chan estimated that there would be more and more activities of this kind in the future, and it would not be so easy to drive safely and find treasure chests. The most important thing is that in this racing track, everyone does not start from the same starting line, which means that it is impossible to use the lead at the beginning to maintain the lead and rely on speed to win first place. Su-chan even speculated that the entire track might be a huge circle, with all people in different positions in the circle. No matter how fast you go, there will always be someone in front of you. This means that people who drive fast will definitely be targeted by others. After all, this racing competition does not restrict the actions between players, and fighting each other is possible. In order to rank higher, everyone may choose to kill all the players they see or directly destroy their cars. It's like making them fight each other in a different way. If this continues, Su-chan estimates that the number of people in the new regional channel today will be greatly reduced. Moreover, if players continue to harm each other in this way in the early stages, it may become even more difficult to maintain peace in the later stages. However, Su-chan didn't care. He couldn't do more. It was enough for him to live his own life well. No one knows what challenges will follow in this road survival game, so live in the present. After the announcement was released, the entire main area channel was completely blown up. Everyone started discussing frantically, and many people began to trade with each other. Su-chan thought about it, sighed, and said, "Never mind, let me help you." Because the ranking was based on region, Su-chan did not take out the engine drawings. Instead, he took out the bulletproof glass drawings and bulletproof tire drawings and put them on the public screen. Su-chan, I put some drawings of bulletproof glass and bulletproof tires on my shop, which can play a certain role in avoiding attacks. As he spoke, Su-chan put 10 drawings of bulletproof glass and 10 drawings of bulletproof tires on a shelf. All of them can only be exchanged for treasure chests, blueprints, or rare materials. He finished speaking. Wang Chong followed up with an advertisement. Wang Chong, I can process car repair kits for you, which can restore the car to its original condition 100%. You only need 1,000 pieces of various materials to get one. If you're interested, please chat with me privately. As soon as Wang Chong's offer came out, it immediately attracted a lot of people's attention. Most people complained that its price is too expensive. Only a few elite lone wolves would consider it over and over again before taking out so much material to trade with Wang Chong, and these are his target customers. Taking advantage of this wave, Wang Chong quickly accumulated a large number of basic materials again. Now, he can upgrade his Samsung car. He had been coveting Su-chan's RV for a whole day. Using the blueprints, they exchanged for a bunch of pretty good rare materials. One of them, in particular, actually exchanged 5 nanostones for a blueprint with Su-chan. This wave was a direct profit, and Su-chan's storage space increased by another 5 cubic meters. The opponent who can open the Nashi at this stage must be an elite who has opened a platinum-level treasure chest. If the other party finds a storage space-type treasure from a king-level treasure chest in the future, I wonder if he will cry to death. In addition, Su-chan also used 2 blueprints to exchange for 2 leather armchairs and a massage chair from others, which can be used directly as long as they are charged by solar energy. Su-chan immediately placed the massage chair at the end of his bed, then lay on it to continue checking his gains. After thinking about it, he sent Qinglan a drawing of a 4-cylinder engine. Su-chan, do you want it? Picture. The other party replied immediately. Siren, Qinglan, what's the price? I want it. With pictures. When Su-chan clicked on it, his eyes widened immediately. It was a video of the little girl Qinglan pouting at the screen in a cute way. Okay, I found a vital point for this little girl. Su-chan, if you have anything good, send it over quickly. Let's exchange it for equal value. Beauty is useless to me, but of course it might be useful if you come a few more times. Qinglan on the other side couldn't help but roll her eyes. This bad guy. He held his chin with both hands and thought for a moment. He realized that he didn't have anything good to exchange with the other party. Most of what he had were things she could use. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in my head, and I had an idea. Qinglan, can I buy it on credit first? I'll pay you back when I find something good later. Or you can give me a condition, and I can help you fulfill it. If this were an LSP, he would probably want Qinglan to take a shivering video. But Suchan won't. He is an XSB. Suchan thought about it. He realized that he really did need the other party's help with something small. Suchan, can you help me buy some things and become a partner of my shop? Qinglan, partner? Purchasing agent. Suchan, that's right. I will give you some resources, and then you will help me to purchase fixed supplies and materials, and then hand them over to me. After I produce them, I will put some of them on the shelves, and you will help me sell the rest. Qinglan, huh? Is that all? I can help you when I'm free, no problem. What do you need now? Suchan, I want all these, including nashi, tobacco, cola nuts, and grains. The more the better. Qinglan, no problem. Then Suchan directly traded the 4-cylinder engine to the other party as compensation for joining the partnership. Suchan didn't know why he wanted the other party to join his shop. He just felt that maybe with a few friends who could save him the trouble, he could develop faster. At the same time, Suchan did not forget to contact Zhuge Xiaoyang again and had a brief exchange with him. Suchan showed the 4-cylinder engine drawings to the other party and asked him to help him take advantage of this competition and sell it at a high price. I still have 4-cylinder engine drawings in my hand. If I use them well, I can definitely sell them for a good price. After all, this is a good thing that can increase speed. Chapter 60. The Race Begins. Supply Station. Zhuge Xiaoyang's eyes lit up when he received Suchan's drawings. He also had this thing, but after using it himself, he had no more left. Who would sell such good stuff? He immediately asked about Suchan's desired price. It means that this is a good thing, and there is no need to say more. It will definitely sell for a good price. The engine blueprint is a type of blueprint that has a very low chance of being refreshed. There is basically no demand for it, especially when this racing competition is about to begin. Suchan, a gold-level treasure chest, or other blueprints of the same level. If there are rare resources that can also be considered. Zhuge Xiaoyang ok. Then, Suchan noticed that many people were buying fuel at high prices because they had run out of fuel after coming back empty-handed in the morning. He took out the fuel he had previously stockpiled and bought a large amount of basic materials. His 605 cubic meter storage ring had just been emptied for less than a day and was starting to pile up again. 1010 has arrived. The road race begins now. Along with the sound of the game system, Suchan discovered that there were several rows of small characters in the upper left corner of his car's main screen. Current distance, 0 kilometers. Current regional ranking, 30299. Ranking. First, none. Second, none. Third, none. Shaoling, go full speed ahead. As soon as the command was issued, the RV started moving and soon reached a speed of 100 yards. Suchan sat in the driver's seat and did not relax. Instead, he stared carefully at both sides and the radar detection system. According to the previous system broadcast, the role of the supply station must be very important, and there may be a lot of resources in it. It is necessary to get the supplies in the supply station as soon as possible. After moving forward for a while, Suchan discovered that the racing race was not just on a straight road, but also had many bends, winding roads, and uphill and downhill roads. This means that car speed is not the only factor that determines victory or defeat. Driving skills are also important. However, with Shaoling's automatic driving, Suchan doesn't need to worry about this problem at all. Because Shaoling never slows down when turning, the vehicle is very stable. It can reach a normal speed of 100 miles per hour and can even reach 110 miles per hour when turning. Soon, after moving forward for about half an hour, Suchan detected from the detection system that there was a mark that looked like a small house 3 kilometers away. This should be the location of the supply station. Shaoling, 2.8 kilometers ahead, pull to the right. Yes, master. 2.5 minutes later, Suchan saw the place that looked like a small house. What was that place? It is a place similar to a gas station where you can refuel, and there's also a huge vending machine next to it. It seems that the resources are very abundant. Suchan was immediately overjoyed and went straight to the supply station. He could refuel up to 500 units and needed to pay for 50 pieces of materials, with no restrictions on the types. Suchan directly took out the 50 largest pieces of wood and added 500 units of fuel, was dazzled by the dazzling array of goods inside. The resources that can be replenished and exchanged at the supply station are as follows. 1 intermediate condenser blueprint, 1 time, price 500 kilometers mileage. Ordinary pistol production drawings, one time, price 400 kilometers mileage. Four-cylinder engine production drawings, one time, price 300 kilometers mileage. KFC family bucket, priced at 66 kilometers. Mineral water, priced at 5 kilometers. There are a lot of resources that can be exchanged, up to more than 20 kinds, with different prices and types, and basically they can be exchanged once. Redemption requires the consumption of the current road mileage. In other words, if you're not pursuing the top-ranked rewards, if the mileage exceeds 400 kilometers, the extra mileage can be used for redemption. However, when Su-chun saw the reward, he was not excited at all. Instead, he looked very solemn. There will definitely be people who choose to travel frantically in the first few hours to gain enough mileage to exchange for weapons, and then use the weapons to rob and intercept other survivors. The race lasts a total of 8 hours, based on a normal speed of 80 to 100 miles per hour, with sufficient fuel and short stops. After running 640 to 800 kilometers, the extra 400 kilometers is more than enough for them to replace their guns. Even if they don't need them, it's good to take them out. However, Su-chun was not particularly concerned about this. After all, the pistol did not pose much threat to him. A pistol has a range of 400 kilometers, and stronger weapons must require more, so it can't pose much threat to him at all. In comparison, the intermediate condenser drawings attracted his attention. His condenser is still in its early stages and can produce 24 L of water a day. As long as he gets the blueprint of the intermediate condenser, he will be able to upgrade to the intermediate condenser. How much water can it produce in a day then? Water is hard currency in the Doomsday Highway survival, and it is a resource that no one can refuse. His main source of income now comes from the price difference earned from other players. In comparison, his own output is still not large enough. My mileage is only 60 kilometers now, which is still a long way from 500. If I exchange resources, I'm afraid I won't be able to get a high ranking. However, if this is the case, the exchange requirements for these resources are too high. No matter what, there's no need to stop. Next, we must speed up and move forward as fast as possible to gain more mileage. Su-chun didn't want to waste any more time, so he went straight back to the car and immediately asked Xiao Ling to start the car. With a whoosh, the car started and headed forward at the fastest speed. Immediately afterwards, the car moved forward for more than an hour again, and Su-chin's points reached 200 points. In Su-chin's opinion, this speed of obtaining points was too slow. But it's also a good thing. Even if other people's old vans are equipped with four-cylinder engines, their average speed on this road is probably not as fast as his. Su-chin was bored and opened the chat channel. Suddenly, he saw a message that made him stunned, and his expression suddenly became serious. Chapter 61. Kill and steal mileage? A chaotic battle begins. This speed challenge is too difficult. Do you think I'm a race car driver? I originally thought 400 kilometers would be a piece of cake, but now I find out why the curves are so tight and the slopes are so steep. This is simply a joke on us. I just passed a bridge. Although the bridge deck is quite wide, about 20 meters, there are no guardrails on either side, and there is a cliff thousands of feet below. What followed was a sentence that stunned Su-chun and everyone else. Mileage can be obtained by stealing other people's car hearts. Just now, 2 cars collided on the road and had an accident. I took their car hearts and found that the mileage increased a bit. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire chat channel fell silent. They all knew very well what this sentence meant. Su-chun also looked solemn, and at the same time some doubts in his heart were suddenly resolved. It turns out that there is a way to quickly gain mileage. He can foresee that from this moment on, the entire road racing will develop in a different way. Soon, Su-chun's detection showed that he was about to reach another supply station. At the same time, he also detected several cars and many human figures at the supply station, which seemed to indicate that other survivors had already arrived there. Get off the car. We have occupied this place. Come and exchange all your mileage for supplies for us, otherwise we will kill you. Several strong men with naked upper bodies rushed to a car that was refueling and hit the car windows with iron bars in their hands, making a banging sound. They did not smash the glass directly because everything they brought back could be decomposed into basic materials, and it would be a pity to smash it. The car owner was so frightened at this moment that he didn't dare to open the window at all. He just wanted to drive away immediately. But he found that the front and back were blocked by stones, and he couldn't drive out at all. Fuck, speak up. Do you think it will be alright if you keep silent? One of the big men took the iron rod in his hand and smashed it on the car window. Since the other party is so ignorant, there is no need for him to continue to show mercy. Bangja! The car window next to the main driver's seat was smashed to pieces. Broken glass flew in, scaring the long-haired female driver so much that she screamed. The big man stretched out a hand, reached in through the broken window to open the car door, and then forcibly pulled the long-haired woman out of the car. Damn it, I asked you to open the door, but you didn't understand what I was saying. You're wasting our glass. Hurry up and use your mileage to exchange for resources for us nearby, or we'll have to make fun of you. The sturdy man threatened viciously, his eyes flashing with lust, and the long-haired woman was so scared that she started crying, "Please, don't kill me, don't do this to me. I will give you all my things, and I will also exchange my mileage for resources. Please spare me. Why are you crying? Why don't you go over and exchange for resources?" The burly man who was using an iron rod to smash the glass frowned and slapped the long-haired woman hard in the face, loud and crisp. If he hadn't killed the woman directly and only gotten half the mileage, he wouldn't have let her go to the vending machine next door to exchange all the mileage for resources. Let's start working right now on the spot. Okay, I'll change it right away. The long-haired woman crawled to the vending machine, exchanged all her miles for various resources, and piled them on the ground. I give it to you, all to you, let me go. Hee, little girl, why are you so naive? Now that all your things belong to us, they're no longer of any use to us. If you want us to let you go, you have to serve us well before we can consider it. Several strong men stepped forward and surrounded the woman. No. Boss, there seems to be a car approaching. Over there, boss, look, what a big car, it's a fat sheep. One of the sturdy men saw the location of the RV from a distance and exclaimed, "Speak softly. Are you afraid that others can't hear you? This is a fat sheep, but it may also be a jackal. Glue this woman's mouth. Take her to the car and lock her up." The burly man with an iron stick in the lead scolded in a low voice, and then began to give orders. Several shirtless, burly men beside him nodded and did as they were told. Then they started acting as if they were exchanging something in front of an ATM. When Su Chen's RV arrived at the supply station, he saw these people at a glance. They were pretending to be replenishing supplies here as if nothing had happened. Su Chen drove closer and saw the car parked at the gas station with its driver's window shattered. The reason is obvious. Su Chen parked the vehicle calmly and refueled it with a piece of wood. The fuel here is much cheaper than that's sold outside the exchange, so it would be a waste not to change it. Immediately afterwards, Su Chen began to put on his equipment. Stab-proof suits, bulletproof vests, special combat boots, bulletproof helmets, and Desert Eagles. He is armed to the teeth. No one will have the chance to hurt him. Outside at this moment, several strong men were still staring at Su Chen's RV with longing expressions. How many resources are needed to build such a luxurious RV? This is really a big fish. At this time, the burly man in the lead raised his hand, greeted enthusiastically, and walked towards Su Chen's RV. "Brother, your car is so beautiful. It's really cool. Where are you from, brother? Let's team up and get through this together." Crack! On the right side of the RV, the door opened horizontally, and a figure armed to the teeth stepped down from the car, looking extremely domineering. After standing there for a few seconds, the sturdy man suddenly showed a warm smile on his face and approached Su Chen. "Let him go." "What?" "I say, let him go, otherwise don't blame me for being rude." Originally, when Su Chen spoke, the sturdy man wanted to pretend to be stupid and refute, but when he was about to start scolding, he saw the other party raise the black muzzle of the gun and pointed it at him. In an instant, he wilted. He quickly raised his hands to show that he was harmless, and said with a big smile, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Release him immediately." Unexpectedly, the younger brothers behind him were all stubborn people. "Boss, what are you talking about? When have we ever arrested anyone?" "Yes, the man in front of the boss is just bullying us by taking advantage of his power. Even if we release him, he won't let us go. We might as well fight him." A younger brother couldn't help but shout, "If you can, don't point your gun at us." Da da da. As soon as the little brother finished shouting, the Desert Eagle in Su Chen's hand directly turned into an AK-47. He pointed the gun at the younger brother and pulled the trigger and fired a burst of bullets. In such a violent situation, the younger brother was beaten into a sieve, his body fell straight down and lay in a pool of blood. "Why, you want to come together?" Su Chen raised his eyebrows, stretched out the AK-47 in his hand, and swept the muzzle of the gun at the strong men around him, scaring many of them to kneel on the ground. "Brother, just treat us like rocks on the road and spare us. I like to blow up the rocks that block the road before I can move on." Chapter 62, Top 3 5-Cylinder Engine Blueprint. After saying that, Suchin no longer hesitated and pulled the trigger. He shot all the strong men in front of him to death, and bright red blood splattered everywhere. "Woo-woo," the woman whimpered, and at this moment, Suchun seemed like her savior. Suchun moved closer and searched for resources in the car. He also took away the heart of the car and then untied the rope on the woman's body and the cotton cloth in her mouth. "Thank you. Thank you so much. You're welcome. I didn't save you for nothing. You have to pay me back for saving your life." Suchun stared at the woman with a flat tone, and his words stunned the other party. I'm letting you go today, but you need to give me at least 2 car hearts as payment for your life. Otherwise, I'll collect the debt the next time we meet." Suchun showed a kind smile, but in the woman's eyes, Suchin's face was simply that of an evil capitalist. "You don't know how to be gentle and considerate to women. Can't you be a hero and save the beauty?" But when she saw the AK-47 in Suchin's hand and the bodies lying in a pool of blood around him, the woman swallowed and nodded repeatedly. "Okay, I understand. Add me as a friend. I'll definitely return the favor when I have the resources." After both of them added each other as friends, the woman's eyes widened instantly when she saw Suchin's name. You are Suchun? Anything else?" Suchun raised his eyebrows, showing an impatient expression. Seeing Suchin's impatient look, the woman was frightened and shook her head repeatedly. Then she ran back to her car, slowly moved the stone blocking the car, and prepared to drive away. Suchun was too lazy to care about the other party anymore. He thought it was a reasonable request to save the other party and ask for some life-saving money. After all, if a person dies, there will be nothing left. He returned to the RV and absorbed the car hearts of those people one by one. Sure enough, the mileage increased. According to what he had just seen, the mileage increased by half of the other party's mileage. Half is missing. No wonder the other party asked that woman to exchange the mileage for resources. Each of these strong men increased Suchin's mileage by 80 points on average, for a total of 560 points. At the same time, Suchun also noticed that his ranking had squeezed into the top 3. Current distance, 761 kilometers. Current regional ranking, 3. Ranking. First, Lin Mo. Second, Zhang Hongwei. Third, Suchun. Zhang Hongwei ranked second, and Suchun couldn't help but sneer. This is the director who formed cliques in the name of unity and cooperation. His true colors have finally been revealed. To have achieved such a high mileage in such a short period of time, you can tell what the other party did without having to think about it. As for the first place, he is a survivor named Lin Mo who attracted Suchin's attention. He should pay more attention to him when there is a chance. Suchun guessed that the other party must be the leader of a team to be able to rush to the top of the list in such a short time. Immediately afterwards, Suchin got off the car and prepared to exchange resources. By this time, the woman had already gotten into the car and drove away. I came to the vending machine and checked it again. The resources that can be replenished and exchanged at the supply station are as follows. 1 advanced condenser drawing, 1 time, price 800 kilometers mileage. 5-cylinder engine production drawings, 1 time, price 600 kilometers mileage. 12-inch pizza, priced at 36 highway miles. A bucket of instant noodles costs 3 highway miles. There are no drawings for intermediate condensers, but there were advanced ones. Unfortunately, they were too expensive, and he couldn't afford them. 5-cylinder engine? With this, your car will go faster. Anyway, the mileage is earned by stealing, so it would be a waste if you don't spend it. As for the others, since Suchun doesn't need them, it's better to just forget about them. Consume 600 highway miles to exchange for a 5-cylinder engine production blueprint, 1 time. 5-cylinder engine production drawings, 1 time. Materials required for production. 50 iron blocks, 50 steel blocks, 50 alloy blocks, 10 special alloy blocks, 10 electronic components. It turns out that this is the role of special alloys. There is only 1 special alloy in a silver-level treasure chest that Suchun had opened before, and he only got 13 of them, even with a 13x critical hit. It turns out that this is a must-have for high-end automotive materials. If this is the case, we can stockpile some goods and monopolize the market. When the blueprints of 5-cylinder engines became popular, That's when he started selling like hotcakes. After the exchange, Su Chun immediately returned to the car and went to the production table with the drawings and materials. Start making it. The drawings and materials began to appear on the production table, and soon a 5-cylinder engine appeared in front of Su Chun. He immediately replaced his RV with a 5-cylinder engine. Xiaoling, keep going. Received, master. Immediately afterwards, the car took off at a whoosh. In just 10 seconds, it accelerated to more than 100 yards per hour. In 20 seconds, it had reached 220 yards per hour. Back to the speed of lightning again, rapidly turning a curve at a speed of 200 miles per hour on a winding mountain road. In just 2 minutes, he caught up with the car driven by the woman who had just driven out. Buzz whoosh. The woman only felt a buzzing sound behind her, and then a motorhome caught up with her at a speed of more than 200 yards, with no intention of stopping. There's a big curve ahead. You're not slowing down? Does Su Chun want to die? Then do I not have to pay back the debt I owe you? The next moment, the RV rushed out from beside her car and made a graceful drift at the bend ahead, leaving deep tire marks on the ground, and turned gracefully. Woman. In the RV, Su Chun, feeling the push on his back, stretched his body, came to the massage chair in the room, and began to lie down comfortably. He squinted his eyes and pretended to be asleep, with only a small slit showing as he stared at the radar map. He could detect any situation immediately. At the same time, Chapter 63, Encounter, Meeting Gift. On the other side, Qinglan also arrived at a supply station. Because she changed to the 4-cylinder engine provided by Su Chun, she ran more than 300 kilometers in just 2 hours and earned more than 300 mileage, which could be exchanged for points. For example, she took a fancy to the condenser blueprint, which could be exchanged for only 200 miles. I don't know if there are any points here. Qinglan slowly slowed down and approached, looked up at the supply station, and was suddenly startled. She accidentally stepped on the brake and stopped the vehicle. In her sight, a motorhome that was much larger than her bus came into view. Recalling last night when Su Chun showed her the structure of his RV, which was about this size, Qinglan suddenly froze. This couldn't be Su Chun's RV. Taking a deep breath, Qinglan adjusted her state. Qinglan moved the mirror in the car to check if she looked too messy and sloppy. After confirming that she looked normal, she drove closer. He came to the side of the RV, lowered the window halfway, revealing half of his face, and called softly, "Excuse me, is this Su Chun?" Puff! The door of the RV opened, and a man wearing a bulletproof helmet walked out of the car. Qinglan looked over with expectation and suddenly found that the other person did not seem to be Su Chun. "Who are you?" "Wang Chong. You were second in the last challenge. You must be Qinglan, right? I recognize you. You are amazing." Wang Chong came to Qinglan's car and started praising her. He said that he really needed to communicate more with such a pretty girl. This way, you won't be too bored on the road to survival. "It's you." I remembered. The expectation on Qinglan's face was instantly wiped out, and she looked calm instead. "Girl, let's team up. I'm also very strong. Let's join forces and fight for the first place." Wang Chong showed off his muscles and took out his pistol to demonstrate his strength. "Do you want to compete with him for the first place?" Qinglan's face was unfriendly. She also took out a pistol and pointed it at Wang Chong, full of hostility. "Sister, don't be impulsive. I just said it casually. Are you talking about Lin Mo? Competing with him for the first place?" Wang Chong didn't expect that the other party also had a pistol. He didn't know if he had snatched it from the airdrop in the battle royale. Otherwise, the other party was fully capable of snatching the platinum treasure chest. Lin Mo, he doesn't deserve it. Qinglan shook her head. In her opinion, 10 Lin Mokes were no match for one Su Chun. "So you mean it couldn't be Boss Su?" "Uh-huh." Qinglan snorted lightly without refuting. Wang Chong suddenly understood something, and his eyes widened. "Oh my, look, isn't it the flood that washed away the Dragon King temple? It turned out to be my sister-in-law. You should have said it earlier. Su Chun, Boss Su, that's my brother. Look at this gun of mine. It was given to me by Boss Su." Wang Chong guessed that there must be some good relationship between the other party and Su Chun, so he must establish a good relationship with the other party. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, Qinglan on the opposite side blinked her beautiful and bright eyes. Thinking that her pistol was also given by Su Chun, the vigilance in her eyes decreased a lot. "You and Su Chun?" Seeing that Qinglan's vigilance had dropped a lot, Wang Chong knew that he had guessed correctly and continued. "In fact, at the beginning, I was the one trading with Su Chun, and I got a lot of good things from him. Later in the Battle Royale mode, Su-chun saved my life and left this pistol to me. We made a deal not long ago. After hearing his words, Qinglong nodded and put down the gun in his hand, but did not communicate too much with the other party. Instead, he refueled. Then he went to the vending machine nearby, exchanged a condenser ticket, nodded at Wang Chong, and drove away alone. She couldn't tell the truth from the other party's words alone. Although she knew that what the other party said was very likely true, it would be better for her to act alone. Unless, with him. Looking at Qinglong driving away, Wang Chong couldn't help but smack his lips. Su-chun is so lucky. It seems like this girl has a good chance of becoming my sister-in-law. She's a big-thigh girl, I must hold her tight. Wang Chong came to the automatic exchange machine, exchanged for 2 sets of anti-skid tires, and returned to the car. Open the area chat, search for Qinglong's name, and click Add Friend. A few minutes later, the friend request was approved, and Wang Chong immediately traded one of the anti-skid tires to him. Wang Chong. It is easy to slip when driving at high speed in many places. This is my gift to my sister-in-law. Seeing the word sister-in-law again, Qinglong felt shy and happy. She accepted the other party's gift frankly, looked back at her own barely built carriage, and gave the other party a few bottles of water with some embarrassment. Looking at the mineral water that the other party traded, Wang Chong smiled bitterly. He murmured in a low voice, I hope today's small investment can bring a little more return. Such a beautiful girl. Mr. Su will definitely not be able to resist. Ding! Hearing the sound of private chat, Su-chun slowly opened his eyes. When he opened the private chat interface, he saw that Qinglong and Wang Chong had both sent him messages at the same time. When I clicked on it, I found that the two had actually met, but have now separated. They all knew that the other party had a certain connection with Su-chun, so they came to talk to him briefly. Qinglong, I met Wang Chong, who ranked 2nd in the last Battle Royale. He said you saved him, and because of you, he gave me a set of anti-skid tires. Now I've driven away. Seeing these words that sounded like a report, Su-chun's mouth corners slightly raised a few points, and he immediately replied, everyone who sees it will get a share. Remember to give me a share of the tires later. Good. By the way, be careful. Many teams will set up obstacles at the supply station or not far behind the supply station to carry out robbery and killing. Be careful. Yeah, okay, I'll remember that. As soon as Su-chun finished speaking, he felt numb again. As soon as he finished speaking, he found that someone had set up obstacles a few kilometers ahead, preparing to intercept them. The highway for the speed challenge is not as wide as the main road, only about 30 meters wide. Only 8 cars blocked the entire highway. There were also some iron blocks, stone pillars, and other interfering obstacles placed on the ground. My mouth must be full of blessings. I just finished speaking and it happened to me. Never mind. In that case, don't blame him for being rude. It goes without saying that the other party is trying to set up obstacles on the road for this purpose. There is no other possibility except robbing the survivors who come later in the vehicle. They're now in front of the supply station. Generally, this is the time when a car and its driver are in the worst condition and they're in urgent need of replenishing resources and energy. It is impossible for them to continue driving back without replenishing them. The other party set an ambush here, and it can be said that the location they chose is very tricky. Chapter 64: The Deterrent Power of Heavy Sniper. Su-chun had no worries about the opponent's defenses. While slowing down the car, he took out a sniper rifle, opened the skylight above the RV, got out, and lay on the top of the RV. The car slowed down to 80 miles per hour, which was not as disturbing to him. Su-chun set up the Barrett Heavy Sniper Rifle, and through the sniper scope of the Barrett Heavy Sniper Rifle, he observed several cars 2 kilometers away and several survivors hiding behind the cars with their heads sticking out to watch. Su-chun also saw that 2 of the other men had one hand slightly raised, as if holding a pistol. In this case, let's solve one first. Explode one first to whet the opponent's appetite. Su-chun aimed at the survivor in the middle of the group who was holding a pistol. After calculating factors such as wind speed, Coriolis force, etc., Su-chun aimed at the opponent's forehead and pulled the trigger. Bang! A dull thud was heard, and the bullet whizzed out, piercing through the air, rushing toward the target 2 kilometers away, hitting the opponent right in the middle of the eyebrows and exploding instantly. Was blown up directly by his heavy sniper rifle. A sturdy man who was communicating with the survivor was looking at his companion, who was chatting peacefully in front of him. Suddenly, something happened. His head exploded, and his brains splattered everywhere. He was scared to death. He quickly squatted down and leaned against the car, not daring to move. Another survivor with a gun nearby looked at the dead survivor in horror, raised his gun and fired 2 shots at the road ahead, then squatted down, his body shaking uncontrollably. What's going on? What just happened? Shit, it's a sniper rifle. It must be a sniper rifle. The other party actually has a sniper rifle. One of them was horrified and shouted, suppressing the fear in his heart. No, don't run. The enemy has a sniper rifle. If we stay here, we will die. We must escape. One of them was a thin man with dyed yellow hair. He lowered his head and got into his car. Then he quickly started the car and prepared to escape directly to the rear. However, just as he was about to back the car out, a bullet penetrated the glass next to him, shattering it, and at the same time passed through his brain at the temple and went straight through. Even though he was in the car, he was still shot in the head. The other survivors who saw this scene were all terrified. Being targeted by a sniper, they looked like they were waiting to die. Surrender. Who of you has a white flag or white cloth? Raise it and surrender. Yes, surrender now. Soon, one of the men offered his white underwear and waved it with a long stick to show surrender. After seeing the other party's actions, Su-chun naturally understood that these people had surrendered. However, he would not let the other party go so easily. After putting away the sniper rifle, Su-chun got back into the car. Soon, the car stopped in front of the opponent's defense line. Hearing the sound of a car approaching, the people hiding behind the car immediately realized that the big boss had appeared. Boss, this is all a misunderstanding. We didn't want to do this. This was all because of Brother Wong, who you just beat to death. No, it was Xiao Wong who ordered it. Please let us go. You want to take all our supplies and leave us a way to survive. At the same time as surrendering, another strong man holding a pistol began to gesture to others. If the other party has a sniper rifle and a long-range attack, they would probably be scared to death. But now, if a sniper from the other side dares to approach them, isn't that just asking for death? I didn't know where you were, so I couldn't do anything to you and could only passively take the beating. Now that I know where you are, what is there to be afraid of? The man who was ordered by the burly man with a pistol to attract fire immediately buried his head in his chest and didn't even look at the other party. The other brothers also lowered their heads at the same time. Fuck, what a bunch of cowards. The burly man with the gun cursed in his heart, looked around, and suddenly had an idea. He picked up a stone and smashed it hard at the man in the distance. The man who was hit by the stone thought he was shot and screamed in fear. The time is now. The gunman seized the opportunity, raised the pistol in his hand, and stood up, and as he stood up, he aimed at the figure that came into his sight. There was no time to shoot. Da-da! A volley of bullets hit his chest, and then he saw the figure with an AK-47 on his right waist, aiming at him, with smoke coming out of the muzzle. Bye. The figure stretched out his hand, waved, and then walked towards the location where they intercepted the vehicle. He jumped onto one of the cars and shouted, "Everyone get out. Take out all the supplies and weapons. No one is allowed to hide them. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Let them do it themselves so he doesn't have to search it himself." The remaining survivors looked at each other in horror, then returned to their cars, searching them cleanly without daring to hide anything. The big guy in front of them not only has a sniper rifle, but also an AK. He is simply invincible. It is impossible for anyone to beat him. How dare they act rashly? Damn it, I failed this time. Stand still. Everyone stood in a row, waiting for Su-chun to release them. Tell me, how many tickets have you done before? 5 votes, 12 people. Everyone answered truthfully. Su-chun raised the corner of his mouth, and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. A miserable scream was heard, and everyone fell in a pool of blood. I'm so stupid. I could just kill them directly, but I still asked one more question. Su-chun shook his head. After making sure that everyone was killed, he went over, took out the car hearts of all the cars, and then disassembled the cars directly. Seeing that his mileage had increased by 900, Su-chun breathed a sigh of relief. His mileage also increased from more than 400 to 1,300, and his ranking was back on the list, reaching second place. One on the list. It is conceivable that this first place has robbed many survivors of their car hearts. It is estimated that the other party added the mileage of all the survivors encountered to one person. Su-chun entered the supply station, refueled, and came to the vending machine again. This time, he finally had enough money to exchange for the upgrade drawings of the condenser. Chapter 65 Advanced Condenser Extreme Track Challenge. Consume 500 miles to exchange for an intermediate condenser upgrade blueprint. Consume 800 miles to exchange for an advanced condenser upgrade blueprint. After using up all the mileage, Su Chen's mileage returned to 0, and he fell out of the top 3. Xiaoling, keep going. Su Chen immediately called Xiaoling to move forward at full speed, while he himself came to his primary water condenser with 2 drawings. A primary condenser can only be upgraded to an advanced condenser step by step. Su Chen first took out the intermediate condenser blueprint, placed it in front of the primary condenser, and clicked the upgrade button that popped up. Immediately afterwards, a beam of white light directly enveloped the entire primary water condenser. Upgrade successfully. You get the intermediate condenser. Su Chen continued to put the advanced condenser drawings on it. Another white light. Upgrade successfully. You have obtained the advanced condenser blueprint. Advanced condenser, upgradable. It can condense water vapor from the outside and convert it into pure water with an efficiency of 120 to 240 liters, which will fluctuate depending on the external environment. Current efficiency, 136 liters/day. The efficiency has increased nearly 6 times compared to before, which means that he can harvest about 270 bottles of water in a day without doing anything. Yes. Now, the output of the condenser can not only be used to pay the store expenses of the secondary shops, but also a lot more every day. Even if you just give up, you can still become a rich man among the survivors. However, the price is that your mileage will have to start from 0. The race had already started for 3 hours, and Su Chen had spent nearly 2,000 miles on the exchange. Next, if there is nothing good that you really want, the mileage cannot be wasted easily. Xiaoling, full speed ahead. Next, Xiaoling's automatic driving showed Su Chen what driving skills are. The entire journey is 220 yards. No matter how big the curve is or how high the slope is, it will not slow down at all. Even if the speed can be faster, it will reach the maximum speed. Another hour passed quickly, during which time Su Chen met a small group of people again. They saw Su Chen's luxury RV, but did not attack him. Although fish are expensive, the wind and waves are bigger, and they know this truth. But Su Chen was not polite to them. He directly snatched their mileage, and then continued to move forward. Soon, Su Chen came to a fork in the road, where there was an introduction to the analysis. My dear player, you have advanced 1,000 kilometers and have unlocked the qualification to challenge the track. On the left is the same ordinary kilometers as before, with a similar difficulty. On the right is a road with a very challenging race. Driving 1 kilometer on, it is equivalent to driving 3 kilometers on an ordinary road. After each road challenge, you can reach a supply station. After replenishing, you can enter the next track challenge after 10 kilometers. Now that we are here, we must challenge. Su Chen didn't hesitate and asked Xiaoling to drive to the right. Just kidding, he now has great confidence in Xiaoling's driving skills. We advanced about 3 kilometers. Players enter the extreme cliff track challenge. Note, the track is 66 kilometers long, with a total of 268 bends. The track is 12 meters wide. There's a rock wall on one side and a cliff without guardrails on the other side. Please pay attention to maintain your speed. Fuck, is it so exciting coming up here? While Su Chen was still sighing, the RV had already entered the extreme cliff track challenge venue. The RV rushed to the first turn at a speed of 220 yards. No, Xiaoling, the road is 12 meters wide, and the car body is 10 meters long. Don't we need to slow down? Looking at the cliff bend that was getting closer and closer, Su Chen couldn't help but hold the handle inside the car. Master, please rest assured. The current curve is within the controllable range. The car speed is 208 miles per hour, which is a very safe speed. Xiaoling's mechanical female voice came, which made Su Chen's heart move slightly. Forget it, it's too exciting to watch here. I'd better go to bed. Su Chen greeted Xiaoling and asked her to wake him up after finishing the track. Then he went straight to his room and lay down on the bed to sleep. Botilda. Master, the time has come. Botilda. Ding, ling, ling. Botilda. Master, there's a girl with long legs and black stockings dancing. Where is it? Su Chen suddenly woke up from his sleep and looked around, only to find that he was on the bed of the RV, participating in a speed challenge. How could he see the long legs and black stockings? Damn, this Xiaoling knows too much, I must. Master, you have successfully passed the extreme cliff track in 24 minutes and 18 seconds. Looking at the 200 kilometers added to the mileage, Soo-chan nodded. This is the right speed. In 1 hour, you can increase your initial speed from 100 kilometers to 500 kilometers. Then the car drove back to the main road, and the supply station was not far away. Soo-chan went straight over and refilled the fuel. Although he has plenty of fuel now, it's still cheap here. If you don't take advantage of the opportunity, you are a fool. Then, under the driving of Shaoling, Soo-chan passed the flaming mountain lava track and the glass plank road track again. The increase in the proportion of these two tracks was even greater, reaching 5 times the basic level. But what comes with it is a more thrilling track process. There are no guardrails on either side of these two tracks, and there are a lot of bends. If you're not careful, you'll be melted by the lava or fly out of the glass road and fall outside the track and die. It took a total of 1.5 hours, and I passed 3 tracks in succession, earning 1,000 mileage points. Soo-chan's mileage directly reached 1,500 points. Didn't make the top 3. Keep going, the speed should be enough to challenge the track like this. As for relying on robbery to gain points, there is too much uncertainty. In more than an hour, Soo-chan met a survivor and obtained 200 mileage points from him. It seems that the further you go, the lower the chance of running into other survivors. Or is it mainly for the purpose of racing skills? Afterwards, Soo-chan passed several track challenges again and successfully returned to the top 3, ranking with a mileage of 2,700 points. Ranked 3rd. Just when Soo-chan left the supply station for the 10th time and was about to enter the next challenge track, he suddenly discovered that there were 2 cars parked on the side of the road ahead. The appearance of the car is obviously larger than ordinary ones. They are 2 2-star minibuses, which have been upgraded 1 level. It looks like an elite team, but I don't know if they can withstand his AK-47. Chapter 66, Recovery Medicine Making Machine, Purchasing Medicinal Herbs. Soo-chan did not take direct action, but instead drove the RV over. Seeing the RV appear at the end of the road, the 2 people sitting in the driver's seat, waiting for their prey to appear, suddenly became interested. Brother, someone is here. What should we do? Let's take a look first. This guy's car is much bigger than ours. I'm afraid he's not easy to deal with. If things go wrong later, be ready to run away at any time. Boss, you're worrying too much. We have guns in our hands. Even if the other party has guns, they can't threaten us. The worst that can happen is that we won't interfere with each other. On the left side of the main driving seat, a slightly plump man was eating a fried chicken leg. He raised the gun in his hand and said, nonchalantly, "You're the only one who's greedy. Exchange your mileage for a KFC family bucket." The other, a thin and tall older man, looked at him seriously. "I've been eating instant noodles for 2 days now. Can't I indulge myself a little?" The fat man said somewhat aggrievedly and took another big bite of the fried chicken leg. "Forget it. Just fight the enemy well. I have a feeling that if you catch this big fish, you will have no problem eating 10 buckets of family buckets." The thin man took a deep breath and made his own judgment. "Really? Then I'll go get 10 more buckets to keep, in case there's nothing left when I go out. Here it comes." Soo-chan stopped the car on his own initiative and looked inside the 2 minibuses. The enemy's car is also equipped with bulletproof glass. Neither the Desert Eagle nor the AK-47 can penetrate it. Only the sniper rifle has the ability to penetrate it. However, Soo-chan was not in a hurry. He just asked the other party to open the window himself. A true hunter often appears as prey. Soo-chan didn't care about anything else and took the initiative to slowly lower the window of his car. Seeing this, the thin man immediately realized that this was an opportunity. He also slowly rolled down the car window, pretending to be negotiating in a friendly manner. At the same time, he completely hid the pistol with his other hand and was ready to give Soo-chan a fatal blow as soon as his head showed up. "It's almost there. It's almost there. It's now." When he saw the round object appearing from behind the slowly lowered dark glass, the thin man raised his pistol without hesitation and pulled the trigger confidently, without worrying about missing the target. Bang! Dang! The bullet hit the bulletproof helmet and bounced out. How is this possible? The man widened his eyes. He never expected that Soo-chan would even wear a bulletproof helmet. How fucking luxurious is this? Goodbye. Soo-chan also took out his AK and started shooting, killing the old master with a burst of gunfire. Before the other party had time to close the window, he was taken away by a volley of bullets. The fat man in the car next to him saw this and cried out in grief, Brother, get up quickly." While shouting, he stepped directly on the accelerator. The car drove away without any delay. "Brother, don't worry. I will definitely come back to avenge you." Seeing the car driving away, Su-chan got out of the car slowly, walked to the car that he had destroyed, and used the front of the car as a gun butt. He mounted the sniper rifle and began aiming at the fleeing minibus. He took aim and calculated the distance, then adjusted the crosshairs slightly upwards. Then with a hint of foresight, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet fired. After firing the shot, Su-chan stood up, put away his gun, and began to search the minibus in front of him for resources. A true man never looks back at his fate. Su-chan suddenly discovered that there were quite a lot of things on the small bus in front of him. Recovery pills, 19 pills. Use: mainly used for trauma treatment. After swallowing, it can restore the body's condition, treat skin injuries, avoid infection, and relieve internal injuries to a certain extent. It is considered a basic medicine and is much better than anti-inflammatory drugs, but it is slightly inferior to the therapeutic drugs I exchanged from Wangchong before. That's right, this way we can save some treatment medicine. Then Su-chan searched the car and found an extra-large refrigerator, which was much larger than his ice maker. Sure enough, my ice water isn't selling as well as before, and there's a reason for that. In just a few days, the number of survivors equipped with freezing equipment increased significantly. In addition, there are various resources piled up in the trunk of the car. Su-chan also accepted them all. Then comes the most important thing, the car heart. The opponent's car heart is a 2-star car heart, and there's also a gun, so the mileage that can be obtained will definitely not be small. Finally, Su-chan did not forget to disassemble the car directly, focusing on the idea of not wasting anything. He returned to the RV and absorbed the 2-star car heart. As expected, the mileage increased by 680 points. In other words, the original mileage of the opponent was 1,360 points. I guess the other one won't be less either. Su-chan drove directly to another car where a fat man was shot in the head by a sniper bullet from his sniper rifle. He also searched the car and soon found a production machine. Recovery medicine making machine. Materials required for production: 3 portions of herbs. I didn't expect that they actually got the blueprint for this kind of recovery medicine. They must have exchanged it at the supply station. I'm really lucky. It happened to be cheap for me. Sure enough, when Su-chan absorbed his car heart, the mileage only increased by 150 miles, which was much different from the other one. It seems that we need to increase the cultivation of medicinal herbs. If I can buy up all the herbs in the market and form a monopoly, I can control the prices. A good idea suddenly popped up in Su-chan's mind. Purchase medicinal herbs at high prices, drive up the price of the herbs, and then monopolize the pharmaceutical market. You can then set a good high price for recovery drugs and earn high returns from it. Xiao continue to walk on the right challenge track. Yes, master. After giving Xiao the order, Su-chan opened the main area channel, and it immediately became very quiet. There were obviously fewer people chatting and talking than before. Everyone was hurrying on their way. After all, if they failed to complete the minimum requirement of 400 miles, they would be eliminated. While there is no one around, you can post a request and occupy other people's chat channels, letting those who are just browsing the screen but not chatting know about it. When the race is over, more people will pay attention to Su-chan's news. And when the time comes, just send another one. Su-chan, buy herbs at high prices. Use various resources, high-end food, including various drawings to buy, unlimited and permanent purchase. Those who sell herb can get priority purchase rights for medicines in this store and enjoy a 10% discount. Su-chan saw the exchange of herbs on the resource lists of several supply stations. It required 30 miles to exchange one, which was one of the resources that the majority of players could purchase while protecting themselves. He believed that once he said this, many people would come to help him stockpile herbs. After distributing them, Su-chan went to the trunk of the car and took out 2 pieces of accelerated growth soil again. He spread them on the 3rd floor and planted 1 piece each of medicinal herbs and tobacco. Some things just have to be used. It's all over when there's no more high-priced acquisitions. While he was working hard to sow seeds, the ding-dong sound of private chat rang out. Hey, business is coming. Chapter 67, Cigarette Pre-Sale, Laying the Bait. Liang, Master Su, I have 6 herbs here. Can I exchange them for 3 anti-inflammatory pills? Su-chan, sure. Wang Xiaofei, Su-chan, I have 2 herbs here. Can I exchange them for anti-inflammatory medicine? Su-chan, sure. As the race drew to a close, everyone realized that at their speed, there was no hope of moving forward, so they began to exchange their extra mileage for the resources they wanted. What Su-chun posted in the regional channel, and considering that they would definitely buy medicine from Su-chin's store later, they exchanged herbs to make a deal with Su-chin. All of a sudden, Su-chin's herbs began to grow wildly. Su-chin also encountered some sky-high quotations, which were 10 times more expensive than before. Although it was not unacceptable to him, he was not going to be taken advantage of, so he directly rejected the other party's offer and blocked the other party. Soon, the number of herbs in Su-chin's hands reached 100, a storage capacity of 3 digits. He took the herbs and came to the recovery medicine making machine. Consume 3 herbs to make 1 recovery potion. Then, he was given a recovery potion, which must have contained 5 pills. 1 pill can heal external injuries and prevent infection, and taking 5 pills in a row can cure internal injuries as well. Not in a hurry, Su-chun continued to produce. After making it 33 times in a row, he obtained 165 recovery pills. With recovery medicine, anti-inflammatory medicine is simply a younger brother. Su-chun thought about it, opened Qinglan's private chat, took out 15 recovery pills, and traded them to the other party. Ding! You have a designated transaction. Please check carefully. When Qinglan heard the noise, she braked and slowed down. Then he quickly checked the message and immediately saw the recovery medicine that Su-chun had traded. Suddenly my eyes lit up and I felt slightly happy. The fact that the other party was willing to give me such a good thing said a lot. Su-chun, recently, you can purchase herbs and tobacco leaves first. Qinglan, okay, I already have quite a bit of stock here. I'll trade it to you. Soon, Su-chun received 11 portions of tobacco leaves and 8 portions of herbs. Su-chun immediately traded some basic materials to the other party again as funds for the acquisition. Then he quickly took the tobacco leaves, came to the cigarette-making machine, and put some tobacco leaves in. After a little thought, let's have a serving of huazi first. Then a whole bag of huazi appeared in front of Su-chun. I counted them, and there were exactly 20 of them, the amount for 1 pack. Su-chun found a match, lit a cigarette, and started puffing smoke. This familiar feeling made him unable to stop. He doesn't have a strong addiction to smoking, but he also enjoys the pleasure of smoking. Huazi cigarettes are mellow and smooth in the mouth, and compared to some cigarettes, they do not have a strong, pungent feeling. That's it. We're going to make a lot of money this time. He just didn't believe that anyone could resist the temptation of cigarettes. Soon, a cigarette burned out in his hand. He opened the window and flicked the cigarette butt out. After smoking the cigarette, he felt refreshed. The cigarette had a very good, uplifting effect, making him feel as if all his previous tiredness had been swept away. Then he used the remaining 10 tobacco leaves to make 2 packs of huazi, 2 packs of huangalu, 2 packs of lacun, 2 packs of furongwang, and 2 packs of Yunnan Yushi, with the main theme of rain and dew are equally distributed. Give customers a chance to choose. After finishing, Su-chun sat in the main driver's seat, enjoying the thrill of the roller coaster while preparing to give some benefits to his compatriots. Su-chun, good afternoon, everyone. I believe you're all a little tired after a long race. I got some good stuff, and I will sell it on the principle of not keeping it for myself. Su-chun, without further ado, I am now selling cigarettes, 3 sticks of medicinal herbs, 3 sticks of tobacco leaves, and a rare blueprint with a price tag. Su-chun, in addition, you can exchange with treasure chests, 1 wooden treasure chest for bronze treasure chests, 20 silver-level treasure chests, and 100 gold-level treasure chests. The quantity is limited, first come, first served. Su-chun didn't know whether there would be many competitors in the cigarette market after a while, but at least he had not seen anyone selling it yet, so he had a monopoly position. Not severely cut the leaks of old smokers. Then Su-chun put the cigarettes on the shelf one by one, with a basic quantity of 20 cigarettes on each shelf. The corresponding materials could be exchanged for the corresponding cigarettes, and the rest would be left for private negotiations. Fuck, cigarettes? Is that true? I haven't smoked in a few days. My whole body is itching. I'm going to use my mileage to exchange for a herb and 3 cigarettes from the boss. It's great to have cigarettes. If I don't smoke for a few days, I feel like jumping off the roof. How is this feeling different from quitting drugs? Why is it so expensive? Why can't I even afford one? Can you provide it for a long time? I have nothing right now. No. Upstairs, you can exchange your miles for herbs. Wow, I'm not very good at driving. The mileage is not even 400. I don't encounter many treasure chests. I'm very poor. I finally got to smoke a cigarette. Thumbs up to Su-chun. Driving with a cigarette in your mouth is the way to survive on the road. It's so comfortable. Even though not everyone saw the cigarettes that Su-chun put on the shelf at first sight, they were all redeemed in just 20 seconds. There are still many people who haven't bought it. After all, their regional channel now has more than 30,000 people. Even if only half of them are smokers, the demand will be measured in tens of thousands. Not to mention those old smokers who smoke a pack a day. The sales volume is extremely high. The only problem is the production volume. The tobacco we planted yesterday will be ready for harvest when the speed challenge is over. By then, we'll be able to give everyone a big crop. At this time, Su-chun noticed that someone sent him a drawing. Match manufacturing drawings. Materials required for production: 50 iron blocks, 50 alloy blocks, 50 plastic blocks, 1 special metal, 1 electronic component. Sulfur. Materials required for production: 1 unit of sulfur, 1 piece of wood block. Yue. Cigarettes can be sold better if they are paired with matches. Is it okay to exchange Su-chun's blueprint for 100 matches? Su-chun. Now everyone basically has a way to make fire, and you can drill wood to make fire during the day, but the cost effectiveness is not high, at most 50 sticks. Yue, 80 sticks, please. Su-chun. I am your regular customer. Su-chun, sure. If it's not enough, you have to pay in installments. 20 sticks a day, payable over 4 days. Yue on the other side thought about it, and decided that 20 sticks a day was about enough. The other party can pay me in installments, which can also prevent me from drawing too much in one day, which is not bad. He was not worried that Su-chun would run away or die. After all, the other party's name was well known here, and it was impossible for him to do anything to ruin his reputation. Yue, deal. I want to draw Huazi. Chapter 68, dealing with the rebellious younger brother. Fighting for the first place? Then, he initiated a transaction directly with Su-chun and traded the drawings to him. Su-chun also traded 20 Huazi to the other party, as requested. In addition, Su-chun also exchanged for a few drawings that were not of much use to him. For example, drawings of bulletproof glass and drawings of fine tires. But this doesn't work for him, but it does work for other players. Hanging it in the store is a business that is sure to make money. Soon, Su-chun's first batch of cigarettes was sold out. Su-chun, the cigarettes I have are sold out, but after the race ends tonight, the second batch of cigarettes will be available. Friends who want to smoke, remember to prepare enough supplies for exchange. After Su-chun sent this message, many people immediately became excited. Stock up, you must stock up. You can never have too much of this stuff. Ha ha, I want to buy them all, and then sell them at a high price to those who can't get them, and make a profit from the difference. Wouldn't that be great? Damn it, how come these people are so fast? I just exchanged for something, and it's already sold out? I have to get cigarettes for the evening. The situation was fermenting, and even before Su-chun's second batch of cigarettes was ready, many people were already looking forward to it. In the following time, the RV was on the road all the time, constantly challenging various extreme tracks, and the mileage was increasing rapidly. Su-chun discovered that the chance of encountering players decreased as time went on. This meant that there was almost an upper limit to the mileage that could be gained by plundering other players, and he still needed to drive himself to gain more mileage. Su-chun discovered this. A group of more than 30 people at a supply station also discovered the same situation. Boss Lin, we haven't seen anyone coming for over an hour. Will we run into anyone? Yeah, Brother Lin and Mo, it seems like the time we spend meeting people is getting longer and longer. 2 men who considered themselves younger brothers were complaining in boredom next to a man with a scar. Wait, what did you just say? Lin Mo's eyes suddenly focused, and he figured out why they hadn't met anyone for a long time. Damn it, everyone get in the car and move now. Boss, aren't we going to stay here anymore? Wouldn't it be a waste of time if we stay here for so long? I think we should just stay here and wait. Those who obey my orders will follow me, and those who don't will stay here and continue to squat. A malicious look appeared on Lin Mo's gloomy face. Without saying anything more, he started the car and rushed out of the supply station in a flash. Staying here any longer would only waste more time. He must maintain his first place. This will help him make a name for himself. And in the future, won't he be able to attract a large number of followers with just a wave of his hand? His current top speed can reach 200 miles per hour, and he doesn't believe there is any speed that can be higher than his. As long as he keeps steady, he will surely win the first place. If he is overtaken at the last minute, he can only use the mileage of his brothers to make up the number. Soon, he found that all his brothers had followed him. He looked at the car of one of his little brothers who had just refuted him, his eyes gloomy. The other party was originally from another team and was swallowed up by him to join their team. It seems that the other party is still not convinced enough of me. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Not far ahead is a bend on the hillside with cliffs on both sides. Under normal circumstances, I would definitely slow down to take the turn. Lin Mo briefly observed the surrounding situation, gradually slowed down, came in front of the little brother's car, and then swung slightly left and right, raising the dust beside the road. Gravel and sand flew up, instantly blocking the view of the car behind. Fuck, how does Lin Missouri drive? He is just seeking revenge. The little brother, who refuted Lin Mo, immediately cursed inwardly. Damn it, I have such a bad temper. Do you really think I dare not bump into you? He stepped on the accelerator and accelerated directly, hitting the back of Lin Mo's car, causing the other car to shake and almost lose control. Lin Mo also knew that the fish had taken the bait, so he immediately stepped on the accelerator and increased the speed. The little brother behind him thought that the other party was afraid, so he immediately chased after him relentlessly. Since he had already hit the rear of the other party's car, he might as well go for broke and destroy the other party's car and kill him. In the eyes of others, this scene seemed like the little brother behind was trying to hit the big brother in front. The two cars started a speed race directly on the road, and even started to pull away all the survivors' little brothers behind them. He go to hell. Lin Mo, who was in the front, used the raised smoke to interfere with the vision of the car behind him. Then, at the uphill corner, he began to slow down and make way for the car, leaving room for overtaking. The rebellious younger brother behind him suddenly stepped on the accelerator excitedly. But when he overtook, the scene in front of him was also completely new. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and he hurriedly wanted to step on the brakes. But it was too late. Bang! The car hit the wall and flipped over, rolling several times on the road before finally exploding with a bang. Lin Mo stopped the car after the bend, walked to the burning car, took out the heart of the car, and then left without looking back. The younger brothers behind caught up and saw this scene. They all remained silent and continued to follow the boss Lin Mo in the road racing. There were still 10 minutes left before the end of the race. Suchin looked at his ranking, still second, and frowned. I didn't expect that the first place score would be so high. Even if the other party was driving at 200 miles per hour the entire time, I could have made up for the mileage I had consumed by following my own speed. Unexpectedly, I still hadn't caught up with him. It is estimated that the other side killed quite a few people. Buzz. The RV enters a new track again. In that case, let's go at full speed. The second child is also acceptable to Suchun. Xiaoling, speed up and make the final sprint. Yes, master. Xiaoling's intelligent driving. The RV was like a top racing driver, driving on difficult bends with ease. Suchin's mileage was also increasing rapidly. 1 minute, 3.4 kilometers, 5 times 17 miles. Soon, the time came to the last minute, and Suchin's mileage reached 47.83. 50 seconds, 40 seconds, 30 seconds. With 30 seconds left, the rankings changed dramatically. Suchin's ranking was promoted from second to first. First place. Suchun grabbed the handrail with one hand and clenched her fist with the other to congratulate. This was a pleasant surprise for her. It's a good thing for him, but for someone else, it's a bit of a psychological problem. At this moment, Lin Mo was already immersed in the joy of being number one. Suddenly, the change in ranking made him feel like he had fallen from heaven to hell. What's going on? Damn, there were less than 30 seconds left. After spending 3 seconds thinking, Lin Mo immediately slowed down and reversed to meet up with his men who had been left behind by him. The only way for him to quickly gain mileage now is to get the car hearts of those younger brothers who recognize him as the boss. Stop the car now. Lin Mo roared loudly, but the sound was drowned out by the whistling sound of the wind. He raised his gun, aimed at his teammates' car tires, and shot them, blasting them apart. The car suddenly had a flat tire. The speed was still 200 miles per hour. It went out of control and flew up into the air. It rolled wildly on the ground for several circles, and inertia carried the car forward. Chapter 69, take first place and choose your reward. Looking at the slowly slowing car, Lin Mo became extremely anxious. He immediately changed gears and drove the car to the position where the other car would probably stop. He opened the door and got out, then ran towards the car that was about to stop. Just as he was about to reach the car, the system prompt sounded again. This road race is over. All player scores have been locked. In this regional speed race, 30,839 players participated, 25,040 players completed 400 miles, and 1,329 players did not complete it. The top 3 players are: first place, Su Chun; second place, Lin Mo; third place, Zhang Weihong. 6 rewards will be randomly distributed. The first place will choose 3, the second place will choose 2, and the third place will choose 1. The top 100 players will receive a gold-level treasure chest reward. The top 1,000 will receive 3 silver treasure chests as rewards. The top 10,000 will receive a silver treasure chest reward. Other players will receive basic resource participation awards. Immediately afterwards, the extreme track in front of Su Chun suddenly disappeared and returned to the original road. A silver-white light flashed, and several rewards appeared in front of Su Chun's eyes for him to choose from. 2-star car upgrade blueprint. With the 3-star car heart, the car heart can be upgraded to a 3-star car. Excellent transmission. Can improve the speed and response of the car's gear shifting, and can also make the car start, accelerate, and decelerate faster. Constant temperature suit. Wearing a constant temperature suit can regulate body temperature, increase or decrease the body temperature within 20 degrees, and can resist cold weapon attacks. 1 set of bulletproof fabric. Can be used to make any style of clothing, light, bulletproof, and breathable. Major pill production drawing. Taking the powerful pill can double the strength attribute within an hour. It is a must-have medicine for home travel, murder, and arson. M16 automatic rifle. Suitable for precision strikes at medium and long distances, very easy to use. Comes with a full magazine. Su Chun took a look at these things. In a sense, they were all good things. He wanted to get them all, but he could only choose 3. This made him a little troubled. The blueprints for upgrading and modifying the 2-star car were not very attractive to him, and he already had several of them, so he decided not to use them. The constant temperature suit looks good, but he now lives in an RV, where the temperature can be adjusted through the onboard air conditioner. As long as he has enough fuel, it doesn't matter if he doesn't go out. He doesn't care even if he has to go out to fight. So constant temperature was also ruled out by him. I already have an AK, and the M16 isn't a weapon I particularly like, so I'll give it to someone else. Su Chun owns a Barrett heavy sniper, so he doesn't really care where the weapon ends up with someone else. Even if he meets that person in the future, he will just snatch it away. The transmission is definitely better than the current one, and will always come in handy. The powerful pills, which originally couldn't suppress AK, can now suppress it by taking AK. As long as the publicity is in place, it will definitely sell well. Bulletproof fabric can increase your safety factor while providing comfort. After making up his mind, Su Chun immediately selected the production drawings of the excellent transmission, bulletproof fabric, and the powerful pills. After making the selection, the 3 rewards soon appeared in Su Chun's car. He immediately studied the blueprint of the Dali pill. Power pills. Materials needed: 1 portion of herb, 100 milliliters of alcohol. Herbs are still needed. Chun has become increasingly aware of the importance of medicinal herbs. Simply consume some herbs and alcohol and get straight to the point of making it. The next moment, a powerful pill with a faint herbal fragrance appeared in his hand. Su Chun observed it carefully, then put the pill away. Then I replaced the transmission on my car. After doing all this, Su Chun looked at the bulletproof fabric and made a set of bulletproof clothes and pants directly according to his own size, covering almost his entire body. Now, he had basically no exposed points that could cause harm to himself. At the same time, on the other side, Lin Mo stood in front of the burning car, staring at the burning flames fiercely. Su Chun, right? Don't let me run into you. Who made you regret taking my first place? Then, in a flash, I was back on the 10-kilometer wide road. The other men around didn't know what had just happened. Only another long-haired young man, who was also driving very fast in the car behind Lin Mo, witnessed everything that happened. At the moment the incident happened, he was completely bewildered. It was not until he heard the system's announcement that he understood why Boss Lin Mo was so anxious to shoot. It turned out that the first place was taken away. Want to catch up quickly. If there is still time and he absorbs Xiao San's car heart, it will not be enough. Will she extend her claws to him? While thinking, the long-haired young man had already come up with the idea of finding an opportunity to leave this team. Lin Mo was so angry that he cursed a few times and had no choice but to accept this reality. He directly selected the M16 rifle from the remaining 3 rewards. He wanted to fight back, and he also got the 2-star car upgrade blueprint. In this way, he can upgrade his car again. Looking at it this way, his harvest was pretty good. I don't know what Su-chan is thinking. Why doesn't he want such a good thing? Or is it that the other party's choice is better? When the items for selection came in front of Zhang Weihong, he was at a loss. I fought hard to get into the top 3, but in the end, all I got was a constant temperature suit. Another person in their team made it into the top 100 and was rewarded with a gold-level treasure chest, which he felt was much better than his. Forget it. Just accept it reluctantly. At least this thing can prevent me from being assassinated. At this moment, Zhang Weihong was sitting in his minibus, thinking with an expressionless face. All the cars around stopped, and many men got out of the cars. Zhang Weihong immediately showed a generous look on his face. He lowered the window and greeted everyone. Brothers, you've worked hard this day. Let's light a fire and grill some meat, so we can have a good meal. Tell me what you need or what you want to eat, and ask Lao Wang to get us some wine. Great. Long live Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang is so domineering and majestic. We can eat meat and drink to our heart's content tonight. Everyone looked at Zhang Weihong with conviction and respect. His current leadership position is unshakable. Even newcomers will quickly and naturally get used to his leadership position. Chapter 70. Cigarettes in short supply. Because of him, the team is doing very well so far. Those who are unwilling to join them will be taken away by Chan Weihong in the name of disunity and traitors to humanity, making them believe more firmly that following the other side is the right choice. By the way, Brother Chun, that Su-chan Su boss wants to sell cigarettes tonight. Shall we buy some? At this time, one of the middle-aged men with yellow teeth and a hunched body said with a look of longing on his face. Cigarettes are hard currency, even in the apocalypse. We must buy them. We must buy more. Lao Wang, check out the other party's selling price tonight and buy as many as you can. We can sell it at a high price later, and it will definitely make a profit. Zhang Weihong made the decision immediately, which immediately drew cheers from the men. If they become middlemen of cigarettes, would they still be afraid of having no cigarettes to smoke? The men immediately started a fire to grill the meat, while the women squatted aside, drinking water, waiting for the meal to be served. Zhang Weihong and a young woman with black stockings exchanged glances, and then they both came to the former's minibus one after the other and began to have some cordial and friendly exchanges. At this time, a new woman, who was quite pretty and had a good figure, looked at the two people who entered the leader's car one after the other, with her eyes flickering. She knew that here, Zhang Weihong was the backbone. After looking around and seeing that most people's attention was on making dinner, she quietly moved over. After muttering a few words, he got in the car and joined the conversation. Time passed slowly, and the whole day was over. It's harvest time again, and Su-chan came to the planting site behind the car. Start picking. You picked and obtained 43 herbs and 43 fungi. You picked the crops and obtained 105 kilograms of food. You picked tobacco leaves and obtained 220 leaves. The remaining 2 acres of land were just planted during the day and are not yet mature. Su-chan immediately added grain and water into the liquor brewing machine and added herbs and fungi into the anti-inflammatory drug making machine. Although anti-inflammatory drugs are not as good as recovery drugs, they're cheap and very suitable for ordinary survivors. Relatively speaking, the recovery medicines with better effects are the mid to high-end medicines here by Su-chan. As for more effective treatment drugs, he definitely wouldn't sell them, as he only had a few of them. The next cigarette is the highlight of the night. At this moment, the regional channel was filled with wailing sounds, and everyone was waiting for Su-chan to feed them cigarettes. For this reason, many people exchanged their excess mileage for herbs before the end of the race. You consumed 60 pieces of tobacco leaves and made 1,200 Huazi brand cigarettes. You consumed 40 pieces of tobacco leaves and made 800 yellow crane tower cigarettes. You consume. Su-chan directly used up all the tobacco and produced a total of 4,400 cigarettes of various styles. Su-chan is awesome. Congratulations to Su-chan for being number 1 again. So are the cigarettes in stock now? I didn't see it before. I didn't expect it to be the first batch of cigarettes. I'm so greedy. When will Su-chan put cigarettes on the shelves again? I must buy them. I've already bought the herbs, and I'm just waiting for the cigarettes to be on the shelves. I could have tolerated it before the smoke appeared, but now that it has appeared, I absolutely cannot tolerate it. 10,000 people signed a petition in blood. Su-chan, please put cigarettes on a shelf. Su-chan finished making the cigarettes. He did not sell them immediately. Instead, he opened Qinglan's private chat and initiated a transaction with the other party. Put 400 Huazi cigarettes on it. Qinglan, who received the transaction reminder, looked confused and replied immediately. Qinglan, Su-chan, I don't smoke. You gave me too much. What do you want me to do? Su-chan, I'll put a batch of cigarettes on the shelves later. These are all my current stocks. I will leave a batch for you. You can use them to exchange for various materials later. It is more attractive. Su-chan, the price must be higher than what I offer. Qinglan, well, you think I'm a scalper. I won't raise the price myself, and let her be the one who raises the price. Qinglan, sure, but it costs extra. Su-chan, no problem. Then Su-chan closed the private chat channel and opened a regional channel. I'm here to give welfare to these hungry leaks. Su-chan, I spent a lot of money to exchange for raw materials, and now I start selling cigarettes. There are 4,000 cigarettes in total. The quantity is limited, first come, first served. If you have good drawings, you can chat with me privately. If you don't have time, you can also pre-order in advance. As soon as the news came out, the entire comments section exploded. I finally waited for you. Fortunately, I didn't give up. Hurry, hurry, it feels like it's time to grab the tickets. Brothers, it's time to test your hand speed. Su-chan began to put 5 types of cigarettes on the shelves in groups of 3 and specified the transaction prices as medicinal herbs, tobacco leaves, drawings, rare materials, etc. Su-chan set the price according to the quality. As soon as it was put on the shelves, it attracted a lot of survivors to rush to buy it. Many people exchanged at least 30 or 50 sticks. After all, no one knew whether Su-chan would have more. In less than half a minute, all the cigarettes were sold out. Su-chan took a look and found that there were less than 200 trading partners in total, and the person with the most purchases bought more than 300 sticks, nearly 1/10 of the amount. It seems that the cigarette market is even bigger than he imagined. In this wave of exchanges, tobacco leaves accounted for a very small proportion, but there were still 56 pieces, and the rest were basically medicinal herbs and some rare materials. The drawings needed to be priced by Su-chan, so before people had time to choose, all the cigarettes on the shelves were sold out. But it doesn't matter. These extra 56 leaves can make more than 1,000 cigarettes. In Su-chan's private chat, there are already 99 plus survivors chatting with him privately. Su-chan naturally looked at his friends' private chats first. Wang Chong, boss, can you please settle my share of the profits with cigarettes and liquor first? 20 cigarettes and a bottle of liquor a day will do. After thinking about it, he realized that his production would increase in the future, which would definitely be a good deal for him, so he agreed immediately. In addition, there were many people who brought blueprints to exchange, but most of them were of little use. Su-chan chose a trousers production blueprint and exchanged it with the other party for 99 cigarettes. Pants production drawings, permanent. Can make any style of pants. Materials required for production. Cloth. The amount of material used depends on the style of production. Learning requirements. 2-star car. He chose to study directly. And then Su-chan made various styles of summer pants and miniskirts for girls. It seems that this clothing store owner is doomed to be the boss. Immediately afterwards, Su-chan took out more than 800 herbs he had harvested and prepared to use them all to make recovery medicine. This thing can save your life at critical moments. It can definitely be sold at a high price. Chapter 71 Hunger Marketing. Hot Pot Big Dragon Balls. It's time to give these people something truly shocking. Su-chan, considering everyone's safety, 200 recovery pills are now on sale. You can check the effects and prices yourself. The quantity is limited, first come, first served. As soon as these words were spoken, the water in the regional channel exploded once again. Recovery medicine? Let me see what effect it has. What? Can it directly recover from external injuries? Is this the power of the boss? Now I don't have to worry about getting hurt when fighting wild beasts. But this recovery potion is a bit expensive. It takes 6 herbs to exchange for 1 potion, which is enough for me to smoke 18 cigarettes. You are stupid. Cigarettes can only satisfy your momentary pleasure. Recovery medicine is the life-saving magic weapon. Fortunately, I didn't exchange for cigarettes just now. Now I can buy medicine. Boss, are you in need of a girl? I'm a lowly, weak, and vulnerable. Can you give me a recovery pill first? I'll definitely get in your car and compensate you later. Su-chan, I have a great body. I can answer via video. I will listen to any instructions. Just give me a recovery pill. Su-chan, I can do this too. looking at the countless girls in the regional channel who wanted to use their identities as girls to get free stuff from him. Su-chan felt it necessary to let them know that he was not the kind of person who could be taken advantage of for free. Do you really think he is the kind of person who can't walk when he sees a girl? Why don't you send me a fucking picture so I can see what it looks like, Bushy? How would he know if it's worth giving him recovery medicine? At the very least, there should be some photos of her long legs in black stockings. Su-chan felt that it was necessary to make them realize that this was a cruel world and that talking and taking action were useless. Su-chan, those who don't have resources to exchange, get off. The last 200 sets are on sale while supplies last. If you can't get them, you can wait until later. For domestic survivors, the only way is to offer limited edition products and sell them off once they are sold out. It's old-fashioned, but it works. The survivors complained that the products were too expensive, but their hands did not stop buying them frantically, fearing that they would be sold out if they hesitated. After the last 200 sets were sold out, many players chatted privately with Su-chan, wanting to pay a higher price to buy recovery medicine, hoping to be able to buy one from Su-chan. After all, this thing can save your life at a critical moment. As for those who cannot afford it, they can only buy the relatively cheap anti-inflammatory drugs in Su-chan's shop. Su-chan has achieved all-inclusive coverage for survivors of different classes. Whether you have abundant resources or scarce resources, you can buy what you want here. After harvesting a large amount of herbs and various rare materials again, Su-chan also obtained a nice blueprint. Production drawings of high-power car air conditioners, one time. Materials required for production: 10 pieces of plastic, 10 pieces of alloy, 10 pieces of steel, 10 electronic components. The weather these past few days has been getting hotter and hotter, and it is getting closer to the peak of extremely hot weather. The air conditioner originally equipped in the old car is no longer enough. If you want to spend your time comfortably, better car air conditioning is essential. In this wave, Su-chan quietly sold 700 or 800 recovery pills. Many people who were interested in the matter also discovered that Su-chan had already sold far more than he actually wanted, but they all knew it but kept silent. After all, anyone who believed in something like a limited edition would be naive. Every time there are the last 100 orders, there are countless more 100 orders waiting to be put on the shelves. As long as you pay enough, we will make more for you even if they are limited edition. Even if someone exposed it, Su-chan gave away all the medicine he had kept for his own use so that everyone could buy the medicine. What's wrong with that? You can even increase your favorability by a lot. Immediately afterwards, Su-chan used the newly acquired herbs and some fungi purchased previously to produce thousands of anti-inflammatory drugs again and directly put them on the store. Give those with insufficient resources some opportunities and focus on ensuring that everyone is treated equally. Afterwards, Su-chan opened Qinglan's private chat again, put 200 recovery pills and 500 anti-inflammatory pills on it, and asked the other party to help him sell them at a price slightly higher than his own. After receiving the recovery medicine that Su-chan traded for, Qinglan gladly accepted the other party's proposal. Su-chan was able to trade so many resources to her unconditionally with such confidence showed that he trusted her enough, and that was enough for her. Then Su-chan prepared to make dinner for tonight. He was going to have a hot pot and steam a big lobster. Soon, the base ingredients in the pot began to bubble up. Su-chan put the cleaned meat slices, fish, shrimp, vegetables, etc. into the hot pot and started to blanch them. Then he picked up the meat slices with chopsticks, added sesame sauce, and put them into his mouth. The freshness of the meat slices and the taste of sesame sauce together stimulated Su-chan's taste buds in his mouth, which was extremely delicious. Soon, the lobster was steamed. When the lid was opened, a mist filled the air. After it dissipated, one could see that the shell of the lobster had turned red, which made people very appetizing. Pour a glass of 82-year-old white wine. Just put down your chopsticks, grab the big shrimp with your hands, twist off its brain, revealing the bright red shrimp paste. Take a bite. It's tender and delicious with an excellent taste. After a full meal, Su-chan threw the garbage out of the window and lay in the recliner, rubbing his stomach. It's delicious, but there are still many good things I haven't tasted yet. I have to taste them slowly in the future. Not only do you have to enjoy the food, you also have to upgrade your car to be big enough like a castle so that you can hide your beautiful girls in your RV and find a few girls to be maids in your RV to serve you. Su-chan secretly set a goal for himself, and after digesting it for a while, he began his daily self-training. After adding points from the previous challenge, he could feel that his body had improved significantly. Originally, he might be exhausted after exercising for half an hour, but now he could exercise for 2 hours without even breathing heavily. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Su-chan felt a little tired. Taking a simple shower with 3 bottles of mineral water, Su-chan lay down on the bed and rested. The night passed peacefully. Last night was Christmas Eve. Su-chan only felt the car shaking slightly, but there was no other movement. I took a look at the car's durability, and it only decreased by 0.1%, which is much lower than before. Sure enough, as the level of his car increased, its safety also greatly improved, and ordinary wild beasts had no way to deal with him at all. Take a look at the chat channel. Main chat channel, 24,590 people. Only a few hundred people died that night, which was quite good compared to before. There was a speed challenge yesterday, so everyone got some survival supplies. It will definitely be easy to get through these 2 days. It's been a few days now. I guess everyone has developed their own way of fighting, so the chances of survival will be much higher. However, the temperature is getting higher and higher now. I wonder if the extremely hot days in a few days will be particularly unbearable. After simply eating some yogurt and nuts to fill his stomach, Su-chan continued driving. He is currently on Main Road 369. In a sense, he has not found any treasure chests here yet, and he wonders if he can open a business today. Chapter 72, Beasts Blocking the Road. 20 minutes later, Su-chan stopped in front of a bronze treasure chest and opened 11 pork chops. Then keep moving forward. In the morning, more than 3 hours, Su-chan came across a silver treasure chest and 5 bronze treasure chests. Some basic materials were obtained. The only thing to be thankful for was that we harvested a pound of bayberries and a pound of lychees. This gave Su-chan the idea of making bayberry and lychee ice drink. This is a must-have summer heat relief trick. However, this probability and efficiency are a bit disappointing. Does this mean that if we want to obtain good resources, we still have to go into the wilderness? When Su-chan was thinking about getting closer to the edge of the road and setting his target in the desert, Zhuge Xiaoliang came to his door. Zhuge Xiaoliang, Su-chan, 5 1-star car upgrade blueprints, 1 2-star car upgrade blueprint. I will give you 5 gold-level treasure chests, plus a rare blueprint in exchange. How about it? Picture. Silencer blueprint, permanent. Materials required for manufacturing. 1 part special plastic, 1 part special alloy. Silencer? If used with a Barrett heavy sniper rifle, it can produce some unexpected effects. This deal would definitely not be a loss for him, so he had no reason to refuse it. Su-chan deal. Su-chan then traded the blueprint and got 5 gold-level treasure chests and a blueprint in exchange. Study. Learning successful. Production can be started at any time. Su-chan had always been paying attention to it before. Anything with special materials would be his priority exchange object, and it just so happened that he had both of these. Consume 1 part of special plastic and 1 part of special alloy to make a silencer. Congratulations, you have obtained a Barrett heavy sniper adapter silencer. He directly installed it on the Barrett he usually used, and his face became even more excited. Xiaoling was driving the car. Su-chan came to the open space on the RV, put the treasure chest neatly away, rubbed his hands, and prepared to start opening the box. Initial resources. 1 piece of constant temperature clothing. You opened the treasure chest and received 500 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received an 11-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 11 pieces of constant temperature clothing. Constant temperature suit can freely adjust body temperature and control body temperature, which can increase or decrease by 16 degrees. With the previous racing, the defense function has decreased and the range of controllable body temperature is also different. Keep unboxing. Initial resources, 10 grenades. You opened the treasure chest and received 888 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 13-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 130 grenades. Oh shit, it feels so good. Initial resources, 1 blueprint for upgrading a 1-star car. You opened the treasure chest and received 988 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 15-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 15 1-star car upgrade and transformation drawings. I made my money back directly again and made a huge profit of 10 tickets. This deal is really a good deal. The only drawback is that very few people can resist opening a gold-level treasure chest. Most players feel that they are lucky. If you're not looking for safety, There is no need to take the treasure chest out to exchange. Ding! Zhuge Xiaoyang. By the way, Su Chen, do you have a lot of meat here? Su Chen, what's wrong? It's not a lot, but still a few thousand kilograms. Zhuge Xiaoyang. Is this in Versailles? Many players are still using up their resources to exchange for a pound of meat, but you've already exchanged for several tons? Zhuge Xiaoyang. It's like this. After you're on the main road, you may encounter a group of beasts. Most of these beasts are carnivorous, so when necessary, you need to use meat to divert the attention of those beasts. So you can sell the excess meat to me, and I will exchange it with basic materials. Su Chen, sure. I haven't encountered a herd of beasts yet. Fuel oil and herbs will be prioritized for trading. Other rare materials can be exchanged for 3 caddies each, and common materials can be exchanged for 2 tails each. As time went on, many people obtained meat by hunting wild animals. Because the meat cannot be preserved, they will sell all the meat. Within a day or two, the price of ordinary meat will be continuously depressed. Su Chen quoted prices according to market prices. Zhuge Xiaoyang, sure, I'll trade you some fuel oil. I have a lot of it. Su Chen and he are not in the same district, so his sale of fuel to Su Chen will not affect his subsequent sales. Zhuge Xiaoyang was also very happy to trade fuel with Su Chen. The most important thing is to reach a good cooperation deal with Su Chen. More transactions can be completed later. Just after finishing the transaction with Zhuge Xiaoyang, Xiaoling started to beep to remind me that there was no route ahead. No way out. Su Chen checked his detector and found that there was dense black in front of him, blocking the middle of the road. Looking out through the window, he saw all kinds of wild beasts. Packs of wolves, wild dogs, and rhinos, all blocking the road, like a great migration of monsters. Su Chen opened the area chat and found that many people had encountered the beast herd. What the hell? Why are there so many wild animals? I'm being targeted by a pack of wild dogs. Who can save me? Oh no. Several rhinos are hitting my car. I feel like I'm going to die. Is there anyone who can save me? Oh, what the hell? How come there is a giant python in the desert? My car is entangled and I can't drive away at all. Forget about the giant python. In this situation, even if I encounter a legendary beast, I don't think there is anything strange about it. Su Chen also sent a private message to Qinglan, asking her if she had encountered a herd of beasts. He also traded 5 grenades to the other party and told them that if they were surrounded by a group of beasts and had no other way to go, they should use grenades to blow them apart. Qinglan, okay, I understand. Looking at Su Chen's caring words and the grenade he sent over, Qinglan felt warm in her heart. At this moment, a lot of people gathered in front of the herd of beasts. They got close to the beast hide, they were frightened and retreated back. In the center at this moment is a middle-aged man who looks pale and his feet are a little unsteady. It is Zhang Weihong. The other party was the former deputy mayor and also the chief of the police station. In addition, his team had previously made it into the top 3, so he had a certain prestige among the survivors. Many survivors are still willing to follow his advice. No one knows when this herd of beasts will end. If we continue to stay here, we will starve to death sooner or later. We must move forward and get through the beast tide to obtain more resources. We can't get by just talking here. We need unity. Zhang Weihong's team has unknowingly grown to more than 80 people. Standing next to him and showing support for him also seems very impressive. However, apart from those in his team, no one else responded. I just observed that this herd is very long and will not end in a short time. Also, we need at least a 2-star car to be able to safely withstand the attacks of those beasts along the way. So our only option is to form a large convoy and attack together. We need to form a beast-killing team to serve as the vanguard to clear the way ahead. It would be best if all male compatriots could join in. Are you willing? Zhang Weihong's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Everyone looked at each other and nodded, but no one stood up to respond. After a long silence, someone finally spoke. Chapter 73 Team Commander Zhang Weihong. Director Zhang. Chief Zhang, what you said makes sense, but our weapons are basically swords, guns, sticks, and clubs. We are all ordinary people. If we fight with these beasts, I'm afraid we will end up in trouble. What's more, while we men are fighting in the front, can the women just hide behind us? If so, at least let them show some sincerity. Besides, it's too dangerous to fight with wild beasts. We might get mauled to death by them. That would be too tragic. Let's just charge together and let life and death be decided by fate. If we charge together, we can get through most of it. That's right. Boss who has a second-level vehicle can use his own car to lead the way and knock away those beasts, clearing the obstacles for us. We can compensate for the loss of the car later. After hearing what these people said, Zhang Weihong was completely speechless. These people are simply all cowards who are afraid of death. They actually thought of asking him to use his 2-star car to clear the way for them? Don't even think about it. If they were brave enough to kill and fight, they would not have to pay much of a price to pass through the beast tide here. As for asking him to take the lead to boost morale, don't be ridiculous. His life is much more valuable than these other survivors. He is a man who is going to do great things. How could I risk leading the charge here? It's not worth it for these people's lives. Everyone, it's time to unite. As the initiator of this proposal, I am willing to let my team provide a few firearms. Also, if everyone can work together to get through, I'll give everyone a smoke. So, I hope everyone can share some of the resources that can help us get through the beast tide. If you have long-range weapons like that, you can use them and share the cost among us. After Zhang Weihong took the lead, everyone felt that there was some truth in it. If they have supplies, they provide them. If they don't, they provide manpower. Woo, what should we do if they have no supplies or weapons? At this time, a thin woman said in a delicate voice, This is easy. Wait until we are all through. Leave the door of your car open at night, and let the brothers line up and take turns getting on. I can't stand this. Is there any sister who can share this with me? I do. My sister is willing too. Soon, 70 or 80 women in the team stood up to express their agreement. As for the other girls who were unwilling, they were left behind by their teams. At this time, among the 70 or 80 women, a woman with black stockings, long legs and fair and translucent skin, set her eyes on Zhang Weihong. Sure enough, the people who were powerful before are still powerful at the end of the world. As long as we take him down, do we need to worry about the future? The woman in black stockings was Li Shanshan, the woman who had been rejected by Su Chen before. Relying on the ice-making machine exchanged from Su Chen, he was finally able to live without having to get out of the car. But she has great ambitions in her heart and is not satisfied with just living. She wants to rely on the strong in order to live a more fulfilling life. So all the while, she's been trading in ice water for something that will keep her looking attractive. For example, black stockings, sexy lingerie, cosmetics, and so on. This also made her stand out among this group of women without makeup, attracting many men's attention. After seeing that the other side was willing to stand up, those people were suddenly less resistant to joining the fight. Thank you, everyone. On behalf of everyone present, thank you for your willingness to unite and fight the enemy together. Here, please accept my greeting. Zhang Weihong looked serious. He stood in front of everyone and bowed deeply. This made these men feel passionate. You have to know that the other party is the leader of 80 people. Bowing to them like this obviously shows that he looks up to them. At the same time, their original fear and cowardice became less frightening because of their companions standing beside them. In this atmosphere, everyone's face flushed and their expressions became serious. At this moment, they are no longer frightened survivors, but soldiers about to go into battle. Everyone, let's arrange the convoy formation now. I volunteer myself to be the temporary commander. If you think it's not suitable, we can replace it with someone else. Zhang Weihong said enthusiastically. His kind smile makes many people feel like spring breeze. Brother Zhang, you're too polite. You have the most people here, so you should be the one in charge. Yes, you have been a high-ranking official and have much more experience than us. It is only natural for you to take charge of this command. Many men stood up and expressed their support for Zhang Weihong. After all, if the other party hadn't said that, they might not be able to eat meat so easily. They looked at the plump and sexy women behind them, swallowing their saliva, and seemed to be impatient. Well, in that case, I will refuse your request. Everyone, listen to my instructions. You do this, you do that. Chapter 74. Team Overcoming the Beast Herd. Zhang Weihong's lips kept moving as he spoke and gave orders. He was very skilled in commanding this position and could easily make everyone convinced of his arrangements. Good. An hour later, after Zhang Weihong arranged the formation, he began to organize the convoy to prepare for the charge. Good. It's perfect. Now everyone get ready. We'll be ready to take action soon. With the release of Zhang Weihong's order, the battle was about to begin. A team of about 170 to 180 people, formed in the shape of a triangle, was at the front of the convoy and came to the front of the herd. Behind them and on both sides There were 2 rows of convoys of about 150 men each, armed with knives, guns, sticks, and other weapons. Behind the vanguard of the Suicide Squad was Zhang Weihong and a group of girls' vehicles. They were located in the center, able to avoid large-scale contact with the beasts. Attack! Zhang Weihong raised his arm and called out, and the triangular vanguard of 180 people in the front began firing guns or crossbows at the herd of beasts in front of them. Bang! Swoosh! Bullets flew out, and arrows shot out rapidly. The beasts were so densely packed that bullets almost always hit the beasts, either taking them away directly or leaving them with severe wounds. Bows and arrows could also hit the target 9 out of 10 times, and many beasts became violent and ran around in panic after being shot. Of empty space appeared after the chaos. Among them, many violent wild beasts rushed towards them and were shot to death with bows and arrows under the command of Zhang Weihong. Many wild beasts were covered in blood and fell in the blood wave, becoming the battle record of the crowd. Wow, that's great. Brothers are awesome. Wait for the brothers to lead us through the beasts and let them relax for a while. This made many of the men who were originally a little nervous suddenly relax a lot, and those monsters didn't seem to be a big deal. The victory in the first battle made Zhang Weihong feel quite proud. As long as he can lead everyone to pass the beast herd, his reputation will be higher, and the team will be able to quickly double its size and become a large organization with hundreds of people. Continue the attack. The convoy begins to advance. Brothers on both sides, don't worry and resist. You will only be attacked by the beasts on one side, so just hold on. Zhang Weihong continued to order attacks, and because these beasts did not have very high intelligence, they advanced steadily and step by step. The routes they chose were basically those targeting smaller wild animals. Wild dogs, weasels, stoats, etc. are all very easy to deal with in front of a caravan equipped with weapons. Soon they easily advanced 2.5 kilometers among the herd. If they continue to advance like this, they believe it won't be long before they can pass through this herd of beasts. Everyone was excited because everything went smoothly and the mood was high. But at this moment, an accident happened. There were traces of a herd of rhinos in front of them, and huge elephants appeared on the side. Chief Zhang, we are surrounded by a herd of rhinos and elephants. What should we do? Should we retreat? A strong man said in an anxious tone. Why are you in such a hurry? Keep fighting. They are just tougher and more resilient. Don't save your ammunition. Attack with all your might. Yes. Is this the herd? Su Qin stopped in front of the herd of beasts. He looked at the beasts that were densely packed together and sighed. If it were an ordinary old van, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to withstand many attacks from wild beasts. However, for someone like him who has a 3-star RV, this is not a problem at all. Just as Su Qin moved his RV closer to the herd of beasts, it attracted their attention. Suddenly, a group of wild wolves targeted Su Qin's vehicle and surrounded his RV. Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly, stepped on the accelerator again without any worry, and rushed directly towards the pack of wild wolves. Faced with so many wild beasts, Xiao Ling would not take the initiative to drive the car to hit obstacles, so here he has to drive by himself. Bang bang. The wild wolf was knocked away several meters by him. The other wild wolves also actively rushed towards Su Qin's car, trying to destroy the RV with their strong bodies. However, the upgraded RV is apparently better than they thought. Dozens of wild wolves took turns to hit him several times, but he only lost 0.2% of his durability and was almost unharmed. This is not a good idea. These are all live targets. It's just the right way to satisfy your craving and replenish the meat you just consumed. Su Qin thought about it, took out the AK-47, opened the window, held the AK in one hand, and aimed it at the group of beasts in front of him, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Duh. Several bullets penetrated the body of a wild wolf, causing it to fly backwards and fall into a wave of blood. Duh. Su Qin continued to shoot, bullets pouring out as if he was not caring about his life. After a volley of bullets was fired, dozens of them fell to the ground. He closed the window, changed the bullets as quickly as possible, then opened the window and continuing to take away dozens of wild beasts. During this time, Su Qin still felt it was not satisfying enough, so he took out 2 grenades from his storage ring. He pulled the bracelet and threw it directly into the distance. Boom! Boom! 2 deafening explosions sounded in succession, and some of the surrounding wild beasts were immediately blown away. It caused quite a commotion among the wild beasts, and many of them were frightened and ran in the opposite direction of the explosion. They had to stay away from the source of the explosion, and for a moment, a hollow area formed around Su Chen's RV. You give in so easily, it won't be fun anymore. Su Chen got out of the car fully armed and holding an AK. He began to collect the corpses of the wild animals he had killed. By the time he finished collecting, he had nearly 7,000 to 8,000 kilograms of meat. On average, a wild wolf has about 100 kilograms of meat. After collecting the information, Su Chen took 2 of the brave wolves away and then returned to the car. Continuing to move forward, Su Chen continued to maintain the rhythm of reloading and firing. At this moment, he even had some hope that his RV had a weapon system, preferably one that could automatically replenish ammunition. It would be best if it had an automatic collection function. There's no need to trouble him to get out of the car and collect the items himself. After all, no one knows whether he will encounter any terrible dangers in the herd. Just as Su Chen was moving forward in an orderly manner, suddenly, a golden mark appeared on the radar detection system, and a location indicated by the mark was in the dense tide of beasts. At the same time, in the wilderness outside the highway. Gold mark? This was the first time Su Chen saw a mark of this color, not a treasure chest mark. Do you want to go and have a look? Chapter 75, the team expanded several times. On the other side, Zhang Weihong's team was somewhat desperate. Because of their flanks, several vehicles had been overturned by elephants, and a herd of rhinos in front of them were also very thick-skinned and tough. Unless they attack the vital points, even if their crossbow arrows hit the rhinoceros, they still won't cause much damage. This situation has far exceeded their expectations. Only firearms can cause considerable damage to these rhinos, but their ammunition is very limited and certainly cannot play much of a role. Chief Zhang, what should we do now? Yes, Chief Zhang. How come these rhinos and elephants are so impossible to kill? If we don't break out of these rhinos and elephants, we'll probably be dragged to death. Zhang Weihong raised his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet, and then began to think. He knew that these people would not be convinced or serve him unless they saw some blood. Adding icing on the cake can never be better than providing timely help. If he can help everyone solve the problem thoroughly during the crisis, he will definitely gain higher reputation. As the team expands, further consolidate your leadership position. Although he appeared calm, he had actually already started sending private messages to one of his younger brothers to pre-order some poison from him. Soon, casualties in the convoy increased further. More and more vehicles were knocked over by the rhinoceros, and the people in them crawled out and got into the cars of their brothers nearby. However, this is not a solution after all. Everyone felt a little desperate, and many women in the middle of the team couldn't help sobbing. Those survivors who have level 2 vehicles are ready to drive out by themselves when the team collapses. At this moment, Zhang Weihong shouted, "I have a solution! Hurry, hurry, hurry! Chief Zhang, what can we do?" "Yes, Chief Zhang, please tell us. We will cooperate." Everyone was getting excited. This was a chance to save their lives. Everyone who has animal meat, please contribute some. We will make sure to give him some subsidies later. I will go buy some poison, and we will smear it on the meat and feed it to these beasts. If they don't eat meat, just spread it on fruit and feed it to them. As soon as Zhang Weihong finished speaking, everyone showed excited expressions. Yes, they can't beat them, but they can poison them. Although it is not that efficient, it is better than waiting to die. Okay, I'll listen to Chief Zhang. I still have 5 pounds of meat. I'll use it all as bait. I have some apples here. I remember elephants like to eat them. You can feed them to the elephants. I have a piece of watermelon rind that I have been licking for 3 days. I have never been willing to finish it, so I will share it with you this time. Everyone took out some supplies, and basically no one hid anything. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Everyone, trade your stuff to me. I'll smear poison on it and trade it back later. Let's feed them to the beasts together. Everyone, be careful not to mix up the feed. Feed the powerful beasts first. Soon, Zhang Weihong traded back the supplies that everyone had traded. Everyone began to feed the rhinos and elephants. After the feeding was completed, according to Chief Zhang's instructions, the cars were surrounded in a group, with a close distance between them, to form a defensive wall to resist the attacks of wild beasts. Roar! Awoo! In less than 2.5 minutes, the rhinos and elephants started to have problems and fell to the ground with a thud. Chief Zhang is indeed resourceful and can lead us to defeat these beasts. Ha ha! In this case, the group of wild beasts will be no problem for us. Ordinary wild beasts are basically not a big threat to us. Is this the power of teamwork? After I get out, I must join Chief Zhang's team so that I can live longer. There was a lot of discussion among the crowd, most of which was filled with admiration for Zhang Weihong. The corners of Zhang Weihong's mouth couldn't stop rising, and his prestige increased again. His position as leader has become more secure. Afterwards, they spent another hour or so before finally breaking out of the beast herd and successfully passing the level. The original team of 720 people still had 500 people after coming out, a loss of about 30%, which was much lower than Zhang Weihong expected. Everyone around him expressed their gratitude to him, praised his command ability, and expressed their willingness to join his team. This allowed his original team of 80 people to expand by more than 5 times. After all the people survived the disaster and got away from the beasts, they began to look for places to drink water and rest, all of them praising Zhang Weihong. At the same time, many women began to fulfill what they had promised in advance. The leading vanguards returned to their cars first and started to enjoy themselves, and more than 80 cars also started shaking at the same time. The other men were envious and sat in their cars, quietly waiting for their turn. Of course, all the men's focus is still on the Shanshan. Her long legs and black stockings really make them envious. It was not until the other party stepped onto Zhang Weihong's minibus with graceful steps and seductive waist posture that everyone focused their attention. Beauty accompanies heroes. If the men present were to ask who they think is most worthy of having long legs like Li Shanshan, it would definitely be their leader, Zhang Weihong. Looking at Li Shanshan getting into his car, Zhang Weihong's eyes widened. Internet celebrity girl, who had at least millions of fans before, didn't expect that after coming here, it didn't take him long to get her back. At this moment, he had forgotten the joy of the threesome with a young woman with black stockings and was completely immersed in the tenderness of the new beauty. Compared with Li Shanshan, those are just ordinary. TSK, these long legs, they'll take at least half a year to play with. Gently stroking the long legs and black stockings, Zhang Weihong smiled and began to dig water to fill the hole. At this moment, I am filled with passion. I feel like I have the whole country and the beauty in my hands. Never seen a gold mark before. Maybe it's some treasure. Although there are risks, the returns may also be high. After a simple psychological preparation, Su Chun prepared to go to the place marked with gold. He drove the RV as if he was nowhere among the animals and rushed to the side of the road. The car was temporarily unable to drive into the sandy desert, so Su Chun could only choose to get off the car here and go deeper into the desert to find out what was going on. Looking at the densely packed beasts, he carefully checked his equipment and made sure there were no problems before coming to the door of the car. Su Chun, holding an AK-47, looked at the galloping herd of animals outside, took a deep breath, and took a step forward. Chapter 76, Golden Dragon Egg. As soon as he stepped out of the car, he was discovered by the rushing beasts. When they found their prey, they completely forgot about the fear they had just felt. Roar! Waves of angry roars resounded through the sky, and dozens of wild beasts closest to the car rushed towards Su Chin together. Seeing this, Su Chin smiled. He knew that the next battle would definitely be a tough one. Whoosh! Su Chun took a step forward. Instead of retreating, he rushed out the car door and rushed forward. Da-da-da! Roar! Su Chun fired wildly with the AK-47 in his hand, knocking down one beast after another that rushed towards him. He was extremely fast and moved freely among the beasts, shooting them one after another. Boom! In the interval between bullets being fired, he threw out a few grenades to clear a path for himself, while at the same time firing the Desert Eagle to serve. His movements were extremely swift, and every move could kill several beasts. Da-da-da! Boom! Puff, puff, puff. When the bullets were empty, Su Chun immediately changed to another pistol and shot at the beast, killing it as it approached. But after all, the number of animals in the herd is particularly large, and there are countless wild beasts around. They came one after another and were not afraid of Su Chin's gunshots, which meant that Su Chun did not have enough time to reload. It seems that we have no choice but to fight. Su Chun took out a bottle of energy drink from the storage ring, which could triple his strength in a short period of time. He opened the drink and drank it in one gulp. Gurgle, gurgle. After taking a few sips, I suddenly felt the blood in my body boiling. His body became extremely strong, and every punch he threw was accompanied by a loud bang. He put away the pistol, took out 2 triangular bayonets from a storage ring, and held them in his hands. His eyes fell on the wild beasts around him that were still pouncing on him, and the corners of his mouth raised slightly. The next moment, he rushed out like a horse that had broken free from its reins, and stabbed one of the wolves fiercely with the 3-edged bayonet in his hand. With a puff, the wild wolf was stabbed through by him. Roar! The wounded wolf screamed, struggled for a moment, and eventually bled to death. Immediately afterwards, Su-chun stabbed several targets in succession, killing them one after another. He seemed to have turned into a god of death, stabbing and slashing, killing the ferocious beasts one by one. In just 1 minute, 12 wild wolves were killed. Roar! Awoo! A group of wolves roared and surrounded Su-chun, each of them making extremely angry calls. Come on, it's a good opportunity to feel the limit of my current strength. Looking at the wolf pack getting closer and closer, Su-chun remained calm and took the initiative to attack, waving the 3-edged military bayonet in his hand continuously, killing one wild wolf after another. As he killed, the blood of the wolves flowed to the ground, dyeing the yellow sand into blood red. However, Su-chun did not stop his actions at all and continued to rush forward. 1, 2, 3, 4. More and more wild wolves fell to the ground, but Su-chun's momentum did not diminish at all. The 3-edged military bayonet in his hand continued to fly quickly in the air, reaping the lives of the beasts. After an unknown amount of time, Su-chun became a bloody man again. Suddenly, he came to a place where there were no beasts. It turned out that he had arrived at his destination. He looked at the place representing the golden mark. It was a big golden egg emitting a faint golden light, shining brightly. The golden egg was about 1 meter high. No wild beast dared to approach within a radius of dozens of meters, and they didn't even dare to look in this direction. Su-chun could see deep fear in their eyes. Are they scared? It seems that this golden egg may not be that simple. Su-chun approached the golden egg and touched the golden egg on his body. He did not feel any rejection. On the contrary, the information of the golden egg was also fed back to him. Dragon egg, a dragon egg that has been sealed for many years. It seems that the life inside it has not completely dissipated. It needs to absorb a large amount of original power to recover. It can be hatched after recovery. Su-chun. Dragon eggs? It's actually a dragon egg. Yes, this place is not scientific in the first place, so the existence of dragons is very normal. Su-chun quickly accepted this reality. He stretched out his hands, hugged the golden 1-meter-high dragon egg, and began to walk towards the car. Because of the dragon eggs, the monsters did not dare to come closer. Su-chun did not forget the beasts in front of him and collected a lot of meat. The beast's body was a whole kilometer long, so Su-chun obtained tens of thousands of kilograms of meat, which was piled up full in the ring. Soon, Su-chun returned to the RV. After closing the door, he placed the golden egg in the room where he slept. Beasts dared to approach Su-chun's RV. After not stopping them, Su-chun let Xiao Ling rush out of the herd, while he went into the bathroom to wash up and clean the blood off his body. After washing it clean, Su-chun came to the golden dragon egg and tried to drip his own blood onto the golden egg. He had seen in all the novels he had read before that contracts were made in this way. The blood drop fell onto the golden egg and was immediately absorbed. However, there was no other reaction, and the blood dripping seemed to have no effect. Only then did Su-chun remember the introduction of the dragon egg, and that he needed to absorb a large amount of original power before he could recover. The power of origin? What kind of power is that? Su-chun hesitated for a moment, then began to take out various things from his storage ring and place them in front of the dragon egg. Without exception, none of them had any effect. What on earth is the power of origin? Forget it. Let's put it aside for now. Sooner or later we will know what the original power is. Su-chun sighed and temporarily gave up on exploring for the golden egg. At this time, Su-chun discovered that the detection showed that there were many overturned cars not far ahead. Apparently an accident occurred while crossing the herd. When we drove up to these cars, we found that most of them had broken windows and were covered in blood. Obviously, some of the survivors had met with misfortune. Su-chun sighed, took out the heart of the car, and then disassembled the car. Su-chun returned to the RV with the car heart. Just as he was about to put the car heart directly into his own car heart, he suddenly froze in place. As if he had thought of something, he took the heart of the car to his room and moved the heart of the car towards the dragon egg. Chapter 77 Rewards for Passing the Beast Herd. Is it really effective? He discovered that when the heart of the car approached the dragon egg, a strange breath was transmitted from the heart of the car to the inside of the dragon egg. A layer of golden light appeared on the golden surface of the dragon egg, and golden dragon scales slowly emerged, lifelike, as if they were real living things. During this process, the light on the heart of the car gradually dimmed and finally went out completely. After absorbing the energy from the heart of the car, the dragon egg seemed to become more lifelike, but it was not enough. He took out a few more car hearts and placed them all in front of the dragon egg. Soon, a special energy appeared on them and merged towards the dragon egg. Under this energy, the golden light on the dragon egg became brighter, and a breath of life emerged from the dragon egg. Apparently, the heart of the car contains the original power that the dragon egg needs. If that's the case, then I have another big customer who loves cars. Su-chun shook his head and watched as the dragon egg, after absorbing 5 car hearts, about the energies of 10 one-star car hearts, was covered with dragon scales over about 5% of its entire area. In this case, about 200 one-star car hearts are needed to hatch a dragon egg. Although it is a bit too much, it is within Su-chun's tolerance. After all, this is a dragon egg, and there is a chance that a dragon pet can be hatched. If he had a dragon pet, it would definitely be of great help to his subsequent survival. At this moment, radar detection showed that the RV had broken through the herd and returned to the normal road. At the same time, a diamond-level treasure chest appeared in Su-chun's detection. A diamond-level treasure chest appeared on the road? Is it compensation for passing through the terrifying herd of beasts? Or will the road ahead be even more difficult? After all, the richer the reward, the greater the danger. Su-chun opened the chat in the main area and found that many players who passed through the herd had seen the treasure chest. Main regional channel, 20,148 people. It has only been a short time since they encountered the beast herd and 4,000 people were killed. I wonder how many people can pass this challenge in the end. Holy crap, I made it through the herd, and then I came across a gold-level treasure chest. This is the first time I've come across a gold-level treasure chest. I'm going to make a fortune. Me too, a gold-level treasure chest. God will not let me die. Why am I a silver-level treasure chest? Did I get through by luck without killing any beasts? It's very possible. I have weapons. I killed a lot of beasts before rushing over, and I encountered a platinum-level treasure chest. Fuck, we caught a big one. Who was monitoring the video, keenly discovered that many of the survivors who reported encountering treasure chests never followed up again. This is the case. The treasure chest is still dangerous. The result was not beyond Su-chun's expectations. A black mark appeared around the diamond-level treasure chest he was detecting. Damn it, I just got to the treasure chest when a lion suddenly jumped out from the side. Luckily, I was smart and prepared to escape. I ran straight back to the car. This is not a benefit delivered to your door. It's an invitation from the King of Hell. Retracting his attention, Su-chun parked the RV 800 meters away from the diamond-level treasure chest, came to the RV and set up the Barrett Heavy Sniper rifle. Through the 8-fold scope of the Barrett Heavy Sniper, Su-chun quickly saw that next to the treasure chest emitting dazzling diamond light, there was a giant crocodile nearly 5 meters long. It opened its bloody mouth, with a width of more than 1 meter between its jaws, and could easily swallow a survivor alive. He's a tough guy, but unfortunately he met me. Su-chun closed one eye and stared at the giant crocodile through an 8-fold scope with the other eye, aiming the crosshairs at the crocodile's eyes with the corner of his mouth raised. Goodbye, big guy. Crack. He pulled the trigger, and the bullet streaked through the air, instantly hitting the crocodile's eye and passing through it. Ouch! The intense pain made the crocodile raise its head and roar, struggling and flapping its wings wildly on the spot, with blood flowing from its eyes. This giant crocodile has thick skin and flesh, and it cannot be killed with just one shot. Su-chun was very understanding and shot again. The bullet pierced through the silence and hit the crocodile's other eye again. The shot crocodile struggled again. 10 minutes later, he slowly stopped struggling and fell to the ground, motionless. Looking through the crosshairs of the multi-power scope, Su-chun saw that the giant crocodile had stopped moving, so he drove the RV closer. Coming to the diamond-level treasure chest, looking at the 5-meter giant crocodile falling in the blood wave, Su Chun immediately started collecting. Not only did they gain more than 1,000 pounds of meat, they also obtained sharp teeth, which could be used as rare materials for forging. After putting these away, he came to the diamond-level treasure chest, rubbed his hands, and prepared to open the box. Open the treasure chest. Initial resources. 1 AI Primary Intelligent Brain System. You opened the treasure chest and obtained 32,180 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 10-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 copies of the AI Primary Intelligent Brain System. AI Primary Intelligent Brain System can integrate intelligent systems to give them a more powerful computing system and primary thinking ability, can merge with each other to obtain more powerful computing and thinking ability. AI Intelligent Brain has powerful computing power and also wisdom. Is Xiaoling considered an AI Intelligent Brain? Looking at the newly acquired AI Intelligent Brain System, Su Chun fell into deep thought. He returned to the car and came to Xiaoling. It is detected that the AI Intelligent Brain Continuous Assisted Driving Navigation System can be installed. Do you want to install it? Install. Installing, please wait. About half a minute later, a smart girl's voice was heard. Master, hello. I am Xiaoling. I have been updated and upgraded, and can help you solve problems in more ways. If you have any questions, just let me know. For example, in what aspects? Su Chun raised his eyebrows. He had already felt that Xiaoling, who had installed the AI Intelligent Brain System, had become more lively. If you encounter any emergency situations, Xiaoling can provide you with the best solution based on the current situation. Oh, that's good. Su Chun thought about it, and once again merged the other 9 primary AI brains with Xiaoling. The AI Intelligent Brain System is being upgraded, and functions such as assisted driving, intelligent brain suggestions, and answering questions will be temporarily unavailable. Upgrade successful. The Xiaoling Intelligent Brain System has been upgraded to an intermediate AI Intelligent Brain System. Then a full system VR projection appeared in front of Su Chun, showing a cute Lolita in a princess dress. This is the appearance Xiaoling chose for herself, and it also reflects her certain psychological stage. Master, I detect that you are in a good mood now. Do you need me to play some cheerful music for you? Chapter 78. Be kind enough to sell medicine. Oh, you can easily identify my mood and even proactively offer some suggestions? Not bad. Su Chun nodded with satisfaction, but he didn't know whether Xiaoling would be able to break away in the later stage. Become an intelligent brain that transcends all things in the world. He shook his head to dispel the fantasies in his mind. At this time, Xiaoling stretched out her hands and took out something that looked like a smart bracelet. Master, this is a remote control bracelet that can be worn outside the car. You can use the bracelet to remotely control Xiaoling to give a series of instructions to the car. At the same time, you can also keep in touch with Xiaoling through the bracelet. If you have any problems, Xiaoling will face them together with you. Can others give you commands through the ring? Su Chun asked about the concerns in his mind. If he accidentally lost the bracelet during the battle and someone picked it up and used it to control the car, then in the end it would probably be a waste of time. Master, please rest assured, Xiaoling is only serving you. No other survivor can give any instructions to Xiaoling. That's not bad. Su Chun nodded with satisfaction and put the bracelet on his hand. He found that the bracelet could not only check the condition of the car, but also connect to the car's screen system, which means that the bracelet could be used for regional chats and exchanges. However, accepting trade items still needs to be done in the car. This time, when he leaves the RV, he can also chat and trade in the regional channel. Xiaoling, classmate. I am here. Let's sing a song of the lone brave. Yes, master. I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love you for not kneeling. Su Chun's body swayed along with the song. Under his command, the RV continued to move forward, heading towards an unknown destination. It was soon noon, and Su Chun decided to have a simple meal. Tomahawk steak with red wine, a dessert of ice cream and fruit. While he was enjoying the food, the number of people on the regional channel was decreasing sharply. Main regional channel, 19,320 people. Main regional channel, 18,203 people. Main regional channel, 17,923 people. It was not until after lunch that the number was briefly fixed at 16,866. A wave of beasts caused the number of people to drop sharply by 7,000. This horrific casualty rate is simply terrifying. Su Chan recalled the situation when he rushed through the beast tide and estimated that this casualty rate was only possible when everyone worked together to get through the beast tide. After passing the beast tide, everyone felt like they had survived a calamity. We finally got through the beast tide. The terrifying number of beasts was too scary. Yes, fortunately, we formed a team of 1,000 people and rushed into the beast tide together, which greatly reduced the casualties. It's the same for us. In this kind of highway survival doomsday, it's too difficult for one person to survive. We still need our own team to go further. But that requires people who can trust each other. Some villains like to form a team with you, stab you in the back, and then take over your resources. By the way, does anyone have any recovery potion that you can sell me? I was bitten by a wild beast. Go to Su Shun to buy medicine. We buy our medicine from Su Shun. Looking at the main channel, many people were injured and needed their own recovery medicine. Su Chun thought about it for a moment and decided to be a good person for once. Su Chun, seeing that many of you are injured, I will now put all the recovery medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine in the bottom of the box on the shelf and give 20% to 90% discount. The quantity is limited, first come, first served. 1 recovery medicine. Price, 2 pieces of herbs plus 30 pieces of basic materials. Anti-inflammatory medicine. Price, 60 pieces of basic materials. As soon as Su Chin's news came out, all the survivors in the channel were immediately excited. Su Shun is awesome. Broken voice version. As expected of God Su, this is the pattern. I mean, what's the point of such a small discount? If you really care about everyone, a 90% discount would be better. The above-mentioned person, you're talking without any hesitation. For every pill sold, Su Shun will earn 40 to 50 less materials than before. That's 300 recovery pills and 500 anti-inflammatory pills. It's equivalent to earning 40,000 less basic materials. Fuck, if that's the case. How much money must Su Shun have made? With the wealth he has now, it's probably not an exaggeration to say that he is the richest man on our main road 369. More than that, at least in the entire Huaxiao region, I can be in the top 3. We still have time to chat. Hurry up and grab the medicine. The recovery medicine has been taken away, and there's only a little anti-inflammatory medicine left. What the hell? You guys are dogs. Soon, 2 more blueprints, 700 pieces of herbs, and 30,000 pieces of basic materials appeared in Su Chen's backpack. As expected, it's easier to make money in battle. If it were a peaceful day, these medicines wouldn't be so easy to sell. However, the herbs that these survivors exchange in the racing mode have basically been used up. We still need to see if we can get more herbs from other places. Su Chen thought about it and clicked on Zhuge Xiaoliang's private chat. Su Chen, recovery medicine and anti-inflammatory medicine. Do you need any? Picture. Ding. The other party replied immediately. It seems that he has been in front of the chat interface all the time. Zhuge Xiaoliang. I'll take it, but the price can't be too high. We have people selling it here. Su Chen, how much is that one? Su Chen was not surprised. This kind of recovery medicine would become popular sooner or later. The time he could make money was during this period of monopoly. After that, profits will only get lower and lower. Zhuge Xiaoliang. 6 herbs for 1, 10 herbs for 2, or exchange with blueprints or something like that. So I can only buy from you for 5 herbs for 1. Su Chen. Oops. What loss? The people over there are the real evil ones. And it seems that the price is still acceptable. And he only sold 3 portions of herbs, but people still complain that he was too expensive. Zhuge Xiaoliang, this is really the highest price. If it's more, I won't make any money at all. Please understand. Su Chen held back his tears and agreed to the other party's price with tears in his eyes. Su Chen, okay, 5 portions is 5 portions. How many can you eat? Zhuge Xiaoliang, let's start with 60. Su Chen, okay, happy cooperation. Happy cooperation. Looking at the 300 herbs in his hand, Su Chen shook his head and made them all into recovery medicines. A total of 500 recovery medicines were obtained, which was more than 8 times the amount. Very good. At this time, Su Chen noticed that 3 kilometers away in the desert, there was a purple-red treasure chest. There was only this black figure around him. It's actually a platinum-level treasure chest. Is my luck getting better and better, or has the treasure chest mechanism on the highway been improved? After thinking for a moment, Su Chen prepared to go deep into the desert to get the platinum treasure chest. After all, It can produce a 2-star car upgrade and modification blueprint, which is worth Su Chen's risk. What's more, his current armed forces are not so afraid of the desert. After being fully armed, Su Chen opened the car door and stepped into the desert. Chapter 79, Yellow Sand Zombie. Corpse Control Talisman. On the highway, a convoy of more than 80 people was traveling on the road. Their cars were riddled with holes, and they urgently needed resources to repair them. Originally, they had about 200 people, but after rushing out of the beast herd just now, their casualties reached nearly 60%, and only these few people are left. Boss, are we really going to cause trouble for that Su Chen? Why are you scared? Don't you know how fat he is now? What's more, he actually dared to snatch my first place. He doesn't want to live anymore. Lin Mo frowned, with a hint of anger on his face, and gritted his teeth viciously. Just as he was getting furious, a cry of surprise suddenly came from the front of the convoy. Boss, there's a big RV in front. Fuck, that car is even bigger than yours, boss. How did they make it? Could it be that Su Chen? Looking at the tall and mighty RV, all the younger brothers were dumbfounded. In front of the RV that was more than 10 meters wide, their car seemed tiny. Lin Mo followed his men's gaze and saw the tall RV. He couldn't help but feel jealous and wanted to take it for himself. Come closer and see if you could trick the person in the car out and kill him. If you can't trick him, just attack him by force. If we capture this person, our cars can be repaired and made good. Lin Mo gave an order and led the convoy to the RV and stopped. Brother, can we chat? Our convoy was hit by a beast tide and the cars were severely damaged. Can I exchange some blueprints or materials with you to repair the cars? In order to show his sincerity, Lin Mo got out of his car directly with his hands clearly spread out without any weapons in his hands. The other brothers also got out of the car, also without any weapons in their hands. But there was no response. No matter how much they said, there was no response from the car. Because of the curtains, they couldn't see much of what was going on inside the car, but such a large RV was already a very good temptation for them. Even if they could break down the RV into the most basic resources, they would be able to exchange them for enough supplies at the exchange. Boss, it seems like there's no one in the car. After calling out for a long time, there was no movement in the car, so a younger brother came over and said. Hearing this, Lin Mo came to the right side of the car and observed carefully. As expected, he found a faint trace of people walking on the door and the desert outside. It seems that the owner of the vehicle has entered the desert to search for treasure chests. Lin Mo took the pistol and went to the door of the RV. He pulled the door and it didn't open. He then aimed at the window and pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot was heard, but the bullet did not break the glass. It just made it vibrate slightly. The bullet bounced off, which was also within Lin Mo's expectations. The other party's car had been upgraded to 3 stars, so it was reasonable to install bulletproof glass. Bring the dynamite, Lin Mo called out and asked his men to bring the explosives. Soon a red tube bomb was brought over and installed on the door of the RV. Then everyone retreated dozens of meters, and Lin Mo pressed the bomb. Bang! The roar of the explosion was heard, and a cloud of smoke filled the air. Lin Mo looked towards the center of the explosion with a proud look in his eyes. However, after the smoke cleared, there was no trace left on the door of the RV, except for some black smoke from the explosion. How is this possible? Lin Mo's face suddenly turned much uglier, but he didn't believe that the other party's RV was really so durable. Attack together and reduce the durability of the RV. Dozens of people attacked at the same time. Those with guns used guns, and those without guns used knives, until one of the survivors was taken away by a ricocheting bullet. Only then did everyone realize that they had attacked for such a long time, but had not caused any damage to the RV. This really put them in a difficult position. Everyone stopped where they were, stared at the RV, and started thinking. Suddenly, Lin Mo's eyes flashed, and he immediately asked everyone to park their cars around the RV to directly block the other party's way back. Nowadays, the average temperature outside has reached 50 degrees. If you stay outside for a long time, it is very easy to get heat stroke and die. Since the RV cannot be opened, just wait until the owner of the RV passes away, and the RV door will open naturally. As long as they block the opponent's return, they can outlast the opponent. Once the other party dies in the desert, the RV will be theirs, and it is acceptable to pay a certain price for it. Observe any black marks he encountered on the road through Barrett's 8-fold scope in advance. If it's a nuisance, just snipe it from a distance. If it's a smaller threat, get closer and kill it with a crossbow or pistol. Soon, he arrived at a sand dune 800 meters away from the location of the platinum treasure chest. After crawling on the spot, Su-chun looked through the scope at the location of the treasure chest. When he saw the danger next to the treasure chest, his face suddenly froze. All he saw was a humanoid creature wearing strange official uniform, a red-haired black gauze hat, and a pale face. It looked a bit like a zombie. What the hell? No way. There are even zombies. Just one glance, and Su-chun felt his scalp tingling. After all, this creature was very powerful and not afraid of pain. Except for Uncle Gio, it was almost impossible to find an opponent. Su-chun grabbed a handful of sand from the side and let it slowly flow along his fingertips. He simply judged the wind speed based on the direction of the sand. After adjustments, he quickly aimed at the target. Bang! Under the effect of a silencer, a dull gunshot was emitted from the barrel and hit the official uniformed zombie in the distance in less than a second. Pa! After being hit, the official uniformed zombie did not seem to be affected too much. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at his hit body in a daze, as if he did not understand what was attacking him. It's really useless. What should I do? Seeing such a troublesome situation, Su-chun became a little hesitant. Is he really going to give up a platinum treasure chest like this? It was hard for him to accept. Wait. Oh, almost forgot. Don't I have a peachwood sword? Su-chun suddenly remembered that he had found several peachwood swords in the treasure chest before. He felt something was strange at the time. He didn't expect that there really were creatures like zombies here. Talmu can defeat zombies. Give it a try. If you can't beat him, just run away. Su-chun put away the Barrett sniper rifle and replaced it with a peachwood sword. Chapter 81v80. Who dares to show up? After changing into the peachwood sword, Su-chun approached cautiously. When he was 50 meters away from the zombie, he seemed to have entered the zombie's detection range. The zombie's head suddenly turned in his direction, closed its eyes, and sniffed the air with its nose. Then he jumped towards the direction where Su-chun was. System scanning and detection. Test completed. Yellow sand zombie, bronze. Attack, 36. Defense, 48. Combat power, 120. As the distance got closer, Su-chun discovered that a message appeared on his bracelet, showing the information of the bronze zombie in front of him. After Shaoling was upgraded, it actually has this function? That's pretty good. Su-chun adjusted his state, holding the peachwood sword and ready to fight the enemy. When a zombie jumped in front of him, he directly chopped the opponent in the waist. Unexpectedly, when the yellow sand zombie was less than 20 meters away from Su-chun, it jumped up and flew towards him. Oh shit! Su-chun was startled and quickly chopped the zombie with the peachwood sword in his hand. Immediately, a sizzling sound of frying meat was heard. When the zombie encountered the peachwood sword, it seemed as if it had met its natural enemy. It immediately jumped back and fled, and even accidentally fell to the ground, rolling and crawling. Like a spring ball, its limbs were stretched out on the ground and bounced up and down. It really works. Su-chun was overjoyed. He raised the peachwood sword and said loudly, "You dog officer, where are you running to? Give me your life." He chased the zombie all the way, but after all, 2 legs cannot outrun 4 limbs, so the zombie escaped. However, he also arrived in front of the platinum treasure chest. This is the most important thing. Su-chun stepped forward and opened the treasure chest. Initial resources: 1 corpse control talisman, 1 immobilization talisman. You have opened a box and obtained 12,320 points. You performed a crit when opening a box and received a 12-fold crit. Congratulations, you have obtained 12 corpse controlling talismans and 12 immobilizing talismans. Corpse control talisman can control undead creatures below the gold level for 1 hour. When the time is up, the talisman's effect disappears. Immobilization talisman can immobilize creatures below gold level for 3 hours. The duration decreases as the strength increases for creatures above gold level. One can control zombie-like creatures to fight for you, and the other can freeze any creature for a certain period of time. Su-chun likes these 2 talismans very much. He picked up a corpse-controlling talisman and wanted to try out its effect, but the bronze zombie had disappeared. Next time we meet, let's try again. Su-chun put away the talisman and prepared to return to the RV. Suddenly, an alarm sounded on his bracelet, and the durability of his RV dropped by 3% at once. which was 3 times the warning value set by Su-chun. You know, even if 10 bullets attack the RV at the same time, the durability will not necessarily drop by 1%. Someone is attacking the RV with a bomb or a grenade. Su-chun immediately came to the conclusion, and his eyes instantly became sharp. The RV is the basis of his survival on the road and the guarantee of his comfortable life. If someone dares to target his RV, don't blame him for being rude. Su-chun immediately rushed back and found a hidden location on a sand dune 1.5 kilometers away from his RV and set up a sniper rifle on spot. Through the 8-fold scope, he discovered the figures hiding behind his RV. There are a lot of them, at least 50 people. No wonder he dared to attack my RV. It turns out he has the confidence to do so. Su-chun sneered, aimed directly at one of the survivors who had half of his body exposed from the car, and fired the first bullet without hesitation. Bang! A shot in the head. Blood splattered everywhere. The survivor's head exploded, and his body fell straight to the ground. Enemy attack. That guy is back. Damn it. He has a sniper rifle. Hide in the car, and don't show your head. Bang! Another headshot. Everyone be careful, and don't show your head. He is in the wilderness and won't be able to hold out for long. Let's fight him. Lin Mo leaned against the car and hit himself and the car to avoid being sniped by the enemy. But compared to him, who had his own car and people on the left side of the RV, the cars surrounding the RV on the right side were like sitting ducks. Every 2 seconds, a bullet would be fired, taking away one of the survivors. Run to the left side of the RV. Everyone run together. He is only one person and cannot shoot so many people. Under Lin Mo's command, many survivors started their vehicles and prepared to drive to the other side of the RV to avoid the snipers hidden in the wilderness. With 34 vehicles starting at the same time, the operation was indeed much safer. More than a dozen cars were taken away by sniper rifles one after another, and the remaining cars all hid in the rear. But in just the enemy's first wave of attack, they lost more than 30 people, nearly 40% of their strength. Boss Lin, that guy has a sniper rifle. What should we do? Yes. In this situation, we dare not even look to see if anyone is approaching. If we show our heads, we will be shot dead. Even if the other party comes back to get in the car, we may not be able to see it. Moreover, the enemy's bullets penetrated even the bulletproof glass. I saw with my own eyes that Xiao Fei, who had bulletproof glass, was shot in the head by the enemy's sniper rifle. Boss, how about we just run away? Maybe he's a special forces soldier. Otherwise, how could he have such an accurate sniping ability? Ordinary people like us can't compare to the king of soldiers. Many members began to back off, as it was obvious that the other party had returned safely from the desert and had extremely powerful firepower and sniping capabilities. Although Lin Mo originally wanted to escape, he gave up after hearing his subordinates say that the other party was a special forces soldier. He was born a drug lord, and his entire family was killed by special forces. He couldn't win outside, but here he has more people and more power, so how could he still not be able to defeat the other party? Set fire to his car tires. We're going to fight him to the death today. We're in the car, and he's in the wilderness. He definitely won't last 2 hours. Yes. The men immediately followed Boss Lin Mo's request and started to make a fire next to the tires of the RV, preparing to slowly melt the tires so that the other party would not be able to drive away. Seeing from afar what those people wanted to see, Su-chun couldn't help but sneer. They were so naive. Xiaoling, rush forward and get out of the circle made by those cars. Yes, master. Then, the RV that Lin Mo and the others used as a shield to block gunfire drove forward in front of their dazed eyes, completely exposing them. What the hell? Is there someone in the car? Chapter 81. Chase. Eliminate the roots. Hiding in the other party's RV, and only drove the RV away from its original location when their companions came back. Now, with the departure of the RV, they were completely exposed to the air. Bang! The sound of glass breaking was heard, and another survivor was shot in the head while sitting in his driver's seat. 2 seconds later, another shot. Run. Run towards the center of the road. Move in a serpentine pattern, and don't get sniped by the enemy. The moment the RV could be moved, Lin Mo knew that their plan was useless. At the top of his lungs, and drove the car at high speed in a serpentine pattern on the road, heading deep into the highway. More than 50 cars were moving away, and the trigger in Su-chun's hand almost never stopped. 1 second to aim, 1 second to shoot. Every shot is a headshot. The area within 2.5 kilometers was within his sniper range. In the minute when the other party escaped from his attack range, he killed more than 30 survivors again, leaving only a dozen vehicles out of his attack range. You guys are fast runners, but if you want to run, you still need my permission. I'll let you know what happens if you mess with me. Su-chun put away the Barrett heavy sniper rifle and immediately approached the location of the RV. He wanted to hunt down the remnants of this team and eliminate their routes to prevent future troubles. Returning to the battlefield, Su-chun quickly cleaned up the battlefield and harvested more than 60 car hearts, most of which were the initial 1-star. It seems that the other party's boss or senior executive was let go by him. In addition, Su-chun also got 2 pistols, Browning, which were pretty good. After completely dismantling the car, Su-chun immediately returned to the car and asked Xiao Ling to hunt down the survivors. There was a herd of beasts behind them, so it was more likely that the other side was moving forward. In order to search every location on the entire highway in an all-round way, Xiao Ling recommended a serpentine route that could cover all parts of the highway. The only drawback is that it doesn't move forward fast enough. However, Su-chun was not worried about this problem. Even though he expended more energy to move forward, with his average speed of 200 yards, his speed on the road could reach more than 120 yards. He had just observed that most of the remaining cars of the other side had initial car engines and were not fast enough. It will take some time, and you'll catch up soon. As the RV moved forward, Su-chun set up the radar detection so that if something was scanned, it would alert him in his mind. Then he took all the car hearts to his bedroom and moved closer to the dragon eggs. Every time a car heart is absorbed, more dragon scales will appear on the dragon egg. When more than 60 car hearts were all absorbed, the area covered by the dragon scales reached 49%, which was infinitely close to half. Very good. At this rate, it won't be long before the dragon egg is activated. I hope the dragon pet that comes out will be a bit cooler. Su-chun clenched his fists secretly, his heart full of anticipation. Not long after, Su-chun discovered a convoy of cars during his detection, the number of which was almost the same as the number that had just escaped. I found you. Su-chun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he ordered the RV to chase after them. He took out the AK-47 from the storage ring and loaded it with bullets. He wanted to make the other car feel despair. It would be nice to have an infinite magazine. It's like having unlimited firepower, which is much better than being weakened after a sudden attack. When Su-chun's RV was 200 meters away from the fleeing convoy, it was discovered by the other side. Boss Lin, the other party, seems to have caught up with us. Who is he? How can he drive such a big RV so fast? When a younger brother saw the huge RV through the rearview mirror, he was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and reminded. Caught up? Damn it. When Lin Mo saw the RV behind him, a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He did not forget that the opponent's RV was bulletproof, so counterattack was useless and the opponent had a sniper rifle. Just when he was at his wit's end, he saw the window of the driver's seat of the RV was lowered. This made him overjoyed. It seemed that the other party wanted to snipe them through the car window. But as long as the other party shows up, it means they have a chance to fight back. In this way, there is a glimmer of hope in the dead end. However, the next second, his happy face suddenly froze, and he saw a metal helmet exposed in the driver's window, and the other party was holding an AK in his hand. Without much communication, a volley of bullets was fired at their convoy. Da-da! Ding, ding, ding. Many of the cars had bulletproof glass and were not in great danger, but half of them were not. They were hit by stray bullets and died of vomiting blood. After firing one round, Su-chun immediately filled the magazine and continued to load another round. Spread out, and those with guns should shoot back when the enemy shows up. Lin Mo immediately gave orders to counterattack as soon as the enemy showed up. But his orders were also causing his men who had bulletproof glass to die faster. Originally, Su-chun was still thinking about how to deal with those with bulletproof glass, but the next second the other party took the initiative to open the car window, stretched out a pistol, aimed at him, and shot. Bang! Wearing a bulletproof helmet, Su-chun was naturally not afraid at all. He simply raised his gun and aimed, then fired a burst of bullets back. The bullet hit Su-chun's helmet, made a metal collision sound, and was bounced away. But when Su-chun's bullets were fired, it was not so simple. They directly killed those survivors who showed their heads. Damn it, Lin Mo cursed in a low voice, looking at the RV getting closer and closer, and roared. Brother, please spare them when you can. You have killed so many people. Why do you have to kill them all? Da-da! In response, he was met with a burst of bullets. Suchin will not show any mercy to them. He always holds the attitude of, if someone offends me, I will offend him back. What's more, now there's one more big customer who eats the heart of the car, and the child feels very miserable. Seeing that there were only 6 cars left, Su-chan raised the corner of his mouth slightly, aimed at their car tires, and fired a burst of shots, directly blowing up 5 of the tires, leaving only 1 still moving forward. Su-chan replaced the AK, took out the Barrett heavy sniper, and sniped the 5-car hosts that were forced to stop one by one. Next, there's only 1 left. The grade and quality of the opponent's car are the best among these people, and the speed has just reached 200 yards, which is very fast, but it is still far from enough in front of Su-chan. Scope, aim, and shoot. Bang! The bullet hit the glass, but only left a shallow mark and did not have the ability to penetrate the glass. It looks like a big fish. Chapter 82, A Strange Dream. He fired a few more shots, all aiming at that one spot. If it doesn't work once, try again. Under the impact of several consecutive shots, the excellent bulletproof glass finally couldn't bear the weight and shattered with a bang. At the same time, the bullet passed through the opponent's head, killing him on the spot. The car lost control at high speed and suddenly turned sideways, rolling several times on the road before coming to a stop. Suchin got off the car and came to the overturned business bus. He searched it and found an M16 automatic rifle next to the man's seat. Then he found the blueprints for upgrading and modifying 2-star cars in the car. Now, he was almost certain that this man was Lin Mo, who had always been the first in the race. However, no matter who he is, if he attacks me, no one will survive. There were still a lot of basic resources in the car, all of which were stored in the space. Finally, Su-chan took out the 2-star car heart and felt it. It contained the energy of at least 50 1-star car hearts. Then he looted all the other cars as well, and Su-chan became a little rich again. Even if the basic materials for car upgrades increase tenfold next time, he will be able to afford it. Car upgrades and dragon egg hatching should be done simultaneously, but hatching dragon eggs can be given priority. Back in a car, thinking that a car upgrade would require at least a 3-star car heart, Su-chan directly put Lin Mo's car heart into his own car heart. The others were placed on the dragon eggs. Car heart, 3 stars 78 out of 300. Dragon egg scale coverage, 58%. Very good. At this rate, it won't be long before he can upgrade the car to 4 stars and hatch the dragon egg. His current RV is a comfort model. When it gets a 4-star rating and is upgraded to a luxury model, how luxurious will it be? Su-chan continued forward with some anticipation. The next half-day seemed to be a rest time given by the system to everyone, and no special circumstances occurred. Everyone looked for treasure chests along the way to replenish their resources, just like before. Su-chan also obtained another gold-level treasure chest and opened it to reveal a car exoskeleton spike. Freely retractable spikes will be installed on the car body to cause certain damage to wild beasts or nearby creatures. Su-chan immediately installed one in his RV. After all, his RV did not have a weapon equipment system, so it was not bad to have a spike with defensive capabilities first. As night fell, the car stopped on the road, and Su-chan sat on the bed and began to review the situation. During this day, Su-chan's shop had very frequent transactions. His storage ring was almost half full, and the number of various materials was simply innumerable. Su-chan thought about it and felt that he should consider exchanging some things he needed, such as nashi. Directly open the private chat channel with Zhuge Xiaoyang and see if you can get any good stuff from him. Su-chan, I need nashi, which can be exchanged for rare blueprints or various materials. This is the list of materials I can provide. If anyone wants to exchange, please feel free to contact me. Photo. Not long after, Zhuge Xiaoyang replied to the message. Zhuge Xiaoyang, I opened a platinum treasure chest before and got 20 nashi. Can I exchange it for a 2-star car heart blueprint? If it is a blueprint, I will offer 4 nashi or materials to exchange for a 1-star car heart blueprint. How about that? The price offered by the other party was within Su-chan's acceptable range. These blueprints were free to him, and using them to exchange for the resources he wanted would be a sure win. Su-chan, sure. If you need basic materials, feel free to contact me. I'll provide them to you as much as you want. There was silence from the other side for a long time before there was a response. Zhuge Xiaoyang, how many nanostones are needed to exchange for a 2-star car upgrade blueprint plus the highest level upgrade materials? The other party was very smart. While asking, He also tried to upgrade again and figure out how many resources would be needed to complete the maximum modification. As a friendly trading partner, Su-chan was naturally very happy to tell the other party the truth. Su-chan, 40 nashi are enough. The most important materials needed for upgrading are not the basic materials, which have been reduced in price to 25 basic materials for 1 bottle of water. The most expensive thing is the electronic components needed, which have now been driven up to dozens of times the price of ordinary materials. Almost 1 electronic component can easily be exchanged for 2 bottles of water. In other words, if water is used as the unit of measurement, upgrading a 2-star car to a 3-star car will require about 600 bottles of water. Zhuge Xiaoyang, thank you. I will exchange the 2-star car upgrade and modification drawings with you first. If the materials are not enough, I will exchange the missing materials with you later. Su-chan, sure. The two parties reached a deal, and Su-chan successfully exchanged for 20 units of nanostones, which he exchanged on the spot. The space of the storage ring increased by 20 again, reaching 625 cubic meters. After expanding his backpack, Su-chan waited on the spot. Sure enough, 3 minutes later, Zhuge Xiaoyang sent another message, saying that the other party was still short of about 100 electronic components. He also didn't expect that upgrading an RV would require so many resources, especially electronic components, the quantity of which would be much more than that required to manufacture some machines normally. Even if he prepared in advance, the electronic components were still not enough. Ding dong. Zhuge Xiaoyang. Su-chan, I need 143 electronic components, 200 pieces of steel. How many nashi do I need? Su-chan, I'll give you a friendly price. 3 nashi stones will be enough. Zhuge Xiaoyang, thank you very much. Soon, the two sides conducted another round of transactions, and Su-chan's storage ring space was increased to 628 cubic meters again. As night fell, Su-chan enjoyed a comfortable seafood dinner. King crab, trout, and a glass of 1982 red wine are simply delicious. Although the king crab and lobster were only cooked in the simplest way, they were indeed extremely delicious. With one bite, the shrimp and crab meat filled your mouth directly. It was such a relief. After a full meal, Su-chan continued to put cigarettes, recovery medicine, and other items on the shelf, and then went straight back to bed. That's all for today. We'll keep working hard tomorrow. I wonder what the car will look like after it's been upgraded. Su-chan covered himself with a quilt and had a sound sleep. Late at night, Su-chan had a dream. He dreamed that he was riding a giant dragon, holding the beautiful Qinglan in his arms, and traveling freely in the sky and clouds. Before he could react, Qinglan in his arms suddenly raised her head and kissed him on the lips, but it seemed as if she felt nothing. Before Su-chan could make the next move, the giant dragon and Qinglan under his feet suddenly disappeared, and Su-chan's body fell from the sky. Su-chan suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. Wait, I was just dreaming. But this dream seems a little bit wrong. Could it be that I have fallen in love with a girl I have never met? No way. Am I a person who is tempted by beauty? Ding. Just then, Su-chan's private chat rang. I looked up and saw that it was a message from Qinglan. Qinglan, Su-chan, I just had a very strange dream. You were in my dream. What the hell? What's going on? This really going to cause trouble? Chapter 83, 3 Days in the Sky. Temperature soars. Huh, what did you dream about? Qinglan, I won't tell you. After that, there was no more news, and Su-chan was stunned. I'm fishing. You run away halfway through your words, leaving someone in suspense. However, Su-chan quickly put this matter behind him. After all, it was just an ordinary dream, and he was a young and strong 20-year-old man. It is normal to dream about certain things, let alone dreaming about being kissed. After Su-chan finished washing up, he continued driving forward to see if he could find any good things. On the other side, Qinglan sat on her bed and shook her head. What happened to me? I actually dreamed that I was riding a giant dragon with Su-chan soaring in the sky, and I even took the initiative to kiss him. Could it be that I have? Thinking of this, Qinglan's pretty face became even redder. The RV was speeding on the road. While Su-chan was lying down to rest, he noticed that the sales of ice water and ice cream in his shop suddenly increased significantly. What's going on? He opened the regional chat channel. Suddenly I understood something. Fuck, why is it so hot today? Yes, the temperature is at least 10 degrees higher than yesterday, and is still rising. Don't forget, we are experiencing extremely hot weather, and it will get hotter and hotter. Calculating the time, tomorrow seems to be the hottest day. What, it's so hot today, and it's not the hottest day. It's so hot. Turning on the air conditioner doesn't help much. Su-shun, the ice water is sold out. Do you have any new ones? I need to get some ice water. What the hell? Look at the horizon in the distance. What the hell? Looking at this information, Su-chan walked to the bed and opened the car window. Suddenly, I felt a scorching heat wave coming towards me, and the temperature was very high. He immediately closed the car window and looked towards the surrounding horizon. Suddenly, he discovered that there was a sun slowly rising on the left and right sides of his car and behind it. The sun's rays illuminate the entire earth, and the sand and stones in the distance shine with dazzling light, creating colorful illusions before people's eyes. The temperature outside was also extremely high. 3 days in the sky. Everyone tacitly stopped the car and stopped looking for treasure chests. They tried to reduce consumption as much as possible and use the existing resources to survive the hot weather. The regional channel is also a rare occasion where everyone can gather together and express their opinions. Is this the age of chaos? I'm gonna be dehydrated. I can survive by turning into a human, otherwise I'll be gone. No way. Could the legend be true? We're not on that planet now, but we won't be dehydrated. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let's think about how to get through this. The durability of my tires is decreasing. The temperature outside is at least 60 or 70 degrees. Fortunately, I just exchanged enough ice cream from Su-shun in advance, so I can barely feel better. Su-shun, please put more ice cream on the shelf to help everyone. Outside the car, the temperature was rising, but Su-shun was not in a hurry. He put ice water and ice cream on the shelves according to market demand. Now that he has a refrigerator, the speed of making ice will increase greatly. Soon, Su-shun started to put ice water and ice cream on the shelves again. Master, the temperature outside has exceeded 70 degrees. The highest temperature today is expected to reach 81 degrees. Do you want to turn on the automatic adjustment function of the car air conditioner? Once turned on, it will automatically adjust the temperature inside the car to the most suitable temperature for human survival. Open it. Su-chan nodded. His car air conditioner is not the original one, but an upgraded one, so its functions and properties are much better, and it has a better cooling effect. The only drawback is that the fuel consumption rate is 3 times the original. Yes, master. It's hot, so give yourself a good vacation. Added strawberries, watermelons, and other ingredients into the ice cream machine, and made 2 ice creams as big as basketballs. He licked one of them himself and traded the other one to Qinglan. Su-chan, the ice cream made with your ice cream blueprint will definitely keep you cool in such a hot day. Please trade the materials and fuel you purchased to me. Qinglan, thank you. Okay, I'll apply for the transaction. Soon, Su-chan received some materials specifically asking the other party to help with the transaction. These days, he also stockpiled some fuel and used some materials to exchange a lot of fuel from Zhuge Xiaoyang. He now had a full 100,000 units of fuel, which occupied 100 cubic meters of space. It's so hot today that there's no way to go out to look for treasure chests. Everyone's fuel will run out soon, and then he can sell the fuel at a high price. The cost for him to obtain the fuel was about 25 units of fuel per bottle of water. It is equivalent to the basic materials, and this is also the temporary price after everyone has stabilized after unpacking. But in special periods, it is normal for prices to fluctuate. He plans to sell it at least double the price, so it is reasonable to make a profit from the difference. Fuck, you don't know, the temperature of the road outside is extremely high. I just wanted to go out to open a treasure chest, but as soon as my feet touched the ground, my slippers melted. They burned me so much that my feet are like pig's trotters now. I really envy you for having big pig's trotters to eat. Unlike me, I can only lick the original pig's trotters. Hey, I just threw the meat slices on the ground below, and guess what? It was cooked right away. Now, I don't have to light a fire to grill the meat. It's very convenient. No, Su-shun just put 200 ice creams on the shelf, and you guys snatched them all in less than half a minute. Are you human? Is it that difficult for a child to just want to eat some ice cream? Watching the chats on the regional channel, Su-shun had a general understanding of all the survivors. Although the temperature continues to rise, everyone has basically acquired certain supplies by now. After all, there are only 15,289 people left in the entire regional channel, which is more than 80% less than the initial 100,000 people. Those who have managed to hold on until here, except for those who are at the end of their strength, have basically adapted to the rhythm of the extremely hot weather. Although the weather is very hot, they just need to replenish water in time to keep their body temperature from rising. Replenishing water is not a problem for them. The problem is cooling down, and they need something cold. At this time, Suchin's shop was extremely popular, as many other places selling ice water as Suchin's. Chen would naturally not miss such a business opportunity. He put the products on the shelves almost nonstop and kept the selling price unchanged. Not only did he make a lot of money, he also received unanimous praise. Suchin is truly a great and kind person. Chapter 84, Moral Kidnapping. Permanent trading ban, reward. Later, considering the huge demand, Suchin directly put ice water on the shelves. The speed is even faster than before. 200 bottles can be put on the shelves every 5 minutes, making a huge profit from the price difference and also gaining a wave of goodwill. Although Suchin is not afraid of other survivors now, he can increase their favorability so that he can have better transactions with them in the future and become his leaks. If too many people die, his chances of trading for something better will be lower. Because of Suchin's ice water, the entire area channel suddenly exploded. Although others are also selling ice water, Suchin is definitely the one with the highest sales and production, accounting for as much as half of the sales. Thank God, Su. Without him, I would have died of heat. Yes. Thank you for cooling down my temper. If I have a chance in the future, I will definitely help you cool down and repay your kindness. Of course, there were also some people who drank Suchin's water while acting weird. How come he has so many resources? Could he be the game system's biological son? Could it be that the system is here specifically to recycle resources? That's right. Otherwise, how could there be so many resources? Even if there's a treasure chest every 10 kilometers, we can't get so many resources. We should boycott together and not buy the goods in Chenxi's shop, so as to lower its prices. I think you're only half right. Suchin is not the biological son of the system, so there's no need for this. However, we can indeed boycott together. It would be best if you could provide us with ice water for free. For those with fewer resources, just send them ice water. Don't be so selfish. That's right. We are all Chinese and should help each other. If you're in trouble in the future, we will definitely help you. Seeing these cows and horses that were acting like ungrateful after getting an advantage, Suchin couldn't help but laugh out loud. Suchin had seen many keyboard warriors like him, who were in charge of moral kidnapping in ancient Greece. He estimated that these people were almost running out of resources, so they were using moral blackmail here. If Suchin was a thick-skinned person and really took out the resources, they would be happy. Since they themselves have no ability, they can only play with conspiracy theories and hold high the banner of morality to satisfy their own selfish desires. Although this method is a bit stupid, there are some people who are ignorant and easily believe what others say, and once they get angry, they become guns in the hands of others. To benefit those who are causing trouble. To deal with such people, you must use thundering means. Suchin, I'm not as generous as some people think. Anyone who slanders me, plots against me, or tries to blackmail me will be blocked and permanently banned from buying goods in my store. Anyone else who sells goods on my behalf will also be blocked and permanently banned from buying goods in my store. Suchin, in the future, if I encounter similar remarks or blatant slander, I will handle them in the same way. As soon as Suchin's news came out, many people who were watching the show began to gloat over his misfortune. They really deserve it. While enjoying the goods provided by Suchin, he ended up morally blackmailing the other party. This is a survival game, where you can die if you're not careful. Are you still trying to use moral blackmail? Now, the temperature has been so high these past 2 days, and if there aren't enough ice cubes and ice cream to cool down, they might really die of the heat. However, they really did not expect that Suchin would handle the matter so decisively. After all, this would be equivalent to his shop permanently losing a group of customers, which would reduce the shop's turnover. Just when everyone was still marveling at Suchin's unusually decisive actions, another piece of news soon shocked them again. Suchin, hey, I'm really stingy. I'm in a bad mood after being scolded. If anyone can beat up those players who played tricks on me just now, I will give him a basketball-sized ice cream. Picture, for free, valid forever. By the way, don't beat me to death. Just break my legs at most. Bring pictures. If I find someone who is trying to cheat me with fake pictures, I will also send a blacklist reward package, so be careful. Suchin's words immediately aroused the excitement of many players. That basketball-sized ice cream looked so tempting. It was enough to keep them fed for a long time at least for several hours without having to worry about the hot weather. At this moment, everyone looked at those people who were just sarcastic no longer with contempt and disdain, but gratitude. The strategist devotes himself to the game, putting others before himself, and creates benefits for everyone. He is truly a good person. In the regional channel, everyone's name is very clear, and you can also see whether there is any chat history between you and other players. After all, many people have the same name. Immediately chatted privately with these people after Su-chun sent out the message. Don't be afraid, brother. I'm a good person. Those people are trying to catch you. You must not expose yourself. Tell me where you are quietly, and I will protect you. Fong Xin is a keyboard warrior who usually fights with people online and tries to make himself felt by using sarcastic words. Just now, he has replaced his last resource with ice water. Considering that there would be no water later, Su-chan was given an yin-yang treatment on the regional channel. After all, we are all players who cannot meet each other, and the chance of meeting each other is very small. Can we still find him across the internet? However, the other party ended up blocking him and even offering a reward for him. Beat him up and get ice cream. At the same time, the screen is full of greetings and private chats. Some people even said they wanted to protect him. Do you fucking want to protect me? The plan was actually backfiring on his face. When he was about to buy it back, he saw that several members of his team had quietly surrounded his car with their cars. What are you doing? We are teammates. Fong Xion's voice trembled a little. He had read everything from the looks of his teammates. Fong Xion, I just saw that you're one of the people who slandered Su-chun. Although we know that you did this for the good of everyone, you have offended Su-chun. We all want to eat ice cream. Huang Xian and Zheng Fei got out of the car with iron bars in their hands. You guys are crazy. Who knows if you will really pay the bill? Are you really going to break my legs? Why don't we just put on a show together and do it to each other? Crash out very quickly. We don't want to take any risks of being put on the bounty list. Fong Xian, we are all from the same hometown, so what's wrong with you making some sacrifices? Huang Xian approached, picked up the iron rod in his hand, and smashed the glass next to the driver's seat with one blow. Ha! Then several people rushed forward and dragged Fong Xian out of the car. The two men rained fists down on Fong Xian, and finally Huang Xian hit Fong Xian's leg with an iron rod, breaking his leg. If you want to blame someone, blame Su-chun. It has nothing to do with us. After taking the photos, they sent them directly to Su-chun to receive the reward. Huang Xian, Su-chun, this is one of the people who slandered you. We broke his leg, so the ice cream can. Picture. When Su-chun saw the news, he was slightly stunned. He didn't expect these survivors to act so quickly. The purpose of his posting this was to intimidate and make those who slandered him live in fear in the days to come. But he did not expect that someone would act so quickly. I guess it was an internal conflict among people in the same team. Su-chun, okay, the photo is fine. I'll give you the ice cream in exchange. Then Su-chun sent the ice cream to the other party. Then the transaction records and pictures were sent to the regional channel. Su-chun, very good. I feel everyone's helpful nature. It helps me vent my anger, and the first brother has already eaten the ice cream. As soon as the photo was released, the entire regional channel became excited. Chapter 85 Teammate Backstabs. Collapsed Road. This at least proves that Su-chun's promise is true. Then their last bit of worry disappeared. For a time, many people began to target those who were blocked by Su-chun. Seeing that they had really received the ice cream, Huang Xian and Zheng Fei excitedly prepared to return to the car to enjoy it. At this time, Fong Xian, who was lying on the ground wailing, had a resentful look in his eyes. He stared at the backs of the two people and said in a gloomy tone, "You can break my legs for ice cream now, and you can break your legs for ice cream later. The first to strike is the strongest. The last to strike will suffer." Hearing his words, Huang Xian and Zheng Fei were suddenly startled. They looked at each other and then looked at the ice cream cake on the car. I began to doubt whether the other party was really going to take action. Now, they are breaking Fong Xian's legs for half a portion of ice cream. So why wouldn't they break the other person's legs for the remaining half? After just staring at each other for 3 seconds, the two of them attacked at the same time. Huang Xian hit the opponent's arm with an iron rod, and Zheng Fei chopped Huang Xian's leg with a knife, and screams rang out instantly. The two sides fought bloody battles amid roars, and soon both were defeated. Fong Xian, who saw this scene, smiled triumphantly. If you want to harm me to get the ice cream, you have to pay the same price as me. Soon, one Fong Xian after another was born. They sent a lot of photos to Soo-chun and showed him the photos in exchange for ice cream. Because of these photos, many people in the regional channel fell silent. While they were watching the fun, they suddenly discovered a problem. That is, the teammates around me don't seem to be as reliable as I imagined. When faced with enough benefits, your teammates may become the ones who stab you in the back. Some people can be teammates, but some people definitely cannot. All this has nothing to do with Soo-chun. At this moment, he was lying on his massage chair, enjoying the massage and eating fruit smoothie. This kind of life where you can make money just by lying down is also very good. Now he understood why some people like to make money without doing anything. If it continues like this, it would be very good. But obviously, the road survival game doesn't seem to want him to live so comfortably. Warning, warning, warning. Due to the continued high temperature, the road has problems and will continue to collapse, sucking everything on the road underground. If a vehicle is sucked into it, the survivors will be directly wiped out. Players, please do not stay where you are. Leave as soon as possible and escape. This is a challenge of wisdom and courage. I wish all players good luck. As soon as this announcement came out, the entire chat channel exploded instantly. Do anything to them, right? They've started destroying the road they're on? It's only the last 2 days. Can't we take a break? I knew this game system was going to cause trouble, and I guessed it right. Oh my god, look behind the car. The road has started to collapse, just like an earthquake. It's terrible. No more talking. Run quickly. If you brothers can survive, we can talk again. After sending a message, there was no one to chat with anymore. All of them were concentrating on driving. Master, the road behind our car has begun to collapse. We suggest you leave immediately. Do you need to start the vehicle now? Start. Get out of here immediately. Soo-chun immediately gave the order. He went to the car window and looked back and found that the road behind the RV was constantly cracking. The roads are constantly crumbling. Yes, buzz. The sound of the engine was heard, and the RV immediately started from its original position and moved forward. The road behind him was shaking like an earthquake, breaking into pieces and collapsing towards him. And the speed was extremely fast, always maintaining a position about 20 meters behind his car. When the RV accelerated to 200 yards, the speed of the collapse also reached 200 yards. Grass! If you can't even shake it off at 200 yards, how can anyone survive? Soo-chun cursed while observing the collapse behind him. Nowadays, most people's cars are still at the initial 1-star level, with no engine modifications, and their maximum speed is basically around 110 miles per hour. If the collapse speed is so fast, won't everything be destroyed? Suddenly, he discovered that the collapsed area seemed to have always been 20 meters behind his car and had not changed much. This is... Xiaoling, slow down by 10 yards, slow down a little bit, and then maintain a constant speed. After saying that, Soo-chun took a deep breath because he was not 100% sure, and he was very panicked, staring at the location of the car. Yes, master. The next second, the car slowly slowed down to 190 miles per hour, and the collapsed road behind the car immediately caught up with it by about 5 meters. This made Soo-chun's heart tense up at once, and he was ready to speed up at any time. Fortunately, the next moment, the collapsed speed of the road behind him also slowed down and continued to maintain a speed of about 20 meters. Seeing this situation, Soo-chun immediately realized that he had made the right bet. Xiaoling continued to slow down. After more than a dozen commands, the car quickly slowed down to 30 yards. At this time, when Soo-chun continued to slow down the car, he suddenly found that the collapsed road behind him was catching up. It was almost 6 or 7 meters away from the RV. Speed up quickly. Increase the speed to over 30 miles per hour. Yes, master. The car then maintained a speed of 35 yards, and the collapsed road behind it was left behind another 20 meters. It seems that as long as the car speed is maintained above 30 miles per hour, we can safely pass this checkpoint. After learning this rule, Soo-chun finally breathed a sigh of relief. Soo-chun estimated that there are still many people who have stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Faced with such a scene, it was impossible for them to slow down. After all, in a life-or-death situation like this, who would slow down the car to 30 or 40 miles per hour? After thinking for a moment, Soo-chun sent the message to the public channel. However, he kept a trick and said the minimum speed was 60, a speed that all cars can reach. At this time, he knew that many survivors did not have time to check the regional channel, but he estimated that when these people ran out of fuel, they would step on the accelerator to check. In this situation where you can't get the treasure chest and you still have to drive together, what is the most important thing? Of course it's fuel. This time, Su-chan can make a good profit from the fuel he had stockpiled before. Su-chan, selling fuel, 100 units per copy. Only 10 bottles of water or 3 pieces of herbs or blueprints are needed to exchange. 1,000 copies are already on sale in the store. First come, first served. Chapter 86, Solar Generator Drawings. Soon, many people saw Su-chan's message. Suddenly, my eyes lit up. It turned out that the speed at which the road behind them collapsed was related to their car's speed. They tried to slow down and found that the speed of the road collapse behind them had indeed slowed down. Su-chan said was true. Now, they will be much more relaxed. At the same time, these people also saw the fuel transaction information sent by Su-chan. The usual price of 4 bottles of water is now directly marked as 10 bottles of water. The price is 2.5 times the usual price. However, considering that Su-chan provided such important information to everyone free of charge, many survivors still spent some money on Su-chan out of gratitude. After all, apart from Su-chan, there was no one else selling fuel at this time, because they don't know how long this collapse will last. In other words, fuel is very important now. If the collapse continues until tomorrow, at a speed of 60 miles per hour, they will need at least 2,000 miles per hour of fuel to get to the end safely. Of course, if the previous situation continued, this escape from the collapsed road should have ended after dark. While others were driving nervously and racing against death, Su-chan was lying in the massage chair, enjoying it comfortably. Enjoyment is the most important part of the game. Take another sip of iced Fat House Happy Water and burp a lot. It will feel really good. A few hours passed quietly. At 2:30 in the afternoon, the 3 suns above our heads gradually set, and the collapsed road behind us seemed to have slowed down a lot, and the distance from the vehicles also widened a lot. It seems that the collapse of the road has been alleviated to a certain extent. It should be over soon, right? System prompt. Due to the decrease in high temperature, the road collapse has eased and will be completely resolved in 30 minutes. At that time, you will directly enter the new level, the Road Obstacle Challenge. Survivors will advance on a rugged, collapsed road. Please be prepared in advance. In addition, in order to commend everyone for their outstanding performance in the escape just now, a basic survival reward is now issued to everyone. What the hell? Are you really not going to give me any time to rest? Su-chan was a little helpless. He didn't care, but those leaks, no, those his dearest compatriots, must rest. It is already very difficult to survive in such hot weather. Many people have consumed a lot of resources in order to cool down, not to mention the sudden collapse and escape just now. If they continue like this, they will be finished sooner or later. Now, in the regional channel, there are only 13,670 people left. Compared to before, more than 1,000 people died. These people were either killed by the heat or swallowed up by the collapsed roads. Soon, the basic survival reward issued by the system arrived. A bottle of water, 3 loaves of bread, and 200 units of fuel. Fuck, is that all you have? Looking at the mountain of mineral water in his ring, Su-chan reluctantly put away the reward. Next, all you have to do is wait patiently. After a while, Zhuge Xiaoyang sent a message. Now this person is Su-chan's biggest trading partner, so he naturally won't be too negligent in getting news about the other party. Zhuge Xiaoyang. Boss Su, I have a good blueprint here. How about exchanging it with you for a 2-star car, plus 5 1-star car upgrade blueprints? Photo. I clicked on it and was immediately dazzled. Solar generator production drawings, 1 time. Materials required for production, 100 pieces of special alloy, 100 pieces of special plastic, 100 pieces of electronic components. Production conditions, Samsung Automotive Heart. When he saw the drawings, Su-chan was determined to buy it. Because he is still using fuel combustion to power many devices in the car, which is extremely fuel-consuming. Even if his car is not running and just left there, it will burn nearly 60 units of fuel in an hour. The consumption is huge. If he had a solar generator, he could save a lot of resources. Thinking about his drawings, which were of little use to him, Su-chan confirmed it. However, some bargaining is still possible. Su-chan. This will require me to consume a lot of high-grade materials. If it is a finished product, it will be almost the same. Zhuge Xiaoyang. Boss Su, this generator can be used even if you upgrade it to a 4-star car. It's definitely worth it. So, how much you need? I can give you 50 pieces of materials, and the rest can be exchanged with resources. Su-chan deal. Soon, the drawings were obtained, and Su-chun got the solar generator manufacturing drawings and 50 pieces of special metals. This special metal can only be found in a platinum-level treasure chest. Most of them are accessories of drawings. 25 pieces of materials are almost the same as a one-star car upgrade blueprint. At least that's what Su-chun saw. Then, Su-chun used 5 one-star car upgrade and modification drawings to exchange for the remaining materials he lacked, which were basically the first 2 types. The only thing he had in abundance was electronic components. After gathering all the materials, Su-chun immediately placed the drawings and materials on the production table, and then all he had to do was wait for a miracle to happen. A dazzling white light flashed by, and a very large device appeared in his eyes. There are also solar panels on it that can absorb light energy. Solar generator. Effects. The light board can be extended freely and can cover a maximum area of 25 square meters. At maximum power, it can generate 1,000 units of electricity per hour, equivalent to fuel oil. Maximum energy storage. 30,000 units of electrical energy. The electricity generated in 1 hour can power the various equipment he currently uses for 20 hours, which is more than enough. Moreover, the energy storage capacity is very large. If it can be fully charged, it can ensure that he does not need to worry about electricity problems for a long time. It looks like we have achieved electricity freedom for now. Su-chun immediately began to lay solar panels on the roof of the RV, connecting them to the generator inside the car, which had an energy storage device. After the installation, Su-chun looked at the power display on the energy storage device. On average, it would increase by 1 unit every 3.6 seconds. He felt very secure. After finishing all this, Su-chun lay down again, lying on the sofa, enjoying the air conditioning, licking the ice cream, silently waiting for the new level and the road obstacle challenge. Half an hour passed quickly, and it was exactly 3 o'clock. The highway survival system prompt sound rang in everyone's ears once again. Everyone's body was shocked, and their expressions became serious.